Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're here for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 9 hours of Spa. I'm Austin Belkey, joined in the commentary booth by Dean Hampton, with our friend Jack Maloney behind the scenes in the production trailer, bringing you, as always, all the fantastic camera angles. And Dean, I can't imagine a better place to go to as we get later and later into this championship series. Then, of course, Spa. This place is so historic and it's just so fast.
Yeah, it's basic to me. It's like a Temple of Speed times 2. It's one of the longest calendars, and the Formula One calendar is the longest calendar. It's about just a shy of 7 kilometers. And of course, we all know the classics, don't we? Go up through a Rouge, Radion, the Camel Straight, overtaking opportunities in the Lacombe. It's absolutely amazing. I'm looking forward to see how these machines, these beasts, find their way around this track for a long, grueling 9 hours.
Yeah, it's just one of those tracks that's so historic. I can't really imagine any sort of a racing series that calls itself Prestige or anything like that that doesn't come to Spa when you talk about anything in terms of the sim racing world. This place is just so historic, like you mentioned. You know, Eau Rouge, Radion, you got the Camel Straight, and then, of course, how about that fast left-hander kink of Blanchimont when you go down the back straightaway. But regardless, looks like we're here. We've got all the drivers and teams lined up. Starting off on pole, the 98 car, A. Mayer qualified that thing. Then you've got A. Mulana, the 889 Aston Martin. Lots of Aston Martins up near the front, as always. And you've got Ryan Leach in third, followed by David Gulls in the 44 car. Klaus Nyring, that Bentley's back, buddy, in the 214. Then you've got Amez in that 88 Mercedes AMG. Then you've got Steiner in the 147 car, followed by Diakowski in the 192. Rounding out the top 10, of course, you've got Schroeder and Bultmann, both of those cars in Audis. 11th place goes to Gafour in the 45, followed by Steve Frost in the 81 car. Your Nissan is back, followed by Mikey in the 84 car. And then you've got Libricht in the 33, Ralph Molansky in number 16, that old Yeet car in 15th place, followed by Dennekambi in the 777 Audi. Then you've got Penkoff in the Porsche, followed by Dove lining up 18th, that 714 Aston Martin, followed by Pushkarev, another one of those Acuras in the 22 car. Then you've got Plaza rounding out the top 20 with the 720 McLaren, followed by Cerny in the Porsche, the 118, followed by Drazek in number 69 car, another Aston Martin. And then 23rd position, of course, we've got Urban Ted in the last BMW, only BMW on the field today.
Yeah, BMW wasn't a popular car of choice. And of course, we got our BOP weights back again. So we'll be with plenty of time to talk about that to keep everybody entertained. But at the moment, we're going to get ready, of course, for the race start. Welcome along, everybody. Welcome back. Take a break from your Daytona weekend snooze. Daytona is definitely coming up very, very soon, of course, presented by VCO as well. But for now, we're underway, of course, for some fantastic FLExTREME ACC racing. It's just a weekend of racing, put it that way, my friend. It's a weekend of racing. Hope everybody's going to enjoy it. We'll keep an eye on the chats.
One at that too, yeah. Speaking of points, you got Legion of Racers, the 889 car. They're in the first position. Then, of course, you can always view the standings, of course, and then it'll kind of go through each and all the different teams 15 at a time. So you look at first through 15th, and then it'll cycle, and you can look at 16th through 29th. So a lot of different positions to go through here. So F1 Memes Racing team in second. They're trailing by about 70 points or so, and then 9 points behind them are Revolution Sim Racing, the 44 Aston Martin, followed by FCY Petro Brothers, and then NSN Racing rounds out the top 5 for points. So still a lot left to play for, though. We've got 3 rounds left before the end of the season.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen between the two championship leaders, 98 and the 889 car. They've been going for it tooth and nail all season long, and now they have to make their way into La Source, and then the rest of this grueling track. It's going to be a lot of fun. But, once again, we've seen so far from the Challenger split all season long, they're very well behaved, I'd have to say. They realize it's an endurance race. They realize there's no point in just, sending one up the inside so early and risk damaging your car and somebody else's car. So I expect to probably see more clean racing again. I'll tell you one thing I do want to see, Austin, a bit of rain. I think it's our time for some rain, isn't it, for the Challenger split? We know that the rivals and the Cash split have had their fair share of rain. Perhaps we get a fair share of rain. But at the moment, just a little bit overcast. But hey, Spa, it can rain in one part of the track and could be dry on the other.
Yeah, my mind always goes back to that WEC race here a couple of years ago where it was raining and snowing and then clear, absolutely cloudless where the track was bone dry, and then went back to raining, and then it snowed again for a period. And all that happened, of course, in about the entirety of 6 hours. So you never know what you're going to get here. I certainly hope we could get some rain, so a little bit of an excitement. Of course, these teams have had their rain tires bolted onto their wheels for, I don't know, what the last 2 months or so since we started the season off, maybe even 2 months ago, and they haven't had a chance to use them. The other splits have. I feel like it's our turn, but boy, looking at the sky, it doesn't seem like we're going to get anything anytime soon.
It didn't look like that previously in Italy, didn't it, in a couple of races back, but anything can happen. Here we go. They should get ready to go. I'm pumped. I'm excited. Hope you guys are there. HyperX excitement time. Shout that in the chat. Austin, I think we're going to get ready for some fantastic racing. Spa, it is definitely the Temple of Speed version 2.0.
Oh, for sure. You're going to see all the cars now firing off to do their sighting lap. This is a really good opportunity as well, just to make sure you've got everything in order with your car. Make sure everything feels good. Oh, a little argy-barginess on the start there, it looked like. Might be some lags pushing each other. Don't usually see very much bump drafting going on here, especially not down through La Sauce. But we'll see. You never know. And then you got the Kemmel Straight. This is one of the longest straightaways in motorsport.
Oh, and the overtaking opportunities, like it's amazing. That bump drafting will certainly help the drivers for sure. That's why you love that very, very long straight, if, of course, you survive a Rouge. And there's one thing for the chat, and if anybody's paying attention out there, hello, welcome. I want to hear, how many times are you expecting side-by-side through La Source? And if they do side-by-side, you can do it with these cars, for sure. But what do you think, the chances of many of these drivers doing it for the next 9 hours?
I realistically don't think we're going to see it until you get into about 3 hours to go. Maybe that's when everybody kind of rolls up their sleeves, gets down to business. Otherwise, I think at that point, if somebody's got to run on you, probably just let them by before too long. Because, again, it's an endurance race, and this is one of the trickiest places as well. You got a couple of off-camber corners, and there's so much opportunity as well to put your foot down a little bit too early, go a little bit wide, spin the car out on some of that, the curbs on the outside of the track.
No, we want to see it side by side. Afrezi out there in the... We're streaming this live on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, and I'll be keeping an eye on both those chats as much as possible. But in a YouTube chat, Afrezi, let's go 88. Okie dokie, 88 car currently is in P6 there. That's the Mercedes that you're referring to. So not a bad position to be, of course, in an endurance race. I believe overall we have about 23 cars, 24 cars perhaps, lining up for this event.
Yeah, 24 cars able to make it. The last one you don't see, the car in 24th position, the number 267 Lexus. Those guys are fast too, so kind of surprised to see them so far down the timing and scoring order here from qualifying. But it's not always how you qualify, it's how you race, especially in a 9-hour endurance race. So plenty of time to get that car back up towards the front of the field where it belongs.
And you want to see the checkered flag. Go, go, go. Andy says 711 car. Let's go Pit Stop UK. We've seen the 711 car multiple times. We've been mentioned the Yeet team at the moment. They're down in P15. We'll certainly probably have to be there. They're always the highlight reel per se when it comes to our Challenger split. And Doctor says 84. Go, go, go. I like it. So the chat's blowing up. And hopefully the cars don't blow up. The drivers don't blow up. But the racing will blow up, that's for sure, with Entertainment 101. And blowing up in your headphones, of course, don't you forget. Shout that one out, HyperX. Get some fantastic HyperX gear. We know that the team that does win this Challenger Series will be getting themselves a set for every one of the drivers, and an extra one, I believe, there for the HyperX gear. All right, Austin. They've done their little warm-up lap, and they're going to be getting ready to hit the loud pedal.
Yeah, they're just going to come through a couple more fast left-handers here, mainly being Blanchimont. This one takes a lot of commitment out here. I'd be curious as well to see if anybody goes too wide in this part of the track as well, just before you have to get it slowed down for the chicane, turns 19 and 20. Then, of course, you're getting onto the front stretch. That's when we're going to start the race. So we're getting closer and closer to starting. You've got Urkelef, the 98 machine. Good job by him. Put that car on pole position. That's where you want to be. Last time we were out, that 889 car qualified on pole, and they won the race. So pretty good company to be in, qualifying the car on pole.
I want to see whether or not our 889 car is going to try to take something about the McLaren. I'll leave it to you, Austin, to call the race start.
Yeah, coming out of the fast chicanes here. All eyes now go to that number 98 car of Yurkolev. Going to cross the start-finish line in just a couple seconds, and then we can get ready to start rocking and rolling here in Spa. So, interestingly enough here, for the start of the race, it's not right there at that first start-finish line. It's later, so they're going to have to go through the hairpin, and then they're going to start just the same place they lined up in. So, still got to get through this this hairpin. We call that the source. So you're going to see him all turn right. Hard right-hander here.
Memories back, of course, of Formula One where half the grid was lost. But yes, go ahead, my friend. This is about where they're going to be getting ready to hit the loud pedal.
Yep, go through the hairpin now, stacking up the field, waiting. ACC, obviously the sim telling him when he can go, how fast he needs to go before he gets there. Getting closer and closer to the starting flag stand. And we are officially live racing here in Spa. We'll see how many cars are still going to stay too wide as we go up here through Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge and Radiant. They're still too wide as they go up there, Noah's Ark style. Now onto the Kevel Straight. Lots of opportunity here to draft up to the person ahead of you. Maybe make some sort of a late move before you get to Lake Com.
Absolutely fantastic, cracking start at the moment. So we still have the 98 car in the lead, but a bit of a challenge running from the 889 and 711 car. But they do file their way through Lacombe wisely.
Yeah, look at them, 3 wide, fanning out. All drivers all over the place. You can see that's that Nissan car. They won when we were at the Circuit of the Americas. They took all their ballast possible back at Monza, except, of course, including 1 kilogram. This is looking at Luca Filippi and the Pit Stop UK, that 711 team.
Further back, side-by-side action, I believe, P4, P5. Yes, it is, right there on the screen. And they did file in behind there, so there was positions there for the 214 car getting past that 711 machine safely, of course, and they're making their way into the tricky sector 2.
Excuse me, that was the Bentley that won at Circuit of the Americas. That Nissan was really fast, but they had a lot of problems to go through. So fantastic to see those guys back out here. Felix van Delft, the number 13 car, he's riding around in about the 10th or 12th position, as it were. So again, you know, Dean, this is when you kind of just settle into the race here. This is when you kind of realize how your car compares with all the other drivers, how it feels for the first little goings of this race. You can see all sorts of these drivers really just taking advantage of the runoffs here. You can do that in a lot of places, but some places, Dean, you have to be extremely careful because you can get yourself a penalty by going too wide. Yeah,
penalties are going to definitely come into play a little bit later on. You want to get slowdowns, etc., etc. But yeah, once again, this is the Challengers grid, and they've always been very well behaved, and even behaving themselves through the bus stop for the first time for the first lap. So that's good to see. And the 98 still leading from the 889 P1, P2. But trust me, there's positions gaining and losing. Nissan looks like they gained it up there. So Mr. Frost there up in a P10 there, getting from the Yeet machine once again, always in the action. And that's the. And once again going through La Source. I like to see it. All well behaved. No major dilemma, actually. I'm just seeing on your track map, just the 85, is that 853 car? It must have a little bit of off-track moment. That's really about it so far. So far, so good. I like it. You know, remember, it's an endurance race, and we've only a couple of minutes in already.
Yeah, these guys have been extremely clean all throughout the season. Not a whole lot of incidents, and to be honest, you know, I'm really proud of these guys. You know, the lack of incidents we've seen in this split, especially compared to the others. And you talk about, again, you know, some of that is due to not having the rain like the other splits have. But even to be honest, when it's dry, these guys still, guys and girls, really aren't getting into each other. So everything's still clean. Looking at Andrew Richardson here in this 222 Audi, these guys are really clean. They continue to be clean all throughout the season here. Now coming into Spa, we'll see what they can do. I feel like they've got pretty good pace in that car if they can keep it about that 10th place area or so. Lots of opportunities because all the cars right now seem extremely close to one another.
Yeah, well, speaking closer at the moment, the battle between P12, P11 and P12 was also getting very, very spicy. Another Audi and a Honda. It'll be interesting soon, once everybody kind of gets settles down, those tires start to get back up to temperature. That battle is certainly brewing at the moment there. 13, and that's the Honda. Up on the inside, can he make it stick? Are going to come back at the moment, so the 13 car should squeeze around off the racing line. There's also lurking in the background the 33 car, and that's as it was shouted out there too in the chat. Hello, they're going for the 33 car currently at the moment, running in P14.
Yeah, Florian wasn't really able to take advantage of Van Delft getting offline there, of course, when he's getting past her, trying to make his way around that Acura just up the road, but now he's got a nose there to the inside, trying to fight side by side there with another car, the other Aston Martin behind him, Van Villay.
And believe it or not, the Eat Machine got past the Nissan, so they're up in the P10 at the moment as well. It just seems they're always out-qualified, aren't they? Their race pace is 10 times better than their qualifying pace. But look at this battle, you still will get the P18.
Yeah, throw a blanket over all those cars. Wish you were beer. Love me some beer liveries always. That car currently Macau, and the 84 car. He's got Plaza just behind him in that 720 McLaren. Look at all these guys there going through La Sauce. The hairpin. La Sauce is always a point of contention. The last of the late breakers is usually going to be the one that wins out. But of course, if you can get that car stopped and turned down before everybody else, you get yourself a really big run here, of course, through Eau Rouge and up Radion.
Yeah,
that was a big corner cut there.
La Sauce and Bus Stop, you want to put that on your shirt. I survived both of them. That's the key. Great corners. Also, a bit of 88 car, and that's P7, P8. There's a battle brewing there as well. Fantastic producer Jack's going to capture all the action, not only for the Challenger split, but also for the Rival split. They'll be starting a little bit later. But this is a battle brewing on the screen you see at the moment, and that's a battle for P7.
Yeah, you saw Alex get not the best run there out of the corner and kind of made way for Ralph to get to his inside there behind him in that Yeet Machine. Yeet Machine sporting a little bit of a different look this week. Good to see them out here again as well. You can see it now sided down to the other side of the 88 Machine. Not quite able to make a good enough run at it. Maybe you'll have a pretty good opportunity here in these corners. From here on out, they only get wider and faster, as it were, before the end of the lap, it seems like.
I'm surviving your way up through the hill here. Oh, they are going to go side by side.
Boy, that was a charge to the outside.
A couple more corners, and I want to see how they go. Full speed, actually gone too wide there. The 88's going to have to yield off. He's off to the grass a little bit. He may even lose another place if he can tuck back in the racing line and get ready for the high-speed section of Blushmont.
Yeah, how about that move there by Frost? Just really taking advantage there of Alex Amez getting off the line in that Mercedes. He was able to tuck that Nissan just down to the inside and take another position. So again, sometimes it is about being fast and making your own moves, and sometimes it's just about following others through and really just taking advantage when somebody gets offline.
It's great racing at the start. Remember, plenty of time to go, but you want to see a little bit of racing. They are going to go side by side into the bus stop chicane. You can check in, and you'll never be able to leave, according to Hotel California, but don't worry about that. It's Hotel Spa, and they did manage to check out. Flashing lights currently in the moment there from Alex. And we actually, believe it or not, I think sometimes the drivers actually show you flashing lights as in a respect to say, great work, not necessarily upset.
I don't know.
Still,
he got body slammed pretty hard there going through the chicane. I don't think he was too happy with that move put on by Richardson. So I believe that flashing lights was to say, hey, I didn't so much appreciate that.
You might see flashing lights at the moment if they're going to go side by through La Source, but wisely tucks in behind. Mate, yeah, I'm thinking of the glass half full, not half empty. Well, we'll get positive spin on that one, but I think you're right. Plenty of opportunities. More about defense right now, because right on the tail pop of Alex is coming thick and fast to the Honda, the 22 car.
Yeah, my goodness, that 88 car continues to plummet through the field. He must have gotten a pretty poor run there through Radion, because now he's getting attacked by that number 33 Aston Martin just behind, who's going to go a little bit wide, try to just say, hey, why don't you tuck in for a minute? I think I'm faster than you and I can pull away, but I don't think Limerick is going to have anything of it.
This is the thing, as we get further in there, we'll try to give you an idea of the balance of weights and all that sort of jazz that's occurring with these drivers, because we have that. They had to choose some extra weight on the cars, and then as they settle in a little bit, we'll get an idea of the top speed, isn't it? What we're going to get from the car performance and the way they've tweaked their cars. It's going to be the key. It's too early at the moment in the race, I say, as they're still trying to build up temperature to really kind of see the massive difference in performance between the machines.
Yeah, I can tell you for a fact, though, that 98 car, the McLaren out at the front of the field, qualified on pole, still leading. They took 18 kilograms today of their total 72. So, again, it's interesting to see what all these teams are choosing. They're riding on board now with the 22 machine of Max Laversion as he tries to get around that 222 machine, the Audi just up the road there of Richardson.
Yeah, where's he going to body his time in this one? I'd say maybe a late move into the bus stop, because you can't do any overtaking here. not wise.
Yeah, watch, he's getting a huge draft here. He's going to have a lot of overspeed, just barely going to check himself up, but I wouldn't be too surprised, like you said, Dean, check it up the inside if you can.
Depends where the 222 cars go to the racing line, so no, he's going to back off there, sends a little bit of a dummy, just to let them know that he's here, and then wisely tucks in behind, gets through to survive the bus stop, and now maybe La Source, if he's close enough.
I feel like if it were me, I'd just make sure I kind of apex a little bit late and get a big run. But again, throwing a dummy, not having anything of it as the car just up the road. Maybe they gave him a little bit of space, but he's not going to get a big run. That's really going to kill his speed through here once they get through a Rouge, up Radion to Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, tuck in right here and get a great exit out of Radion, and this will be the absolute key here. Now he's going to have a great slipstream. Oh, no! He's gone wide.
Yeah, he must have gotten a little bit loose there going up the hill, heading to the car.
Get to do it again. Coming into Lacombe. He's throwing a dummy. Now you got to commit.
No, that's no dummy. That's a dive up the inside. Oh, he's going a little bit wide. We'll see if there's any sort of challenge back. Oh, man, both these cars on the absolute limit of grip. Did you see that 222 car getting wide? He had to bobble that thing. He's still bobbling.
Yeah, you're mirror driving at the moment, aren't you? Because it's all over the place. Absolutely fantastic. I think there's also the 44 car's getting a little bit closer. That's currently running in P3, the 889, but I think Jack's on top are probably the closest action that you're seeing currently at the moment. Welcome along if you are tuning in here to the Challenger Split. The Rival Split and the Cash Split will be starting a little bit shortly. If you want to see all the action on Twitch, you'll get Command Center, and welcome on YouTube if you're watching. I'll be reading the YouTube comments so that we know specifically you're talking to us. In the Challenger Split, it gets very complicated on the Twitch channel as to what people are chatting, when, how, and why, but you can watch it everywhere. And of course, the live timing pit wall is available for you to catch up all the action, and the pro features are unlocked, so you get to enjoy all the goodies.
Yeah, it's like you're paying more money there for the pit wall, but you get it for free. The folks over at VCO and FLExTREME worked out a pretty sweet deal between this challenge race and, of course, everybody at home. Whoa, a little bit of argy-bargy there. Almost forced their Mike Williams off the track completely. Getting a little bit argy-bargy between he and the Porsche of Heinen just up the road. We'll see. If you force the guy up the road, he's not going to be very nice to you. Might check it up the inside here.
Sorry to cut you off. The Eat Machines just made this way up in a P7 as well, too. They got past a Grammy and doing what they do best. I mean, I don't know. They just always race performance, qualified performance is not always there, but they got it done. They like that. They love it. They love the highlight of the camera.
Well, you can't blame them either. You can work all week on your qualifying setup just to use it for 10 minutes in qualifying, but you got to work for a while on your race setup because you're going to use that for 9 hours plus.
As Jack's capturing that fantastic action back in the P17 of Jonas there for the Chronics Racing team. Back up the 44. There's on the action here. This is action for the lead of the race. No, it's not for P2. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, P2 here between the two Aston Martins, the 889 and the 44 car. The 44 down on the inside to the right-hand side of the screen. These guys are going to have to be really careful because if they're not, Klaus Neiring in the 214 car, he's right absolutely up on their tail.
Yeah, that's a great place to be as well.
And this is the car. Remember, Dean, these guys took absolutely zero away when we went to Circuit of the Americas, won the race by a mile, and then we went to Monza. They had all the way. They basically completed about 15 laps in total.
Yeah, I think that we were kind of speculating about that. I think you would try to reach out to the team and didn't get anything about that, but we under the assumption that they just threw that race away, took all the weight, and then get it ready for all the remaining events, and so that they have the lightest car, one of the most most horsepower, of course, there in the Bentley.
Yeah, you can see this car still has a lot of speed. I think Klaus is one heck of a wheel man, so he's doing everything he can to try and see if he can't run down this 889. I think the 44 car right now, it's really come into a place of its own. I feel like they've got that car handling just the way they want to. A little bit into the race, 15 minutes. We're only 15 minutes into the race. It feels like we're an hour in with all sorts of the excitement we've seen looking on board of the Klaus Neiring here. We'll see if he throws a move up the inside on Pratama.
Yeah, Klaus currently running in P4, as you can see. And the NSN Racing team in that guffavel of traffic, like coming in here into Spa, where nearly all Belgians live outside the countryside. Beautiful country. Oh, and there's also Action occurring up the road. We're P10, my apologies. Back down there with the Stephen Frost there in the Nissan.
Yeah, looks like Mac Laverson in the 22 Acura just barely got to the inside of Frost there. That was for 9th position overall. We'll see if Frost can mount a charge back at him here with a giant run here down through Eau Rouge, up Radion, then down Camel. I think that 22 car is just a little bit more straight line speed than Steven at the moment. So I think if you're Steven, just kind of tuck in, see if you can't get a draft off that car. I think it's just a little bit more trimmed out. If it's not trimmed out due to aero, I think it's all that weight. They've bolted off the car.
Yeah, Frosty, in my GTR Skyline, of course, you got to crank up those twin turbos, my friend. I've been in that thing. It's a sensation of speed. He's got the ice cream livery, of course, back on the side of the car. So it never gets too old on that one. But he's decided to just back off a little bit. It'd be interesting to see. Because I know that the Skyline has some straight line speed, but not the overall top speed, I'd have to say. But this thing boogies, man, when those turbos kick into gear. It's got some acceleration.
And I tell you what, to be honest, it's the same kind of song and dance we saw at Circuit of the Americas with that car. Not the fastest at the beginning of the stint. It usually, starts to come on a lot stronger near the end of it. So we'll have to see if that car continues to get faster or not. This is looking at the Pit Stop UK team. These guys are doing phenomenal in the championship, just kind of knocking out these podiums as we go on through the season. Looking at another podium here today. Unfortunately for them, they're only in 6th position, but you could put basically 3rd to 7th position right now underneath one giant blanket.
Yeah, and they got Eddie out there in the chat supporting him. And don't you forget, guys, that support your teams. So you'd be surprised how a little bit of a fan boost makes all the difference. And we like to see that because if you are engineers, if you're even driving, of course, it's good to get that insider information, how you feel, how comfortable you are. Pit Stop UK, of course, are quite great. The Lucas are behind that wheel with those couple of cars, 3 cars up the road. And they're all within a second or so of P3. So that's a great position to be in, great racing. Plenty of time to go.
Yes, excuse me, actually, I misspoke there. This 6th car, they're in 6th position in the points as well. So, but again, pretty decent going of it through the season so far. You can't really fault him for that. Trying to see if he's making a move up the inside of his fellow Aston. Not quite close enough, thinks better of it.
I think it's following through La Source, following through Eau Rouge, and just abiding their time to see. I think it's more about just starting the car up the road there and see if they'll make a little bit of mistake. A couple of little bit of mistakes we've seen out of Radion so far. That'll probably be one of those highlight zones that you put the fold-up chair there and watch. A little bit of a mistake right there, as you can see. Well, I saw from Luca real quick there, but the director, of course, Jack, is catching the action. Oh, God, but through a Rouge there from the number 13 Audi. And once again, see that right off the track there. Oof. That wall will come out and bite you big time, and that's not the wall that wants to be biting here in Belgium.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Richardson there was able to go as wide off to the left as he was able to without incurring any sort of a penalty. We'll see if he gets one in the next couple minutes here. This is looking at Mike Williams making another move up the inside of another fellow Aston Martin, this time the 33 car. We saw him getting by a car just a couple minutes ago. It was that purple Porsche back a couple positions. That's that Heine machine, the 118 car. Mike doing a great job to continue to make up positions. Got a lot of speed in this thing.
A purple Porsche, that'd be a good tongue twister, isn't it? If Peter could pick a purple Porsche, would Peter pick the purple? Anyway, we went on to that one. Welcome along. We got just under 9 hours to keep you all entertained out there with some tongue twisters at the moment. And of course, the drivers themselves are the ones that are on the stage doing all the work.
Philip Drazik here, 20th position, hunting down the Wish You Were Beer car, the 84 Aston Martin just up the road. Lots of Aston Martins. This is definitely an Aston heavy field. It has been all season long. Aston's definitely the dominant car, as it were, but it's nice to see a lot of the other cars. The Bentley, for instance, in one area. The Acura did phenomenally in others. So it's good to see all the sorts of different other cars being competitive, winning races, getting to podiums.
Great entertainment. We can't take your eyes off too much because there's battles brewing everywhere, but if you do get a second and you have second screens, the rival split has started, or will be starting very soon. I think that will be starting very soon, but keep an eye on the action here as it's still brewing, as you're watching currently at the moment, battle for P11 essentially. So Richardson's trying to hold off the 13 car.
Yeah, these guys have been going at it kind of just heel and toe for a while, lock and step. Just behind them is that 88 car, the Mercedes. Started a little bit further up the field than where it's riding right now. I don't know if that's a much better qualifying setup than race, or maybe the car not just handling to MS's liking, but certainly that 88 car qualified a lot further up the field. We'll see if they can do anything to get that car back up there, but he's right now being attacked by Mike Williams after making his way around Libret in the 33 car. He is caught up to Mez by a lot over this last course of what, half a lap, Dean?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But just keep an eye on that battle at the moment, because Jack's got to also keep an eye on the other battle. The rivals about to start, but this is
he's going to make a move.
Definitely an idea to keep an eye on this one. Fantastic. Let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, Mike Williams down to the inside like a scythe there, surgical precision. Got to make his way around Amesnet, number 88, Aston Martin. Now he's going to have to set his sights on the two Audis, in the field. You've got Van Delft and then Richardson just up the road. Right now, still both those two cars basically locked together. One car up underneath the other one's diffuser.
The hot zone. Yeah, once again, we always go to those fold-out chairs. Where would you like to be sitting if you have tickets trackside? The corners. We know, or don't we, about the second Lesmo that were previously in Italia and Circuit of the Americas. So I can't even remember the hot zone there. The hot zones are heating up here at the moment. There's also a battle brewing up around P6 right on cue.
Yeah, it looks like Aslan made his way around Klaus Nyring in the 214 car, so moved the 192 up to the 4th position. Now looking at Luca Philippi, seeing if he can't follow his fellow Aston through.
And guess who's behind the Eat machine? The Lexus as well.
I tell you what, they have not missed a single beat today, wherever the action, wherever they are. Maybe, I don't know if they follow the action or if the action follows them more.
It's kind of like that camera's tagged to them, isn't it? They're always there, and they are here again. And the 711 car, I'd have to say, also is sharing that spotlight with him this evening, and that's the spotlight right on as they make their way through the bus stop chicane to start another lap around here. Fantastic, and don't forget the 147 car is just a little bit back. That's not the 147 car, but anyway, that's the battle for 5, 6, and 7 on your screens. Further back here, there's still the battle resuming behind Mr. Richardson for P11.
Yeah, how about my man Mike Williams, the 714 Aston Martin, that red car, the United Sim team, just behind these two Audis. Whoa, Klaus Nyring went around, coming out of the source.
Yeah, out of La Source. Dropped a couple of places. I'm not quite sure if there was any damage. Looks okay.
He might have nosed himself into the wall. He might have locked it down, though, just beforehand. And poor Mike Williams, he got a very poor run out of La Source. I think he might have been just a little bit confused by that Bentley coming back on the track. Kind of knocked his rhythm out of whack.
Yeah, you're seeing a car sideways or putting in the wrong direction. You're going to take evasive maneuvers, of course, an endurance race. Overtaking opportunities. Oh, P8! P8's gone off, and that's the Honda, the 22 car. Where was that? That's in
Oh, my
Lacombe.
goodness.
And he's going to sit there for a while because there's a ton of traffic coming around on the track map. Look at this.
Yeah, got to make a 5-point turn of it.
Luckily gets back on there, and not sure if he did eat the fence that much. Can't see any damage currently on the Nissan. Not the Nissan. That's the Honda. It drops into the P17, my friend. That's yeah, anyway, I always say if you're going to have a bit of a moment, do it early. That way you're going to allow yourself 8 hours and 37 minutes to come back as a team.
Yeah, it's a lot better if you're going to make some sort of mistake. Do it when you can recover, especially while you're still in the car. You still have all your drive time left. It's the absolute worst feeling that when you're on rails for basically 2 hours and 45 minutes and you make some sort of a mistake just before you hand the car off to your teammates. But Mike Williams has caught up to these two Audis just up the road. Klaus Nyring, that car, that Bentley just behind, spun out coming out of La Source. I think he's got a lot more speed in that car that he's letting on with this position. We'll see if he can follow Mike through and get back up to where he was running at the beginning of this lap, really.
He's got to go for it. Yeah, absolutely. So much speed through Blanchemont, if I pronounce that one. Sorry, my French isn't the best, but then see how they handle it into the bus stop chicane.
That was a great move by Mike. We'll see if he can put any sort of a move on this Audi just up the road into La Source. If not, then I think he can get a pretty decent run down the Camel Straight here after he gets through Eau Rouge and Radillon. This is still riding on board, looking at the number 13 car, Felix Van Delft.
Oh, real quick there. Sorry to cut you off there, but there has been an overtake. The 889 car has been overtaken by the 44 at the top of the timesheets, right there in queue. So
yeah, David Goals going up.
Was that out of La Source? I think so. they're going to go side by side through Lacombe right now. Here we go. Tray tables upright. Seats in the upright position. And goes too deep. Has to yield the position back. Not quite yet.
Yeah, these boys better watch out. They've got Aslan just behind in the 192.
Absolutely. This is great action, of course. So we've had nothing but great action so far for the entirety of this race in the Challenger split. Good to see it. We will certainly continue to see more of that. Spa always produces, as they say. And further back, I think the Williams battle and Richardson is still always brewing, but unfortunately, we only have one camera in one place at one time.
Looking at Klaus Nyring, qualified that car well up within the top 10. Had a sort of a semi-half spin there coming out of La Source. Didn't damage the car, thankfully for him. So he's still got a lot of speed in that Bentley, but now he's running just outside the top 10 and 12. He's got to be seeing red at this point. We'll see if he can make any sort of a move to get himself back up in the top 5. He was running at about 4th or 5th before he went around.
Exactly. Oh, it's nail biting, and the drivers are still nervous, no doubt. You would still be nervous after a race start. You're always nervous when you win a race start, but you're still nervous when you've got cars around you too. For now, we haven't got anywhere near lap traffic and stuff like that just yet. 98 cars way up the road. You can see on the track map the triangle about to go out of the bus stop to start another lap. Bit of a huge handy gap. You'd have to say about 6 seconds down the road from all the other mini battles that are occurring.
Look at the Yeet machine.
Yeah,
absolutely. Just threw a yeet up the inside there. The 711, the pit stop UK team. Luca Philippi. Looks like Luca's going to lose the position for right now, but he might try the old classic over-under here going into La Source.
Yeah, it took you 25 minutes to get that yeet pun out there, mate, but you got it.
Yeah, we like to give him at least one opportunity there to throw the yeet, as it were. Doesn't look like Luca's going to get a really good run there out of La Source. We'll see if he can make a run through Eau Rouge and Radion. But it looks like Ralph's got this top 5 position well within hand for the moment.
Keep an eye out in the battle for P11 and P12 too, because they are really close, climbing their way up through Eau Rouge. And wisely tucked in line of stern.
It looks like Ralph's going to keep the position as they go now through into Lecombe. Looks like he's still got that position, so we'll see if Ralph can continue to gain any spots. He's got quite a decent ways until he catches up to the Aston Martins just at the road. Looking at our other Lexus in the field, Johan Priest, the 14th position.
Nothing separated this group at the moment, isn't there? And just outside that top 10 position. And that top 10 position is just the hungry one that everybody wants at the moment, because they're all tucked up there. They're all within half a second almost from P10 down to P14. See in the pictures right now of Jonas driving the Cryonics Racing Team 267, tucked up on the back of that train. I call it a DRS train, but no DRS activated, of course. Those rear wings have nothing to open. They are pretty thin.
And Dean, what did I tell you about this 267 car? I told you they didn't belong to be, they didn't deserve or belong at the back of the pack. So now solidly a top 15 run for them. I feel like they've still got more speed left in this car. It's good to see them having a lot more speed than being basically dead last on the grid.
It is going back to the Yeet machine and stuff like that, isn't it? Their race pace is just so much different than their qualifying pace.
Yeah, it's quite astonishing. There's that 22 Acura just in the background. That's one of the cars that went off in Lecombe. Trying to see if he can't recover it, though it seems like it's really hard to recover and get speed back into that car. The same thing we're seeing out of Klaus Nyring. Looks like he's gained a position so far. This is looking at Mike Williams. That's that red Aston Martin we've seen climbing up through the field. Now he's all over the rear end here of Stephen Frost. We'll see if he throws a move here into the chicane.
Yep, this is not a repeat. You're seeing the pictures live because they've been doing this tooth and nail, and I'm sure once again this is going to be one of those battles we're going to be watching all race long.
Man, what a move there. He was just able to get the car rotated.
He can come back now, Bob. He can come back into La Source. Who's going to choose the inside line? Going to lose you
got to let him get through and cross him over right about here. But no, he stuck down to the inside, didn't get quite a good run. Pinched him off there, he did to Steven, so he's going to get a really good run. He's also going to really blunt the momentum of that Nissan behind him and get a good run up the hill.
You go too deep off the racing line into La Source, you lose so much exit speed, and that's going to punish you all the way up the hill and down. As you can see, Camel Straight. So it's that's a risk it for the biscuit. You're praying at that point, or you're hoping that the other car that you're trying to attack with, which is the 714 car, goes a little bit too deep on the outside there and can't get the power down. And this time that he did, so Mr. Williams covered that one off. Mr. Mike, and it's done a bit of a spin there from the 214 car, I think, has dropped a couple of places. What's happened there to...
well, this is the car, Dean, that spun around there out of La Source and just hasn't quite able to recover. He's got the two white battle just at the road in front of him. It's Richardson and Frost. Kind of surprised he wasn't able to make a bigger move than this. So that's not Richardson and Frost. It looks like that is the Lexus. He must, lost even more positions. Don't know why he still scored in 11th place.
It could have been contact. Let's see.
Yeah, I think the thing on the right-hand side, that 14th business is correct.
Oh, this is just brewing, isn't it? It's midfield. This midfield is certainly brewing. I'm talking midfield, of course, from that P10 down. There's still a battle brewing between P2, so you've got the 889 and the 192 car just hanging in there, and they're just playing it safe, I think, for now, while they're waiting for their time when Jack goes off this battle, and then we can catch that battle up the road there, you know. It's rehearsals, of course. The camera time's only available for a limited time, but definitely this is the action to capture. How's the rival split is well underway, and so far that I'm looking at those pictures, and you can catch that one by exclamation command center. But anyway, don't worry about the command center. Check this one out. That's going to be Bold and Brave going through the bus stop. Inside will be the 267 car. Going to hold it.
Yeah, look at Klaus here. He's going to get a really good run on this Mercedes. Not quite close enough to really take advantage. Going to still have to continue to fall in line. I'm really surprised by this lack of speed he's got. Oh, he's going to set it up the inside.
Yeah, once again, he'll drop. Oh, no, but good exit. Power down.
Good exit, but
side by side. Now, who is going to lift
up the hill
through a Rouge? That's the key. Who's going to lift here?
You don't even want to be side by side here, even if you're not the car that lifts. So it looks like Klaus is going to lift there. We'll see if he can get a good run. This is battle from P2 up the road. A little bit of RG Bargy. Sent the 889 car packing.
Exactly. But further back, of course, there's that other action that's occurring. So that three-way, but no, there's battles everywhere, of course. We keep an eye on it. And you can keep an eye on it yourself, too, on the live timing.
Yeah, Dominic Gold's in a 44 machine back up. Put that thing in P2 once again. All three of these Aston Martins pretty much heel and toe. Just behind them, though, there's that Yeet car. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that Yeet machine up here making its way up and onto the podium. He's been running these guys down at a pretty good clip, especially. It doesn't help that they've been fighting each other.
Oh, it's brewing at the moment too. P14 is really brewing. Kloss is in the mix, in the wars, going for it. Right on cue, thank you very much. Oh, here we go. Is that through Pouon? Oh. They are going to go side by side. Look up behind them too. You have a couple of other people want to crash this party.
Oh yeah, just waiting in the wings, ready to play spoiler. Looks like he's going to get him here. Around the outside.
You leave your doors open, my friend, you will get burgled right now, for sure.
So monkey see, monkey do. We'll see if the other cars, Liberate and Laverson, just behind, can make any sort of a move there on MS and the 88 Aston Martin. Pretty much, three of the four cars in this group were running a lot better than where they are right now. And due to a mistake on their part of being forced wide by another car, they've all find themselves outside of the top 10, way far off compared to where they started the race.
I'm reading the chat at the moment too. I want to get my eyes off the screen there for 1 minute, and we'll get back to your chat in a second.
Ooh, RG Bargy there between the two Audis.
Good
These guys really haven't been able to separate themselves from one another.
La Source. Now, backs off. Oh, takes the inside line through La Source.
Oh, I think
there's your RG
that
Bargy.
was the 13 car getting a little bit loose there going into the corner. The 222 car just took advantage. So move Richardson now up into the 10th position.
Oh, they are going to be side by side. They are going to try it all through. I think we're going to see it at some point through La Source.
A lucky lift by Van Delft.
You got to make a run
side
now.
Draft, see if he can get him here into Lake Com. All the way down the Kemmel Straight. Lots of drafting opportunity.
Yeah, but the traffic up the road might throw him off a little bit. He had to back off, I'd say. And that's traffic. It's not traffic. That's a car up the road. But that's probably wise.
That probably really helped there, Johannes, too, because he was able to get a draft up the road, so not quite have that speed deficit to the car behind him.
I will get back to you guys in the chat. Don't worry about that. I am reading it. I know you guys have got some questions. We'll get back to you in a second. Because when we get a second, because every TikTok second that's happening here at the moment for the VCO endurance race is absolutely heating up.
Boy, Ref Molansky has got up to the top 4 cars. He's right now all over the rear end.
You were talking about that when you were speaking about that before. Sorry to cut you off, Austin. He was about 1.2 seconds behind.
Yeah, he was quite a distance away. He was just ahead of that 7-Eleven car of Luca Filippi. So Ref's got a lot of speed in this thing. I don't know what in the world these guys got going on to be this much faster than all the competition around them, but my goodness.
They turned the pit limiter off, mate. They realized, oops, the pit limiter's on the whole time. All right, let's turn it off and let's go racing.
Yeah, I don't know if this is turning up boost. Maybe they're cheating. Maybe they got something up their sleeve. But Ref Molansky taking a look down the inside, not able to make anything of it. But you know what he did there? He forced the car just to throw that 192 car of Aslan a little bit off his game. Going to get a really poor run there out of the chicane. Now, see if he can check up the inside of the source.
You have to now. He's right side by side. Exactly. Let's see if he can make it stop and get a good exit.
Make sure you get it wide. Really open up this car on the exit. There you go. Phenomenal job. Yeah, that was textbook right there. Watch this. He didn't really also disadvantage himself through Eau Rouge and Radeon. He might lose a little bit of time for that 192 car just looking, but I don't think he's going to be able to get there.
No, I don't think so, because it's all about the exit there, straight on through Eau Rouge beautifully. You see the battle is also brewing just up the road from them, and don't be surprised if the 16 Yeet cars there soon.
Place.
Oh yeah, mate, absolutely. So the back in the field, obviously the field itself, this is just heated up, isn't it? Behind, Alex is now a little bit further up, but where it is, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, right there on your pictures, all within milliseconds of each other.
Boy, I bet you Richardson's thanking his lucky stars as you see the 267 there around the outside of Klaus Naring. Going to do a little bit of an RG-bargy, force him off the track just a little bit. Now we'll see if old Naring can get it back on there. Johannes just up the road, making that position. Van Delft not quite able to take advantage in the Audi.
Look at this. It's so bunched up. You got to just play it safe here.
Oh, the Acura went around the 88 car, the Mercedes, excuse me. Now the Aston Martin there of Liebrecht all over the rear end of him now again.
So you got the 33 car in P16, very capable right now of getting P12 because really how close they are. Look at this.
Oh, look at the Acura up to the inside of that Audi once again here as you're going through these fast right-hand corners.
Yeah,
left-hand, excuse me.
Up the hill and then back down the hill. This is pretty much line of stone file in here. Not many overtaking opportunities if you are bold and brave to do it here unless you go too wide off the track, but they're all good to go. This could be heating up for a little bit of a bus stop moment for sure, considering how close they are. You can see on the track map how close they are. All those dots. If the dot's on top of the other dot, essentially that is a car on top of the other car, essentially.
Yeah, talk about fierce battles. There's a ton of battles going on at this split. There's also 2 other races going on at the exact same time. The rival split, I think, has started. Then, of course, you have the cash split, the main split, split number 1. I believe they're going to go live in just a little bit here. They fully stream all of their qualifying, so they start quite a bit delayed to us.
Yeah, and Aduna has to cast that one. I think he'll be casting that one with Lewis and some of the other fantastic casters. Of course, the VCO Semi Caster of the Year Awards winners between them in the past. Lewis wrapped up this one this year. Lewis coming off some grueling 24-hour broadcasting a couple of weekends. And of course, don't forget that VCO will also be presenting the Daytona 24 hours as well too. So some of those casters will be switching over that one later. At the life of a caster, that's what you expect when it's motor racing weekend. Excitement here in Spa, excitement in Daytona, and excitement in Challenger Split because there are cars tooth and nail close. But our race leader at the moment is to worry about that 12 seconds and change. That's why we haven't seen the McLaren, the 98 car. And that's always a good thing, don't you have to admit there, Austin? If the camera's not on you, it means you are having a good, nice, lonely race.
Yeah, as long as you're the leader and you continue to pull away from the rest of the field, that is a good thing to have with the camera not being on you, because Circlev now is a 12-second lead. Was 10 seconds just a little bit ago, so slowly but surely making his way further and further from this giant pack, as it were, looking on board here at Klaus Naring, the number 214 Bentley. qualified that car much further up the field, had a little bit of a spin there in La Source, trying to see if he can't recover, but he's had a really tough go at it. And as soon as he makes a pass on one driver, he gets passed by another, so he's basically net 0 positions from a couple laps ago.
In the chat, there's a couple of people asking for the 98 car. We will show the 98 car in a little bit. We can't really I want to show the 98 car at the moment because we might miss some of the action. We will. Trust me, you've got 8 hours and 21 minutes. We'll pull that up. Somebody was asking about the livery, rating livery of the 98 car from 0 to 10. We'll get back to you on that.
Ooh,
but
it
looks like the 118 car, if you want to look at the livery on that purple machine, has gone off the track and back onto the track again.
Yeah, Marco Heinen a little bit off in, what is that, turn 13?
And an overtake P7 and P8, and that is that's our 714 car.
Mike Williams making his way around Paul Gammy. 714 now up the road for the 147. Ooh, Archie Bargy 267 almost goes around. That was a phenomenal save there by Johan. You got Klaus Deiring making his way through. A little bit of a flash to Lightstein.
Wheel-to-wheel racing everywhere.
We'll see if he throws a dummy up the inside.
Oh, they've got turned in on him.
If he wants it. Oh, Archie Bargy there. Knocked him in the rear axle. Got him really loose. That's going to hurt his drive off.
You're going to be side-by-side, but once again, are we going to get one of these moments we've been asking for some time up through a Rouge?
Watch us run. The 22 car is going to get it for side-by-side. This is going to be a big parachute.
Oh, somebody has to go off the track.
Watch the run of this Acura. Look at him. He's going to pass them both if they're not careful. All this overspeed, too wide in front of him.
Oh,
I think he's going to get it done. I think he's going to get it done even around the outside of Klaus.
4 into Lacaille. Are you kidding me? Obviously fouled in. This is great.
Oh, he tucked it in around the outside. He'll have the inside right now.
They
not
all
quite
did.
Close enough to get
this
it done.
This is a 6-party now, Austin. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ooh, RG Bar between the 267 and the 13. Watch out for the 88. Oh, they're spinning.
Yeah, they're
off
off
the grass.
That was inevitable at that point. If you have 6 cars going into a corner, my friend, somebody's going to go pearl-shaped.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, start with the RG barginess between the 267 and the 13, and they just continued to pound doors all the way down that stretch.
Oh, my heart rate was through the roof. Imagine the drivers were at that point. Unbelievable. It's a little early, guys, to be that up. You know what? We love the entertainment, but I think it's still a little bit early to be
only
driving that close.
Less than 1 hour into a 9-hour race. But hey, you know what? You get caught up in the moment. Looking here at Florian, he taking advantage there. Made up 2 positions just by basically riding around, doing whatever he needed to do.
That's clever sometimes, I think, sitting back and just letting everybody do that.
Yeah, you get a really good sense, too, when you're driving behind some folks. If they're a little bit maybe too big for their britches, or maybe they're doing things a little bit too risky, you say, all right, you know what, you guys, you take the position, I'll just ride it behind you, and when you take yourself and someone else out, I'll pass you both.
And a lot of the drivers here and casters as well, too, will be racing. And it's the same thing. You're gonna do an endurance race, of course. You just have to sit back sometimes and just enjoy the show up the road as a bird's eye view, and then just see what happens.
Yeah, he's all over the rear end here, the 88 car, the Mercedes just at the road. Boy, MS is not having the start to this race he would have wanted to. Qualified that car up inside the top 10, and he's just been bleeding position since the start, so obviously that car not quite hooked up the way he'd like. Just up the road, though, this is for the 11th position between Klaus Deiring and the 214 car, and then Max Lavershin, the number 22 Acura.
He's bleeding positions like a vacuum cleaner sucking up Lego.
Doing a really good job of it?
I know. Vacuum cleaner sucking up Lego gets stuck, doesn't it, in the pipe? Here it is.
Oh, yeah, big pieces, yeah.
There you go. I've been waiting to say that little quote for a while, but trust me, we've got plenty of time to work on some of those other ones. Battle at the moment brewing for P11, and trust me, that has been the hot spot so far in this race. Those positions are the ones that everybody is fighting for tooth and nail. More fighting tooth and nail than the other ones, but also it's the 711 machine, my friend, is also tucked up on the back there of the 192.
Yeah, Luca Filippi, he's caught up to this 192. We'll see if he can make a move on him. He's going through the second half of the track right now. He might get a lot of speed here if he just continues to mind his P's and Q's. Maybe you could make a pass to Blanchimont, maybe into the chicane.
There it is. It took 43 minutes. P's and Q's, I love it. That's the Austin reference right there. That is your tagline, my friend. I love it. I was waiting for it. I knew that it was your tagline. Let's see whether or not P's and Q's will be, if Felipe agrees with your P's and Q's.
Yeah, well, see, I don't think he's quite close enough here to get this move done. Maybe he checked up just a little bit to get this overspeed, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. But hey, still, oh no, he's there. He got all the way up there. He might make a move to the outside. Thought about going down to the inside. We'll see if he can get him here. Right hand,
yeah, he got tucked in behind.
Oh, he just wasn't given quite enough room. Had to be closer to the outside of that car, just to the road. That the 192, not quite able to make it done. But you know what? He's proved to himself that he's faster, so he knows he can get it done, and now he's further up inside the mind of that 192 of Aslan just up the road.
Aslan he parked it in the right place. That's a great entry and exit to bus stop to make it very difficult. Yeah.
He did. Phenomenal defense there.
Yeah, see, that sometimes, as I say, the best offense is defense, and that was the case. And look at that. A great exit up through a Rouge as well, too, so he's not going to be under attack, I don't think, even with the slipstream. Too far back on the way down Camel Straight, and don't you worry about it, but trust me, the 711 machine's going to be sizing him up for many more chances again and again and again. We're getting closer and closer and closer. I'm just starting to repeat words, but the pit stops will be coming up soon, don't you think?
Yeah, I definitely do. Again, these stint times basically limited to 65 minutes. The cars can probably go about an hour and a half on fuel, but they are limited by rules to basically making a pit stop every 65 minutes. So these cars should be coming down pit road anywhere between the 8-hour mark and the 7-hour and 55-minute mark.
Yeah, 11 and 12 going into Lacombe. And out of Lacombe, hopefully, side by side. There they are. Thank you very much, Jack, for capturing that one. They're still side by side. Yielding off, I have to say, at the moment for the 214 car to live to see another battle that ain't over yet. So that's the second battle brewing.
There to kind of check himself up a little bit and give the position over to Max there in the 22 car, because he's made his way up through now to 11th. And now we'll see if Amos can do anything in the 88 Mercedes just behind.
They've been like that. It was a six-part car party, remember? But we saw a couple of cars having a little bit of a memento moment, and that's turned it into a 3-horse race that you're seeing at the moment. And they're horse-powered, aren't they? And horses don't pull the cars anymore.
Yeah, he was the last car in line. He's fallen a little bit off this. And then, of course, the two cars that got together, being the 45 of Van Villay and Johan Priest in 267.
In P19, sorry to cut you off there. That is Machi, I think, just venturing off into the fence a little bit.
They went off a couple laps ago there in about the same part of the track. Just looking at the 720 car of Plaza.
Yeah, that's close at the moment, battling for P20. Keeping you busy, Jack. I know you got both the rivals split as well. And it looks like the rival split is just heated up at the moment, as it is here in the Challenger split. We're still waiting, of course, for the cash split to get underway. But don't you worry about it. There's no shortness of entertainment here in VCO endurance racing so far. If you blink, you will miss the action. That's how much is going on.
Yeah, Louis just up behind there from Bibber in the 853, the only BMW in the entire field. So basically the pride and joy of the Beamers right now in this race. Louis all over his rear end, not quite able to make anything of it. I think this is one of those cars has a lot of BOP. Just basically took a ton of weight today to see if he can't get the bulk of that out of the car. And yes, of their 72 budgeted, they've used 35. They're taking 25 kilograms of their ballast today. So one of the cars that's definitely more heavily loaded up than some of the others.
They've gone to the grocery store, haven't they? Picked up the shopping, and it's all tucked up in the back of the car. Battle brewing between P5 and P6. Pit stops are starting to occur for a couple of the drivers. There 22 cars in, 267 cars in, 13 was in the pit, as Oliver was saying. We'll get back to that chat, guys, in a second. I'm still trying to get to it and scroll through there. Action's coming in. So the pit stop window is opening essentially for the drivers. Let's see Filippini there for the Pit Stop UK team. That's got a little bit of the crowd, I'd have to say, crowdfunding, but not funding, of course, but the crowd behind them in the chat, which is good to see. Give him a bit of a boost. He needs a boost because they want to try to get past the 192 car.
Yeah, Luca's done a good job to catch up to him. Now he just has to make that move. He threw a dummy a little while ago, not really even a dummy, into the chicane. We'll see if he can do that again. He's done a great job to check himself up. He should get a lot of the overspeed here. I don't think he's quite as close now as he was the last time he tried it, but he's going to have a lot of momentum here through Blanchimont.
And they're getting down to the
I don't think he's quite close enough, Dean.
No, yeah, that's going to be a late dive bomb here. And especially they're approaching the pit stop window, so you're kind of going to be like going, well, you can see. I'm just curious to see how the tires are starting to fall off the cliff a little bit too for them. Like, they seem to be okay, especially if you really take a notice coming out of La Source and coming out of the bus stop. How the rear end is slipping and sliding. They look pretty glued at the moment. I don't think there's much of a tire performance problem though.
Go back to this battle here for 18th position. It's still Louis behind Bibber in the 853 car. These cars still basically inseparable these last couple laps here, still fighting for this position. Kind of surprised to see the 720 cars far down the field as they are. 19th position. They've been so much more competitive the last couple races, but you know what, Dean? I think I got to chalk this one up to just taking more ballast today.
Yeah, true. You might be right in that one. We might have to go back up to that one because guess what? The Yeet machine have now caught that party for P2 and 3. All of a sudden, like that, just bang, blistering laps. Come in at 218s.
Yeah, and this Yeet car started outside the top 10.
They've done it again. I told you that they're camera hungry. And that's the battle you're looking on your screen at the moment. So that's goals in P2. Behind them is the 889 car. That started in P2, and then there's the 16 car of the Yeet machine that's done a fantastic job, as you mentioned there, Austin, to make their way currently at the moment P4.
Yeah, Ralph has done a phenomenal job to be fast enough faster enough than these guys to catch him. But it's one thing to catch a guy, it's another thing to pass him. Although I think with the overspeed he's got over the course of a whole lap, he should be able to get it done. But with Ralph, I feel like he's kind of just he has a good opportunity basically to pick and choose his moments with how much faster he is still at this point in the race.
192 is 3 seconds and change down the road with the 711 machine just lurking behind them of Filippini, which we all know that it's been doing it in the chat there. Who are the third drivers? Yep. Get back to you. I don't know all the drivers specifically in the teams at the moment, because there's a lot of teams, of course, 24 of them. I think we have currently 24 running and another driver. But we do know the machines, of course, because we are on round 4. We are kind of very familiar right now, aren't we there, Austin, of all the different teams?
Yeah, getting pretty close. Looking right now at the Legion of Racers car, the 889, currently leading the points pretty handily, I might add as well. These guys, Moreno Pratama, started the car, the 889. They did really good. Last week it was the 889 that basically won the race. I mean, absolutely just dominant in those Porsches about 2 weeks ago. So no surprise to see them up at the top of the championship standings and doing a good job to make sure they keep themselves up there for right now, looking for a good points day, a podium finish. Even 4th place would still be a lot to come home proud about.
That 14 seconds and change up the road, just dominating this race with the fastest lap as well, which is a 218 flat. So ticking all the right boxes off for them, continuing their championship hunt. But the battle hunt, of course, for the P2 is here on your screen. And you know at some point soon, as you mentioned there, Austin, they're going to get to that point of who is going to be visiting the old pit lane soon. Tricky entrance, remember, into the pit lane. It's you don't really see it, but there's obviously it's a little kink that goes in there, and there's a concrete wall. And believe it or not, if you go over that concrete wall, that's a cliff down there, because you're up on a mountain range here in Spa. So, but you won't. The drivers won't obviously go through the concrete and over there, but that's just to show you how tight and tricky it is. So, make sure you got to time that one perfectly. Keep it out of the fence. And
you want to make sure, too, there's nobody directly up the road ahead of you, because when you go through that chicane before the end of the lap, you're not taking the left-hander with everybody else that's not going to pit. You're basically going straight, because the entrance to pit road is straight right off that chicane. So you do need to make sure there's no one ahead of you so you can maximize your speed into the pit stop, and you want to make sure you're the only one pitting with you. That way you're basically not held up when you come out of the pits either.
Yeah, exactly right. That's usually something that there's close battle brewing here. You can still see there from Ralph. But yeah, that's usually the one that always goes to the driver briefings. They do get the documentation before they do have and I guarantee that'll be one of the things that are highlighted about how you conduct your pit lane entrance will be key, because you can't be crossing across the racing line of a fast driver, as you mentioned, to enter in the pit lane. You're gonna have to back off a little bit, allow somebody through there, and then stick on the outside and enter in, because it's a right-hand side. You're gonna see it in a second anyway, because they're approaching the bus stop with the pictures. We'll go back to, actually, I'm looking at something else, but that's a Filipino 711 car.
Yeah, trying to make another move there for that last spot in the top 5 against Aslan.
Sorry, yeah, I wanted to kind of represent the entrance there. But I'm pretty sure everybody out there in the chat is very familiar to Spa, because if you don't know anything about, if you enjoy motor racing, you'd certainly have visited Spa multiple times before, either watching it, seeing the tires at the moment. kicking out in the rear end. But yeah, if you love motor racing, you've seen Spa before in the past, and it's absolutely amazing. Let's see how they're finding their way up through Eau Rouge. Go back to Yeet.
This is Ralph. Yeah, the Yeet car. Currently, he's in the 4th position, trying to take it away, trying to take away 3rd position here from the 889. That's your point leader. Just back there, back down the road a little bit, all the way down the Kemmel Straight at the beginning. You can see the battle we just had our eyes on a second ago. Look at Ralph sizing that car around here. You need surgical precision to go through leg up, side by side.
Yeah, this is tricky now. You're going to have a series of right-handers.
Oh, he's going to put himself in great position here for this 180-degree corner down here, turn 10, Brussels.
Swing it over to the right and then kick it back over to the left and get a great exit. Yes, certainly done.
Yeah, that was a job well done there by Ralph. And now he can set his sights on the 2nd place car. Up 1 second up the road, though.
Yeah, he's probably thinking about the 98 car that's leading it by 14 seconds more than anything. But hey, set your goals right now just a little bit further up the field there.
Honestly, I don't think he's got any prayer of catching him. I mean, he's been catching up to that 2nd place car, but Ergolev has been pulling away from that 2nd place car too, so maybe he's just as fast. It's hard to say. I don't think he's got anything with that 98 car anytime soon, though.
You got to think big butt, especially with 8 hours to go, considering how much you eat of a slice through the field like butter. But yeah, it's a whole different ballgame when you're talking about that. But you never know. It's a long race. Mistakes are made. We've seen it before with the drivers. But further back, a battle is brewing for P10 and P11 again, as you're seeing with your pictures. 2 for now. They just added out there. Richardson and the 214 car. Just we see these battles, haven't we, all season long between some of the teams. Just you can't separate them, and you can't separate them for 9 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible that you and somebody else can be almost the exact same pace for 9 hours of race. Klaus Nyring all over the rear end here of this number 222. Car of Richardson, he's going to make a move down to the inside. It looks like he'll have this position here.
Well, they're not going to come back in the bus stop.
Pretty handily
no, it's too far back now. Yeah, you can't.
He really lost a lot of speed. I don't think the tires of that 222 car are basically anywhere he wants them to be right now.
Let's have a look to see how he exits the corner there, if it gets the power down as
and how about that? Slipping. There's the pit stop we were talking about. Thank you, Jack. You just basically go straight on the outside of that a light green painted concrete.
Oh, I've been into that pit stop entrance multiple times. I'm really a driver, my friend, but that's one of the hardest pit stop entrances that you're going to find anywhere on a racetrack.
Boy, Richardson really attacked the source there. He got that car all the way down to the inside, almost put the right side up against the wall.
They will have off-track excursions.
Hey, Dean, guess who just took the purple lap time there? Laverson in a 22 car. He fell off a lot. I'm not used to seeing him down that far. Wonder if he came into the pits.
He just annihilated about a second.
I can't imagine he would.
Oh, Jeez, about half a second.
A second faster? Yeah, 3/10 of a second.
Yeah. I don't think you have to worry too much about the 98 car going, okay, if he's still a lap time away from us, you're on P20, we're on P1, so they're not going to worry too much about that one.
Look at Philippi, still all over the back end here of Haslund, not able to get it done. These guys have been locking step for, I don't know, but the last half an hour, not able to do anything with this run. I'll be interested to see how long it takes Mike Williams to catch up to him. He gained about a second in the last 2 laps, so Mike is really hauling the mail, as it were.
Sometimes I look to stamp and send it, of course, in the mail, but you don't be looking to stamp and sending it too much in the 1 hour marker of a 9 hour endurance race, of course. Fantastically, VCO, this is the Challenger split. If you want to see the other splits, the Rivals is on its way already. They have beautiful conditions for their racing. We still are yet to see the cash split starting, but cash is up for grabs, of course, for these race drivers who managed to win the season. We are in round 4 on the season. We have a couple more of those to go, don't we there, Austin, so far, but at the moment, you know, it's baby steps, one at a time.
Yeah, same way as you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. You get done, you know, you just do one at a time, and eventually you'll get finished with the entire thing. Luca Filippi, though, still trying to see if he can't catch up to that 192 car. Look at Ralph Molansky all the way up the road. There's Pradama. That's the one car to catch up to next. Ralph is he's having a difficult time trying to pull away from that 192, the 889 machine, excuse me.
Is maybe the different beasts, of course, to handle. They are the same cars, but in this one. But yeah, handling, and of course you want to see those cars and see the information. Pitwall live timing is there. You can type that in the Twitch chat. if you do type it in the YouTube chat, maybe someone will respond with that one so you can pull it up there for the Pit Wall Live. You get the pro version, exclusive here at VCO Esports, and exclusively Luca still trying to find a way around the 711 car just up the road there from Azolan, a 192 car. That's your battle currently for P5 and P6.
Yeah, Lucas still, I mean, I think he's a little bit faster, but not quite enough to be able to get by, you know, commandily and take that position and then pull away in due time. But we'll see, you know, if this is the point in the race. I feel like if you know you're faster than a guy, maybe pit one lap before him if possible. You might be able to get maybe 1 or 2 seconds of an undercut on him with, of course, fresh tires.
Absolutely,
and that clean air.
Yeah, look at the 84 car stopped on the track there.
Yeah.
And that's probably, that definitely out of Erosion Radion. Now what happened there? They should be back on track, but you see the yellow dot.
Cross them all. Wish you were beer car. Hate to see it for those guys.
What sure happened there with the 84? They're going very slow. Is that
oh, definitely some suspension damage. I think they backed that car into the wall.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get that car towed or back down to pit road. But yeah, it was a hard lick for them.
Yeah, I had to scroll down actually. 84 car. I was like looking for him and couldn't find him in my timing. But anyway, once again, at least it's early. You got time to come
Leader
back.
Down onto pit road.
Yeah, here we go.
Pulled that 98 machine down. Luca decides to heed the advice we gave him. Maybe pit that car 1 lap or 2 early. A narrow pit road here. This is one of the most narrow in sim racing.
I love it. Got to get it right. They're all coming in. So 98 cars coming in, the Yeet Machine 16s coming in, the 889 cars coming in, the 711 cars coming in. Who gambled to stay out? 192, 44, and 714 have gambled to stay out. So we'll see if the overcut pays off. Don't drink and drive, boys. Absolutely. Well, you can drink a bit of H2O. I do
please,
that.
you know, when you drink, never drive.
Yeah, we'll drink the water, not the bubbly stuff.
Yeah, you wait until after the race to drink that bubbly stuff. 889 car is all over, jumping at the bit to see if he can't get a run at Ralph here.
Yeah, now they keep it on the pit road entrance because it's different than the Formula One. So they have to go around La Source and up in here and for your pit garages. So it's a lot different.
And to be fair, some of the drivers, if you qualify way back in the field, you might be pitting on that area of the front straightaway.
It's true. I never thought about that.
So I see a couple drivers now pulling into their box. And of course, hands the lead over to Dominic Gulls in the 44 machine. These guys have been fast since the drop of the green flag. Had themselves a really good run of it here today. Haven't quite had the speed that we thought they would. But again, you know, on the podium, the last spot on the championship podium for them, the Revolution Sim Racing machine, having a pretty good run today, doing everything they need to do to basically keep that car on the podium.
Yeah, there's a red triangle. You can see the red triangle on the track map now. You can see the kerfuffle in the pit lane. That's all where those grey dots are. They're in the box at the moment. We've seen that. This is when you do your Schumacher S there, Dominic. This is when you put in the lap times of your life to try to gain while everybody else is in pit road. And then see when you come in for your pit stop, how you pan out. HyperX, of course, on the front there. One of our sponsors. Like to see it. Brilliant. VCO at the rear bumper. And further back, we're looking at the number 8 car currently at the moment, who's very, very close to the 711 car.
Yeah, all over the rear end of him here. We'll see if he sends a move up the inside. Not quite close enough. Didn't really have the commitment that he needed to. And that was a lot of space gained there, maybe lost rather by that 889 machine, because the 711 was quite handily a decent ways behind him when they went into the pits.
Yeah, they come out of pit road right now in that traffic together, battling.
Yeah, kind of surprised that they lost this much time, because you'd expect him to be right up around the Yeet machine. But, well, the Yeet machine actually lost a lot of time too. Wonder what that's about.
We'll get on the team radio and find out. It would be great, isn't it, if we could chat to them?
Boy, I wish we could.
And they'd be like, shut the, I know what I'm doing. You all know that one. Boxing at the moment for the top 4. on the timing tables there, and then we'll get those positions resumed. We essentially think the 889 car, well, the 98 car will be back in the lead, but the 889 car battling up the 711 car is for track position. They've made their pit stop, and now they're trying to see how they're going to pan out.
This should be about fourth or fifth here on the field. So this is a battle to stay in the top 5 once we cycle through everything else. Now the top 5 cars down onto pit road.
Nothing like a nice pit stop to spice things up a little bit and change things around.
Indeed, these guys are about to have all taken their pit stops now. Would you say we take one ourselves?
Absolutely, for sure. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. You guys out there take some pit stops as well. Get some hydration. We'll be back in a minute.
Welcome back to the VCO FLExTREME Challengers grid for the 9 hours of Spa. Austin Belke, Dean Hopton in the booth. We've got Jack Maloney behind the scenes controlling the cameras. We're 1 hour and 10 minutes into this 9-hour fair. That gives us 7 hours and 50 minutes left to give you an update on what's happened so far. The 98 car, Mayer qualified that thing on the pole. He's led every single lap since. Doesn't quite have the fastest lap time. That's so far going to Lavershin in that 22 machine. They had a lot of trouble in the early goings of this race, fell back after going off in Lake Com, but they've quite handily recovered back to just about where they were running before they went off. A lot of drivers having some good races today, a lot of drivers having some bad ones. De Kaiser, that 214 machine, they were the ones that went to victory lane at Circuit of the Americas, did so poorly in Monza after taking all their weight. They basically completed about 15 laps, but they're back on it again. Klaus Naring qualified that car up inside the top 10, but they've fallen off a cliff, dropped outside of the top 10. Fighting spirit, though, we got De Kaiser in the car, battling back again. That Yeet machine, the 16 car, we talk about them oh so often. They again qualified outside the top 10 and 15th, fought all the way up to about basically 4th or 5th. Oh, look at that big slide there. They've got Boyson in that car instead of Ralph Molansky like was earlier. Diakowski in that 192 going wheel to wheel with them as well. That car qualified within the top 5, so lots of guys up the field from where they started, lots of guys quite a bit down the field from where they started. So again, happy to have you with us here again. Thank you so much for joining. Getting right back into the action where we left off here. Oh man, look at that Yeet car doing a really good job. A good recovery for them since that slide. It's nice to see them hold on to that position. They've got, boy, that 192 car, Diakowski, all over the rear end. That's a lot of pressure. Again, classic red, dark red, wine red livery for this 192 machine. Nice to see them out here, and it's good to see when you can tell a car basically apart from all the others, having a consistent scheme. It's a new paint scheme, you might be asking yourself, for that Yeet machine. We've never seen them in the black and purple. Usually it's been red, white, and blue with a little bit of black on there, kind of splattered colors for that Lexus, but new look for them, and I can't say I don't like it. They once again come up to the track with a cool looking livery on that car. So up the field, top 5, 98 car, the McLaren qualified on pole. They stayed there. The 44 car, Steinhauser. Then you got Ryan Leach in the 711. The Pit Stop UK team continue to pound out those podiums. Then you have your championship points leader, the 889. They just went to victory a couple weeks ago at Barcelona. And then rounding out the top 5, Mike Williams in the 714. That's another one of those cars that started well outside the top 10, even outside the top 15, and he's been on one heck of a drive up there. One of the fastest cars on the track.
Well, welcome back, everybody. One of the 24 fastest cars on the track, I believe, at the moment there. Another fantastic recap there from Austin as we've crossed over that hour marker, as you'd mentioned. It's 12 p.m. midday time, track time here in Belgium at Spa. Yeah, you want to be having a nice relaxing Spa after 9 hours of racing, wouldn't you there, Austin?
Yeah, I would kind of give my voice a rest, give my eyes a rest, probably have it laid down after this. They usually get really exciting, especially at the end of these things, riding on board, looking at the 889 car for Tama. These guys are the championship leaders. See if they can't quite get around that Pit Stop UK team. Pit Stop UK guys, they actually did a phenomenal job to jump 2 cars, both this car and the Yeet machine. Just a little bit up the road from these guys, or down I should say, just now coming into shot underneath that crossover, the bridge there. So yeah, that 711 team really had their pit stop together.
Now that's rolling back to that was a question actually for the 98 car for the livery on that one. I wanted you to answer that question there, you specifically, Austin. That was us as to rating that livery. But at the moment, we'll keep an eye on the 889 cars. We haven't seen too much of our essentially race leader and our championship
since the drop
leader.
of the green flag, they've basically just driven away from everybody else, and this track is so long, barely anybody is one lap down, so they haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to go wheel to wheel with anybody else, and of course that's usually the only time things get exciting.
Exciting will be were to not get the job done here as they're approaching the bus stop at high velocity. You gotta hit that stop pedal and hope the car stops, which it does. tucking in, taking the alternative line, and now making your way across to start another lap and start your way back into La Source. Just up the road there is the 711 car.
This is the Challenger split, as we mentioned a couple minutes ago. You can also see it in the lower left-hand side of the screen. There are two more races going on at the exact same time. One is the cash split, one is the rival split. We're about 20 minutes ahead of the rival split, so basically they went green 20 minutes after us. They'll stop their race 20 minutes after us. Then, of course, you have the cash split. That's the money one. That's the main one. And of course, you can view them all simultaneously. If you're on YouTube, it's just one at a time. If you're on Twitch, you can hit that command center button and then watch all three of these races at the exact same time. And I think too, Dean, we also have a 24-hour of Daytona race going on right now as well.
Yeah, there will be as well. We'll have four individual streams on the Twitch channel. And all the individual streams are on the YouTube. So if you do have 3, 4, 5, 7 monitors, you have phones, you have iPads and all that sort of jazz, if you have them, all the individual streams are streamed individually on YouTube. That's what I was looking for. So you can pull that up. And then it's more, and I have to say, it's personal. So if you want to contact us and chat to us about the Challenger split, if you can pull up both or just one or the other, the YouTube will be the best for communicating to us because the chat itself is global on Twitch. So when you are chatting in there, they're referring to both rivals and cash, and then soon to be the Daytona as well. So it get a little bit messy, but I like to see that everybody is engaging currently at the moment in the Challenger split on the YouTube. So once again, we'll try to relay that. We'll have more time, I think, right now, Austin, to read those messages and get back to people. We couldn't quite do that early because it's just racing, but still resuming racing right now, as you can see currently right now. Our championship leader of the Legion of Racers trying to find their way around the 711 machine.
Yeah, they've got to make quick work of him, though, because catching up is that 714 car, Mike Williams. One of the fastest cars on the track, doesn't quite have that purple lap time, but he's definitely been one of those guys that picks him up and puts him down again, side by side. Going to be going into the chicane here. We'll see if they can make a move to the outside of Ryan Leach in the 711 machine. Doesn't look like Bertama is anywhere close. Not going to be able to get it done for right now.
Yeah, I was going to say they're taking individual different racing lines, as Jack has got a fantastic view over the rear wing there of the 711 machine back into La Source. Now, we'll see if they're not doing anything. I don't think they're risking it for the biscuit too much there for the Legion of Racing team. They're just cool, calm, and collective, and just maybe sizing up to see if the 711 machine makes a mistake anytime soon. Let's confirm, has the 711 machine already made their pit stops? Has everybody
yes,
made their
they
pit
did.
stops?
Yeah, they were one of the ones that followed in. Both the Yeet machine, now driven by Boysen, back then it was driven by Ralph Wolanski, and this 889 car. They followed both the cars in, leapfrogged them both down pit road. I don't know how or what was going on there, but they did a phenomenal job to pass them both down the pit road. And also, you folks at home, if you don't have enough things going on your screens, maybe you've got a phone or a tablet or a laptop or something to pull out as well, you can type into the Twitch chat !live timing. It'll take you to pitwall.live/timing/VCO-server3, and the folks over at VCO and Low Fuel Motorsport have actually gotten a pretty sick deal going with the Pitwall people. They're giving everybody that goes to this server in particular, any of the VCO servers this weekend, full access to the pro features, so you get the exact same timing and scoring views that Dean and I get to call this race. Lots of cool stuff. You've got accidents, purple lap times, the time of the race, yellow flag, green flag for sector times, all the drivers in the car list, the entire running order, and then a giant track map, and that track map is pretty freaking phenomenal.
It is. I feel like I sometimes feel like a NASA scientist trying to send man to the moon, isn't it? With the amount of data that I'm exposed at the moment, I got a little bit more too than what everybody can get there on the pitwall timing. But it comes down to literally screen space at this point. I'm out of it. I've got 4 screens and not to mention an iPad just full of data. But I love the data and I love motor racing. And if you love it, as exactly what Austin mentioned, pull up some of that information. I'm sure they are, because remember, teams have to swap drivers and stuff like that. Drivers are spotting the other drivers. It's 9 hours, so they're gonna have to switch between 4 or so drivers, I believe, 3 to 4, to do their stints. Somebody might have a bit of a snooze, a bit of a lay down, come back in there and hope that their car's still around the position that they wanted to be in. But the position of the battles at the moment, there's 714 cars now caught this party Austin. So it's now a three-way party for P3.
Yeah, and Mike's been really good at making up positions too. As soon as he catches a driver, he'll more often than not make a move for the position and then pull away within a couple laps. So I would not be too surprised to see him sort of up within the podium positions there, getting around Pratama and then passing Ryan Leach for that third spot.
I feel that the 714 car is missing the 711 car because they were inseparable, weren't they, at the start? And now at the moment, he's got to just try to dispose of our championship leaders. That ain't going to be an easy task to do. But, hey, a task is a task. And driving is driving. Let's see if they can do it.
Well, to correct you too, that was a 192 car of Diakowski, and he is like 3 seconds down the road from these guys.
Yeah.
That tells you just how much time that 711 car gained. I don't know if that was a leapfrog down the pit straight for these guys, or maybe he was just faster getting onto and off a pit road, but my goodness, he gained a whole heck of a lot of time.
Have we got pit stop times to check out? I know that our Pitwall Pro version that we have exclusively here might show that.
I'm not seeing them. I don't see him know that there might be some sort of a setting that I don't have turned on to have
let's rely
pit
on the
stop
chat
times.
out there. Let's rely on the chat. Thank you very much for the stream. Good luck. Almost 8 hours ahead there from Alexi. If anybody out there in the chat, now we know that you guys are some of the drivers there and involved. If you are aware, anybody a part of the 711 machine or know anybody in the 711 squad, please give us a little bit of information about the pit stop times if you can. We rely on you then for our live timing.
Yeah, much appreciated. Maybe one of these drivers, one of these teams might have a Twitch stream up themselves. Maybe you folks at home are watching that. Maybe you have some sort of an insight that we don't have up here in the booth. But Mike Williams caught up to these guys to see if he can make a move. He's been stalking them for right now. This is kind of what Mike Williams does. You know, the further you get up the field, Dean, it's a lot harder to make those positions because the amount of time you're faster than somebody around the course of a lap gets smaller and smaller. So you really just have to take advantage of your opportunities. Before, Mike was able to make his own whenever he wanted to, and now he's basically forced to kind of just sit behind it and wait for a moment to pounce.
Yeah, Mike in the Mike Williams, the United Sim team. I tell you what, if you want to go hunting with somebody, I would not go hunting with Mike because Mike would hunt me down in a heartbeat, wouldn't he? I mean, I am in the middle of the Panamanian jungle. I guarantee you, Mike would find me in a heartbeat. So we'll see. Mike has found the other two cars up the road there, P3 and P4. So let's see how much hunting Mike is going to continue to do. This is getting very spicy at the moment right now. You know for the fact 889 is getting frustrated being stuck up behind the 711 machine. Here we go, run into Lacombe.
Yeah, he's making a move around the outside into Lacombe. We'll see if there's room given and room taken. Looks like a pretty little bit of argy-bargy there just in the middle, not forcing anybody too wide though. We'll see if Mike Williams is going to be able to take advantage of this. It looks like he might get that car steered down to the inside. No, a block put on there by Ryan Leach as they go now into Brussels. Mike's going to go around the outside. He says, all right, you know what? I'm not having any of that. A little bit of argy-bargy, some door touching, but it looks like Mike might have the inside in this next corner. Ooh, he got a little bit of a block there.
Yeah, not yielding, but they're still going to go side by side. I thought that there was fantastic driving. It was fantastic driving. But the inside line will go to Mike right now if he can make it stick. And he does. And you got to feel at the moment, don't you, there?
Boy, Ryan trying to go
Leach.
for the over-under. He might still have another run at him. He's going to try to dive it up the outside here. But it looks like, again, Mike's going to have the inside. And now, yeah, they're going to be single file once more. So I think the position solidly within the grass there of Mike.
I have to feel Brian's just dropped 2 places in a matter of a couple of corners here in Spa. So, yeah,
but you know what? He's still got a lot of speed. You know, tucking behind, see if you can't get a draft. You still basically, you're around the 192 car. You're up inside the top 5. You know, basically check to see what Ralph is doing. Again, this is that car, that Lexus, that really comes on strong towards the middle of a stint. So not too surprised to not see them as fast for the first 20 minutes, but after that, they get faster and faster as time goes on compared to everyone else.
Getting used to the machine, isn't it? The tires, the way it's handling, the different driver swaps and stuff like that will also occur. And because you remember, you set the car up as a team, and then you have to do the fine-tune adjustments there. So some drivers, you know, with a team will go, you know, I'm not as fast as what I am in the setup for this track in our team. But yet you get that driver in another, in the same car, of course, that's tuned for their team, but in a different track. They're a lot quicker. That's the difference between the dynamics of the drivers. Everybody has favorites and so forth and so forth. And that's actually, this is the closest battle. Believe it or not, this is one of the first times we've had a little bit of breather, I have to say, there, Austin. There is still a battle brewing between P14 and P15 within about a second of each other. At some point, I hope we can go back to the 98 car and have a look at that livery, because I know that a couple of people in the chat were calling that one out. But we'll have to wait a little bit to see if, when there's a bit of a gap, to do that, because I want you, Austin, to rate that livery that was asked out there from 0 to 10. I guarantee you it's not going to be a 0. I don't see anybody with a plain white car with nothing interesting for a livery to be rated 0.
And Dean, this is at that battle for position you were just talking about. Looks like Daniel Bourne in the 267 car, right up on the tailpipes of Massamy in the 33 car just up the road. One of our many Aston Martins in the field. This is a 267. They were dead last or second to last at one point in the early goings of this race, and they've been having to claw and fight their way up the field. They actually got up as high as almost about 10th place until they made some side-by-side contact with, I believe, the 45 car of, the 13 car of Jay Brocken at Audi. Had a little bit of door banging action, spun them out, and basically had to stop and let for traffic to clear. And then after that, they were able to get going again. 15th spot right now. I think they got a lot more speed in this thing.
I think it's past you, Austin, I swear. You are the sharpest tool of the shed. I've said this before many times, mate. Yeah, all the P's and Q's, you know. But I tell you what, Austin, let's see if you can spot something that's just occurred in the last couple of minutes, and it's not drivers. Have you noticed something?
Is it the overcast?
Exactly. Look at that. The headlights are starting to show.
Nice if, it is
overcast.
If we got some rain.
It's dropped in temperature as well. We are, remember, we're 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and this is getting dark.
Two things happen when that starts to. You get that overcast, you get that sudden drop in temperature, maybe we get some rain, we got to have to wear our galoshes.
I'm telling you what, mate, I did bring my raincoat, I did bring my umbrella and my poncho. I was expecting this. Spa is like that, remember, you're up in the mountains. I live a little bit running very wide there from Daniel.
Yeah, he hit a nasty bump around the outside, was able to catch that big old wiggle.
Yeah, you get probably a couple of off-track excursions, but yeah, that's one thing I noticed, because I'm looking at the rival split, of course, and the other screens that I have. There's still sunshine, and it should be sunshine, mate. We are 1 o'clock p.m. in the afternoon, local time, track time, and that sun should be shining like it was before, but it's not. It's overcast, and that's what I was saying, because I live in a valley, and all of a sudden, within 10, 20 minutes, mate, it can go from sunshine to rain, and Spa has done that before in the past, so we'll keep an eye on that one, because the headlights are shining on some of the cars.
You can see that the glare, the sheen off the track. All that rubbered in goodness.
You can't go wrong with ACC, mate.
It's got that greasiness to it, too.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have to say in racing sims, this is everybody in the chat, which do you think is the best looking racing sim out there? I'd have to say, in my opinion, I'd put it between the F1 game and ACC. iRacing looks fantastic if you have everything turned up, but some of the tracks in ACC iRacing don't look as fantastic as what they should, but that's just the way that.
No, they're just older scans. Is how I think of it too. Just kind of waiting to go back and rescan it. But sometimes you don't have the capital, you don't have the time. Look at this run though out of Bourne. He absolutely got through there quick. Just had to check up though that allowed for Massamy to get away. I tell you what, game looks really good for right now is at Forza Motorsport, the new one, the 8th edition of that game. It should look really good. Allegedly they have ray tracing, but I've been waiting for that game to come out for what, 3 or 4 years now. We'll see if it ever does.
I'd like to check it out. I mean, this runs on an Unreal Engine too for ACC, and I'll tell you what, that new Unreal Engine, and I've been playing around with it in the background, just testing graphics and making some stuff like that.
One car off wide on the outside.
Yeah, you're right. 777 car is actually going off track.
Yeah, 22nd position.
Quite sure what happened there.
It's easy to do there too. You really have to be committed to that corner. If you get too much of the inside curbing, it shoots the car off to the right.
Also, P3 and P4 are brewing up there again, and once again, it's Mr. Williams in the 714 car climbing up through Eau Rouge, and they're about 4/10 off. That's going to be a close battle. So hopefully when Jack
Williams
gets
caught
an eye on that one.
And I don't think Pratama has anybody else ahead of him to pass and basically put Mike off to it and say, hey, Mike, why don't you do with this guy? I just got through with him. Good luck. I'll see you in a couple laps. And Mike has caught up to him. Mike now hunting for a spot on the podium.
And you might have to, there's 2 battles brewing, of course. There's the 14th and 15th battle, and then, of course, that one up the road. I don't know which one to go to. There's too many. You might have to go back to that 14 full battle there. I don't know. It's difficult to switch because all the drivers are doing their work. They're all over the place. It's very close.
And the problem, too, is you know Mike's going to get it done. I mean, he's been the one guy that he catches a car, he's going to pass it before too many laps are out. So we'll see if he continues to get some good runs. He's just slowly but surely catching them, and that's the thing. When you get to these faster and faster cars up the field.
Sorry, you're going to have to jump over that one, Jack. P15 and P14 are definitely going side by side, down Camel Straight. There it is. Here we go.
Yeah, side by side.
Who's bold and brave on this one?
Ooh, looks like Bourne just barely got him. Was able to slice over in front of him. We'll see if that 33 car can charge up the outside. Not quite able to do it.
Switch back, of course. Yeah, you're going to get. Lacombe is so crucial. Where you're going to park that car on the racing line or off the racing line, and then make their way around. Yep.
Boy, you're talking about me being sharp. Look at this. Nothing gets past you, buddy. You called this thing out to perfection.
That's why I got multiple screens, and I'm in the session. But trust me, the man that's calling out perfection, of course, is Jack, because he's doing this and Rivals at the same time. That's why sometimes I will shout out at Jack, of course, to try to get that battle. But yeah, here we go. I would go back to that battle for P4 and P3 there, Jack, because that is still resuming, and we want to see how Mr. Williams
this one on the screen is pretty close too as well. You got the heat machine,
the heat machine
all the way back up to the rear end of Ryan Leach in the 711 Pit Stop UK car.
Well, they got hungry for the camera again, didn't they? Every time, like,
look at this.
Getting close,
it's
like
choice. But also, these two battles pretty much within shot of one another.
Yeah, that's actually right. If you probably go on board with the heat machine, you probably see the cars up the road and capture all the action in one camera angle. I don't know.
Oh man, Mike got a really good run out of there. He might have him here. He should have quite a bit of overspeed. I don't think his car is quite trimmed out. I don't think he took as much weight. Watch, he's not even going to go for the draft. That's interesting.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to send it here now, too far back.
I'm kind of surprised he just went all the way over the left-hand side, didn't even take the opportunity to get the draft. I don't know if that's saying, hey, I want clean air for right now. I'll take advantage when my tires are much better, or if he just kind of realizes he doesn't want to do this. This is a good opportunity as well. Maybe save some fuel.
Michaela that says, does a 98 car exist? Yes, it does. It exists 24 seconds up the road. Two battles brewing at the moment, P5 and P6, P3 and P4. And I tell you what, if you had to bet, we should probably leave it to the chat. Which ones do you guys want to follow? You want to follow the battle for P5 with the Heat Machine and Leach, 711, or do you want to watch the battle between P3 and P4? Because I don't know which one to go to. They're both
they're sort of just both equidistant from one another.
That's when you have to get the chat. You guys are the ones that are viewing it. You guys are the ones that are enjoying it. I kind of get the vote to you guys. But the Heat Machine's always been the center of entertainment, so maybe we will have to stay on board right now or beyond and see if the Heat Machine can get it done.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's trying to see if he can't steer a little bit lower in the corner, get some clean air on the front of this car, because clean air is king. That's all the downforce in the world that you want.
Exactly. Both those battles are 2/10, 3/10 between each other, but we have to commit to one. All right, now, Bjorn, your time to shine. You got the camera on you. Get the overtake done. If you don't, we're going to have to switch it back up to the 714 car. And I don't think so. So 714 car we might have to go up to because they're going to be approaching.
I think Mike is a lot closer up the road to that 889 machine, Jack.
Yeah, poor Jack. He's got two battles to follow here as much as we're trying to get it all. There you go, right on cue.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Again, best cameraman in the business, Jack.
He's amazing.
Best director.
Yeah, we were talking before, I think, in the green room about how, like, I'm scared when I'm talking at home to my friends, and I'm pretty sure Jack's listening in and changing camera angles like a big brother. He's on top of it. But on top of it at the moment,
the 777 car went off again. Same corner as before. That Audi has gone a little bit wide. Looking again, Mike Williams, he's really fast in the high-speed downforce sections of the track, but boy, in these long straights, it kind of seems like he's lacking some straightaway speed.
Yeah, he's going off the dummy, breaking the slipstream as well. And has to tuck in Lacombe for sure. Realizing
it's no doubt he's faster. He's just faster at the wrong part of the track to really make some overtaking opportunities. As you see, Ryan Leach now still continues to be hounded by the Yeet machine, now driven by Poison.
Yeah, so I think we have to switch between. It's basically entering into La Source, entering into Lacombe, seeing they get an overtake done. If they don't, bus stop, of course, coming up soon. And Mr. Williams and the 889 car will be approaching the bus stop, so we'll see if there's any gambles there. Outside of that, there's not a lot of overtaking opportunities in Sector 2. Sector 3, not so much. 777 car, of course, having another moment. That's the dot in there. These guys are too far back to worry about that at this point. That's losing it at a Blochmont, I think, as our race leader will be passing them. That's that triangle on the map as the race leader makes their way into the bus stop chicane. But the battle, of course, is on the pitches that you can see at the moment. Mike Williams still can't find a way around. Is that Pratama? If I'm pronouncing that one correctly, just in the 889 car.
Yeah, Pratama, the championship leaders, trying to hold on to this podium position. Mike Williams, though, continues to be faster.
Ooh, Meat Machine's very close. Very, very close. You might have to switch that one over, Jack, because that is definitely a mounted challenge right now. The 16 car, the Eat Machine says, all right, I may be going for it in the bus stop. No.
Not quite close enough. Yeah, we'll see if he gets any closer here through the source. He might be able to throw a move on him.
Yeah. There's actually a bit of a gap that's dropped down there. So Mike's dropped out of that little 1 second bubble and almost dropping out of the 1 second bubble is the Eat Machine. Let's see how they take La Source.
You know what? I can't blame Mike either, because to be fair, you don't want to have, be right up underneath the car in front of you, because then you're losing all that air to the front of the car. You're having to wear out the front end more. Those two front tires, so the steering axle, as it were, kind of just fall back and wait until you know you're enough faster. Maybe the guy in front of you has chewed through his rubber underneath that car, his boots, and maybe you can make a move to the inside. Maybe he won't be as fast, especially in Sector 2. That's Mike. I feel like a lot of that speed has just been in his long run car.
You're right. Sorry, I was just while you explained that perfectly, I was looking at the Twitch stream because there's so many different camera angles to look at, and just trying to see whether or not that cash split is very ready to start soon. As we're still overcast here, as you can see, it's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon local time, and it looks like you're almost at 5 p.m. in the evening because our lights are on the car. But no rain lurking just yet. But I'm telling you, Austin, I've got a feeling that tonight is going to be a rain night, perhaps. There you go. No reference to the song, of course, but I don't know. In the chat, guys, out there, if you thumbs up and down if you want rain. That'll be the question for you. Yeet Machine probably just want to get past currently the 7-Eleven machine more than anything before they worry about their rain.
Yeah, Boysen continues to look faster on some parts of the track, and Ryan Leach just really pulls away and gaps him in others. I'm not quite sure if maybe some of the cars that were handling exceptionally well when the track was hot, when the sun was out, are now kind of falling off, maybe playing second fiddle to some of these cars that are possibly perhaps set up better when the track temperatures are a little bit cooler, maybe like your Leaches and your Pratamas. But I tell you what, that 98 car up the road, they continue to just absolutely fly, continue to put down some of the fastest lap times on the track.
That's why Mikkel was asking, does an Oni car even exist? Exactly. They do. And they don't want to be shown on camera. I think that's a great thing. The McLaren is just up the road. They're already in France, making their way probably across the tunnel over to the United Kingdom. Actually, that's a good question, actually. What is the next track coming up? That's probably where they're heading already.
Yeah, they've got a 27-second lead over the rest of the field. So they are actually absolutely in another zip code. Oh, look here, though. Boysen might have him. This is the closest he's been in a while.
Now, you got to tuck up there. You can bump draft a little bit, but too far back, I'd say. Too far back. If you're about halfway down Camel Straight,
I didn't quite have the overspeed. But I think that Aston is just a little bit more trimmed out.
Look at the traffic coming up, Austin. Look at the gaggle of dots at the moment coming out of Lacombe. They're going to all be approaching this. Now, it's going to be the key of Leach navigating that as quickly as possible. Of course, the blue flag drivers are going to, try to get out of the way, but they're also racing themselves. This is when you love the action.
With this 16 car, I think it's a little bit more ill-handling than they'd like it to be.
We haven't really had this lap traffic come into play yet.
Well, no, I mean, this track, like you said, Dean, it's like 7-something, kilometers long.
7
one of the
kilometers, yeah.
longest on the calendar. So it takes a lot longer for these lead cars to come around and lap some of the other guys. This is looking at De Kaiser in the 214 car. These guys are still on a recovery run after qualifying in the top 5, running there for a good portion of the first hour. Then they spun out of La Source, so they're still trying to make up all those positions. They've caught up to the back now of Paul Gammy and the 147 Aston Martin, trying to see if they can't put a move on him.
You know, Bentleys have some pace, but it's the leading Bentley, believe it or not, so far in the race, the 214 car. Everybody else is Aston Martins, Lexus, Hondas, and well, don't even want to talk about McLaren. There's only one in the race at the moment, and it's right at the top of the timesheets in the 98 car.
Yeah, the only other McLaren around here is a 720 car, and they're in 23rd position. It looks like maybe 24th.
I didn't scroll that far down, so yeah, McLaren time won, and McLaren probably lost.
Yeah, but I do know we've only got one Acura and one Mercedes in the race, one BMW, as well as one Bentley. So,
oh yeah, they won Bentley, which is the one that you can see right now on your screen for the MSN Racing
winners
team.
at Coda.
Yeah, and they have no weight, right? I believe they took absolutely no weight.
Yeah, they took no weight again today.
So it should
took it all
be
in Monza.
light, per se.
Yes, lots of speed down the straights, but I tell you what, not quite as much as they would prefer.
Absolutely. And they're going to get something done soon, otherwise the camera's going to switch away from them and go back to the Yeet machine, and it's exactly on cue it has. So there it is, guys. Sorry, you had your opportunity. Now back up to the Yeet machine, the 16 machine for the Lexus. They're going to be doing something. Now the traffic's coming in play. You just see it up the road there. So the 711 machine with their spotters and their drivers are probably going, okay, how are we going to navigate that? They're going to catch it probably, you'd have to say, the next lap, not this one, but we'll see. And there's a gaggle of cars, as you can see on the track map. Once you get past one, you got 2, 3, 4, a couple up the road. That's going to be the interesting point. And it's turning into almost like a Daytona 24-hour with the multi-classes, but we are all thankfully in one class here.
Yeah, this is a point. If you're boys around now, you're trying to catch up to these lap cars. See if you can't use one, getting a bad run out of the corner, maybe pulling off to one side of the track. You called a little bit earlier. You can use them as a pick to try and see if you can't get around that leash machine.
I saw it earlier, actually, because I was casting some of the Daytona. I saw some of the drivers use the lap cars brilliantly. And they were in LMPs, and they were using those GT3 cars amazingly into corners. Of course, Daytona is a little bit shorter than the 7-kilometer track here at Spa, but they were timing it perfectly. Some drivers do it amazing. Some teams can do it. They just stack up there behind. Thankfully, in this case, we don't have that huge difference in the classes, but still, you can utilize your overtaking opportunities and where to overtake with that traffic up the road. And once again, that car up the road, well, you don't know what they're doing. So you don't know if they're going to be yielding or into a corner or waiting out of a corner to move out of the way to let you through. Who knows? They'll get the blue flag, and they're approaching it right now. So we'll see. Can it be? Will they move out of the way into Lacombe to allow Leach through or not? As a 711 machine, he's going to tuck up. He's also going to get, I would say, he would be better to benefit to follow him through La Source here and follow him all the way up through Erosion, get a nice tow, and help him defend against the Yeet machine. Well, that's all questions. Answers will be very soon. And
to be fair, too, at Daytona, I mean, the LMDH cars are, like 12 or 13 seconds faster over a single lap than those GT3 machines. Looks like the lap car is going to move off and let these guys by.
Yeah, granted, that was absolutely great to do that, but I would actually like to see if we got a bit of a tow. Maybe he's just... it's very admirable to get out of the way completely. So
yeah,
it wouldn't have
he's
benefited
kind of affecting
Leach.
the race a little bit too much.
Yeah, wouldn't have benefited any of those drivers. They're going to continue to understand where they were before they started. So we'll see. Actually, believe it or not, that Williams up the road start to catch back on the 88.9 car as well. So another battle brewing. P3, P4, and of course P5, P6 that you're watching. And the overcast track conditions are 24 degrees Celsius track. We'll keep an eye on that one. See if that starts to drop. So you can remember that one and make a note there, Austin. 24 degrees on the 7 hour and 15 mark, and we'll look at that one a little bit later.
Yeah, it was so hot in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. So to come here, it's relatively cool. I have to put on a little bit of a jacket here. It's getting so cool, calm, and collected for all these drivers. You still see the Yeet machine all over the rear end of Ryan Leach. They're going to have to look out too, because I think Diakowski has been slowly but surely catching up to them as well. So again, I think some of these cars were just set up for maybe a cooler track temperature. Wonder again what the rain could even do to these strategies and car setups for these drivers, because I'll tell you what, it's really hard to anticipate when the rain is going to come and when you have to come down pit road to bolt on some rain tires.
I will get out there and do a rain dance if I have to, Austin. I tell you what, and I'm not too bad after about 3 years of casting. My rain dancings have worked before in the past. You're right about Diakowski, because he shaved about 2-3 tenths. So he shaved about 2 tenths off these drivers that are battling per lap. So he's loving that battle. He's like, keep going, guys, keep going, because I'm going to get that 2.3 seconds down, hopefully, a little bit under that, and join that party for the entertainment party here for the challenges split. Of course, for our 4th round here, for our endurance round. We're back to the 9 hours. We had 6 hours in the previous one, so the drivers have to extend it for another 3. And extending right now, maybe track limits or not. Here we go. Another battle down Camel Straight.
Yeah, continue to kind of sit in line with one another. Diakowski continues to reel those two drivers in. Heat Machine looking down to the inside, not quite close enough. He's just kind of poking his way out, see if he can get an eye on his braking point up the track, I feel like. But up the road, you might be wondering what happened to Williams on Bertama. Williams has fallen back an additional 0.4 seconds, so he's right at about 1 second behind. I think just kind of right now minding his P's and Q's, kind of just waiting in the grass like a lion, waiting to attack his prey.
98 car from Mikel saying 98's the only Macca left. I think Macca you're referring to is in McLaren. Yes, I like that. I'm thinking Macca's in McDonald's, but he's the only one left. So 720 not in the race anymore. So it is sold. The sold McLaren in the race. Thank you very much for that, Mikel. And please give us that information. I love that. You guys are right as sharp. You're about as sharp as Austin is, keeping up with all those men, and just as sharp as Jack, keeping all the pitches in play.
So still the Yeet car not quite able to get around Ryan Leach just up the road. Man, Leach has been getting a lot more sideways coming out of these corners. I think he's kind of gotten all the good out of that car. And interestingly enough, Diakowski has fallen what looks like another second behind these guys. Yeah, it was 2 seconds a little bit ago. All of a sudden, it's up to about 2.8, 2.9 now.
His last lap was a 29.2. But they were 29.2s and 3s as well, too, for this battle you're brewing. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, maybe this lap alone, we should see him about to lose.
Oh, it's going to be bust up run. They're getting frustrated right now. You can see this. Frustration creeping in there for Bjorn.
Oh, he tapped him. He gave him a little bit of a tap at the center of the corner.
Wants to get past
upset the car.
Yeah, you got to remember, guys, you're 7 hours still remaining in a race. You don't want to get that frustration. If I was your team right now, calm down. Calm down. Plenty of racing to go. Maybe even rain in this race to go. Hopefully we're crossing, as you said, your P's and Q's, cross your dot your I's and cross your T's.
Yeah, it's just how it is, especially in one of these longer races where you just need to mind your own business here. Diakowski caught up 0.6 of a second there, but yeah, looking at these past lap times, Diakowski put in a 2:20.4, and the cars up the road put in a flat 2:20, so lost 0.4 of a second at least.
Battles always cost you time, always. And let's see, they still have. Oh, the lap traffic's way up the road. You're looking at the track map at the moment. So that's not going to come and play just yet. So let them battle, let them resume. Esports, they just eat the camera, don't they? So far, what in 4 races we've had, I'd have to say probably 20 to 30% of all camera time has been on this Esports team.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if it's them following the excitement or the excitement following them, but they always seem to find themselves smack dab in the middle of all the action.
And that action, of course, 214 cars are brewing up as well. I don't know where to switch because you've had your opportunity to get an overtake done, but we'll see about that. I'll keep an eye on the other battle there. I'll tell you, Jack, if it's going to brew up. You keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, Williams still a second behind. Look at him. He's going to make a move down to the inside, side by side right now, as it were. He's going to have a move up the inside to the left. Not quite for this right-hander. We'll see if he can set up through the left-hander here and out of this one. And then it's basically just onto the two, we're going to call them Lesbos, or not actually.
It's the top of the hill. It's going to be straight line speed. Now, I tell you what right now, who do you think has signed up early for their bus stop tickets, because I think this is where it's going to come down to.
I feel like if it's anybody first, it's going to be the Yeet car of Poison. I don't think he's quite close enough this time by. He really needed a much better run through those two right-handers. I don't think he's going to have to work on that.
He's got exit speed.
I don't think he's close enough.
It's
I think he's close enough to make a sizable dent. He might send it up the inside, but I don't feel like he's going to get it. Oh, he made contact.
It's too deep. Now that's frustration creeping in right now for Bjorn. We saw this. I know he's heated in the cockpit. He'd definitely be heated in the cockpit. A little bit too heated there. He's getting frustrated about the car ahead.
Yeah, just not quite up beside him enough to get that move done. This is looking at that 214 car, trying to see if he can't get up to Philip Gaming, the 147 machine. This is again for 9th position.
The memo there, Austin, about what just happened. Be a little careful going. I told you that it was going to be brewing into the bus stop chicane before. It did brew up. Let's see whether or not these two drivers back in P9 and P10 are going to get that memo. Has it been faxed to them? Faxes, or has it been Morse code to them? I don't know, but...
Ooh, Dean, the sun's come out a little bit.
Oh, you're right.
Track temperature's starting to rise again. Wouldn't be too surprised here if we saw Mike Williams at the Yeet machine getting a little bit faster here now that the track conditions are changing once again to a hotter, slicker track state.
Oh, I'm going to get out there and do my rain dance, mate. I don't want those clouds to... I don't want the sun to start peeking out of those clouds again.
Twice as hard, too, because the sun's actually come back out. So I think we're even further away from rain.
All the broadcasts are being broadcasting at the moment. You're going to see the action on track, and you've seen our action on track the whole time here in the Challenger Split for a couple of hours now. Now we're getting to the pit stop time again, which is always fun and entertaining. The rival split is going on. Is the cash split already going on? I'm watching some Daytona action. Of course, VCO will be bringing you the Daytona 24 action as well. So I hope you got every device and screen you possibly can find, because you're going to need it for all the racing action we have here this evening.
Running on board here, looking at De Keyser in the 214 car, trying to see if he can hunt down that 147 still. I'm interested to see how many of these cars planned and for what temperatures, because it seems like some have planned for a hot, slick track, some have planned for a cooler, grippier track. We're interested to see which one of these teams comes out on top and which one is right in terms of the most track time being in their preferred track state conditions. But man, that 147 car up at De Keyser got really loose. We'll see if he can take advantage here.
He may be in a little trouble.
I think he's close enough to him.
Yeah, I mean, the 147 car in a little trouble, not the 214. 214 looks comfortable. Hey, guess what? We may be in a bus stop situation again, my friend.
Oh, yeah, the same position we were in last lap when we saw that Yeet car spin out. Looks like he's not going to be close enough. I'm really surprised by that. It looked like he had enough overspeed to get to his rear end and make a move down to the inside, but not quite, I guess.
I think Austin got the memo. When you go a little bit too deep, you might have a bit of a spinneroo. But from the Yeet machine before, that may have been a little bit of a clever play of understanding. Remember, your tires are now approaching the pit stop window, so they're not as grippy as they were an hour ago.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to those pit stops. I would expect most of these guys to come in within the next 10 minutes. The furthest they can go, again, 65-minute required drive time. That's the maximum you can go. The cars, fuel-wise, can go an hour and a half. Tires-wise, you're basically going to want to pit after that hour mark. And interestingly enough, that 22 car down pit road already. I think it's a little bit early for them.
Maybe just they had the fastest lap as well. They had the fastest lap, so they got the pace.
They've required quite nicely. Oh man, look at De Keyser. He got super loose there going into LeCom. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that 22 machine leapfrog a couple more positions here.
This is the action. 22 is in the pit road. We also have the 222, so all the twos are in. In the chat there, Alexi said scary clouds. They were scary. They're still there. They're still hovering. The track temperature's increased 1 degree since we mentioned that earlier. But not a threat right now of rain.
Oh, did you see that last camera angle, Dean, looking up at the sky? Yeah. Clear blue. Clear blue. Yeah. Not a whole lot of overcast. Not a whole lot of opportunity for rain, unfortunately, for right now.
I'll take care of that, mate. When we have a little bit of a break, I will definitely jump down the track and do my little rain dance. You haven't seen my dance maneuvers, mate. I got a little... I can do my rain dance, trust me. I live in the tropical jungle. I know when it's going to rain. I'll bring it here.
Man, what Mike Williams doesn't quite have the
Drive-through
speed.
penalties have
Still.
been clicked in here.
Oh yeah, the 69
car,
machine
bang,
drive-through.
slapped with one.
Yeah, it looks like the 222 car as well got a drive-through penalty. It's already been cleared.
It was cleared quickly, so something happened there, but no clearing for the 69 car, and that's punishing, as you know.
Yeah, that 22 car, they put Pushkarev in there as well, so all three of their drivers in the first 3 hours.
889 car putting a push right now before the pit stop window coming up on the 44 car.
Tell you what, he's catching up to the 44 too.
Yep. And Williams is just hovering in the background. There's all three on your pictures. That's battle for 2, 3, and 4. Do your math on that one. 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Don't worry about the 98 car. He's just way up the road, 34 seconds
Yeah,
right now.
33, almost 34 seconds up the road. They're putting on a clinic today, and some of the 889 car is used to. They absolutely schooled the field 2 weeks ago when we were out in Barcelona. Now look at him, though. He's catching up to this 44 machine. It didn't look like he had any sort of a prayer of catching him a couple laps ago, but I tell you what, he's been reeling him in slowly but surely. We'll see just how much time he gains. He's been gaining about 1/10 or 2 per sector.
That's all you need to do in an endurance race, isn't it? Little gains. You don't see it necessarily all the time because we're following much action, but the drivers know. They're sticking to their delta times. They're trying to go. Their teams are on there going, okay, you're doing good. You're shaving time. Shaving. Whiskers basically off when close shave, and then that's all you need to do. And all of a sudden, bang, you're back in the action right now, and you're capturing the action.
69 car down on pit road to serve that drive through. You see Pratama getting a little bit of opposite lock going on there as he slides coming out of the corner. I'll tell you where he's the most faster than that car up the road of the 44 machine. Sectors 1 and 3, so he's going to get a lot of time right here. And again, to be fair, it's really difficult to gain any sort of time there in sector 2.
Absolutely correct there. Welcome back, Austin, for another round of our broadcasting. That is Mr. Austin. I am the Dean, and our fantastic producer, Jack, is in the background. Rival split is occurring at the same time. I don't even know what's going on in the cash. Let's get the information.
He's got a lot of damage on the front of that car. This is the 13 machine. This is the one that got together with that 267 car. I don't quite think this is the damage from that accident. He must have gotten into the wall at some other point on the track, but that car heavily damaged. Definitely going to be down on top end. You probably got to bring that thing down pit road. It's
a bit scrubbed up, isn't it, at the moment? That bonnet or the hood, you like to call it in different parts of the world. Probably, I hope you have some little tethers to keep that thing down, because flying around Spa at high speeds, that thing can flip off.
I've actually got a piece on one of those cars in real life, splitter off that car. Yeah, splitter diffuser piece that smacked the tires right in front of me at Mid-Ohio. When the race was over, I hopped over the fence, grabbed me a piece, and brought it home.
You hopped over the fence? Hey, you're not supposed to do that.
Everybody does. You walk out there after the race. It's a good time. It's the weekend.
I'll tell you what,
nobody cares.
If you want to be hopping over a fence, my friend, go back to the Jaguar when they were doing the Ocean's 11 in Monaco, when the diamond that they put on the front wing went missing. That's when you want to be jumping the fence, picking up some of that.
Worth a lot of money. I tell you what,
it's still missing, I believe, to today.
As I walked around. They opened the gate to allow you to go from the infield back to the outfield where you camp. So when they opened the gate, I just kind of walked a little bit off to one side of the track there, grabbed that piece, and then ran back.
You'll have to share that one day, perhaps, for everybody in the, maybe in the social media there for VCO to have a look at that. You can take a photo of it. Share the moments of that.
I'll have to find that piece. It's around somewhere in my house. If it's not at my house, it's at my parents'.
I thought that'd be on your shelf there as one of those prizes.
No, it's a big, ugly piece of plastic.
Well, it's momentum. As you can see, the 192 car still trying to do something about the 711.
He's been on something else, man. He's caught all the way back up to Ryan Leach, and this is a role reversal of what we saw the last time before they went down pit road. So I gotta be wondering, well, what in the world went on between these two cars? I don't know if this is a difference in setup here, maybe, but I tell you what, that 192, he was the hunted. Now he's the hunter.
Yeah, as I said, I don't want to be anywhere near hunting grounds with these two drivers for sure. Ed, but we imagine that we're going to be inseparable during the whole race. Lap car coming into play as well. Here we go.
Oh, looks like the 192, the 711, excuse me, is going to go down pit road to leave the 192 out there all by himself once again.
Oh, that was brewing up to be a fantastic battle.
Well, this
and
is
now the pit lane.
Pratama. See the Yeet machine, number 16, back in 6th position. See if he'll probably come down pit road the next time by. Be really interested to see if the 711 car, maybe their pit stops are just faster in, in general, or what's going on with them.
Yeah, they're probably doing the Red Bull pit stops rather than the Ferrari pit stops, if that's not too soon.
Yeah, Mike Williams now up into the podium positions. Wasn't quite able to get around the 889 of Pratama, so he's going to take advantage of this clean arrow. It's the 889 is pitted. Be curious to see if he can hunt down this 44 car up the road, or if he just kind of stays out for a lap or two and then decides to bring this thing into the pits.
1.6 on the dial, 1.7. We'll keep an eye on that one. They're lapping 219s, 219 ones, 219 3s, so it's still very similar. Everybody enjoying it? Welcome along. PC crash for 88. Oh no! So information there from the chat. The 88 car had a PC
they dropped
crash.
all the way down outside the top 20. They were running about 13th or 14th position. So you hate to see that, but again, real life you have to worry about mechanical failures. But in the sim world, we have to worry about PC. Losing frames sometimes. Sometimes it's a crash.
And electricity and all that jazz. Exactly. So thank you very much,
power outages
Stooge, for relaying that information. We love it when you guys give us that information because we don't know what's going on the teams.
Louis Marino inside the 889R. So again, they're getting through all their drivers slowly but surely. Again, it's a big advantage there. The 889 over the 711 car. They had a much faster pit stop. That's interesting.
It is interesting, those pit stops. We don't have the pit stop times, unfortunately, even with that fantastic pit wall live timing. Unless it's hidden
the
where I don't see
711
it.
is just now up through Radian, so they got a big gap now opened up over the 711 car. I wonder if it's putting the amount of fuel in the car is kind of what's helping dictate their speed in the pits.
Yeah, if you don't mind having a look there when they did box and.
Well, they just did. I mean, they came down pit road the same time twice.
Oh.
I'm just kind of wondering what.
So the 98 car's in. There is our race leader. We forgot about them, but they are certainly in here. They're in the pit road right now.
They do exist.
Yeah,
still
they
alive.
do exist. It is theory right there. The F1 memes racing team. There they are. Well, I can see them, but they're in the pit road. Don't worry about that. We're on board with Lewis.
Back to the 12th place car, Pavel Pushkarev. Again, this is a 22 machine. They've been pretty much early pitting compared to the rest of the field. And this is that team at Monza. We didn't think they'd be able to make it on fuel. Their first stint in the race was kind of a half stint, and they came out ahead of everybody else. They came home with a podium, 2nd place on the day. Surprised a lot of folks, I'm sure. So at this point, I'm not going to doubt their pit strategy. And it's been working, to be honest, for them quite well, even just today alone.
And they had the fastest lap as well. So they had the pace. You're right. So the Strategy Masters 101 team so far we've seen this season. Ooh, a little twirly-willy coming out of the corner, but 22 definitely in the dirty air, definitely trying to get past the 711 machine. We know they have the pace because you haven't set the fastest lap in the Challenger split so far for a reason if you're not the fastest car on the track. And let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, and we know they got pit strategy games as well. They kind of know when to and when to not pit and how to set themselves up for a very good run at the end of the race. Having a look to the outside here, not quite close enough to get it done around Luca Filippi. Luca's been the only one in that car, so at some point he's going to have to hand that thing over to his 2 teammates.
I'm sure Luca wants to do that at the moment.
Oh man, he might get a crossover here.
We'll see. He's going to get through Lost Source if they want to be able to do that first.
To see how each car behaves here. Looks like Pavel went for a bit of an over-under look. Luca Filippi got a pretty poor run out of that corner, entered a little bit too shallow. Had to basically wash up on the outside. He's going to now fall back in line. We'll see if he can get a good run through Kemmel. Down Kemmel, I should say. Going to go through Eau Rouge up Radion. He's going to be right tucked in on his bumper. Doesn't look like he's quite close enough. That was a really good run through those last 3 corners there for Pushkarev.
Yeah, making their way up in P9, getting it past the 711 machine. 711 machine may come back now. They're going to tuck in behind.
He's looking. I don't think he's quite close enough. And at some point, too, you kind of realize, like, hey, that car that just passed me is a little bit faster. Let me see if I can't quite tuck in. And basically, you can get it pulled down the straightaways. If that guy is just faster enough than you can really just take advantage.
Also, because you're on the, they haven't made it. Have they visited pit road? I'm just going to confirm that one yet.
Yes, they both have.
They have. So they're back out on the fresh boots, cold boots, but fresh boots.
Both these cars have already come down pit road. The 22 car, once again, been one of the first of the lead cars to come down within the top 10, I should say, especially quote-unquote lead. See the 98 car falling all the way back down to 6th position. We still have yet to see the 44, the 714, and the 192 down pit road. That is why they have cycled all the way up to the front. You can see the 16 and the 147 past the leader, 98 car, but they're down pit road right now as well.
And speaking of pit road, we might have to go down pit road in a minute after this action starts to slow down a little bit. You try to tell drivers to slow down, mate. It's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, we're going to wait until the 44 and the 714 car come down pit road. They should have to by about the 6 hour and 50 minute mark. At that point, we'll take a quick break.
We'll see how they come in and out because it's just under a second separating them. And we'll see how they come in and out for sure, if there's a gain or loss.
Yeah, Mike is caught up to the back end of the 44 car, so I'm kind of curious to see what he can do, if he might be able to pit just one lap or two earlier, get that clean air in his car, maybe go for an undercut strategy.
It's Mike Williams in the United Sim Racing team running in P2 right now at the pitch. As you can see, up the road there is the 44 car leading. However, they have to make that pit stop, so they're not in the net lead of this race. We believe, obviously, as Meyer is now in control of the Sol McLaren and the 98 car currently running in P4, made their pit stop, should be right up top of the timesheets just again. Running away with this one, but running away...
Well, that was the 44 car pit. Going to leave the 714 on the track all by himself.
Let's see how far the 714 car will go. One extra lap,
I think he's got one extra lap. I don't think he can quite make it two. I think at that point he might be at risk of basically incurring a drive time penalty. So he's going to have to pit next time.
Up the road. I don't think it's going to catch him enough to get a tow. Definitely not. He'd love to get that tow down to Camel Straight.
He might catch him before he comes down pit road this next time by. I'll be interested to see if he can utilize that. He probably won't be able to. I think he's a little bit too far behind. Not enough straights at the end of the lap here for him to really take advantage. But oh boy, that's that slow car. That's a 13 machine. A lot of damage on the front end.
7 kilometer track. So maybe they'll go. He is actually catching it pretty drastically. I think you might be right by the end of it. Track temperature has now increased to 26 degrees from the overcast conditions to 24. So
completely cloudless skies here.
Yeah. As I said, I'll get my rain dance in a second when we get.
I thought you were getting on that.
Yeah, when we go, once we see when the 714 car right now, we're watching Oxes. Oh, we're seeing the 711 car, of course, battling it out for the 22 car. I'll keep an eye on the 714 car and let you know when he can. You can also follow it yourself there at Pit Wall Live if you have that information. But I'll keep an eye on that one.
Perfect. And Ralph Molansky, once again, drops a little bit during the pit road cycle now, tailing this 711 car by about 3 seconds. How about the 81 machine, too? They're finally down pit road, made their way all the way up to 5th before going down pit road, get themselves fuel and 4 fresh tires. They continue to go now through the second half of pit road. Really strong run for them. They had such a huge amount of hard luck at Circuit of the Americas. It's nice to see them continue to recover, continue to put themselves back up in championship form.
You want to be in championship form, deep into the championship as well, too. I think we're about halfway through the championship. Mike, at the moment I'm watching is, as you can see on your screens, he's got the traffic up the road now. Is he going to elect to stay out for another lap to eke that?
I don't think he can. I think he's going to get a penalty if he stays out any longer. Yeah. He had to. I mean, 65-minute drive time at this point, basically he just couldn't do it without incurring a penalty. So got to come down pit road.
Just want to see where he comes back out before we go for our break.
This is a long one, too. This is a long pit road.
Yeah, because you got to go around La Source and then come back out into the garages on the other side.
Yeah, and then make your pit stop.
Exactly. This is the Formula 1 garages right now, so you'd be in and out in about 2 seconds if you were at a Red Bull team in a Formula 1 car. But obviously in the GT cars, you got to go all the way around for the second part of the garages. I'm just curious, are some of the cars in that first part of the garage, or are they all in the second part?
I can't tell. It doesn't look like it. All those Assetto Corsa Competizione signs that the pit signs hang from, I think those are all after La Source, so I don't think anybody's pitting before it. Oh, the E car has a drive-through penalty.
Oh, no.
That's hard luck for them.
Oh, that's very hard luck. Let's see right now. Mike's still not in the pit garage. slowly, painfully driving down here on the speed limit. It's like going down a highway, isn't it? The speed limit, your car wants to go 300 kilometers an hour, but the law says you're not allowed to go that quick. And Mike's now peeled in the United team. We'll see or not there'll be a driver switch.
What happened to the 98 car? I don't see them anywhere. Where'd they go? Did they disconnect?
Oh, they have. They had gone. You're right. Uh-oh.
What happened to them?
Oh, no. They've gone.
Yeah, okay, yeah, confirmation from Jack, they're gone. And he knows everything, so if he says that, it's the truth. You hate that for them. They had like a 40-second lead over the competition. That's got to be heart-wrenching for them.
Oh, that's the last
Just
thing.
like
When you're talking about technical issues, of course, with, your rig breaking or something going wrong, the last thing you want is a disconnection. So out of the pit lane, pit road right
this
now.
This is that eat machine. This is them serving their drive-through penalty. That's unfortunate for them too. They're having a really strong run as well. And this is finally, Ralph was back in the car too. Ralph was the guy that brought this thing from like P15 to P5. So he had that thing on rails, and especially now that we've got a hotter track temperature as well. Track temperature's risen 2 degrees, so this is right about that happy place for that Molansky machine.
Not happy right now for the 89 car, I can tell you right now, but happy for the 714 car, because Nelson's now taken over the United Sim team, and they are in the lead of this race. It'll be a time for us to reflect and have a bit of a break and feel the pain currently for the 89 car. We'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Back just in time to see a lot more battles going on here for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers grid for the 9 hours of Spa. Austin Belke, Dean Humpton, Jack Maloney with you. Jack obviously behind the cameras, and Dean, talk me through some of these.
Look at this battle at the moment brewing for P1. It's tight, it's twisty, and it's Spa. 889 car, 44 car has just overtaken. The 889 car has overtaken. Looks like 214 car has gone off track there. I can hear myself at my speed. No, they've just come out of the pit road. But yeah, battle brewing for P4 as well. On top of that, action all over the place after we came out of that little break. And yeah, brewing up. And a little bit of information we got there. Thank you for Mikhail saying the 98 car had an electricity issue. The reason why they got DC'd. Hopefully they are back into the race, but unfortunately dropped quite some positions. So look at this battle brewing at the top of the timesheets.
Yeah, just to kind of remind you folks at home of where we are. We're 2 hours and 19 minutes into this 9-hour race. We've got about 6 hours and 40 minutes left. The 98 car qualified on pole, led every lap until they got disconnected, as well as going through the pit cycle strategy there. Again, thank you, Mikkel, in the chat for telling us it was an electricity issue. They lost power. That forced them to disconnect, and now they're about, 3, 4, 5 laps down for the rest of the field. Ever since then, we've had a couple cars up near towards the front end here. Lots of cars coming and going. Lots of comers and goers here with basically track state happening up and forth. And how about the 714 machine? This is that Mike Williams machine. He's led his driving partner into that car as well. And talk about recovery from these guys started outside the top 15.
It's an Aston Martin domination for the top 4. Absolutely. And that's because the McLaren, unfortunately, had that issue out of their control. But battles are brewing, and that's what we love to see. 7-Eleven, once again, try to do something through the bus stop chicane. Can't quite get it done on the 22 Honda just up the road. But hey, you don't get through the bus stop, maybe La Source. Don't get through La Source, maybe Lacombe.
Quite the battle shaping up once again here. Luca Filippi in the 7-Eleven car. And how about the run that this 22 machine of Pushkarev has had? These guys, again, another team that qualified very down deep in the field. I think outside the top 10, perhaps even outside the top 15. They've had to use a lot of basically a differing pit stop strategy from the rest of the field to go ahead and claw their way up through here. And I tell you what, it's been working out to a treat.
This is it. This is full commitment into Lacombe there, Austin. Around the outside, 7-Eleven will be on the racing line if they can turn it to the right there and get the exit speed, and that is job done. Lick the stamp and send it, but trust me, the 22 machine, oh, no, I don't think 22 machine's going to come back in that one. Textbook overtaking into Lacombe.
Yeah, that's basically, that's how it's done. You want to know how to pass somebody at Lacombe? That's how you do it. So good job for Luca Filippi, moving that 7-Eleven car now up into the 4th position. See if he can't quite run down a 12-second gap up the road to Mraz in that 44 Aston Martin. But yet, Dean, you talk about domination. Aston Martin's now holding all 4 of the top 4 spots. The first car that's a non-Aston Martin is that Acura of Pushkarev behind the 22 car, and then there's still another Aston Martin behind him. That's that red wine color 192 Aston Martin, just a little bit down the road from these guys.
Yeah, the 22 Honda at the moment wants to break that Aston Martin party up. Andy King out there for the Pissed Up UK team said, let's go, Luca. Well, Luca got it. So good job there for the 7-Eleven machine. Well, they got to hold off the Honda. Is that a motor in the back of your Honda? Well, yes, it is. Motor in the back of the Honda. There's some references coming. You know, yeah, the puns have been a little slow tonight to this evening, haven't it? Because it's just too much racing for us to even bring out the puns, mate.
There's been a lot more excitement, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just coming off a break as well, too. The drivers didn't give us much of a time to break because they just kept going.
Yeah, that was a little bit too fast for us to be back thrown back into the action.
And it's still brewing, of course. The top 3 are separated by a second still. And then you got 11-second gap back to the battle between P4 and P5. Not much. There's still action happening further down the field. It's a couple of drivers of P7, P8 are brewing up a little bit of battle between and P12 and 13. But could you believe this? The top 3, 6 hours and 37 minutes remaining, 2 hours and 22 minutes, all the 2s on the clock. And the top 3 are separated by 2 seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't have seen that happening, especially not at the 2-hour mark with the kind of lead that that 98 car had. But to be honest, now that he's out of the picture, that team, I should say, is out of the picture, unfortunately. There's kind of the same battle we had, really close battle for second. Ever since the drop of the green flag, we'd had about 3 or 4 cars going at it, tooth and nail for the first 3 hours here. So not too surprised that we still have a battle up near the front that's for what would be the second spot. But boy, that 98 car, you got to feel for that team.
Oh, I already feel for that team, my friend. This is the reason why I put a couple of car batteries on my UPS, because I have power outages all the time. And guys out there, just to let you know, Mikhail, let them know if they have a UPS, get one. You need it, especially in motor racing. I've done it before in broadcasting.
What is this UPS you speak of? What's this acronym?
Unlimited power supply. You know, the power supplies you plug in everything to your computer into?
All right.
Yeah, it also prevents the spikes of the electricity going up and down. And of course, if the power goes out for a second or two, your computer's powered. That's the key, because if you just lose your computer there for a second, bang, you're out. Maybe just exactly what happened. Then again, they are expensive, and drivers are probably investing more of their money into their racing rigs than they are on that. But remember, you still got to power the machine that powers your driving. So, and I just put a couple of car batteries, my friend, because on my old UPS, I probably could run 5 minutes at best before I have to go fire up a generator. Now I can do about an hour. Anyway, that's me. They are they. As the drivers, and the top three are still tooth and nail battling. And I am Dean, and you are Austin, and Jack is Jack as our producer.
Yeah, quick rundown for you. We got so far into the action right away. The 98 car of Urgalev qualified that thing on pole. They led all the laps until pit stops, and shortly after pit stops, they had that disconnection due to a power outage. After that, the 714 car grabbed the lead, and it's been an uphill battle for them. They started well outside the top 15. That's that bright red and white Aston Martin. Started outside the top 15. Within the first hour, they cracked the top 10, and then we're up inside the podium positions there before the 2-hour mark. So they've been absolutely flying. So you see that 889 car going a little bit wide there, just out of radio. We'll see if they have any sort of a time penalty for that. Behind them is the 44 car, 889, 44, 711 car. All those things, all those machines started up inside the top 5. And that 22 machine started very, very far down the order as well. But they've been really fast. Obviously, they have that purple lap time indicator. They have the fastest lap time for right now. Absolutely flying around here, 2:17, 7:97 for that bunch. But I tell you what, they've been using better to perfection than anyone else. Pit stop strategy. They continue to just move up the field a lot of positions each and every time they come down pit road. If I'm any of these cats in the top 3 or 4 here, I've got to be looking out for that 22 crew.
I was just about to say the same thing you just mentioned, Austin, but great minds think alike. I was about to say, their pit stop strategy on top of their pace. As exchangearoos between 7 and 8 as well. Going back to that battle, 147, the 214 car. So it looked like the 147 car has got through the Aston Martins once again, proving a little bit of a domination here in Spa.
And to be honest, with the amount of cars the Astons have in the field, I want to say it's like a third of the field if we have everybody show up to one of these races this weekend. We're a little bit light-handed here in terms of car count. We're used to seeing about 30-plus machines out here, but it's the same weekend as the Daytona 24-hour race in iRacing. So it makes sense that some of the drivers would pinched, as you say.
You're right. Daytona is going on. Of course, VCO is bringing on Daytona as well as the Extreme series that we have here. VCO is everywhere, I guarantee you, my friend. The best racing network on the planet. Guaranteed all your money back. A cash split, I just saw a little bit of rain on them. How come they get all the rain? This is unfair. They are having a little bit of a light drizzle on their split. They're a couple of hours behind us. They're about 1 hour into the race. They're on 7 hours and 8 hours remaining. But still, we have excitement. Top 3 in the battle ring between P8 and P7. We're going to keep Jack very, very busy, my friend, because he's also doing the rival split. It's not raining in the rival split, not raining in our split, but a little bit of light drizzle for the cash split. No rain for Daytona 24 hours in iRacing, unfortunately, yet.
Yeah,
but
not yet.
I believe it's coming.
Yeah, they're working on it. Some of the cars you can change the setting to use the quote wet tire, but nothing in there yet to have actual water out on the track. But boy, that's going to be a trip once that happens. I continue to think that they shouldn't tell people it's going to start raining. It should just start raining in one of these big endurance races, and that is the announcement of rain.
That was the rumor, wasn't it? I think, Austin. There was rumors going around and say they're going to throw it in the middle of the Daytona 24. Obviously not, but I wouldn't be surprised that if they got a Bathurst event coming up and a few other. I wouldn't be surprised if they throw that about June, July, and
maybe
throw
just in
that
time
maybe
for the,
into one
the
of those
fake Le Mans.
Yes, exactly, and then say, all right, here we go, guys, bang, let's go racing with rain and iRacing that everybody's been wanting for a long time. Well, who wants the P1 currently in the moment, because the battle is still brewing up? 714, 889, and
all
44
three of these
car.
cars are within 3 seconds of each other, Dean.
Absolutely. You wouldn't believe that, would you? Well, you could believe it for the Challenger split, 2 hours and 28 minutes into it. We've seen it before, haven't we? And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see it in 6 hours' time from now.
Yeah, it's an all Aston Martin podium as it goes for right now. Luca Filippi, a substantial amount behind these drivers, but again, you have to imagine if something happens to any of these guys, he's going to come back into fighting form here before too long. Look at here, Michael Moreau's Net 44 machine, Revolution Sim Racing, and the best thing about the points championship is it continues to just be all about consistency for these drivers. That's the most thing. If I could do anything for a championship year or a season, I'd just be consistent, because consistency wins championships, and that's what you're seeing out of all these drivers. You got 889, 98, 44 car, 147, 214, top 5 in points, and all those cars, with the exception of the 98 anymore, having a great day here today.
You're absolutely right, Austin. Now, we both cast a lot of races, because we a lot of the fantastic casters here at the VCO cast a lot of events, and a lot of the different events that I've been casting over the last couple of months as the seasons wrap up to the new year, I've seen drivers wrap up championships without a single race win. And as you mentioned, consistency is key. They got podiums and high points playing positions, and over a season, depending on how long it is, usually 8, 9, 10 rounds, etc., they can win it because they consistently get points. That's exactly what you mentioned.
Yeah, I tell you what, this 889 car has reeled in the 714 machine about another half a second since we've been looking at this battle more recently. I'd be interested to see. We saw the same thing happen out of the 714 machine. He caught up to the 889, but couldn't really do anything with them just because they're so equal on pace. I feel like all three of these cars have pretty identical setups in terms of wing, downforce, and a ballast on these things too. So wouldn't be too surprised if they were to stay lock and step like this until the next round of pit stops, or maybe perhaps up until they catch those lap cars just up the road. Might be able to use 1 or 2 of those cars as some picks for you.
214 cars going in, way off the different strategy.
That's interesting for them. That's really early. They must have some damage or need something happen going on.
I'll keep an eye on that one, as Jack keeps an eye on the action, of course, at the top of the timesheets. We'll see about that one. That's Klaus that's driving the NSN racing team. That's the 214 car that is boxing. The chat's going a little bit quiet out there. I'm just a little bit scared. Are you guys afraid of rain that's not coming because the track is now 27?
It's time for a mid-stint nap. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Some of these guys, you get done racing,
give us some feedback, guys.
After you've cooled down. Oh man, these guys are getting all over the place here. Look at this 889, Dean. Look, he's looking around. He's not quite close enough to make a move. Oh, it might happen here. Might happen. He kind of threw a dummy there in the 714, forced him very deep into the corner.
Get the exit?
Side by side here down the front stretch.
Now he's got the inside line, but you've got to brake very, very hard here.
You don't even have to pull over-under here to get this done. Should have swung out a little bit more wide here. We'll see what the 714 can do. He might be able to get a better launch here out of this corner. Looks like he's able to, but he won't be quite close enough to make a dummy up the inside before they get to Eau Rouge.
I thought the 714 was probably clever there. He has to back off a little bit. He's lifting right now through Eau Rouge. Not to slap in the back.
Ideally, he would have done that just a little bit better and be able to get a good run and then just kind of lift before he got through there, because he just lost a ton of time.
Yeah, it brings that 44 car into play. There's the top 3 right there in your pictures. 1, 2, 3. You don't need to be going to school to know those numbers. That's what it is. It's 6 hours and 27 minutes remaining into this race. 2 hours and 32 minutes. And that are your top 3 positions. Pretty even Stevens on pit stops as well.
Man, Louis was a lot faster through there than his 2 competitors. I tell you what, that 44 car was really good through Lake Com. Wouldn't be too surprised if he was able to get a good enough run through Lake Com. He makes a move down here into this turn 10 area, this Brooks Ellis next time by. Oh, Guido Zito all over the place here, spinning out.
Yes, Jack, can we go on board currently at the moment if we can?
Whoa,
if you don't
watch
mind?
out.
44
He's
car.
all over the place here on the straightaway. We'll see if he
Yeah.
gets moving again, but he's got to watch out. Our leaders aren't
he's
too
in
far away
trouble.
from here. This is 81 car. They were in 10th before they went through the spin, but they've lost now a handful of positions to fall back to 12th position. This might be another mechanical malfunction for him.
Here we go. Michael, we're on board with. That's 81 car. We're talking about the Nissan. Sorry, go ahead, producer. Hardware failure.
Hardware failure, yeah.
Oh no.
So you see it happen. He still hasn't moved an inch. The leaders are going to come up on him right now at about the better part of 160, 170 mile an hour.
Should be off the racing
car on
line.
the left, right there. Ooh, a little bit of a dipping onto the grass at the right
He's off the racing line, thankfully, and of course the spotters will be there telling him immediately about that. Of course, he doesn't want to be there, but you can't control it when you have a technical problem. So let's see if everybody else hopefully navigates that one.
Once again, the 714 car really deep into that corner. If he doesn't get that sorted out soon, the 44 car is going to have a pretty good run the same way the 889 did. Well, I'm not too positive we'll be able to hold on to this position here before they get down to Kemmel.
Yeah, I think.
And watch this over-under here. Big boost to speed.
P2's up for grabs right now.
He's going to have him right here, I feel like, going into LeComp.
We're on board right now with Michael, so we're going to feel the sensation of speed as you climb your way up through Eau Rouge, which of course means Red River, because it does flow red. And will it be flowing the red up the road there of the 714 car? It's red because of the iron, and one of the lap cars gets out of the way, thankfully. Doesn't want to be a part of that party. Doesn't want to be in the red party.
Get the overspeed, but not quite enough to make a move here into LeComp. But I tell you what, you're going to watch him here. He is going to absolutely cut up these corners much better. He's going to be right on the tail end of the 714 car as they come out of here.
This is exciting. Let's just I'm going to just listen for this for a second. We're not going to pause because we're away. I just want to hear the sensation of speed between these gladiators. It's almost like we're jumped into the VC channel with it, and they're saying, "Okay, guys, be quiet. We need to focus."
I tell you what, this is sweat mode right here for Michael. He's all over the track a little bit more than I'm sure he'd like to. You can see he's lost a handful of time.
He's backed off, actually.
I don't know if this is the tires maybe falling away for that car, or he just kind of realizes that the 714 for right now is faster enough than him. He can pull away. He's starting to see if he can't charge up to this 889 machine. And you know what, too? You know, if you're Michael, maybe just let these two guys up here sort it out. Maybe they get together. You come out of this thing with the lead in a couple laps.
We saw that before, didn't we, Austin? We saw that before. The car that sits behind there and just lets them battle. And then as soon as there's a tangle, just sneak on by.
Yeah, update on that 81 machine. They've since moved. They're down pit road, sitting there for right now. So probably trying to see if they can sort out that hardware malfunction, whatever was going on for them.
Yeah, like the 98 car that's actually behind them. So see if they can sort that out. Like, once again, you still have a lot of racing to go, 6 hours and change. So,
all over the place.
They're
still getting together.
Wow, this is interesting.
That was a spin for the 714 machine. Now he's going to have to see if he can't spin turn it. Look out for the other cars. Oh, he's going to do the old Austin Powers 5-point turn here.
Beep, beep. Exactly. He's got a couple of cars, and then he should be ready to go.
Yeah, you're going to have to put your foot on the loud pedal now. I tell you, and once again, who came out of there on top, Dean? The car that laid back.
Yeah, I was to say recap. This is interesting because it looked at me. There was a spin, and then there was a tap from the car behind. We had the recap, and then he says, "Okay, my bad." He realizes, "Okay, you spun," and he slowed down. And then, of course, everybody was slowing down, and there was sportsmanship there. So they're kind of like going, "All right, we'll let you go back up there. It happens," and then it kind of just all happened at once. So I think it's fantastic sportsmanship. Maybe it didn't help out every single one of the drivers, but at least they're still back in the race. It could have been a lot worse. There could have been frustrations. I honestly, it looked to me like very good sportsmanship.
Yeah, from my point of view, it looked like Louis Morito came off the corner, got really loose sideways, had to jump out of the throttle, and the 714 did a phenomenal job of putting the throttle down, got in the back of the 889. They checked up for him to make sure, like you said, and at that point, then the 44 car comes around the outside, and they just had it coming together that spun out the 714.
Yeah, and nothing wrong. 44 car taking advantage of that. And
yeah, I mean, he's got
711 and the 889
lead.
they both slowed down to kind of like, resume the positions, kind of like, pause for a second, like you have in a game. Just pause it, and then we'll, reset the positions and go back at it again. And they did. And of course, if you're the 44 car, you have to take advantage of that. But they're back on it again, too, no doubt, between those two drivers of Filipini there and Moreno. And, well, Legion of Racers, of course, have proven that they are championship contenders. A bit of drama, a bit of excitement. Well, when has it not been drama and excitement there, Austin? It's always drama and excitement here in the VCO Challenger Split Endurance Series. And speaking of which, real quick, Austin, bucketing down the cash split. Bucketing down.
You hate to see it. They get all the luck with the rain. I tell you what.
The rain. I know.
But whatever, we're still going to charge on. Looking at this 22 car up now into the 4th position. Again, a little bit of a capitalizing on the bad luck from the 714 car. But I tell you what, these guys making their own luck, making their own strategy. They've been doing a phenomenal job to call this pit stop thing. And you know what? They've stayed, hard, fast, and steadfast with it, resolutely pitting when they want to, working out their strategy. And it's, again, same way it did in Monza, working on to perfection for them. I wouldn't be too surprised to see this car battling for a podium position, much less for the lead in the next couple hours, just with how much time they've gained each and every time they've come down pit road.
Now, also going to make you do a little bit of homework at the moment, because you have the pit wall live timing that everybody is available to. If you want to do that one in the Twitch, the !mark live timing, and in the YouTube chat, which is quiet at the moment. I'm a little disappointed you guys are not chatting with us, because you've been providing us with some fantastic information. We didn't even know about those technical issues until you relayed that one. So keep chatting to us. Don't be shy. But going back to that one, Austin, can you give us a relay there from our top 3 drivers and so forth for the pit strategies and when they boxed, and who's once again out of that sync?
Yeah, so for the first 3 cars, again, this is all in the pit wall .live /timing /VCO server -3. If you're in Twitch, you can type in !live timing, and you get the same thing I'm looking at here, same thing Dean has, same thing Jack has. This is free for everybody. You don't have to pay. Normally you would have to, but the good folks over at VCO and FLExTREME, Low Fuel Motorsport, they put together a deal with the pitwall.live people to give everybody the opportunity to go in and get the pro version for the absolute low price of free. So big opportunity. Good. You want to see what you've been missing out on by not paying for it? You can come into this and see what it's like to have the pro version. Be a baller, a big
Somebody
spender.
just typed that in too, Austin, right on cue, my friend. So yeah, click the link. The bottom one is us.
Yeah, so anyways, and then in there, in the middle of the bottom screen, you can start clicking on numbers, and they'll show up on the right-hand side there, and you can look at every single stint that they've had. So starting off with the 44 car, they were last down pit road 13 laps ago. The 711 and the 889, they continue to pit with each other. They were last down pit road 16 laps ago. And again, just to catch you folks up on the rules, there is a drive time requirement per stint at 65 minutes, and overall drive time requirement per driver somewhere north of 200 and some minutes. So you can almost run about half the race one driver.
Battle brewing at the moment, the 22 car on the back of the 3 car there, Jack. I know you're doing both of them at the moment. That's getting
battle for third.
Yeah, battle for third, exactly. That's about half a second as they make their way up through.
And they've been running them down pretty good these last couple laps here. This 22 car, fastest on the track at the moment. They have the purple lap time as well. The last lap, they caught them up by an entire second, a 2:19.4 compared to a 2:20.4.
Yeah, 220 was in the red too, which means they played an off-track excursion.
Well, you can hear them just going down through all those gears, man.
Absolutely. Let's listen for a
Absolutely
second.
flying. Sounds like a bunch of angry hornets, and you can see that 889 car going way wide in the center of the corner. That shows me he's got a lot of understeer in this car, not quite handling to his liking. He'd much prefer to kind of wrap the inside a little bit closer like the 22 car did. You don't want to wrap it perfectly because you might lose some speed there, but I tell you what, he's got this car. His car's to his liking right now. I'll tell you what, for Pavel.
I'll tell you what, we're at 2 hours and 42 minutes in there. I think we need some P's and Q's from you, Austin.
You know what? We're
Trademark.
We'll bring them out when we feel like it, you know?
Lovely.
Got to mind our P's and Q's with the old P's and Q's. You know what I'm saying? You can't just whip it out everywhere.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Sorry, I don't want to bring that one on you too soon.
It's like alcohol in a park. It's, you know, you might want to, but it's not a good time for it.
Yeah, no drink and drive out there. That's been mentioned at the moment. Scary clouds aren't here at the moment. The clouds are coming back in. Don't even worry about the clouds and the cash split. They have plenty of them. But the battle is still brewing on here for the Honda versus
I think Pavel's going to have him here in a lap or two. I think he has that overspeed, not quite enough to get him into the chicane here, but I think he is quite a bit faster enough. He should be able to get in with the next lap or two. If he gets a really good run here out of the source, I think he might have him.
He ran a little bit wide coming out of the end.
I was kind of surprised by that.
Yeah. And look at that. A couple of cars in the background are battling for position, but this is battling for a P3 position currently at the moment you're watching. 22 car.
The two cars behind, that's the 214, the Bentley, and the 81 car, the Nissan that just recently had that hardware malfunction to kind of put him sideways down the backstretch.
Oh yeah, it's good to see him back on track, as well as, of course, a 98 car that's way down. But trust me, you're not first place leading a race for so long into a race if you're not quick. So got to get your head down for 6 hours remaining. We'll be getting into the nighttime a little bit later on, so we'll have to see how they handle the cooler temperatures. So far down the main straightaway, too far back, definitely for Pushkarev. Don't even give me a chance to pronounce that. Yeah, that's up to Mr. Austin. He's great at those names.
777 car. A little bit loose there coming out of Radion. Looks like he's going to get it all collected though, so no need for the caution anymore.
It's definitely the corner to get your fold-out chair, isn't it, to watch? I mean, dangerous, no doubt. Unfortunately, many motor racing drivers in the real world. It requires a lot
of commitment too. Yeah. It's always really scary because to go through there with any sort of speed.
They have extended it. Yeah.
They extended the runoff. The corner itself has remained unchanged.
You can't. It's on top of a hill, mate. It's a cliff off the side. You can't do much about it. What are you going to do? You have to fill a whole mountain in. It's not like you get on well, it's not like you get on the any of the sim building programs that you have as a game there and just go, just click a button and make the mountain rise. It doesn't work that way, does it? As I said, the pit lane entrance is a cliff just to the side of the concrete wall. So you can't do much about that pit lane entrance either unless you build a mountain on top of a mountain. They say
a lot of plans and ideas of how to make Radion safer in Eau Rouge, but you're kind of going to hurt the essence of what is Spa. But speaking of hurting, Pushkarev is all over the back of this 889. They are hurting for some straight. Oh, look at that wiggle.
That's a job done there.
That car is loose.
And that's too much overspeed through Blanchemont for sure. And
this is the 711 car of Luca. He's within a half a second here of Michael Morales in the 44 car. This is for the overall lead. This is a battle for the lead of the race.
It has been brewing for a while. We had those top three there, and then we saw a little bit of a memento. And again, now
Luca's one of those cars. It continues to get fast towards the end of these runs, especially when the sun is out. The track temperature is a little bit hotter.
Luca's still racing from the very start, right? Hasn't swapped seats yet.
He's gonna. In about 40 minutes or so, he is gonna have to come down pit road and give this thing over to his teammates. But he might do that, giving them the lead of the race. He's gonna make a move to the outside of the 44 car, late breaker, to see who is the last of the late breakers into LeCom. It looks like it's gonna be Luca. Michael very wisely kind of backed out of it a little bit early to let him have it. Again, only 3 hours into a 9-hour long race.
I think super wise on that one there for Michael. Didn't put up that battle. And maybe happy to get a tow here, and the fuel saving strategy comes at play there if you get that nice tow behind. But good to see, endurance racing not putting up that much of a fight, because he probably is well aware that Luca has been sitting in that car now for 2 hours and 46 minutes, and it'll be sweaty right now. And maybe being behind as the hunter, as rather than the prey, can put the pressure on a mistake and see whether or not Luca is fatigued might kick in a little bit right now. That's kind of the strategy you'd be playing in an endurance race, right?
Yeah, you really do have the opportunity to do that at these longer races. But I especially, there's a lot of guys out there, including myself. If I can see you've run me down by more than a couple seconds and it's nowhere close to the race lead, I'll just pull over. I'm not going to fight you for it because there's basically no point this early on in the race, and maybe that favor is returned later. But there's just no point to fight tooth and nail for the lead 3 hours into a 6-hour long race, especially in this situation here. Pull over, see if you can't learn something. You have to realize that guy guy's car is a lot faster than yours, just the way you set the thing up for right now.
You're exactly right, Austin, because once again, and that shows the spirit of why you see the great teams performing great all the time. Thinking of great, P15 and P14 are battling it out there, tooth and nail. And that's going to be tooth and nail coming into the bus stop chicane very soon if they can make their way through Blanchemont. Here we go. Jack, if you can get that action on the camera there, because that's getting very, very spicy. That's the 69 car versus the 222 right there in the bus stop chicane. They got almost side by side there for a second. Lap car, well, traffic coming up the road there. That's not a car in play.
Yeah, that's that 714 machine currently in 6th. That's Dave Bergien. So looking here at Philip Drazik in the 69 car. Nice job, 15th position, not too shabby for that team.
Is it Biscuit? Looks like Biscuit.
Yeah, the Biscuit.
Yeah,
yep.
Biscuit. Risk it for the Biscuit. There you go. Philip.
Yeah, they had a good run last time out when we were in Barcelona, so looking to really capitalize on that momentum.
6.6 down the Camel Straight. I don't think the car up the road there of twos can get a little tow. We shall see. No, it's going to be settling it around there for another perhaps lap. Now, interesting. Blackmont was where they gained a lot of speed there for the Biscuit Motorsport team. That is in the Aston Martin, which we know the Aston Martins are obviously performing very well around here in Spa because you've got 3 of them leading the race at the moment.
Yeah, but it might as well come down to the fact that the Biscuit Motorsports group, haven't looked up the inside. Yeah, room taken, room given. Very, very sportsmanship-like.
Yeah, left the door open, my friend. You got burgled.
That's good racing. I enjoy that.
That was.
I mean, to be honest, again, you kind of realize somebody behind you is caught up to you. Again, we're not even a third into this 9-hour race. Go ahead, pull over, let him by. Maybe you can learn something. You got to understand that he's a lot faster than you are right now. It's futile at that point, too, the amount of overspeed that Philip had there over 2. So he's going to let him by, see if he can't tuck in behind. And still long ways to go in this race.
Speaking of which, Austin, if you want to check that real quick there on the pit wall live timing to see the stop differences between both those drivers, and we'll see whether or not somebody's on fresher boots or not. I'm going to throw that at you because I have too much on my screen. I can't handle that pressure right now.
Yeah, those two guys, they pitted within 1 lap of each other, but interestingly enough, they both had a 5-lap stint before that, so still pretty close between those guys. They might have had some drive-through penalties, believe it or not.
We saw I think the 69 car did have a drive-through penalty, I think, on that one. Battle still brewing between P3 and P4. So whether or not at the moment that Twos can come back, and his name is actually TWS, I think that's Twos, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, for the 222 car. Well, how ironic is that one? Ike Twos is driving in the 222 car, 222. Well, that's not scripted, by the way. It's not scripted. Sorry?
I said I was quadrupled 2 at that point.
Yes. Go back up to, at the moment to the push 2 car. There's 2s everywhere at the moment. That's a 22 car.
22 machine all over the rear end here. This is a battle for the last podium position. There's 1 lap car in between. That's the Klaus Nyring machine. Anymore, the 214 being driven by Departier.
If I have to hit the number 2 in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to throw myself insane anyway. Here we go.
I think you're pushing your luck a little bit too far there, buddy.
Yeah. Oh,
that's different. There's 2 O's in that one, no W, so it's different. It's fine. It's not a number, it's a word. Oh, Pavel looked down the inside again. This lap car, not for position. The car he's actually trying to get by for the last podium spot is that dark purple and black car, the 889. You can't really see him because this 214 is so far tucked up underneath his rear wing.
You said 214, I'm not going to go there at the moment. Here we go. But this is, so you have a battle for position and lap car in play. So this is where it gets tricky.
And this lap car too is fast. I mean, this car has a lot more speed than what the position it's in would indicate. This again was the car, Klaus Nyring was in this thing earlier in the race. He spun the car out just out of La Source, lost about 5 or 6 positions, went from being just outside the top 5 to just outside the top 10.
See, the overcast clouds are creeping back in again. Track temperature's dropped another degree, but we're still 25. We got as low as about 24, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, big loose condition there out of the 214. It was a good catch for him. Usually, especially in iRacing, I've done a couple of these 24 hours of spa events. If you get loose through Blanchimont, that car is pretty much good as wrecked.
Yeah, fences come out and bite you big time in that one. High speed section, flat, aren't you? Generally is flat through. I know Formula 1 cars are flat through there, but we'll see. Going to be flat your way up through a Rouge. Lap car still in place, so the tow should be in effect there for the 889 car running in P3. But will it be enough? And the 889 car is quick, so he doesn't have to yield too much. Not getting off the racing line so much. Here we go. Battling is brewing. There's never been a dull moment, and the Challenger split right now.
Yeah, especially this battle here for the last spot on the podium. You see the 214 car now off to one side. Looks like he's going to allow for the 22 car to go through. Sportsmanship-like move out of him, so good on him. We'll see what Pushkarev can do right now to the back end of Louis Moreno, the 889 car.
If I was speaking to Pushkarev, I was like, there's 4 letters in your name that you need to be doing right now. Push. I told you those puns are coming, mate. But
well, you know, I mean, it's
getting sloppy,
it's so hard to push because these guys have got 20 minutes left on their tires. You have to make sure these things last to the end. So yeah, you can push and maybe open up, a couple seconds between now and when you got to come back down pit road. But if you use up all the good out of your tires, you might be a sitting duck before too long, especially before it's time to come down pit road again. So while you do want to go as fast as you can, there's a fine line between overheating your tires and maybe overcooking the brakes into one of those corners.
Alexi in the chat there, obviously from this team, because I'm reading that one, because that's right next to your name, says sweaty hands. I bet you some sweaty hands right now from Pavel. Give us any feedback,
you take off the glove,
Alexi, if you have anything. I'm sure you're probably spotting your driver right now, but just give us a little bit of feedback. What is in the mind of the 22 car driver right now?
Yeah, sometimes I feel like you take off those racing gloves, you empty them out, and you can just see the sweat dripping out of them. So I tell you what, you go into sweat mode here. It doesn't matter what temperature it is in the house. As soon as you get off the sim rig, you are sweating buckets.
Yeah,
no matter what you're wearing.
Michigan, mate. You can open up the window right now. It could be freezing cold outside, but I guarantee you, in a racing rig now, you would be bucketing with sweat.
Oh yeah, I mean certainly. I turn the heat in the house down. You put on some basketball shorts instead of jeans and a t-shirt, and all of a sudden, you're still sweating, but not to the degree you would be if you were all bundled up.
It's just like running a marathon in freezing conditions, isn't it? You're just body heat. It's all about body heat.
Yeah, you keep yourself warm,
See if he's going to keep himself warm enough to go through a Rouge as the temperature's dropping a little bit with the clouds.
I tell you what continues to keep itself warm, though, is this track. We're still only at 25 degrees Celsius for a track temp. The lowest we've seen so far, 24 degrees, getting a little bit closer once again to the rain situation.
It's going to run now.
Oh, poking it down to the inside is Pavel.
No, it's a commitment.
Side by side with him. Yeah, you don't back out of this one. You go ahead, lick the stamp, and send it up on in there. Looks like he is going to clear himself through Lacombe. Textbook, absolute textbook move out of Pavel.
Exactly.
Yeah,
the
you
checks
forget
in the mail, my friend.
strategy. These guys are getting it done out on the racetrack too.
Welcome along, Austin, on the microphone once again, producing us all the fantastic broadcasting here for the Challenger split, and of course Jack is bringing us all the fantastic pictures. And it took a little bit, I'd have to say, for the 192 car, the 889 car to get past that lap car to give it a breathing space there for the 22 car that's up in a P3 currently.
Yeah, now the 81 car is behind him too, kind of just chomping at the bit here, that Stephen Frost machine.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can get by in another lap or two. Getting pretty close. We're getting closer and closer to the next set of green flag pit stops. I would expect for everybody to start coming in right about that 6:55 to 5:55 to 5:50 mark, somewhere in there. I would expect the pits to open down to all the way about 5:45. Everybody's got to have pit by then.
Time flies when you're having fun. I didn't realize an hour's gone that quickly.
Oh yeah, it's already about 9 o'clock here on the East Coast.
Yeah, exactly. About exactly 9 o'clock here in Central America, my friend. So, but it's 2:19 p.m. in Belgium Spa currently for our esports event. The Challengers split there for VCO endurance racing, and VCO, of course, the best esports platform on the planet. They even bring the Daytona on top of it, isn't it? I just the team at VCO are just under so much work this weekend, and I can't believe how fantastic all the casting crew and production crew are just bringing on every tiny bit of racing there is. This event for the 20th, 21, and 22 of January has just been motor racing central, and VCO are the central of motor racing.
Celia Marino continues to stretch that gap now over Pushkarev as after those two have stopped. So, or swap positions, I should say. Pushkarev, though, down pit road. As soon as he got that position, he decided to come down pit road. I like this, though, strategy out of him. They've been bitten just before the turn of the hour every hour. Same thing they did in Monza. You know, they had a pit stop strategy, and they basically stuck to it. I wouldn't be too surprised as well to see him kind of right up there as soon as pit stops are over. Now be fighting with that 44 car from Ross. That's kind of how they've been. They go down pit road. They gain a good couple seconds there with their pit stops.
Once bitten, twice shy. I got some questions.
At this point, it's practically like 2 free sandwiches. 1 free sandwich, maybe.
Track temperature, 24 degrees has dropped as the clouds are forming again. And
yeah,
remember,
this is where we're going to start to see an inflection of the fast cars, Dean.
Exactly, because we're creeping the afternoon as well. And so, yeah, everything's going to start to come into play, as well as those pit stops, as you mentioned, will definitely come into play.
Whoa,
Heat machine.
Look at Ralph. Boy, that was a little bit sideways there.
Come on, Ralph, mate. And we know you love that. You love the camera. You are a camera hog. It's almost like the Michael Jordan, aren't they? They're always in the spotlight of motor racing. You should know that, mate. Well, Chicago, Detroit. I mean, that rivalry has been
I don't know if I really like
years.
the Bulls.
Yeah, of course.
My grandpa
from
loved
Detroit.
Of course, he was from the old Chicago.
Exactly. But
anyways, though,
that's
look
back
at
in the
here,
80s.
Ralph
This is the
Belansky.
2022.
22 car has come out just behind him.
Yeah, you're right. That's close. That's massively close.
So battle here at 22 cars come out just behind. It looks like the 33 car of Simone Massimi. So we'll see how long it takes them to dispatch him. And this is the one problem that you'll have if you're the 22 car when you pit so much adversely compared to the rest of the field is you come out and all of a sudden cars you weren't racing around before are now in your way. And even though you're on differing strategy, they're not obliged to get out of the way for you whatsoever.
No, do not get out of the way unless you absolutely have to. And we still know that this car that we're focusing on at the moment, 33 car, they don't have the fastest lap. The car behind them has the fastest lap still. That's a 2:17. But at the moment, they're currently lapping a lot less than that because they're coming out of the cold tires, just coming out of obviously pit road. And
Marino down on the pit road as well. The 889 car, Gafour in the 45 as well.
Chat's getting quiet. I'm scared. Why are you guys quiet in chat?
Well, they're all preparing for the rain, Dean. They're wondering what's going to happen. I tell you what, this could also affect that 22 car as well. If it starts to rain before everybody else comes down, and then that 22 machine basically has to pit twice compared to everybody else's once. So that's just another area of how it can bite you if you do decide, basically elect to do a certain strategy. It's the same thing you'll have in Formula One. If you go for a massive undercut over your competition, you open yourself up to basically be the victim of a caution.
Absolutely couldn't say any better. Caution, into the victim of the bus stop chicane.
Oh boy, and, dive bombing is not a victimless crime. It was textbook, man.
Yeah, I think it was clever that 33 car didn't want to put up too much of a fight there and say, okay, you do your thing, we'll do our thing. We still have 5 hours and 58 minutes, 6 hours basically of our thing to do later on.
And to be fair, too, that
drive
22 car has come out of the pits.
267 car. Real quick there. That's high.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Weiss with the drive-through. The 22 cars come out with fresh boots, so he's going to be a lot faster than all his competition at the moment. So not too surprised to see that 33 car kind of move out of the way. But yeah, Linus got a drive-through. I don't think, Dean, we have any opportunity to see what that was for, but it's most likely an off-track excursion or too many of those.
Yeah, there are a lot of off-track excursions, and I'm not sure if the live timing shows that. The timing that I'm looking at, I'm seeing red laps. When I'm seeing red laps, it means it's an off-track excursion. You're allowed a certain amount of them, of course, because there's a reason why track limits are in play. Otherwise, you can just go straight through a corner. Basically, drive through bus stop if you want, without even taking a corner. That's the reason why they're in play. Pit stops are now coming in play. So we're going to go through those pit stops to catch that action, see how they pan out, and then take a pause there and get back into this one. And we're still listening on our HyperX headphones. HyperX headphones will be given to the teams that do win the championship. I'll tell you what, they're some beautiful headphones to be hearing the beautiful sounds, of course, of Mr. Austin.
Be really interested to see what kind of lap time this 22 machine can put down here. That last lap he came out of the pit, so his last lap he completed was a 3:47. So I'll be interested to see what kind of lap times he can put down now that he has new tires compared to the rest of the field. I can tell you for a fact right now, leader just put down a 2:20.5. Second place, the 44 machine put down a 2:19.995. Another 2:19 for that last podium position. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of tire conservation this team can the other teams can put on with this team. They've been, bolting new ones on and burning through them just as fast as they do that, but they get good speed throughout the course of a stint.
Oh, speed in the Temple of Speed 2.0, exactly as you mentioned. I was just chatting to Mike real quick, one of our fantastic producers here at VCO. He was just saying before that the challenges have gone cloudy. Well, Mike, I want you to do your rain dance. Mine didn't work, did it, in the break at all, Austin? I tried. I did my dance.
I mean, to be fair, you tried. We got some cloud cover, so I can't
maybe
blame
Mike
you,
can
but
do it.
Maybe we need
Come on,
more
Mikey.
people.
Get out there and do your dance. Action all over the place. Look at this.
Riding on board here, another battle. This is further down deep in the field. This is for the first spot within the top 20. This is Mayer. Used to be the old leading car, trying to see if he can hunt down Frost in the 81 machine.
Take it easy on my Skyline.
Look out for that lap car just up the road.
Take it easy on my Skyline 98. We know you have the pace. You were leading the race before.
Unfortunately, there. Used him as a pick.
Yeah.
See if he can get another good run here. Maybe a late braking opportunity here into the chicane. If not here, he'll probably have to get him into LeCombe. Oh, he's going to do it. He's going to send it up there. Wow, that's incredible stuff. And they not even go very wide, too, off that first part of the chicane to make up that position. Unfortunately for them, though, they're still multiple laps down. That wasn't even for position, I don't think. They're still an entire lap now, less than one entire lap behind that 81 car, so they still got a long way to go.
You honestly think that the that Mr. Frosty, Stephen Frost there in the Nissan Skyline is just like, I feel bad for you guys having an issue there from dropping from first.
Well, they know what it's like, though.
Yeah.
They had a podium in the books there at COTA at Circuit of the Americas, and they got DQ'd. So, or not DQ'd, disconnected, DC'd.
Yeah, that's true. Drivers all know that. They've all been through that. I mean, you can't go. You're lucky, touch wood, if you can go through a whole season with multiple drivers in endurance racing without having some sort of technical issue. It almost happens to everybody, doesn't it? I mean, but one race is one race, and there are multiple races. So, generally the rule of thumb, isn't it? If you're in eight rounds for a season, one of them are going to have some sort of technical issue. So, it happens to every team. It's not just one.
So Dean, trivia time for you.
Okay.
What do you think the 22 car? No cheating, by the way. I know you're looking over your scoring monitor. What lap time did the 22 just put down? Absolute flyer. Not going to reset that purple lap time. Not go faster than their fastest, but Leverson just put down a phenomenal lap coming out of the pits.
I can't. Yeah, so I'm not going to look at the lap time.
2:18 flat.
Wow.
Yeah, 2:18.2. So he is about 0.7 of a second faster than the leader and most of his competition out there. So that's why they continue to do this kind of short pit strategy rather than run out the old 65-minute time clock. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they were in about second position, maybe even third after pit cycle stops. The pit stop cycle.
Is that before the fresh boots or after?
That 2:18 was after the fresh boots.
Oh, okay.
So they just put that lap time down.
I do see a little nasty, the red thing you don't want next to your name, especially the 13 car. Unlucky for some, unlucky, unfortunately, for the 13 Audi.
Go. Yeah,
Stop go 30 seconds,
penalty.
which means a 98 car will gain probably another lap or so back on that. But yeah, that's a little bit punishing for them. Once again, the only great benefit that they can be looking at the glass being half full will be the fact that they still have 6 hours remaining in the endurance race.
Yeah, 6 hours. So boy, a couple laps are a lot to make up over the course of even a 9 hour race. So it's kind of interesting too that you can get disconnected and you don't really get your laps back. You have to come back into the race and basically treat it as you blew a tire and had to limp it around for an entire lap and got lapped 3 times by the leader. That's just how it is. In real life, you don't have to worry about losing power or power outage, I should say. You still have to worry about loss of power from the engine or something or a battery, but you don't have to worry about ball bearings or wheels going bad or a fuel pump issue. But in sim racing, you have to worry about a PC or power outage or anything like that.
Or Michael Massey and race control and all that. We won't even get into that
that's right.
controversy.
Yeah,
but I tell you what, right now, Mikhail out there in the chat, well, I'm mopping up your tears, my friend, for the 98 car, because they're still really like crying about that one. But guys, I want you to still continue to bring that one in there. I think you're 4 laps down, but you still remember you have the pace. You have the pace, and you have the time on your side. Speaking of time, we probably have to get to a point where we'll have a little bit of a breather, my friend.
Yeah, we'll probably wait until after everybody's pits. So probably around that 5:45 mark. We'll end up taking a quick 5-10 minute break. Be right back after that. Looking at Ralph Molansky here, top 5 run for that team again. 16 car in 5th place. I feel like right now, if the track's getting hot again. So the sun's back out. This is when this car thrives. Out of track conditions.
Mike. I
would be too surprised if there is an admin in here. Every time it gets cloudy, they just do the old Minecraft type of slash weather clear, and the sun comes back out.
Sun's back out on the cash split, so they had their rain shower. As dry as a bone right now for them, and dry as a bone has been for the rival split the whole time, as well as our challenger split. And Mikhail says, yes, they're still going. Good on you. Thank you very much. Mikhail, which driver are you? And I believe you are driving, obviously, for the 98 squad. The McLaren, the sole McLaren, still remaining in this race. Yeah, keep it up, mate. Mikhail, you've been sticking with us the whole time in the YouTube chat, and I appreciate that. And so you're going to stick with us to the end. All right, we're going to commit another 6 hours to this. You're committing another 6 hours for your team. You've done so much great work. Don't yield. Don't give up yet. Anything can happen in motor racing, as I say, and it always does happen.
Yannick Schmidt took over the role of the 7-Eleven driving there from Luca Philippi, so move him into the pit stop UK car. Put down some solid laps here as well. He's got Laverton just behind him, so it shouldn't be too long before we see this car have to come down pit road to take its first pit stop of the day for Yannick there.
Yeah, Pit Stop UK team had their fans out there in the chat before. They've actually quietened up a little bit. Maybe they're taking a bit of a lay down of a snooze. Don't be lay down at the moment. Yannick and Stop UK team will be having a pit stop. Well, there you go. Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got Max just behind him, Lavershin just behind Yannick here. So it won't be too long before Max comes through for this position. But I think in the next couple minutes here, we're going to have to see Yannick come down pit road, because this would be the end of his drive time, as it were. He's getting pretty close to the end of his stint. 65 minutes max stint length, so he's getting really coming down to the wire here.
Yeats in. 147 cars in.
I believe this car just came in. Excuse me, the 7-Eleven car has already come down pit road, so just put Yannick in the car. That's my bad.
7-Eleven car's not in the pit road.
They just came down like 3 laps ago.
Oh, okay,
one lap ago.
Yeah, I was testing you, Austin. I know you're paying attention. It's all right.
Yeah, all right. I'll take word for it.
Yeats in, of course, and as well as the 147 car. This is when you need your pit wall live timing, my friend, isn't it? That's when you need the pro version that's free, and all the gizmos are there to catch that action, to try to size up who is where, when, how, and when they boxed. As the sun comes back out again, we will talk to Mike a little bit, and I'll go run down and grab Mike during the break there and say, Mike, I want you to get your dance out there, all right? You dance your rain there, the cash split. I want some rain here for the challenger split.
So Max still trying to hunt down that 7-Eleven car right now of Yannick Schmidt. This should shape out to be a battle for the podium positions. As you see, our leader, the 44 car, comes down onto pit road. Furahart is going to follow him, that 192. That's that dark red colored Aston Martin. And then just behind him is the old, was driven by Mike Williams. Now we've got De Bruin in the car, the 714, that red and white Aston Martin. So expect him to come down pit road in maybe the next couple laps.
That is close. That is like twirly whirly as Marks, as you can see there at the moment, the 22 car. Now,
Well, he's really trying to
hungry
get everything
an
out of this
overtake,
thing.
but I tell you what, right now, the 711 car is not going to yield as easy. So it's game on between them.
Yeah, we've
know,
seen the
don't we?
711 car too be very, very apt to defending his position. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he were able to hold him off for quite a while.
You're going to try to hold them off as long as possible during this pit stop window situation. And now bus stop chicane is going to be the key to look out for, isn't it? As our fantastic producer Jack is right on the bubble, right on the camera, and right on the action. Let's see, will there be a late dive or not?
Oh, he's thinking about it. Not quite close enough. I think no doubt he kind of realized what happened to Ralph before. Oh man, he's going to force him a little bit deep into the stop, into the chicane, I should say. Going to get a really good run out of there down the front stretch here. We'll see if he can pull the old over-under. He's got a lot of overspeed on him. He can't quite clear himself though by the time they get into the source.
We'll see. Outside racing line.
Yeah, he's going to pull the old over-under. We'll see if the 711 can check up in the middle. No, not
they
quite.
Should
he's going
be
to get
side
a good
by
run
side
out of there, but he's
before
choked
a
off.
Rouge. Yeah, should be side by side for the Rouge. Now it comes down to who wants to lift.
I don't think either one of them is going to lift. I think if one would, though, it would be the 711 car because he's got a disadvantage. Yeah, just tucks in. Wise move out of them, though. Wise move out of Yannick. Oh, but
look at the off-track excursion as well, too.
You can only take so many of those if you're the 22 car.
Yeah, we've seen some of those penalties being coming in thick and fast for some of those drivers, so be very careful. And I think the 711 car probably was wise in that one, saying, well, okay, you guys got an off-track excursion, and that's a little nasty X slapped to your name, and we're okay. So probably clever. We'll see how that pans out in 5 hours and 46 minutes.
Yeah, Louis Marino, the 889 Aston Martin, just down the road. That's that 44 machine. That was the old leader, so interesting swap of positions here for those two drivers on the pit stops. So with that 889 car, they might cycle out to the lead here, or at least they would have, but I think that 22 car is going to have pipped them for this. 711
car is now right back on that 22 car, as you mentioned. So that is the battle for P2. That's
now the 714 is down pit road, so our leader right now, the car that cycled to lead at 714, the red and white Aston Martin, pitting.
Exactly right. Essentially our race leader, because unfortunately the 89 and 98 car that was way up the road, unfortunately, is not up the road anymore. They're way down the road. Not to their fault, of course, technical issues.
I'm really surprised here the gap that this 22 car has opened up over the 889 and the 44 car. These two cars were leading just a little while ago, so I'd be kind of interested to see if they had some sort of a problem on the pit stop, or maybe if they pitted for an extra long stop. I'm not sure, but they've lost a lot of time.
Which car, sorry?
The 889 and the 44. I mean, these two guys are battling for a podium not too long ago, and that 22 car was in fourth. So he's done an excellent job, a masterclass of undercutting these guys. I mean, look at the 22 is at the bus stop right now. The bus stop chicane, about to cross the start-finish line. Here the 889 and the 44 car have yet even get to the front stretch.
711 chasing him down. Now, 711 Pit Stop UK team, probably the name being Pit Stop, they've been the Pit Stop Kings at the moment for time-wise, right? I believe in and out.
Oh, yeah, they've been some of the fastest people in the pit box.
They've got the Red Bull, they grabbed all the Red Bull Pit Stop team and just said, okay, you come in here and give us a sub 2-second pit stop. Unfortunately, it's not going to work like that in GT3s, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the off-season, but still, you know, well-oiled machine works a lot better and faster than one that's all rusted up. So if you can get those Red Bull guys out there, it's the off-season for them. Maybe pull them off vacation. A little bit of practice for them as well.
Oh, you're mean, mate. What's that vacation? I think it's the only time to spend with their family before a whole grueling, 22 race season. Oh, Austin.
I think it's 23 this year.
Yeah, probably, mate. Yeah, it's but anyway.
It was going to be 24, but China got removed from the calendar.
Yeah.
Maybe next year we can shoot for 24.
At least we're going to have more American tracks, and we're going to have an American driver in Formula 1, thankfully. So exciting. Anyway, that's Formula 1.
Yeah, crazy
we are
times.
Here in the Challenger Split for the GT3 series. I think it's probably time to have a bit of a break, mate, because there's not a lot of action happening.
Yeah.
It's up to your call. You're the boss. And
yeah,
Jack's the boss.
Jack's the boss. But I think we can take a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes, Dean. What you say?
Absolutely.
Austin Belke, Dean Hopton, Jack Maloney here with you for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 9 hours of Spa. If you're just now joining us, we're about 3.5 hours in, 5.5 hours left. We join you here this intense battle here for 8th position. That's a 214 of Depardieu, trying to defend here from the Yeet machine of Witt, the 16 car. If you're just now joining us, just a quick update for you. The 98 machine of Urkulov got on pole, led all the laps until he got a disconnection due to a power outage, and at that point on, the 714 grabbed the lead after that from starting outside the top 15. And about at the 2.5 hour mark, all three of our leaders came together. The 44 went from lurking to leading, and then since then, that 22 car, they continue to play pit strategy to perfection, grabbed the lead. And just after our third round of pit stops, they've been leading ever since. Right now, they're out to about a 6.3 second lead.
And a great lead of that. And I love those recaps that Austin brings you on the hour, almost on the hour, every hour. We try to do it around the pit stop times. 5 hours and 32 minutes remaining in this race. 3 hours and 27 minutes have conducted. And conducted for most of our racing splits here. At the moment for the VCO Esports network, we have the rival split that's a little bit behind us there. The cash split that had the rain that we've been asking for some time, but doesn't look like we're going to get it because the sunshine's shining again. They're doing it. And of course, if you're a little bit bored with Spa, you've got Daytona 24 hour also being broadcasted at the same time. Welcome everybody in the chat as well too. Mikhail, Andy, and Struge, and a lot of the other drivers there, the representing teams or engineers are giving us that feedback. Yes, it's been exciting. Yeet machine now on the pressure on the back there is right on cue. Yeet are hungry for the camera, and they're hungry for an overtake.
Yeah, trying to go around the outside there. Now the inside in Lycom. A little bit of argy-bargy there with the 214. The car, the only Bentley in the field. Still argy-bargy. Oh, going to go for a little bit of a spin there.
Yeah, that's the 214 car.
That's just the weight, man. All the weight at the front of the car barely got together with the Lexus. Sent him around. Luckily, though, not going to lose any spots. Just a lot of time. But you know what? It's still a long ways to go. 5.5 hours left to make up that room.
They had a little bit of a kisseroo when it came to the barrier, but I think that was a side-on, so it shouldn't have done any major damage. Sometimes you'd be surprised. It's the same with iRacing. Of course, we're in ACC, but sometimes I've seen the smallest taps, and then all of a sudden the steering's bent in some wrong direction. You never know. Drivers are well aware of it, but it looks pretty comfortable, that one of Bram. So the NSN racing team should live to see another day for the 214 car.
Yeah, this is that bunch. Just to remind you folks at home again, they went on to win the first race at Circuit of the Americas. Then we went to Monza, and they only completed about 15 laps, so they took a pretty large hit in the points. But they've already got all their, basically, ballast out of the way, and they're going to pretty much run nothing until they use up their last kilogram at some point.
Yeah, weight is key in motor racing, for sure. And so basically, as I said, go to the grocery shop there, go pick up the groceries, slap it in the back of the car, and as soon as you get home, take it out. All of a sudden, the car's a lot lighter. But the sweat is still remaining.
If you've ever gone on vacation, you get that thing packed full of your stuff. I know every time I went to and from college, I'd have all my stuff in the back of my pick-em-up truck, and boy, you could tell slowing down for a red light, like, oh, we're about 400 or 500 pounds heavier.
You can tell you're from the United States, mate, when you pick up truck and you're going to need one, of course, because you're in Michigan where it's snowing and you need a bit of traction there. No snow to worry about here in Spa at the moment. As you mentioned, Spa has produced snow before in the past. But, yes,
and no rain either. That's the most saddening part.
I know. Don't talk about the rain.
The catch split got rain. All right.
11 car at the moment. Wish he can rain his way past the 33. There it is. Ponds are coming. I'm getting rusty, but don't worry. Got plenty of time.
You know what? He's trying to rein that car ahead of him in that 33 machine just up the road. He's about 1 second off, though. And this car, I tell you what, this 267, I said it at the top of the broadcast, Dean. These guys just weren't really running. They didn't really qualify where I thought they should be. They were practically like second to last on the field. And I tell you what, they've been on one heck of a recovery drive pretty much all day long here. And I tell you what, this car, I think they even had a setback at one point, got pretty loose and spun the car out at one point. So to still be in 11th place after all this, we've still got 5.5 hours left to go. They're on for a pretty special run today, I feel like.
That's positive. That's absolutely positive. You mentioned that for the Chronics racing team. It's good to see. Lexus are not too bad because you've got the other Lexus, the Yeet machine, running in P8. And they also did the same thing, didn't they? They gained a lot of places during the races. So that Lexus machine seems to be very much tuned in to racing performance.
That Yeet car shot themselves in the foot more than a couple times. They had that drive-through penalty. I think that was for speeding on pit road. Maybe they went in there a little bit too hot. Could have been for off track one too many times. And then they also tried to make a late move, a dive bomb up the inside into that turn 1920 chicane, and spun the car out. Lost about 3 or 4 positions that way too. So they've been on it. They've been fast. They should be in the top 5, but again, it just not quite the quiet, consistent run I feel like we need. But that's the Yeet car, they're loud.
Yeah. Yeet car is allowed to do that because they get the camera all the time. Unfortunately, the 98 car, they had no camera by leading the race for a long time, and clearly it's way scheduled to win the race, but now running, unfortunately, all the way back in 21st. But Mikhail in the chat has mentioned that they are crying. They're a couple of laps down, 4 laps down, but they are still in it, like that racing spirit. Do you have a favorite livery at all at the moment while we have a little bit of a
we still haven't even seen the 98 car's livery. We've been asked about seeing that and couldn't see it because they were so far removed from the field. If we can get a look at that one, we could try to judge that.
Yeah, at the moment we are a little late on that one, probably about 2 hours late on that one from the request there. So here we go. If we do, no, we won't. We'll have to go back to that one because there's battles brewing again. Every single time we want to go to look at that one, there's battles brewing. But we'll keep an eye on this battle at the moment because this is the battle brewing for P10.
Now they continue to get closer and closer together here. Linus Weiss in the 267 car. This car's got a lot of speed. Linus has a lot of speed himself. He was one person that really impressed me last week out at Barcelona. He continues to impress here, knocking on the door of a top 10. Up at the front of the field, it's still Lev Rushin. He's got about an 8-second lead there over the 711 car of Yannick Schmidt. And then, of course, you've got David Golds there in the 44 machine, about another 8 seconds behind him. 3 seconds behind that is that 889 car of Moreno, and then rounding out the top 5, it's that wine red color 192, the number Aston Martin, currently being piloted by Tommy Azelin. So lots of Aston Martins up at the front of the field. 6 of the top 7 are all Astons, but at the very tippity top, it's that Acura.
Yeah, the tippity top. We mentioned about the Vino Tinto before. That's the wine red. We spoke about that before the past. 2 battles brewing at the moment. Battle for P4, P5. Battle for P10, P11. It's always there. Once again, we apologize. We never get a chance to go back and look at the livery there of the 98 car because there's action. But that's what the Challenger split always produces. Doesn't it, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, we're really spoiled for choice here. The amount of cars, we can look at and see that they're fighting for position. And there's another battle brewing here, 4th and 5th, the 889 and the 192 car. They're extremely close as well.
That's what I'm saying. And that it's a Bentley battle. For the Aston Martin, sorry. Battle for those gladiators. We know that for supremacy. That we were talking to Jack a little bit earlier in the green room in the break, and then we're going to probably sort some sort. What do you reckon? GoFundMe campaign to buy Jack a Aston Martin. I think he deserves it for the fantastic production he's done. We'll talk to him about that one later on. Hashtag give Jack a Aston Martin. He's British. He needs it. Let's have a look.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's the car in Spa right now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's the car that you want to have. And to be honest, all these teams are given the opportunity to choose whatever car they want. And I feel like a lot of these teams really just enjoy how the Aston Martin handles a good, front-engined, rear-wheel drive powered car. Just a recipe for success.
And a nice one to park in your garage. As you can see, the Vino Tinto, the car of the 192 of Tommy, is trying to make his way past the purple machine there, the 889 car, just up the road. And he's getting closer and closer and closer. Let's see where he's going to bus stop chicane. Will be a little bit too far back, I'd have to say, to send one here. Maybe lining up for La Source out of the exit there and make your way up the Camel Straight. It looks like that one, doesn't it, there, Austin?
Yeah, it certainly does. That 889 car, 2 championship leader coming into here. They were the cars that dominated last weekend out, I should say, when we were in Barcelona. So it's no wonder to see why they're doing so well in the championship points. I believe they're one of the 2 cars that have podiumed in every single round we've had this season. So again, consistency wins championships, but boy, consistently finishing on the podium is really going to help you out even more than that.
Endurance races to considering all the issues you could possibly have. But here we go. That's a great run out of Radeon, and here we go down to Camel Straight. You got to be thinking about right now. He's going to slightly use the slipstream. He's going to break the slipstream, and now you're committed. Now you're committed to Lacombe. Who's going to be exiting first?
Asselin's going to get it done there. That was an absolute textbook move. Still got it all over the rear end, though. Moreno trying to see if he can't get him back here, maybe loosen him up, but just barely taking the air up off the rear end of the car. Not quite able to do it, though. So move Asselin up into the top 4 position.
I don't want to tell you right now, but if you look at the track map, the 777 car once again has disagreed with the exit of Lacombe and had a moment. And I think they've just returned their way. Yeah, they just straight back into the pit lane. They do not agree right now. I told you, if the best thing you can do right now, go to Radeon, buy it some flowers, and take it out to a dinner because, unfortunately for the Audi 777 car, once again, just does not agree that part of the track.
Hey, how about that 267 machine? It's made up 2 spots since the last time we talked about it. It was in 11th, I think, a couple laps ago. So it's made up. It got, I believe, around that 33 machine. And it's also, they've both made their way around that 45 car. So good on them, moving their way up through the field.
69 car on the 118. The battle for P13 and 14 of Kent in control of the 69 car, really putting pressure on the purple machine.
Yeah, that Heinen car, they've had a lot of trouble. Good recovery for them.
Battles brewing everywhere. I feel sad for Jack, but yeah, Jack, if you can get the P14 battle, that's going to be brewing up here for sure. Blackbont going to be side by side, full speed. Here we go.
Oh, looks like he's going to get that move done handily right here. We'll see if Heinen come out to any sort of maybe a charge back here to late braking into this bus stop chicane. I don't think he's quite able to do it.
They've yielded
he's a little bit too far back. I think, to be honest, too, right now, Charlie's just a little bit faster than him. You're going to see 1 car in the background. That's the reason for the blue flag. That's that 714 machine, currently running around in that 6th position, being piloted by De Bruin.
And right on cue, thank you very much for Jack for catching that one into the bus stop chicane. Jack, I'm going to give you a bus stop ticket.
Yeah, best camera work in the business here.
Yeah, but battling for the 33 car, right on cue. Jack, you got that one.
Yeah, last spot in the top 10. 2 last spots in the top 10, 9th and 10th. Boy,
it's
this
close.
33 car is on it again. I figured he was just going to have to relinquish his spot, maybe fall back a little bit, but he is absolutely hounding right now the 267 of Weiss.
And you can see the triangle on the track map. That's the race leader. The race leaders are a little bit a lap over this one, but they are brewing their way through Pool 1. There are no name corners, but there is a name to it. But at the moment, I'm not even going to go into that one. There's Luca doesn't care about the name. He cares about the problem of the 267 Lexus up the road.
Yeah, that Lexus is handling really well, too, right now. That's the one car. I haven't seen that 267 step out very often, but some of these Aspens, man, especially on corner exit, you see him just wiggling up out of the corner. Yeah, look at him wiggle back down in there. This car, a little bit too loose for him right now, but he's doing a great job wheeling it, and to be honest, he's not losing any time. In fact, he's gaining on this 267, going a little bit wide. That's a 267, maybe getting a little loose.
Yeah, can we go on board right now of Luca if we get a chance there, Jack? I want to see the sensation of speed, of course, in the Temple of Speed 2.0 here in Spa. This is one of the tracks that every driver on the calendar wants to win this one. The Monaco, of course, don't even worry about Monaco. I call it a glorified go-kart track. But Spa is a racing track that everybody wants to win because they race all the GT3 cars, LMPs, everything's raced around here, Formula One. And this is the trophy you want. You want this one on your shelf. And whether or not Luca's going to see themselves into the top 10. Problem is, of course, they got that 267 car holding on tight, and that's Lexus versus Aston Martin.
Yeah, Spa's just one of those places. It's so much fun to drive by yourself. It's even more fun to race on. And you have so many of these endurance races. F1 comes here, WEC comes here. This, of course, is the home of the Spa 24-hour race. Can't tell you how many times I've competed in that on iRacing myself. Lots of opportunities to race at Spa, one of my all-time favorite tracks, and so historic as well.
And you get the Daytona, of course, occurring at the same time, but you have to switch around. Well, if you had to pick one, Spa 24 and Daytona 24, which would you go?
Oh, definitely Daytona.
Okay. Yeah,
it's American.
From the States. Okay, yeah, okay, there you go. I wonder if Jack could tell us, actually. Jack, well, you won't hear Jack, but Jack could tell us in our ear what he would be. Jack's from the UK, so maybe a little bit more biased towards... I'm going for Spa, my friend. It's Spa, I mean, so far, look at this. We are 5 hours... 3 hours, almost 4 hours into this event, and we've seen nothing but action the whole time. Nothing but action.
Yeah, we're about 20 minutes away from the halfway point in this 9-hour event. Well, maybe not 20 minutes, about 50 minutes, I should say. But yeah, getting closer and closer right now to the halfway point. 50 minutes away, just under 1 hour, and these guys are still fighting so close all the way up and down the field. I'll tell you one battle that's not very close right now. Lavershin back to Schmidt, 13-second lead right now. They're just opening it up.
They got the 98 call up, didn't they? When you're in the lead of the race, you build that gap, and they're good on the Honda team for doing it. And real quick there, my friend, okay, I'll give... Whoa, off-track excursion, big time. And that's going to give you a invalidated lap. Of course, that might come back and bite you for those stop-go penalties and jazz. As you can see, the 81 car for the Nissan has one of those stop-go 30-second penalties.
Throttle,
but it's bringing the 45 car into play. Check this out, three-way battle here for P9.
Yeah, he's been back there kind of lurking for the longest time. Again, you're going to have three cars here, all under one single blanket, three wide, all trying to battle over the 9th position. So you got Weiss, 267 in front, 33 car, Garlandini in the middle, and then bringing up the rear right now, the 45 car of Van Villay. Just kind of lurking in the weeds. And what have we seen so many times today, Dean? The guy who lurks in the weeds for the longest is the guy that comes out on top.
My God, I would get out the weed whacker if you're going to be weeding some weed. Didn't even get that. I feel like a Wesky Wabbit right now trying to get those through the sentences, but at the moment, the battle for P9 is brewing tooth and nail. Just like that, an off-track excursion brings the other 45 car in play, just lurking down the road down the Camel Straight, as you can see in your pictures right there. You can see in the pictures, there's 11 car. Run right now! Could it be Lacombe? Could it be the 33 car making on the 267? He's on the racing line.
He's going around the outside.
Yeah.
Oh, not quite able to get it done. That was some masterclass defending there from Weiss, able to hold off there. Garglanini in that 33 car.
I think there was a masterclass series, isn't there? I believe where you could subscribe there and watch masterclass. I think even a masterclass should be a esports VCO masterclass session of how to get the overtakes done in Spa. I'll get back to you on that one, Jack, because I was trying to recap on that one. Actually, I think I was asking whether or not Jack prefers Daytona 24 hours or Spa 24 hours. There's a question I want for you, Jack. But as this battle, Jack has picked Daytona. All right, Jack, I'm not sending you a Christmas card anymore, and I'm not giving you an Aston Martin for your birthday. Anyway, it doesn't matter. No, it's fine. Everybody has their own opinion. In the chat, which is quiet, give us your opinion. And I wanted to ask you a question. Every time I want to ask you a question, Austin, the action just delays those questions, mate, because they're just continuing to keep us entertained where I can't ask you any questions anymore.
Well, what you got? What's the question, man?
I want to ask you about your favorite track in the United States of America.
Oh, Road Atlanta, by a lot.
Road Atlanta, okay. Watkins Glen for me, and Jack, if you were in there, you can tell us, and we'll relay that one on the stream. Laguna from Jack. All right, so it's a switch road. Yeah, in the chat, give us yours. As this battle still brewing, the bus stop chicane, and all about the exit speed now.
Now, I wonder if he's going to have another opportunity here. If he can't get him, he's going to have a lot of opportunity. Does this 33 car of Gagliardini? He might be able to get a really good run here out of the source, especially look at the gap he's got to him. He's going to be able to get the car stopped early, turn it down, and now he's got a giant long straightaway all the way through Eau Rouge, then Radion, then he's got the entire Camel Straight to build up a run. I feel like he's got enough straight line speed to get alongside him. It's just that, who's going to break later and how tighty can you keep it? Minding those P's and Q's into Lacombe.
Jack, can we go aboard right now, if you don't mind? of the 33 car to see the sensation of speed. See his braking point, of course. He has his braking point. He's got a car up the road.
I don't think he's close enough, Dean.
I don't think he is. He's got to follow him through here. I want to see how he exits Lacombe.
Oh, I kept it a lot tighter through there. He's going to gain a lot of time, but not quite enough. He maybe can make a run here down into turn 10. We'll see. Oh, he lost a ton of time through there.
They both did. They both twirly-whirly that one.
He lost a lot of time, but I'll tell you what, the Gagliardini lost a lot more time through there than Weiss. Look at how wide Weiss is going through turn 10.
You can see that Luca was hugging the apex like your favorite grandma, as Martin Ronald would say. And here we go, pull on. Now, esports drivers will go right out there, right out as much as you can, so that only your left-hand tires are really on the track, and the rest of your car should be off the track, so that never go. I'm just a little bit used to the F1 esports, and let's go up, climbing up the hill.
Oh, he dove it in there. That was really let in the brakes to see just how much grip that car would give him. Oh, stop-go cleared for the 81 car finally.
Okay, Aston Martin obviously clearly a little bit quicker through the corners here. I'm surprised about the straight line speed for the Lexus once he gets on the power. Let's find out, because we're going to go through a Huon now. This is where you get the pedal to the metal.
Oh, that was a little bit of a check up there, just to lift for courtesy, just to make sure he had the confidence in that car.
Gaining, but not gaining enough. So
no, I don't think he'll be close enough.
No. Aston Martin has to rely on brakes right now if you're going to send one. But where is the car going to be parked up the road there? Right in the racing line. Perfect. To deny
another battle.
One.
Oh, man, this is Yannick. Didn't even see this. Yannick on goals here. 7-11. Yannick Schmidt on the 44 car. David Goals. You can put those two cars underneath a blanket. Don't look now. 3 seconds back is that 192 car of Tommy Aslin.
Good catch there from Jack. Right on cue. Does not miss the action here for the Challenger split and the Rival split. Perfecto.
Riding on board here out of the rear end, looking over the wing here, Luca Gagliardini. You see the 45 car just behind, and in front of this Luca machine is that 267 of Weiss. Weiss has got a pretty decent gap, though, back to that 33.
Only this, there's a gurgle of cars down Camel Straight.
Yeah, not too far behind. This is the battle we were just watching a second ago. Again, we continue to be spoiled for choice here. There's that battle, just came into shot. This is the 7-11 car, Yannick Schmidt, trying to see if he can run down this 44 machine of David Goals.
The Pit Stop UK team have been performing brilliantly as well, the pit stops, living up to their reputation of their racing team name. Now they're going to live up to their reputation of maybe called yourself the overtaking UK team. There's one thing to catch, another thing to overtake, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and it's so hard to do that at this track especially. You really only have 2 ideal spots, maybe 3 for an overtake. That's into that bus stop chicane, turns 19 and 20. Then, of course, into turn 1, La Source. And then you have a pretty good opportunity towards the end of the Kemmel Straight, especially into the Com. But it's so hard to time it out to get that run, especially depending on how much your car is trimmed out versus theirs, to give you that advantage for top-end speed over the course of the run.
Where is our rain Mike out there? Mike, of course, one of the fantastic producers here at VCO. We've asked, I'm going to go into that one at the moment, but yeah, we've asked everybody, haven't we? We pulled, I put my hand in the bag there and tried to grab everybody out there to try to get a rain dance. It's not going to happen at the moment. We'll see. 2 battles brewing, P3, P4, P9, and P10. They're practically even Stevens, about just under a second between them.
Oh boy, did you see that McLaren just behind? That is not in the battle for this position. That might be the 98 car, if I recall correctly. I think it is. Pretty sharp looking paint scheme on there.
We didn't even get a chance to look at those paint schemes, haven't we, there for the liveries?
Brightly colored.
Yeah.
I'm going to give that a 6 or a 7 out of 10. I like it.
Oh, now you're rating? Okay, I like that. We'll eventually get back to rate the 98 car if we get a chance, but we have to go back up to the 192 car, because look at this. You want to be rating something, my friend? Rate an overtake opportunity. We know that the Vino Tinto car is quick, but how quick can you come out?
They were really good at making the overtakes too, weren't they, last time when we were out in Barcelona? They were really good at putting them on, so we'll see if they can run down the 7-11 right now with Yannick. I don't think he's quite close enough, but I think if he's going to pull it off, depending on how hard it is. Yeah.
Why is he flashing? Doesn't have to get
He's
out
trying
of
to
the
get in his
way.
head, man. It's not very sportsmanlike, but people do that in real life. It's a good opportunity to distract that guy. Maybe he looks up in his mirror to see what you're doing while you're flashing him. He misses his braking point, goes a little bit deep into the corner, lost a lot of time through Lake Comp.
I wouldn't be flashing anybody in the United States of America, mate. Could get a little bit angry, but here we go. Angry into the second sector.
Yeah, we get road rage around here. I don't care if my grandma flashes her headlights at me. I'm kidding.
Why don't they add the car horns on top of it? I mean, I'm used to that here in Panama. They use that thing tooth and nail. It's so noisy.
Oh
in the
boy,
city.
look at Lucas.
Oh,
You see
too
him dive
deep.
the, not Lucas, sorry, Yannick Schmidt. To dive the car in there. This is going to be a big run here out of Tommy. Got to send it up the outside. Oh,
And
barely closing the door.
And lap car coming up the road too, so they're going to be approaching that lap car at high speed into the bus stop chicane.
Tell you what,
For
though,
sure.
Yannick overdriving the corner just proves that Aslan is in his head right now.
Oh yeah, that's why you do that
Just
flashing
force
light,
him
as you
into
mentioned.
another mistake like that.
Oh. This is where you basically, as I said before, if you're the car ahead, just tear off the mirrors. Don't even look in your mirrors. Just focus ahead and ahead and ahead. Because that car's getting in your head right now, and that's for sure, isn't it? And that's the 889 car getting the 711 car's head.
Yeah, and tell you what, Dean, just up the road here too, there's that lap car, the 45. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to have to, play into this, because at some point these two lead lap cars are going to want to get around him.
They got through. Their lap car has come into play. Now it's side by side, tucked in there, got the job done. So a Vino Tinto car there for the Apex's IS Lava Racing, of course, Lava being red. And, a Rouge is coming up, my friend. So red could be in your favor if you can manage it. Otherwise, 711 car might come back at you.
Yeah, and how about Van Villay there kind of moving over to make sure that all got done clean, because, there is a lot of pressure on these lap cars to make sure they get out of the way at the right opportune time for both these drivers.
And they're racing themselves. We don't catch all that action so much, but they are also racing.
Exactly. They're in their own race. And to be honest, he's about, he's in this battle too. Or not in the 45, sorry. The 45 is in this battle car behind him, that lap car there.
Now, I'm wondering right now that Tommy, not Tommy, of course, but that's Mr. Smith, that's Yannick, for the Pit Stop UK team, are they happy? It doesn't seem to me that they are happy being overtaken. It doesn't look like that they're just cool, calm, all right, you got that position. They are fighting, I'd have to say, Austin. They are fighting for these positions.
Well, yeah, I mean, you never want to lose a spot, especially with this team. They've been so competitive all day. They've been up and around the podium. It really hurts to lose a position like that, especially when it knocks you out of the podium. Because these guys, again, they're like 6 in the points. You want to come out of here a good points day, especially with how well your car's handling.
But you're halfway through a race. We saw before some of the other drivers just like, okay, we'll let you through. We'll deal with it later. This not let you through, deal with it later situation right now between these two cars, between these teams. Not at all. I don't think so.
Yeah,
the chat is still quiet. Mikel, you're the last one to say anything in a while. We're still here. I hope you're still here.
But Dean, when you're fighting with somebody this long into a race, I mean, these guys have been almost like inseparable since the start of this thing. So I'm not too surprised to see them this close to each other. It's really interesting to me, though, what kind of goes through a driver's mind this late into the run, because it plays so much into the hands of how each driver's car feels to them throughout the case of a run as well.
I'd like to ask Jack, because Jack apparently may very well be racing the Daytona after this broadcast. And maybe Jack can relay it to us and we'll relay that back to you, but still this action is broken. Maybe at the moment you would have to say that Yannick could be just biding his time for the lap traffic to come up.
Gagliardini, 33 car, down pit road. He got a drive-through penalty. I think he might have been off track one too many times.
That's going to start kicking into a lot of the drivers, because I'm not sure it shows up on the pit wall timing live.
This is top 10 run for those guys. And now down the drain with this drive-through penalty.
And Pit Stop UK got past that car up through Eau Rouge, so they're not going to get that tow. But they may have wanted to time that one perfectly, so it has panned out there for the 192 car. And guess what? Track temperatures have dropped to 24 degrees, my friend, because we're getting the evening. It was 24 degrees at, 12 midday, 1 o'clock earlier with the overcast conditions. The sun's still shining. But now the time is getting into the evening. So, yeah, that's the lowest temperature we've had all race long so far.
Looking here at Nelson De Bruin in the 714 car. This car was so fast earlier in the race when they had, I believe, Miller in there, but unfortunately, not as fast anymore with Nelson in, but it's still pretty fast. Again, this car, I feel like it's set up more for the hotter temperatures, but still, 6th position. This car started well outside the top 15, top 10 for sure, so on for a pretty good run here today.
Just about to crack the 100 lap mark, the century of laps. And the car that will be cracking that before anybody else will be the Honda, the 22 car, that has the fastest lap in the lead of this race. 714 car, as you mentioned at the moment, it's 21 seconds and change down the road there from P5. We'll keep an eye on those lap times because you can start shaving a couple of seconds a lap. You're back in it. Talk to the Eat machine about that one. Talk to the 711 machine about that one. They can shave time tooth and nail. The closest shave, of course, that you want to have. VCO represents the closest shave. There you go. I'm trying to put up an ad that doesn't even exist, but welcome along, everybody. Look at this, mate. We have almost 5 hours remaining and almost 4 hours into this endurance race.
Yeah, that was my mistake there. Mike Williams started at 714 car and brought that thing well up inside of the top 10. If you, by the way, there's one race going on right now. You're watching the Challenger split. There's 2 more going on at the exact same time. There's the Cash split and the Rival split. Rival split started about 20 minutes after ours did. They went green, and the Cash split much later after that. You can watch them both if you're on Twitch right now. You type in !command center to watch all those, and if you're on YouTube, of course, so you can stay right here or go over to Twitch. And as well, Dean, let's talk about the pitwall.live.
Well, Austin, real quick, I have to cut you off. There are 3 because the Daytona is also going on.
Ah, yes, that's true.
Sorry about that one, my friend, but yeah, talk about the pit wall.
Yeah, pitwall.live. So it's the official timing and scoring of the session right now. That's how Dean and I stay so abreast on what's going on out on the track. It's basically a zoomed out view of everything you could see timing wise. Pitwall.live/timing/VCO-server3. If you're in Twitch, you type in !live timing, and you basically the folks over at VCO and Low Fuel Motorsport for the FLExTREME dealio, they've gotten together with a pretty sick thing here. Pitwall.live, you have the pro options available for free. You just log in. You don't even have to log in. Just type in that URL, and for free, you can see everything that you'd be missing if you weren't normally paying
I'll
for
tell
this.
you
So
what,
it's
right
really
now,
awesome.
Austin, sorry to cut you off because the Yeet machine's back in the action as one of the cars moved to pass. So look at this, 3.3 seconds for the 147 car, just on cue. Yeet was feeling a little bit, I miss you, Austin. That's what they're saying. We missed a little bit of the camera, and Yeet machine's back. Betty's in control of this machine.
Yeah, Philip Cami out there just up the road. He's the pilot in that 147 car, trying to defend from the 16 machine.
Do it every time, isn't it? When Austin's going through the fantastic recaps and stuff like that, all of a sudden they spoil the surprise in this one. But hey, why not spoil the surprise? Because it's all about racing. Racing is driving.
All the way up on that curb.
Yes, exactly. We're on board with Betty and the Yeet machine. I'll tell you what, they yeet the camera every single time so far through the season. And can they yeet their way? And this is getting old now, but past the 147 car.
Yeah, we'll see if Benny can't quite turn on his jets here, get a boost past this 147 car as they go through these 2 right-handers, and then they're going to come up to those fast left-handers there. Blanchimont, high commitment corner, going a little bit wide there out of the 147. Got to be careful of that, buddy. So the same thing happened to the 33 machine. He had that drive-through penalty.
Here we go.
Lots of overspeed here. Can he tuck him down, pinch him off to the inside? Not quite. He's going to come up. Oh, you heard that lifting.
I hear lifting from everywhere. I don't want to hear lifting, of course. But then again, bus stop, I want to see cars coming out of there. And they do, thankfully. But another attack from the Eat machine. Get yourself as close as you possibly can through La Source. Get the best exit possible. And let's go on the roller coaster ride through Eau Rouge. And then let's go to the Camel Straight and see how it goes in the Lacombe.
Yeah, there's another battle going on right now just up the road from these guys. The 711 cars all over the back of the 889.
Yeah, it got past, actually. Yep, 889 got past the 711 car right on cue.
Oh, yeah, just like that.
Yep. We'll have to go back to the Yeet machine, I think, because they'll be making a run down the Camel Straight now. Are they close enough? They could very well be.
Not quite. I don't think so. I think it's going to be a really late braking move. Oh, just like that. Now they're in his head. He's blocking.
Yeah, here it is. Outside line, inside line.
Yeah, can he get him around the outside? Lots of argy-bargy as we've seen here earlier today. Room taken, room given. Both these guys extremely respectful racing. Whoa, you saw Gabe get a little bit loose there.
He eats back with a rampage.
Yeah, back into 7th position here. Recovery mode for these guys. They were fighting for what, 5th, 6th position, Dean, when they had that unforced error, the spin in the turn 19 and 20. So, and then they, of course, had that drive-through penalty as well. So they're on the recovery.
I see your notepad right now. It's full of notes there, Austin. Nothing gets past you, my friend. You've got everything written down, and you've written down notes for 4 hours this race. So 2 battles brewing, P4, P5. We saw that little moment. We saw the overtake for the Eat Machine taking P7. We still haven't had a minute in this whole 4 hours where we haven't had a car separated by a second. Austin, they're spoiling us. They're spoiling us.
We haven't had rain either. I wish we could be spoiled with getting rained on a little. I'd like to see that.
I've asked Mike for that over and over again. He's not answering me.
Yeah,
he's busy at the moment with the cash split. He's given the reign to the cash split. That's the problem. Mike is biased.
Collecting it all in buckets, dumping it on them.
But it's all dry for all leagues currently at the moment, including the Daytona. Well, you're not going to get rain, of course, in the iRacing, but all 4 streams, as you mentioned. So, mate, I am just... I haven't seen nothing but a race car in the last
down pit road.
24 hours. Yeah, you're right.
22 cars in the pits. I was wondering why their lead was so much smaller than it was a couple laps ago. It's because they're down on pit road, and to be honest, not too surprised. They've been one of those cars resolutely been pitting almost every hour on the hour, and I can't quite blame them for it. Basically driving out your entirety drive time, that's 65 minutes. That's the maximum time length of a stint per one driver. There's really no advantage to kind of running the car out of fuel. It looks like tires make a much bigger difference here than low fuel does.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure running a car out of fuel is not going to be an advantage at all. Let's see if there's a driver swap at all. So Marx is still in the commanding, well, in the seat, of course, of the Honda. That's the only car that's really bringing it currently at the moment to the Aston Martins, apart from obviously the 98 machine that was leading the race earlier. Marcus decided, well, I'll stay out back out again. So, and somebody was saying in the chat there, I think that's Lexi saying that, you can pronounce that one. Is that Amadeus Emerald team? I can't really pronounce that one correctly, but yeah, that's got me lost there. Alexi apologized for that one, but he said that they are all in all 3 splits. So their racing team is there. And currently their racing team at the moment is running the 22 car in P8.
Yeah, just went down pit road. They should be out of there right now. Yep, they're going down the Camel Straight in the Lacam right now. See where they jump out of the pit sequence after this. I think, though, there's no potential of rain, so no reason unless they're involved in some sort of an accident. Knock on your wood block at home just to make sure you don't jinx them. Looking here, Dominic Goals taking over the lead.
I think they need some rain, mate. Those cars getting a bit of, like the car wash right now. That's what you need to be doing. The cars need a spa. There you go. Relax that car.
Spa day for the cars. Lots of dirt on these cars. Lots of, you can see all the dirt, dust, grime, rubber,
889 in the marbles. Pit road as well. So that's Lewis for the Legion of Racers. Of course, the car team that is leading the championship. Of course, I'm going to stumble my words a little bit. We're halfway through our broadcast.
Yeah, 4 hours down. 4 hours, 55 minutes just about left. About half an hour away right now from halfway through the race, so this thing is ticking down, man.
Yeah, Austin, I mean, the amount of casting we've done all the season, of course, fantastically brought to you by the VCO team as well. All the other casters, remember, there's a whole bunch of team here involved, as well as Jack and everybody else behind the scenes doing in the trailer. You like to call Jack in the trailer? Yeah,
production trailer.
Production trailer, that's right. Jack's sitting in the trailer at the moment. He's got a shower. We gave him some snacks and stuff like that, so Jack is well fed. So it's fantastic, and that's what we like to see. VCO always produces, and of course VCO has just dived in the deep end and gone, let's do Daytona as well. Why not? I can't believe it, but they do it.
Looking at Philip Gamey here at the 147 car. These guys have been pretty fast all season long. This team doing pretty well in the championship as well. Looking at the overall point standings on 16th through 29th, it flip-flops very inefficiently, I'm afraid, but hate to see it. Maybe with a couple more minutes, we can look to see where they are in the overall points standings. But regardless, this team, I talked about it at Monza. We talked about it some at Circuit of the Americas. This group, this bunch here, even at Barcelona, just quiet, consistent race here. They do get into some exciting, races, some battles with the other teams every now and again. But I really enjoy this team and their kind of overall mindset. And not, their car is flashy, but they don't do any sort of flashy driving that might get them into any sort of trouble. So I do enjoy that out of them. And again, quiet consistency.
Is that the Petrol Brothers car you're referring to right now that we're looking at, the 147?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Mate, that car looks like it's clean. Looks like it's been through a car wash. It's got no marbles or scrubbed up.
I'm telling you, man, they're not going off the track picking up dirt on the front end of this car.
Yeah, maybe picking a team to look out for as we get deeper and deeper in the championship for sure.
Yeah, they're fourth
picking up points.
In the standings.
Yeah, that's all you need to be. As I said, I've casted some of the races that have wrapped up in the 2022 going to 2023, and I've seen drivers and teams that have never won a race but won championships. So keep an eye out for that one. Legion of Races, that's the one you probably will have to be spotting right now for this Aston Martin racing team. Oh, they're in the Porsche actually. No, one more confused. They are in the Aston Martin. This car sometimes trick you.
And the 147 car too, one of those cars that's just been, basically they have their budget of ballast, and they basically just divided that by 4, and they're kind of using that in each race. Right now it's only 3. They divided it by 3. They've been using that. But again, one of those teams that's just kind of doing what they need to every single race and going for a less is more strategy. That's
a good question. Absolutely fantastic. I didn't realize that. And the 222 car is getting pretty snucked up behind the 118. And that's a battle for P11. Once again, that's the hot zone so far in the Challenger split that's been there. They got very close. Mr. Richardson at the moment in the Audi got within about half a second there and backed off a little bit. As they're battling, as you'd expect the Gladiators battling your way around, as I said, Monza 2.0. 7 kilometers, mate. It's actually 7,002 meters, but maybe with the recent twirly-whirly of the 222 car in the rear, but 7,002 meters. But yes, Mr. Director Jack there, you might want to focus on that battle between P11 and P12 currently at the moment, because that's where it's brewing. Right on cue, Jack.
Yeah, Andrew Richardson, we saw him in the car earlier to start the race. We're getting a little bit loosey-goosey there coming out of that last corner. I believe that was turn 11. Trying to see if he can hunt down this Heinen machine. And how about this run for Heinen, by the way? This car, we saw him spin out twice in about the first hour or two of this race. And ever since then, he's just put his head down. This entire 118 bunch, phenomenal job from them to execute this, basically drive back through the field.
It's a Porsche machine as well, too. It's the leading Porsche machine, the 118 car. In P11, the other Porsche machines, the 23 cars running in P19. Porsches are very strong, per se, in Daytona for the 24 hours in the GT3 class. You don't, and obviously they're not too bad here, but obviously, really at the end of the day, we have to say Lexus, Honda, and Bentleys have been dominating top 10. But don't tell Andrew Richardson that right now in the Audi.
I was kind of surprised too when I saw Heinen come out here, that 118 Porsche, qualify not very well and have 2 incidents in the early goings of this race. They come in here top 10 of the points championships. As you can see, Richardson trying to see if he can't take a look down the inside. Late braking opportunity there, but you know what anymore? I can't say I'm too surprised where they run. This is kind of where you expect him to run, kind of getting solid top 10 points each and every race here. So good on them to recover, and phenomenal job as well to just keep your head down, and it's not over till it's over.
And they're both clean cars too. You can look at the liveries. Not too much of the old marbles that are kicked up on the side there, but they're going to make their way up through the Rouge. I have to say, probably Andrew is a little bit too far back, but we'll see the straight line speed of the Audi compared to the Porsche.
Yeah, you know what, too? He got a really good run there through a Rouge and Radion, so he might get him. He's gaining a lot of speed right here, but it's so hard to tell. Some of the different camera angles. I think he's going to have him. He's going to get right up to his back bumper, just enough to look down and get the call that you're too wide, but I don't think he'll be able to complete it.
Almost,
just wisely backed out of it. Yeah, wisely backed out of it. But you know what? Now he knows how much room he's going to gain, so he can kind of just make sure he's about 1 car length closer. The next time they go down the Kemmel Straight, he might be able to get him into the com there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I'll tell you one thing: You never mess with a Porsche in corners. That car, I mean, Skyline as well, because I'm never going to deny the Skyline being a cornering machine, but Porsche is so masterminding of cornering. Now, they sacrifice straight line speed and a little bit of acceleration sometimes, but they just, it's a great all-round car to drive. And Andrew at the moment needs to be aware of that one because he has the speed. His cornering is not too bad, you'd have to say, compared to the 118 car up the road, but he's got the straight line speed. That's the thing. And I'm sure well aware that Heine is well aware of it, and how's he going to defend?
Yeah, just an update here. The Urban Jet Machine 853, the sole BMW in this race, has a drive-through penalty, so he's going to go down pit road to serve that. Look at this two-wide battle here in Blanchimont. That's the that's a 222 car to the left.
There it is.
Green car. Oh, he's going to get it done.
Straight line speed, as I mentioned, because you're flat through there, and that is showing you the Audi power. And the Porsche could maybe come back. It's too late to come back there through the bus stop chicane.
I think it's just a little bit more trimmed out than that Porsche behind of Heinen. So move Richardson now one spot out of the top 10 up into 11th. Good drive for him, man.
Absolutely. That's once again another battle that we've had 4 hours into this event. We still haven't even had a chance to go back and look at the livery of the 98 car.
I think we did. I think it was that that pink and kind of purpley car that we saw like maybe about half hour ago. But anyways, we're about 17 minutes from halfway through the race. I think we should be expecting to see some pit stops starting soon, some scheduled pit stops for the bulk of the field starting in about 2 or 3 minutes here.
You're right. Petrol Brothers out there. So yeah, I like to see the chat. Respect for Alexis. Great injured sound there, as said Alexi. And Petrol Brothers has jumped in the chat. Welcome, Petrol Brothers. He said, thank you, guys. Petrol Brothers, let us know, please, if you are a part of a team or representing a team or supporting a team, engineering team, spotting a team, buying team flowers, even if you're catering the team, or if you're even a wheeljack person, just let us know what party you are through the team there and what is happening within your team. We'd like that information. We wouldn't have known, would we, before, about those disconnection issues from the teams unless they let us know in the YouTube chat, which they did. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we wouldn't have known why. We just know they stopped appearing on screen. So obviously they got disconnected somehow. But yeah, power outage. That's one of the worst ways to go because that's like not even your fault. You didn't build the PC. That's just the fault of the power grid.
That's why I have my batteries, mate. I told you that before.
That's that jerk next door using up all the darn electricity.
It's because I have a lot of power outages here, a lot that occur regularly because I am in the middle of the jungle. So
sometimes you never do too. Yeah. Maybe your room is right next door to the kitchen or some sort of appliance heavy.
Oh yeah,
and somebody's running the
your
dishwasher
mom's cooking up
the
something
oven
in the microwave, and then
my
boom.
God, Mom, would you turn that thing off? But yeah, you'll have that.
Yeah, Austin, come to think of that, mate. Hopefully drivers aren't on Wi-Fi, but sometimes they are on Wi-Fi. I've told this before, and it's not rocket science, but microwave ovens operate on a cooking frequency of 2.4 gigahertz. Guess what the Wi-Fi runs on?
Yeah, at my parents' house. 2.4
gigahertz.
Yeah, my Xbox was downstairs, and every time somebody ran the microwave, I'd either lose connection completely, or it would become really, really glitchy and hard to see anything for a hot minute. So yeah, you couldn't do any microwaving and gaming at the same time. There you go. I had to switch to hardwired.
Yeet machine in 16, the 147 car in as well. P5, P6 in the pit road. This is exactly the time you said they're going to be boxing.
Yeah, but with technology comes, with time comes more technology. You have the set at 2.4. There's the 5 point whatever gigahertz.
Yeah, 5
option.
gig now, mate. Yeah,
5 gigs. So
yeah, you can cook food at 5 gigahertz, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be that great. But anyway,
right, roasting outside.
Cooking some tires at the moment in the pit lane. They'll be cooked when you pull them off the car.
Yeah, Witty, the Yeet car, and gaming, the 147. That's that Petrol Brothers. Thank you guys for hanging out in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, as Gritty's come back there. Welcome, Gritty. I saw you before. Go number 17. We'll get back to you on that one. Number 17 currently at the moment is, I had to scroll back
I don't even think we have a number 17.
Yeah, we'll get back to you on that one, my friend. But the pit stop time
we don't.
is occurring.
That must be another split. Number 17.
Gritty, you're in the wrong one, mate, friend. This is a challenge split.
Yeah, unless you're trying to troll us, in which case, get out of here, you
You can troll us. Unless you're chatting. I like it.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Yeah, looking here at Yelp Rocket, and this is that 13 car. This is someone that's so badly banged up on the front end that came down pit road. I guess they got a big mallet out because they bashed that hood down into place you can hardly tell. He had a giant gaping, like just a hole in the front end of that car.
Yeah, I've actually, believe it or not, my curved monitor started popping out because of the glue, I think, in the humidity that I've just popped out. The Samsung monitor didn't agree with Panama conditions. But I belted that one back there with some sort of little fancy clips and things like that. So that's probably exactly what the DS racing team did.
They probably pounded theirs out with a hammer, man. Did you pound your monitor out with a hammer?
Gaffer tape, my friend. Gaffer tape always works.
Everything.
You've seen it before in all motor racing, right?
Yeah, it's like a NASCAR back in the day, just blackness, all the tape all over the car.
Gaffer tape. I mean, it worked for the Apollo 13 mission. It can work for anything.
Oh yeah, duct tape fixes everything.
Yeah. There you go.
Looking on board here, Ralph Wolanski, still that Yeet car. They put Ralph back in the car. This should be his last and final stint in there before he hands it back over to his teammates. And how about Lavershan? They pit that car early. I tell you what, it is a larger and larger leap of faith every time that they're going to cycle back out in the lead, because before you only had to wait maybe 10 or 20 minutes. Now we're having to wait like a good half an hour to see when they cycle out.
That car looking beautiful too. Look at that. That has gone through a car wash.
It's way different than what we're used to seeing out of that Yeet machine for a paint scheme. But boy, I tell you, I'm digging the colors.
I'm loving it. Yeah, exactly.
And it follows the body lines too. You know, when in doubt, follow the body line. You can't go wrong.
And now the pit stops will bring us up, because this is the first time, I believe, in the 4 hours and change of racing we've had, well, we haven't had a second separated, at least one car on the track. Now, thankfully, the old pit stops will throw that span on the mix. And as soon as I'll sort those positions out, get the fuel in there and change some tires, we're going to be back for some more action. And we're going to continue this to see the pit stop strategies and how it all pans out, driver swaps, so forth and so forth. We're going to keep Jack busy. We would love to keep Jack busy. And then we'll see how it yeets out. There you go. Yeets out there, Austin, before we have a pit stop ourselves.
Yeah, that's right. You see Gulls now down on the pit road as well. That's your leader on pit road. So at some point he will relinquish control of the race over that 714 car. And then before you know it, that 22 car is going to be back cycled out to lead. And it's time for us to take our own break. So again, coming down about 11 minutes away from halfway here.
Let's go racing for VCO. And it's a racing weekend, as we know. Cash splits are on. The rival splits are on. Challenger splits. We're the first ones to be crossing the line. Of course, these drivers will be the first ones crossing the line, not us. We'll just be broadcasting them. Our race leader is going into the pit lane right now. So the 44 car getting down there, and I'll tell you what, splash and dash feels good. Whether or not you'll be swapping the sweaty seat out for another driver or not, as P2 comes in as well.
Yep, P2 down on pit road indeed. So this should be it for in terms of the 22 car cycling back out to the lead of the race. I tell you what, they've been putting on an absolute masterclass of pitting strategy. It seems like their undercutting maneuver has really worked, because again, they get that extra 2, maybe 3 laps out there with fresh tires, and they do a really good job of just taking advantage of them. I tell you what, these guys go out there, they're putting down some solid 218s, while the rest of the field continues to put down like 219s, 220s. So they do a really good job at undercutting the field every single time they come down pit road.
Austin, I know how you're taking advantage of this, because you're using the pit wall live timing, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, you just look right over it. You folks at home too can as well. You know, pitwall.live, you get the pro features for free. You don't even have to log in. The VCO and Low Fuel Motorsport people with, this FLExTREME dealio, they have put together some fantastic sort of package for everybody that grabs that link. Again, ! Live timing in the Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, I don't know if it'll work on there for sure, but you can just type it in. Super easy URL, pitwall, all one word, .live. You can see
it's on the
screen.
YouTube.
Sponsor, /timing/VCO-server 3. That's to bring up the Challengers VCO live timing and scoring. If you want to look at the other two, I would imagine you just change it 3 to a 2 or a 1.
Don't look at the other two. This is the most exciting.
Yeah, I mean,
it is on the YouTube. The Nightbot has posted that one on the YouTube. I just see that one. So
thank you,
exactly.
Senor Nightbot.
Yeah, thank you, Nightbot. We love you. And the drivers are coming into the pit road right now. Now, don't forget about the next level racing, my friend. If you want to be sitting in a comfortable seat for 9 hours, I'd have to say they probably would have been in next level racing gear. And that's not just the racing rig. There's actually some comfortable seats to sit on while you're casting it, like we are.
how about the 714 team? I tell you what, they are pretty low, I believe, in the points. Yeah, they're 18th position in the points, but they're having a quite strong run today. They've only taken 2 kilograms of their 72 kilogram ballast balance, so it's kind of proving why they're fast today. But I tell you what, if you go ahead and look at how much weight they've already taken in that car for the 714, believe, it's hard to tell. Hold on.
Yeah, 2 kilograms, I'd have to say there, Austin, is
2
about
kilograms, but they've already used 50. So they've only got 20 kilograms left for the next race. So this is one of those teams, again, kind of just understanding, when more weight is going to help them and when the most weight is going to hurt them. And they're just kind of trying to decide based on that. But again, I feel like you've got some cars basically having all their speed in the beginning and then putting on more weight at the end. I think this car has put on more weight in the beginning to have less weight at the end. And I'm really excited to see what they can do in terms of pulling out all the stops for the rest of this championship.
Austin, you sweat 2 kilograms in an endurance race, so
yeah,
how's that balance? Of course, it's not an esports, it won't balance, but they do sweat. Remember, of course, in Formula 1,
you can even trim
they calculate the weight of a driver at the start of the race, and they drop the weight at the end of the race, of course, the drivers and the fuel and everything. So, yeah, I mean, then again, we don't calculate that in esports, but you definitely lose 2 kilograms. So, fill up your water jug with 2 kilograms of water. That's what you're going to be requiring for the rest of the race.
I'll tell you what too, Dean. Trim all your nails, your fingernails, your toenails, cut your hair, shave your beard. Try and lean yourself out as much as possible.
I'm bald, my friend. I need to cut my hair.
Oh boy, I'm getting there.
I go quicker because I'm bald. Anyway, I think that's it. I think we might have a little bit of a breather, of a break at the moment.
Yes, sir. I think it's time for it.
All right, back in just a moment. Don't forget to get your HyperX gear. And you'll save yourself from the VCO. Welcome along to the Challenger Split. Back in just a minute.
Welcome back here. You're watching the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 9 hours of Spa. Austin Belke, Dean Hopton with you, as well as Jack Maloney in the production trailer, bringing you all the fantastic camera angles. We're about 4.5 hours into this 9-hour race, so we've got about 4.5 hours left, just barely about to cross over the halfway mark. Still just a little bit more than halfway remaining. The 98 car of Verkalev got the pole, led all the laps until they disconnected. So that 98 car all the way back in 19th place. Now they're about 4 or 5 laps down from the overall leader. Then the 714 car, really fast today, not too good in the championship point standings, but one of those teams again got to come on really, really hard and fast these last couple of rounds of the championship. Looking for them to make a pretty substantial strides here before the season is over. They started outside the top 15 around the 2.5 hour mark. All three of our leaders came together. The 44 car came out on top, snagged the lead away from them, and then before too long, about the 3 hour mark, the 22 car continued to play their pit strategy to perfection and came out and got the lead. Ever since then, it's been that 22 car out front.
And ever since then, as soon as we get a break, you got action once again. Yeet Machine on the back of the 711 car. We've seen this before, we've heard it before, and we're about to see it again. Bus stop time. You can check in and maybe you can never check out, but I'm pretty sure both those cars are going to be checking in and checking out. But here we go. I think checking their way into La Source coming up there, Austin.
Yes, sir. We'll see what they can do here. Coming down the front stretch into La Source. Hard right-hand turn here. Got to slow the car down all the way into first gear from about third or fourth down the front stretch. Get that thing rotated. You can see the Heat Machine losing a lot of speed there. Not quite able to capitalize with the momentum around the outside.
And also just behind them is an overtaking opportunity between P8 and P9. So they don't give us a break, and the drivers don't get a break in this grueling 9-hour endurance race. And it's action, action, action everywhere. We won't give Jack a break as well, to our fantastic producer. So here it is, Yeet Machine making another run up through Sector 2, climbing up the hill through the turns. 7 kilometers, 7,003 meters of Spa. Last I checked, but then again, I haven't had the little wheelie meter wheel out there to measure it personally. At some point in the future, I'll give you that one, but I can tell you what right now, regardless of that, 16 machine on the back of the 711 machine.
Yeah, all over him. Continues to hunt him down. Excuse me. Continues to hunt him down. Just up the road, that 711 car. Ryan Leach back in that machine. Aston Martin for that pit stop UK team. Again, one of those teams that's inside the top 10 in points, looking just to get another solid, consistent run out of today.
I'm thinking he may be lining up for the bus stop again. We saw those basically major 3 overtaking opportunities, La Source, Lacombe, and I'll say La Bus Stop. Then let's add a la to it, because it's if it has to have a la if you want overtaking. We'll see. Blackmont will be the speed difference between the machine, which is the Lexus, and of course the 711 machine is the Aston Martin. The Aston Martins have been kind of dominating, apart from the Honda leading the race at this point. Let's see.
Yeah, 5 of the top 6 spots, all Aston Martins.
And that's too far back to send a late dive.
Not quite close enough to get that done. We might see him be able to mount a charge here, although last time through La Source, he got a really, really poor run out of it. So we'll see if he can try to, realize his mistakes from last time. Maybe capitalize on a poor run here down the front stretch from the pit stop UK car.
Yeah, Austin, this is a rivalry that's been
he checked him up at the center of the corner there.
It's a rivalry that's been brought up, hasn't it, all season long, and it's brewing up again. Here we go. Welcome along to Spa. Welcome along to a Rouge. Flying maximum speed with some of the best motor racing drivers on the planet, teams and everybody else. Now Camel Straight, and traffic a little bit up the road there, Austin.
Yeah, lap traffic just up the road there. That's the 45 car right now. That's T. Moyhan. Just right now in 12th position, so won't be too long before they get caught up in as well. That's the 714 and 711, just a little bit further up the road. So not quite lap traffic, just more positions for these guys. See a lot of cars right now just kind of heel and toe all the way up and down the track.
Can you believe these cars look like they just came out of the garage, shiny, fresh and new? But they've been driving for 3 hours and 32 minutes. And 4 hours and 32 minutes, 4 hours and 26 minutes. We are practically on the halfway point. and you can't separate these two cars right now.
Yeah, just brushed over the halfway point here. You see Ralph Polanski looking down on the inside, just trying to see if he can't get into Leach's head here, force him into a mistake like we saw happen just a little bit before. Back then, I believe it was driven by Schmidt, but I can't quite remember. Looking down to the outside, we'll see if he can outbrake him into the corner. Not quite, forced him a little bit wide before making sure to make the apex there in the center of the corner.
Machine back in the camera. And
Yeah,
and now that traffic up the road is definitely going to come into play. You'd have to say
this is the 777 Audi. This car has had a lot of problems all day today. Car not quite to their liking.
Yeah, they survived actually. Believe it or not, Radeon they've been having some issues with, but they're going to come up to this car. Will they get past them in Blackmont before they get up to the bus stop chicane? I think so, but there's also a 714 car a little bit up the road.
I
this
would
is going to be
expect them
tricky.
to pull off to the side here.
Three wide.
Yeah, wow. Look at Ralph going around the outside. That's a yeet there for sure. Looks like Ryan Leach is going to be able to cover it off, but then he goes wide on the exit of the chicane. They're side by side down the front stretch. Looks like Ralph's going to have, whoa, a little bit of argy-bargy there.
We like argy-bargy. We love it. I'm not sure the drivers love it so much, but tucking in behind, the Eat Machine does edge ahead. So Leach has to lead back. Just now try to mount a challenge, get a good exit, go up through Eau Rouge, and see if you can get this position back into Lacombe. Quite sure they could get the pace out of here. That was a hard enough
hit between those two drivers. I just saw it pop up in the timing and scoring screen. Incident involving both of those cars, so no doubt the stewards are going to realize that, the race stewards, I would say, and definitely if there's a stop-go or a drive-through penalty issued, that might be the reason for it. Back further in the field, another two cars that have been next to each other pretty much all race long. Charlie Kent in the 69 car, just up ahead the road from him, Johannes Preece. He holds that last top 10 position.
Yeah, they go for it. And have we not have multiple battles all race long? And once again, multiple battles again. And that P10 position has been the hottest position to be in so far, isn't it? During this Challenger split. It's every single time somebody's in P10, they got somebody around them.
Yeah, certainly has. That 10th position has probably been the most hotly contested all race long. You see Johannes trying to play spoiler here to Charlie if he can, try to block him from getting this position. I feel like right now, though, that 69 machine just a little bit better hooked up than that 267 up the road. But how about the run from this 267 bunch? I said it before, I'll say it again. The qualifying was not where they wanted it to be. They're about second to last at the start of this race. They brought that car all the way up to 10th position, but I feel like they've kind of plateaued for right now, barely getting shoved out of the way by that 69 car, just handling a little bit more.
They're not giving it up
for Charlie.
They're not giving it up, are they? No, they had to give it up. I'll tell you at this moment there. Oh, 69 car and I tell you what, the 69 car had to work for that one. As you mentioned, the 267 crew have done a fantastic job. And that's the fight that they had to put up. But hey, at some point, you have to retire back into your court and relapse and get it all over and done with again with 4 hours and change to go. But great action, great entertainment. VCO always delivers. Welcome, everybody in the chat. Chat to us, please. We get lonely up here in the casting.
Accident involving the 98 car. Doesn't look like anybody else was involved in that. No caution out on the speedway, though, either, not in any of our sectors. This is that car, that 98 car. Mayor Alexi qualified this thing on the pole. Again, you're asking for my rating on this. I give this about a 6 or a 7 out of 10.
There it is. It took about 4 hours and change
it's
to get
no
it.
NASCAR with flames on it. That's why.
All right. I like that. So if you are paying attention in the chat, you asked it about 3 hours earlier. Austin has delivered about 3 hours later.
I do like it, though. I like that pink, that hot pink. It's nice.
It is very nice. It's a
that
flex
teal down the sides. Yeah. This shows you the kind of speed they have in that car, though. The car just up the road ahead of him, that's the 44 machine. He's currently running in P2. So when I say this car was absolutely flying, they have so much more speed in this car than it looks like. They definitely do not deserve to be down in 19th position. They were in the lead. When they came down pit road, came back out on track, they got a disconnection due to a power outage. You hate to see that for this team that was so dominant in the early goings of this race, but unfortunately, that's just how, as they say on Sesame Street, the cookie crumbles.
C is for cookie, cookie is for me. There you go. I had to go to my Sesame Street references for that one. Good job there, Austin. And I like to see the HyperX slapped on the front there of Christian's car there for the 44. Of course, HyperX is one of our major sponsors, and these drivers maybe, by putting the HyperX on their car, And I tell you what, if you can finish first in the championship, you're going to be getting some of that fantastic HyperX gear.
Yeah, what's about we put HyperX in the chat there? If you're watching, you chat HyperX, throw it in the chat. You might win something.
Absolutely, shout it out. Yeah, we know. Unfortunately, there is no giveaways for this this time around, but there's nothing wrong with shouting HyperX out there because they are one of those fantastic sponsors that have delivered so much to the VCO Racing League, these drivers as well. And they want that HyperX gear, mate. As I said, all you have to do is just win the season. Just win as a team, and you'll be taking that HyperX gear home with you. I sound like a bit of an advertising, but it's legitimately real. I don't promote products that aren't good. If the product's not good, I might just be quiet, but HyperX gear is great.
Yeah, you'll definitely take it for free, but you won't really broadcast that you like it or tell people it's good.
No, I'm very... this is the first time we actually have a little bit of a podcast, isn't it? I'm very, if somebody says advertise a product, like I'll advertise a product if I agree that the product is something that everybody can relate to and use. If you tell me right now to advertise like a Rolex watch, okay, because Rolex is sponsoring it, if I have to do it, I'll do it in a monotone advertising way. But we all know that how many of us can afford a Rolex watch? What would be the point, of advertising that product?
Not for money.
Yeah, they get a sponsor it, but at the end of the day, we're not going to use it. But
it tells time.
I want to advertise a product that we do use. We do use Next Level Racing. We do use HyperX gear. We use everything that we are advertising, which is fantastic about VCO.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'll even and I think you folks at home should do this too. No, don't just spam it in the chat. I'll even yell it outside. Like if I go to the grocery store, I'll just yell HyperX in line, waiting in line. I'll just yell HyperX. Yeah, well, why not? Give some shout outs. You folks do that at home. Even if you're in a different Twitch stream or YouTube stream, just spam HyperX in the chat.
When's the last time you shouted yeet? Because they're about 1 second away from the 714.
I'm pretty sure a couple hours ago when they shoved it down the inside. Tell you what, though, Ralph is on fire. He's one of the fastest guys all day today. I think it's, again, the temperature is even lower, too, so Ralph is just on something else today. And he's hunting down Sarah Dove, too, in that 714 car.
There you go. Yep. Producing, once again. I think they're just hungry again for the camera, aren't they?
I think
hungry
so,
like a wolf.
I think they probably have, again, a stopwatch. Maybe not a Rolex, like you say, but definitely a stopwatch is basically just their timer of like, hey, do something exciting because we haven't been talked about 15 minutes.
Yeah, you're right, aren't they? They get camera. It's like camera shy. I'd say like camera ego. Like, hey, spotlight over here, spotlight. Here we go. Well, spotlight is definitely on you right now, Ralph. And spotlight is definitely on the number 5, the 5th position 714 car over the rear wing right now in the simracing247.com on the back of their sponsorship. And that is not our Vigna Tinto, but that is the United Sim Racing Team.
Yeah, Vigna Tinto is that 192 car, Diakowski, just up the road, currently holding on to the last podium position. About a good 40 seconds off the lead.
Somebody just chatted actually Rolex 24/7 gang assembly in the chat there for Twitch. Good job on that one. Thank you very much for listening. And over we go. Oh, that is tight. That I could not separate them by inches here. Somebody's going to the principal's office if you're a naughty driver. Let's find out. Traffic up the road.
Oh, Sarah wisely backed out of it there. They saw that coming, wisely back out of it. Go ahead, let Ralph through. He's faster right now.
Ralph is faster than you. Well,
I'll tell you what, that got their attention too, because Sarah, I don't think they were expecting for Ralph to make that move right then. That definitely got their attention. It was like, whoa, hold on, quick reality check. Either I block this guy and maybe wrecked a car, or I let him by and we get to live.
And traffic in the way, of course. This is a battle brewing for P5, P6, and P7 because they caught the party there. Leach,
oh, yeah,
7-11.
Just up the road.
Here we go. You thought you were going to be sleeping halfway through an endurance race. Guess what? Definitely it's not going to happen. Not on Austin and my watch.
Not with the VCO part. If this was IMSA, maybe I'd be taking a nap right now, but I tell you what, this stuff stays consistently good all through the race. There's not many opportunities where we don't have a battle going on that's separated by 1 second.
Ryan Leach, of course, of the Pit Stop UK team,
getting a little bit in the way. Wisely backs out of it.
Part of this party, my friend. It sounds like the party to be at. And the party to be at is a challenger split right now. Exciting racing. 4 o'clock in the afternoon local time. And don't tell these guys, they're sweating it out tooth and nail. And look at Ryan Leach on the power. Pit Stop UK team trying to deliver themselves up in a P6.
You know what I could go for right now, Dean? Some agua, some rain from the sky.
I've
Let's
asked.
get some rain.
Whoa, look at that weather forecast. We'll get back to that one in a second, my friend. Because I'm seeing weather forecast. I'm not even going to spoil that party. We're in the bus stop
Wait, do
party
you get
at
it
the moment.
because you're in the session? And it's like 15 minutes
yes.
out?
Well, I got the goodies, my friend.
Naughty.
Whoa, we won't spoil that party just yet. Let's see whether or not Leach can spoil the party there.
The in front of a green screen? Give us a little bit of high pressure action. No, all right. It's a secret, I guess.
It's a secret. Of course, it's a secret. And if you're not tuning in right now, you wouldn't know. I'm going to see somebody in the chat right now. I need as people in the Twitch chat right now. If you shout rain, then maybe.
Yes, the rain guy.
Austin and I will bring rain.
Look at that move.
Absolutely, and fantastic.
Leach just passed Sarah Dove. I don't know what was going on there. Maybe Dove had a slowdown or something, but went way off the track. Maybe just got really wide there through Radion. But I mean, they went really wide, lost about a second or two, allowed Ryan Leach to make his way right on through. Pit Stop UK up into 6th.
I think that's Plasma in their 81 car here. Driver's game crashed. Oh, another one that's crashed. A few laps and spent rotten luck. But there's EnduroSense. Another game
that's
crash.
Your boy. That's your boy. That's the Nissan.
Yeah, let's go 88 car from Mr. Goosey has been showing that one out. 88 car currently at the moment is running down into P16. If I don't see rain chatted in the Twitch chat anytime soon,
it's going to stay dry. You guys are going to ruin it for everybody.
Yeah, come on. Somebody shout rain, otherwise there will not be any rain for our split. There you go.
Clyde Slimer, this is the same car. This is that Hyman machine earlier, the 118. These guys, again, this is really just rallying back for them, too. You talk about a lot of cars having a poor start to this race and really just kind of rallying back towards the end of this. This is one of those teams, man. This 118 Porsche, they spun out twice in the early goings, both within the first hour of this race, and they've been on a recovery drive ever since then.
Yeah, it's recovery drives a lot of the time, isn't it, for endurance racing? But that's what it's all about. It's recovery driving because it's time to be recovering from your driving. Sound like a broken record on that one, but that is what endurance is all about. That Charlie, the 69 car, well, maybe an overtake between P10 and P11, but I didn't really catch that one timing tables. Honda's still leading. 22 car, that's right. Not the McLaren, the 98 car that had another one of those electrical disconnection issues, power outages, and anything that basically what a real car will break down and a esports car will computer will break down or something else will happen to you.
Power will go out, monitor breaks, so you blow a fuse or something, anything like that. But I tell you what, this 118 car, they got a top 10 in points right now, 500 points to their team name, and I really like what they're doing with their ballast. They kind of just split it up evenly among all the different races, and they're kind of just fooling with whatever they have. They took 15 kilograms today. They've got 15 left for the last race with these things. So again, shaping up for a pretty good season for them.
It's going to be shaping. It's always been shaping up. This has been a fantastic season so far for challenges, but you have to say a lot of these teams and drivers have put so much effort into it, and they've been absolutely fantastic. We've had one of the best splits of drivers finishing races, regardless of where you finish.
Oh yeah,
a
bunch of clean racing too. Like we haven't had the rain to inspire a lot of crashes at Monza, especially. But I tell you what, even all the races all season long, they've been clean for the most part. Not a whole lot of drivers getting into each other. Not a whole lot of wrecked cars either.
Now, I was going to say, Austin, I think we were the only league, and I didn't confirm that one with the rivals, but the only league so far where practically all the field got through turn 1 and turn 2 in Monza safely. It didn't occur, obviously, for the other splits, but I think we got that one, right? Tick that off our box.
Oh, definitely today, for sure.
It's amazing. And of course, Jack is the one that puts those cameras on there, so Jack doesn't miss the action. Jack, be quick. I had to get that one rhymed in my head there, that reference for some of those fairy tales. But it's no fairy tale in the reality of Spa, as the drivers are making their way around. Still, the fastest lap goes to the 22 car that's leading this race, the Honda, over that Bentley montage, per se. The only only thing that's splitting up that Aston Martin montage is the Lexus of the Yeet machine, currently running in P5.
Tell you what I've been thinking about, this 22 car, at some point Max is going to have to get out of it, and then he's going to have to give command of that thing over to his teammates. I don't know who still has yet to get in the car and how many hours they have left to do, but you got to be wondering if he's building up this lead knowing that his teammates are going to get in and maybe struggle with this car.
Have you been in that situation before, Austin? Because I know in racing leagues with teams and stuff, they sit there on the phone trying to call somebody to wake somebody up going, we need you in the car now.
Yes, I've been worried about it.
And they're just not answering. They're not answering the DMs. They're not answering anything. People are calling. If you have the cell phone, hopefully, you ring it 100 million times. Their phone's probably on silent. They're just napping. Or perhaps they're at work going, all right, I'm looking at their clock going, I'm trying to get back out of work into the car. Thankfully, we are on a weekend, so most of the drivers are probably off from school, off from work, and so forth and so forth. But yeah, you got to remember there's all those elements at play, isn't it, in the esports world that you don't see on track.
Yeah, I've been in a triple stinting at Daytona at night, and I was wondering, like, oh man, I hope my teammate shows up because I really don't feel like I can do a fourth stint. But yeah, we've all been there.
Have you had to do that before if your teammate didn't turn up?
I would have had to run a fourth stint, but I have not had to do that. No, my teammates been.
But drivers had to do that before, and I'm probably no doubt in this Challenger split, drivers had to do that when somebody else.
I'm sure, yeah.
Or all of a sudden, your girlfriend says it's our anniversary, and you got to take me out to dinner. But what are you going to say to her?
Usually,
in
I feel
endurance
like it'd be one of those situations like, all right, I'm about to hand the car over to my buddy, and it's all of a sudden like, always like, oh no, I got to go to the bathroom. I won't make it back. So you're gonna have to take the car out.
Speaking of that, my friend, in the Daytona 24 that I was doing some casting, one of the drivers actually had to box a little earlier to take a pit stop to go to the bathroom because he couldn't hold it in. It happens.
Yeah, we've had that happen before too, where you maybe got to lose 1 or 2 laps off a stint because you just, nature calls.
Hey, let us know in the chat if that's ever happened to you. Let us know your moments of endurance racing as well too. Like, let us know what the most exciting or not. Not so exciting moments that you've had before. I know during endurance race one time, one of a younger driver, the parents were obviously not understanding an endurance race, came in there and told their their son or daughter, hey, it's time for dinner or whatever. And it was like, I'm an endurance race. Of course, parents sometimes don't understand exactly what's going on and didn't agree. The communication broke down. They yanked the power cable out of the back of the computer. Game over for that driver. And the team, remember, all over. So make sure you communicate to your parents and family and stuff like that when you're in an endurance race as well too. Hey, they'll yank that cable out of the back of your computer anytime soon.
Yeah, sometimes parents just don't understand. You can't really pause an online game.
They don't, do they, really? I mean, how are they going to understand an endurance race like that? They think you're playing a computer game. They don't realize you're playing a racing simulation.
Yeah, you can just hit the old escape key, pause it for as long as you want, like you're on the Xbox, and not quite, but...
that's why its communication is always the key. As the 222 car has gone around,
that's a 222 car.
Yeah. Now,
I don't know
on
if
the
that was
racing
trying to
line,
exit the pits, or if he went a little bit wide there, up Radeon.
I thought that's
a hard lick though for them.
Yeah, Team WOT decided that our podcast was getting a little boring, so they spiced it up.
14th.
Should be the 33 car pass now. Yes, done.
Yeah, moved massively up into 14th. That 22 car, 222 car goes back to 15.
Now, this is the podcast time because this is the first time, believe it or not, Austin, that we've actually had no real 1 second gaps between the drivers, that we've had a chance to actually really communicate to everybody out there in the chat. Yeah. I still haven't seen anybody shout rain in Twitch. I'm still waiting for that rain.
Let's talk about the points, Dean.
Yeah?
You got Legion of Racers, 889 car. They've got about 80 points over the 98 car, the F1 Memes Racing team. And then the 44 is in third. They round out the podium for the points. Only 9 points behind the McLaren of the 98 car. Certainly going to take a big hit in the points today. Then you have the 147 car, the Petro Brothers. They're in fourth. And all these different cars, too. By the way, there's links for all these, the points, and especially even the ballasts in all these cars.
Yeah, and maybe if you get a second to kind of look at that. Oh, going very deep at the moment is Nikolai. I just probably just allow you. I think 222 car is damaged for sure right now. That doesn't look like a comfortable beast to drive.
This is limp home territory.
Yeah. I'm not sure. That'll buff out. Sorry about that. It will buff out. Or duct tape.
I don't see too much damage on that car, but I have to imagine there is a lot because they took quite a lot of tumble.
Can we ride on board if you don't mind there, Jack, to see the steering? Sometimes the steering angle is going to give you a representation of... You should be pointing straight, but sometimes it doesn't always point straight. That's going to be the problem.
I'd say that's pretty decently straight. He's going to allow the 81 car to go around the outside. Yeah. We'll see if he pits here.
Box. Yeah,
yeah, he's going to... Yep. Great view of the pit road entry here, just how narrow it is, and it's super scary to enter this pit road too, because if you're like 1 foot off to either side, you're going to get the car in the wall.
There's a bar restaurant right there to the right-hand side, but I'm telling you right, my friend, that little concrete wall that's there, it's a cliff. That drops all the way down. I know in a valley where I am here in Panama, and I climb up the hill and back down there, and I'm looking over the side going, damn, that's a nasty drop. That is exactly what Spa is like if you... But then again, that speed, hopefully the speed you're entering the pit lane isn't going to get you airborne over it. But going back to the action, our race leader, 32-second gap right now. So it seems to me, Austin, when you're in the lead of this race for the Challenger split right now, you have yourself a nice little gap that you've built up.
Yeah, you do. I mean, 30 seconds, that's about almost an entirety of a pit stop there. Pretty soon, if you get to like a minute, that's pretty much a pit stop with a shorter pit lane. This is one of the longer pit lanes because, pit road starts right there at that white line, and then they go all the way down the front stretch, and they have to take this source also at pit road speed. You're going to see this corner right here. So you do get to lose a little bit of that apex there, take a little bit of a shortcut, and then you go all the way down here. That's where the F1 cars would normally exit the pits, and instead everybody else pitting today is down the second pit straight. You can see all the pit boxes right there as we're still taking this airborne view. You can barely hear the helicopter rotors over the sounds of engines here for Johannes Priest in that 267 car. The Lexus, again, strong run for these guys, just on the edges of a top 10, but lost a little bit of that battle there with the 69 car. You can see he's all the way down entering Le Cam right now, so definitely not quite as fast as that 69 machine, but still stretching his legs out over that 45 car behind him.
I'm sure they'd like to stretch their legs out of the cockpit of the next level racing gear that they might be very much driving in. Actually, you'd be talking to me about helicopters, my friend. The director of the national airline that lives just down the road from me flies a helicopter over my property every single day almost, so that button on the mute on my microphone has to be muted because the helicopter's gone boom, 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 and it's just too loud. But well aware of helicopters, well aware of stretching, perhaps.
Take
on the
me back to Vietnam,
Yeah. It's insane. But then again, he's the director of the national airline. What am I going to do? I mean,
yeah, call the cops. He is the cops.
I'd jump back in the helicopter, I'd probably fly back to the city with him. Anyway. The 267 car and 192 car are right now of Alexander. Currently running in P3, 192 car, about 10 seconds and change down the road from the 42. And the Aston Martin, of course, which means to be, so far, the car of choice, unless you're in a Honda or a Lexus.
Dean, I thought we were going to get some rain. Where's the rain? I thought you had a little weather forecast.
No,
okay.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Allegedly. All right. Looking here at Alexander Diakowski, this 192 car. What do you call this, Dean? The dark red? What is it?
Vino Tinto.
Vino Tinto. Yes, that's right. They were so successful last week out in Barcelona. Again, just continuing on that run here with the podium run right now in their 192, the Aston Martin. This week, Aston's making up three of the top five. Ralph Belansky continues to drive a wedge in between all those Astons. Otherwise, there'd be a whopping 6 cars in a row. So Ralph Belansky, basically the only thing separating two groups of 3 Aston Martins between themselves. But yeah, Diakowski been doing a really good job. Again, lots of speed in this car, but we're getting into the point in this race where everybody has kind of sorted themselves out, and basically it all just comes down to how well these cars can drive and how well they're set up, because at the end of the day, all these drivers are going to be putting down very, very similar lap times.
And temperatures dropped about a couple of degrees. The lowest degree we had earlier, and that was actually very early, about 1 p.m. in the afternoon local time. You can see currently at the moment it's about 4 hours and 20 minutes in the afternoon. So the track temperature's dropped to 23. It'll continue to drop a little bit. The reason why the question you asked me before there, Austin, is why there is no rain, is because I asked in the chats, and I'm looking at both the YouTube chats and the Twitch chats, about if you want rain, say rain. Nobody said rain, so I'm not going to bring it.
I mean, from a driver's standpoint, I understand. You don't want rain. But from my standpoint as a commentator, I want action.
I gave them the opportunity. The viewers can decide that. It's almost like Formula E, isn't it? The viewers have a vote on changing the race. And, well, they're electing not to. So, granted, done.
Hey, more power to them.
Yeah.
Even
you
if
have
they
all the
decide
power
to do nothing with that power.
We've asked Jack before in the past for rain. He doesn't bring it to us. But I tell you what, Jack's just too busy bringing the fantastic camera work all the time.
Yeah, Jack's a nice guy, though. He's not going to ruin other people's races by putting in rain. He just allows things to play out by chance.
And I'm not sure if we private conversations in the green room, but about what we're talking about earlier, Jack. Just if you can relapse it in your mind, just say yes or no if you are cool for me to talk about that on air. Per se, talking about driving. There you go. And if that's a yay or nay, and then we can refer to that one. But the there we go. So Jack has relayed to me because Jack is trying to get his racing license. Remember, in the United Kingdom, mate, and Austin, in the States, mate, you got to get your license, right? Because suburban cities are very difficult. Public transport practically non-existent in most US cities, but in the United Kingdom, there's a lot of public transport. And Jack has decided he needs a driver's license. He needs to get himself. I told Jack, when you go to get your driver's license, just pull up there with a printed out piece of paper and show you your I rating from iRacing, and say this should give me a license immediately. But I don't think it works that way.
No, not quite. They're not as how you say whatchamacallit about that. Maybe progressive enough. But do you not have to get one in Australia? Is it like America in the 1950s? Just roll to the hardware store. Okay.
I was speaking to Jack about that earlier because I took my brother's car that was kind of a beefed up car as well. And then as soon as I went for a driving exam, the inspector came out and looked at the car, and one of the lights weren't working on my car, and I failed it immediately before I even got to drive it. Yeah. But anyway.
Can't do that. You got to make sure the horn works too. No large cracks in the windshield. It's very easy to just immediately fail one of those things.
Jack gets his you go for his license. As I said, the I rating is not going to work for you, Jack. And Jack hopefully will be racing a little bit later in Daytona. Whatever team Jack is going to be racing for, but Jack's going to be racing. If he's got, Jack's in 9 hours plus endurance of broadcasting it, and he's going to jump in the car. Man, I can't believe the VCO team, the endurance of everybody here. It's insane, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I had to drop out of my own 24 hours of Daytona race because I couldn't broadcast this for 9 hours, sleep for even 4 hours, and race enough to make it be fair on my team. So maybe next year we'll hit them hard, but we'll have to see. This has been a blast all season long, and obviously we're not the only people not taking part in the 24 hours of Daytona right now because we've got 24 cars in here, 3 drivers each.
It's still amazing you have a full grid. Yeah. We started with 24, and we still have 24. It's
everybody's still
amazing.
Running. Again, it really clean competition here.
And I've seen a lot of Daytonas for the first split of Daytona. Of course, the first time zone of Daytona that occurred before. And I saw a lot of cars out within the first couple of hours of that. And now we are here, VCO, Challenger Split, and everybody's still this race. They love Spa. We love Spa. And you love the 22 car? I love the 98 car, unfortunately for the McLaren. We all know what happened. Just to recap that one there, Austin. Just to actually give us a little bit of recap what's happened so far, Austin.
Yeah, from the drop of the green flag, 98 car had that thing on the pole. They led every single lap for the first 2 hours of the race until after they made their second pit stop. They got disconnected due to a power outage. After that point, the 714 took the lead. They've since fallen back down to 7th place after getting into a little bit of a kerfluffle. They went from 15th to the lead in about 2 or 3 hours, got in a big kerfluffle with the rest of the podium. All 3 of those cars got pretty much knocked out of contention, with the exception of that 44 machine still in 2nd place. And then about the 3-hour mark, this 22 basically had their pit strategy play off to absolute perfection. they took the lead, and they haven't looked back since. Looking to make another pit stop here in about a lap or two.
I tell you what. No, I'm not even going to tell you what, because the chat hasn't answered my question. So I'm not going to tell you anything. But you recap us perfectly.
It continues to get darker and continues to get colder, though.
88 car shouted out there. That's the 88 car of Mercedes running in P15, and that's the chat from Mr. Goose. Let's go 88 car. I like it. You know what? We will talk about those cars. You guys get in the chat there and mention it, because you are the supporters here of VCO. You're the ones that are watching it, and we will try to always bring the action to you as you request on demand when we have time. But look at this. Look at what is brewing everywhere at the moment. I'm actually in Lewis's car there, 889, as he's navigating a whole ton of traffic there, just to keep Jack all spiced up with the action.
Oh, Tafik Moyhoon down pit road, 14th place car. Yeah. Another Aston Martin down into the pits. The first car we're going to see come down pit road. I would expect to see that 22 car down pit road this next time by. And for the bulk of the field, I think they're probably going to come down probably between the 3:35 and 3:45 minute mark on the time clock. So maybe about 20 minutes before we see them down pit road.
I still want to spoil the surprise it's going to have a little bit later, but once again, the chat is not responding to us. They've fallen asleep, my friend. We need to wake them up. Guys, you can't have a nap midway through this race. We still have 4 hours to go. And then if you survive that, you got Daytona to follow.
Well, I'll tell you what, the main problem with all these cars wrecking out in the Daytona 24-hour split is all these teams basically get together and they try to run the first split, and at the first sight of problem, because they don't really care how they're running, they're just going to pull out of that race completely and enter into the next split. And if they see any problems in that one, they just go into the next one. I've got two different teams. That's the one I was going to be racing in. I was going to have started the one yesterday at about 5 or 6 o'clock.
23 cars made a mistake. 147's made a mistake. Here we go, right on cue.
It looks like. The Petro Brothers car.
Oh, we saw the Petro Brothers in the chat there before.
I wonder if that was the Porsche wanting to come down pit road, and Tobias didn't want to come down
there was
pit road.
Contact between two cars. I think you're right. There was contact between two cars.
Just up the road is a 22 car. They've elected to stay out another lap.
Interesting.
I think if they don't come down pit road this next time by, they might get some sort of a stint length infringement penalty.
Keep an eye on the 222 car, or the 222s. The twos have been the highlight number at the moment because they're right on the back of the 16 car. The only BMW is trying to hold them off for the P16 position currently at the moment. Jack's on that one. Look at this run. Here we go, flashing lights in frustration. But guess what? You got to get the overtake done. They're not going to yield. Here we go.
Yeah, he's going to have a late braking opportunity. He's going to leave the outside open for him. A dive down the outside. He's alongside him now. Goes to the outside of the old switcheroo. See if he can twice back switcheroo. Oh, he bit the curb there a little bit. That's really going to upset the car. Hurt his drive off for sure.
Got to follow down into La Source. Now, we see what happens when frustration creeps in with drivers, doesn't it? Mistakes are made. You don't really making mistakes with 4 hours remaining in this race. But you're going to see some action up through La Source for sure.
Yeah, it was really clean through there, but you saw the 22 car of Nikolai get a much better run out of that hairpin corner.
Speed difference. We haven't really seen the BMW in action, haven't we, in the Audi?
No, we haven't. Well, there's only one of them, too, and for the most part, he's been back there minding his own P's and Q's, just taking care of business by himself. But, man, look at that run that Nikolai got down the straightaway.
I'm not sure.
Of course, Nikola's back there. In the 853,
the BMW doesn't have the straight line speed, does it?
It doesn't have the straight line speed, and it was really hurt because he had the outside in La Source and just couldn't get the power down quite enough. I feel like he was out there in the marbles, just got a little bit too wide on the outside of the corner, and that really allowed for Nikolai Schroeder to get down to his inside and get the power down the straightaway. Got a much better run, had all that momentum up the hill.
And the traffic as well to deal with. And Nikolai, good on you. We needed some entertainment to keep us spiced up because there was a bit of a gap, but we haven't had
Yeah,
some
that's that
fantastic
69
racing.
car, Charlie Kent, just making his way through. Again, lots of guys,
That's
this is the
true.
point in the middle of the race where things get kind of boring because you're out there just making lap time. But I tell you what, it gets really dangerous right now because, well, you can push yourself because you have nobody to measure yourself against. You say, oh, I want to make up all the time I can. It's a dangerous game because you could wear out your tires a lot faster than you think, especially with this rain coming. Track's getting a lot cooler and cooler. 22 degrees Celsius, that's the coolest the track temperature has been all day. And I don't need to remind you folks at home just how much attention you need to pay to making sure your tires stay in that optimum window of pressure and temperature. A couple cars down on pit road. Klaus Leimer, the 118 Porsche, good recovery drive for them. And how about this run for the 22 car? Up in the lead, 30 seconds. They qualified outside the top 10, Dean.
Yeah, they're in pit road to cool down exactly right now because it's cool down time. It's pit road time. Driver swaps. Oh, am I seeing
that's
seeing
rain.
rain?
We finally
there
got
it
it.
is. The gods have delivered it. We've been asking, we've been requesting, and it's coming down. And now, if you're in pit road, what do? Do you elect to go to wet tires?
Yeah, you got to put them on. I mean, it depends. How long is the rain supposed to stay for? How heavy is it going to be?
I think it's going to be 10. I'm not sure, mate.
I think it's why they stayed
don't know.
out. I think it's why they stayed out that extra lap or two to wait for the rain, make sure it's going to come.
Wow.
You can see the wiper on Christian's car.
This is difficult, isn't it? Because you got to make this executive decision because the weather forecast. And this is the reason why I was telling you about the surprise.
They're going to have to pit at the same point as that 22 car, and this is normally when they take over the lead.
We have rain finally for the first time.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
It's come perfectly right in the pit stop time.
But
I'm
most
telling you guys in the chat,
at the best point for that 40, that 22 car.
Jack, mate, you're about to get busy, big time. Look at this.
Yeah, business is about to pick up. You can see all the rain starting to come down in front of the camera. Things are going to get wet, hot, and heavy here in just a couple minutes.
Oh, I thought there was a sweat dripping off the drivers, but it's bucketing down. It comes down thick and fast, doesn't it? We saw it really briefly in the cash split.
Puddles out here. Is there any way to tell what kind of tires this 22 car put on, Dean? Or Jack, even?
I have no idea, mate, because it's all happening at once.
Oh, the 222 car around near the outside wall.
Yeah, this is where it's catching everybody off guard right now.
Turns 11 and 12.
Oh, it's tippy-toe,
this is when you got to tiptoe around. Yeah, back to the pits. See how soon you can pit, how soon you want to pit.
If you thought you were napping right now halfway through or just over halfway through this race, guess what? Wake up.
You'd hate to pull a Lando Norris at Sochi. And what was that? At 2021, leading the race, it started to rain, and he elected to not take any rain tires, and he paid a heavy price for it.
We'll see.
He went from first to 11th. No points.
Yeah.
Alexi Mayer.
Rain is going to be super
Boy,
heavy,
you got to feel for this
10
team,
minutes,
man.
Mate.
He was even struggling to get loose
a spin
with all
for the
the water
22 car
down.
as well.
Ooh.
I think, in the pit road.
Oh, it is. They must have put on dry tires.
Yeah, they're struggling.
Man, that was a hard lick for them, too. You hate to see this for them because they just went down pit road, and I guarantee they put on dry tires to slide like that. You never know. It's hard to tell, too. They might have wet weather tires, but they just didn't anticipate how slick it would be and how really they have to brake. But, boy, that was a long ways off track for them.
Oh, it's amazing. I'm excited because this race has been so exciting the whole time, mate. We had probably
We've had more leaders today at this point early on in the race than the entire season in any of the races so far.
I'm seeing yellows all over the place from cars that are spinning and struggling right now. 7-Eleven had a little bit of a moment going off there, and of course, now they're tippy-toeing. Exactly, they're turning these grippy tires into ice skates, mate. And you know how tricky it is in those conditions in snow. Well, that must feel like you're on snow right now.
Oh boy, look at Diakowski really slipping and sliding through there. I don't think this car has yet come down onto pit road. Now they're still scored in the first position, but you can see just how gingerly he's having to give this car inputs, turns on the headlights, full blast right there. That's just how dark it is right now.
It's dropped to 20 degrees Celsius, just like that. 4 degrees.
Oh yeah, well that
heat.
I'm a master of heat. I took a heat transfer class in college, so legally I am a master of heat. All this rain is going to steal the heat energy up out of the pavement, so this track is going to go from pretty hot to super cool in the next couple laps with all this rain.
Well, Mike, I've been begging for it. Jack, I've been begging for it. your wishes our command, and then again, I'm disappointed in everybody in the chat. Right, I was telling you guys if you wanted it, you didn't want it, but you know what? It's inevitable. It's coming, and it's coming thick and fast right now. Let's see how they're going to tippy-toe their way around this track, boxing for the Eat car, boxing for the 69 car, boxing for some of the other cars. But what is our race leader going to do? They're still out there. Dominic is still out there. We don't know the typical tyres. Maybe that'll pull up there on the pit wall live timing screen. We're not used to rain, mate, because we haven't had any so far in a Challenger split.
We're like fish out of water.
Yeah.
And it's because these guys are all in water. Jack, is there any way to tell what tires these guys have bolted on their cars?
Yeah, Jack, you used to rain before in the other splits. We're just asking our producer.
Okay, all right.
You want to relay that one to everybody?
So for you folks at home, the clear way to see is if they're crashing every 5 seconds.
Quote from Jack. Exactly.
Yes, direct quote from Jack, the comedic genius, as always, Jack Maloney, our wonderful producer.
You know what? That's true, right? There's no denying that one. That is a fact. If you keep the car on the track. Our leader's boxing, so they have elected, no, we're getting rid of these boots. They're too tippy-toe. Well, just like that, my friend. Wakey. This race is on.
Yeah, Fahad Ghafour in that 45 car. You see our leader, Alex Diakowski, down on pit road. That Vino Tito car, as you call it, Dean, down on pit road to see. Hopefully, for their sake, they put on some wet weather tires. But it all just depends. You can see now all the oil starting to rise through the track. And I tell you what, even in the real road check, something to remember: if you're going to get your license soon, it's not when it's been raining for a while. It's the slickest. It's when it first starts raining, because all the oil that's seeped into the concrete floats up to the top. So that's the slickest it'll be, is when it just starts raining. Before too long, all that oil will again be driven off to the side of the road.
Well, I had to mute myself for a second there, Austin.
Right now.
I had to mute myself for a second there because you did that pun reference to Jack trying to get his license, saying the oil. And Jack, if you want to get your license at the moment, just pay attention to the oil that's slipping in the Anyway, somebody clip that.
No, my dad told me that, and it has just rang true my entire life. Ever since I got my license, I'll tell that to other people. I think it's the best thing you can do, is realize that it's the slickest it's going to be right after it starts raining, because all that oil floats up off that pavement.
You can't scare Jack into getting his license at the moment, mate.
I'm not scared. It's just a buyer beware.
Keep an eye out at the battle. 22 climbing up through Eau Rouge, and we don't even know what tires. I think they are on the wet weather tires.
I would hope
they're battling it out with my Skyline. There's a car going off.
One car, the Porsche. That's the 23 car. Velikov off on the side of the road. Finally gets it back up there. Oh boy, he's going to have to make way for these leaders. I think he's going to go the wrong way for Pavel right here. But to be honest, it's not too bad that he's having to get around with this 81 car, because again, multiple laps down, not really racing. This is where it doesn't matter where you are, who's around you. If they're faster, you let them go. It's like driving, racing somebody in the snow on the highway. If they think they're faster, let them go ahead of you. You'll see them wreck 5 miles up the road. Oh, mate, just like that, pushing a little too hard is Pavel.
Oh, yeah. But this is when the Nissan kicks into gear, my friend, because I've owned one. Four-wheel drive, four-wheel steering, twin-turbo, traction control. This baby can handle wet conditions, of course. It was born in Japan. Japan rains a lot. So, hey, they know exactly how to handle weather conditions, and that Nissan is dominating these conditions right now. We'll keep an eye on that one. They are all the way back into
I will say, too,
P21.
Though, talking about all that oil coming up as soon as it starts raining, the slickest the road will be all day long. I'd take advantage of that in my Camaro, man. I go out there and just start sliding, because boy, it's a good time. It's kind of sketchy, but it is fun to go out there in the rain. Sometimes you lose traction and it gets fun,
Not if you're in a Lamborghini and the powerhouses of the machines that just have so much more rear wheel power on the rear axle. They're going to hit the loud pedal, and that car's just going to slide. This is when fun. This is when the Porsche comes into play. This is when the BMW will come into play. This is when the Nissan, of course, will come into play, because these cars are built for these conditions. They can handle it brilliantly. These heavy powerhouse machines are going to struggle big time.
Well, I feel like the Aston Martin is going to struggle the most. Same with that BMW, because all the weight is over the non-drive axle. It'll help you steer, but it won't help you accelerate up off these corners. You see Daniel Davison, that number 98 car, good for them. They've made up another position, but boy, you got to feel for them because they were dominating this race. But crucially, though, Dean, let's take a look at the leader in the 22 car. They've lost about 28 seconds of their lead, now down to a 5-second lead over the 44 car just behind him, right now being piloted by Dominic Goals. Tell you what, he's on something right now. He's gained another 2 seconds in that last sector alone. There he is just up the road. There's your leader. So now Dominic has his eyes set. He's got a target to look for. And I tell you what, when you're racing at these speeds, sometimes it's not all bad, Dean. The second car to come up to a corner.
I'd have to say, Austin, it's Honda versus Aston Martin, and you would have thought that the British manufacturer would be great for these conditions, of course, because it always rains in the UK. But then again,
not quite.
And we'll see, because the Honda of the 22 car is about 1.6 seconds. He is definitely gaining. You mentioned Austin, gaining big time.
Some of it, I think, right now, the Acura would be more suited to these conditions because all the weight is over that drive axle. It's going to help him accelerate up out of the corners. But I think at the same time, I think Dominic really knows just how hard he can push this car in the wet weather, and that's why this is going to suit him. It's just the same way you saw Master Rain, Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, all those guys really good at the rain because they know just how much they can push the car. Gets all the way up down to the inside of the 22 car, the Acura. That's Dominic down to the inside, Pavel to the outside. Well, very well executed pass for position on the lead.
He's clearly the wet weather master, and we're not quite sure. We can check the live timing if we get a chance to of the tire strategy. Have they swapped the tires? We'll find out about that one. It's
impossible to tell. They must have put on wet weather tires because they're not spinning out. I feel like all those mistakes they made, just not really realizing how hard they can and can't push these cars right now, Dean.
He sees Sim Racing that said no to the 222 car. I'm looking at the 2-2 car, but not the 222 car. 222 car is Alex Richardson down there. But if anybody is aware of the teams and what tires are on, please elaborate with us. It's all gone pearl-shaped very quickly. We wanted the rain. We got the rain. It's coming. But the rain's going to stop, I believe. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Jack is saying these guys are 8 seconds slower, than everyone else. Yeah, by a lot.
Jack is very sharp on this one. So, this is going to be the indication. But then again, I'm also seeing a forecast saying it's going to lighten up a little bit. So maybe we had that little cash split rain shower that they had earlier in their race, and now we're getting it here in the Challenger split. The track conditions are showing wet. So that means you should be on the wet tires. As Jack said, it's a massive difference.
But I don't know, too. I mean, if it does lighten up, I mean, how much time are these guys really going to have gained? Because the track's going to have to dry off first before these slick tires are really going to come into their own. So I think, I don't know if it's a play for strategy that they're just going to sit on these slick tires. I think you're just going to have to ride it out. But I don't know. It's hard to tell when the rain's going to lighten up.
It's a good question, because if 10 minutes it does stop raining, then the track's going to come back into play for your slick tires. However, there's a big problem. You got to keep your car on the track. You're going to lose a ton of time. And granted, do it, because it's an endurance race. Remember, you still have about 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. So, but if you spin it and you're in the fence and you damage your car, that's it. That's essentially almost game over. So slow down, lap maybe 10 to 20 seconds a lap slower if you have to, but just maybe eke it out for 10 minutes. We don't know. Changeable conditions happens. It's what motor racing is all about.
I tell you what, these guys are more like 9 seconds off the pace compared to everybody else's at 22 cars. So I don't know how much more time they could afford to lose, really. I mean, they're bleeding time right now. You can see another car, that 889, that was really sideways coming up off the corner.
But if you do box, you lose a lot more time.
Yeah, I'm not saying they should box and put on wet weather tires. I'm saying they should have the forethought to put those things on when they were already down on pit road.
And Yeet Machine in P5, currently the 16 car.
Just behind this two-wide battle.
Yeah, let's have a look at how they're going to manage the tricky conditions here and the wet conditions.
He's going to take that position there in the 889. I think they had to check up for a lap car just up the road there. I was trying to get by. I don't think they're on. No, they are also on slick tires. They're putting in just about the same exact lap time as our leader. They both put down a 2:47 that last lap. So both the 889 and the 22, both on those slick tires in these wet weather conditions, proving very, very much the wrong move for them.
Lexus machine's looking great. Absolutely looking. The thing looks like it's on rails at the moment. So handling these conditions, the Aston Martins are the ones that are struggling. I'd have to say, big time. I don't know. I'm not a race driver. Everybody is not wearing us in their chats, but I'll tell you what, pictures show that Benny White, the Eat machine, is gaining. He's about 37 seconds off P2, probably slicing that one. We're going to try to get indication. Remember, the live pit wall timing is available for everybody out there. If you want to try to catch up with all the action like we are trying to catch up with the action. Austin?
Yeah, Dean, tell you one guy, fast. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jack. I was just going to say, Luca Filippi, he's been absolutely tearing up the field right now. He's putting down 2:36.3s. Everybody else is putting down 2:37, so he's been flying through the field. I don't think it'll be too long before he runs down some of his competition. He's got about 9 seconds up the road until he catches up to Ben Whitty. It'll be a while before he gets up there, 3 seconds a lap, but should only be about 3 laps before he's up there. And then I think before that, way before that, I think Whitty is also going to pass the 889. I think Luca is going to pass him shortly thereafter. So Luca, and with a shot of a podium here, these Pit Stop UK boys.
And P3 battling for P2 currently at the moment, about half a second off that 192 car versus the 22 car. So that's an Aston Martin in the wet conditions versus the Honda. As the Honda is struggling, maybe, yes it is. That's an overtake at the Lacombe.
Yeah. At this point, Dean, you've just got to pull over and let him by. There's no reason to fight him because you're on slick tires and wet weather conditions. He's basically going to be about 9 seconds a lap faster. It's foolish right now to fight tooth and nail for any sort of position unless you're fighting with somebody else that's on the wrong side of the tire compound.
The Honda did a last lap, a 2-minute 45, a 2-minute 37.
Wow, 2-minute 35 car. From a couple drivers. The 714, I believe. Who was in the 714 right now?
Cars making a run.
Williams again.
There it is. Pit Stop UK. Yeah, you UK territory. You know rain. There. You should be used to the rain, guys.
Easy
Come
overtake.
On. Yeah.
So textbook position there, up into the top 5 there for Luca Filippi. Gets around to Milana, the 889 car. Now he can set his sights on Benny Witt just up the road there, and he gained 7 seconds that last lap. So he's catching him.
Drying up a little bit, Austin. It's drying up a little bit. The rain is still looking heavy, but it's looking like it's going to be less heavy in about 10 minutes. Now, they're lapping in the all over the place, but let's say on average, they're probably lapping at about the 2-minute 40 mark on average. They were doing 2:18s in the dry, so that is a ton of time difference.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's why you need to put on these wet weather tires.
Yeah, but can you risk it because now it's drying. It's still saying wet, but the forecast is saying in 10 minutes time it's going to just go back to our overcast conditions that we had earlier. 20-degree track temperature.
Overcast conditions, Dean, but where's all this water going to go? It's not just going to drain off immediately. It's not like NASCAR where we've got jet dryers. These cars are going to have to get a dry line for a while, and even when there's a dry line, you're still going to want wet tires for a while.
We got 22 cars to form a racing line, hopefully, and each car disperses the rain.
7 kilometers long. I mean, it's going to take forever for them to dry this place.
You're right. You're absolutely right on that one.
One car around the outside there. I think there was another Audi. It might be the 777 car. Yeah. Luang.
We wanted it. This is the first time we've had rain in the Challenger split. Yep. There you go. Cash split and rival split. You've had your fair share of rain, okay? Now it's our turn.
I will say, this could come back to biting that 22 car even more because by the time they come down pit road to get their other set of tires, they can only be out here until about 2 hours and 45 minutes left in the race, and it might just barely be dry by the time that rolls around, just in time for them to come down pit road, get a new set of racing slicks, and everybody else just too. So this might come back to bite them twice as hard.
Just when I thought I was going to pass my exam at school, you just throw in a couple more hard questions in that one. And Austin, we don't know how that's going to pan out, isn't it? I feel for the drivers and the teams. That's probably why the chat's quiet at the moment, mate, because they are stressing with these situations.
Oh, I don't doubt as soon as you saw what you were saying about the rain and the weather coming up, the forecast, they were seeing that too and trying to calculate when they would have to come down pit road and how it would affect their overall pit strategy.
It stopped raining.
Because
it stopped raining, mate. Look at this.
it's so hard to tell, but I feel like you're right. Yeah, it's done raining. So, again, you know, it can stop raining. We can go back to overcast conditions, but we still got to drive this track
714
first.
car Williams making it around the 88. There we go. P6, P7 battle. Side by side, the United Sim team, maybe of Mike getting it done.
Mikey doing a phenomenal job out there. Got him back in the car. And I tell you what, this is really going to upset here, Dean, is all these cars were basically about halfway through their pit window when they had to come down pit road and get these set of rain tires. Because now you have to worry about what your drive time requirement is maximum for some of your drivers.
Oh, we love it. That's why we love a bit of rain to spice things up, don't we? And as Mike Williams says, it's called a motor race, Toto, as Mikey would say.
Yeah,
I had to throw that pun in. Yeah, it's right. Now the pit stop strategy is all over the place. Now your engineers back in their factories are crunching numbers tooth and nail, of course, or they wish they have the engineering team of 20 or 30 engineers there trying to calculate it. But you know what? Even in Formula One, you look at all those engineers that are back there. There's thousands of people, hundreds of people there involved, and they still make massive mistakes. So it's kind of, to me, just like get a couple of your mates there together, race, and they tend to put on some great strategies when they pay off anyway, without the best engineers in the world.
Yeah, it's really easy to sit up here in the booth and make all these calls. Even for you folks at home, it's really easy to sit out there and be a couch coach, as they call it, or a commentator coach. But, you know, for these teams, it's really difficult to make all these calls, especially at a split-second decision. And for that 22 crew, I feel like the odds were stacked against them, too, because it was just starting to rain when they came down pit road. They had no idea how hard it was going to rain, or with such ferocity for them to have now fallen back just barely inside the podium position. So really hard, tough call for them to make. But you know what? When you're in the trenches, it's really confusing what you should do.
iRacing, pay attention. We are waiting for this for iRacing. ACC has delivered it. They delivered it very well. Dynamic weather changes very quickly in ACC. And this is an example for iRacing to try to produce the same results. Make that weather quickly disperse, quickly come down, and quickly change. The weather. The track is still wet and all those conditions, because it brings fantastic racing. I don't think anybody out there would disagree with that, because that was definitely a heated up spice moment, isn't it? And 5-hour marker into this race with 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. And now the rain has stopped. Now the decision comes down to, as you said, now, the rain stopped, but the track is still greasy, isn't it? All the oils come up from the surface.
Yeah,
and all that
it's still greasy. It's still, most importantly, wet. And when you're on a slick tire, there is absolutely no chance you're not going to hydroplane, because the reason the wet tire works so well is because it's got all those grooves in it, like your road tires. It allows for displacement of the water, a smaller contact patch for sure, but you get absolutely zero contact patch when you got a slick tire on a wet track, because it just can't disperse any of that water nearly fast enough for you to get good grip on that pavement.
Yeah, I mean, Formula 1 car, somebody can quote that one, displaces like thousands of, or not hundreds of liters, of course.
It's like 18 gallons of water every second or something.
Keep an eye on the Nissan, the 81 car.
Amount.
Tucked up the back of the 13 car. Now they're back for P20, but this is what I'm saying. This is the Nissan Skyline. I've driven this car before. This baby can purr in wet conditions. Let's see if it can purr its way past the Audi.
Got a good, decent run up the hill here. I feel like he's definitely going to have him down the straight. If he doesn't have him in the straight, he's most certainly going to get this move done into or around Lake Com for sure. Getting a lot of overspeed here. Might have a look down to the inside, closing in.
I would go for it, because I'm confident the Skyline lasts late breakers. No, he doesn't.
Oh, he broke a little bit early. You know what? I'm a fan of that. Don't do anything too overzealous. And if you want to, you can definitely make a move here out of Lake Com into turn 10 here.
You've never driven this car before, mate. I know how confident this car is in the braking point.
Yeah, but you hate to take out somebody else, you know?
Okay, fair enough. I'm not a race driver. In these conditions, I've done it at about...
See, look at that. Left him the inside there. Almost was able to get it done. But again, you know, high power, high speed corners here.
This is when that four-wheel drive kicks in for the Skyline, mate. forward steering, forward drive. This thing glues. But then again, great driving course for the 13 car, trying to hold them off.
Yeah, just being really ginger on that throttle.
Not even using his windscreen wipers as well, too, for 13 car. He's a cool, calm, collected. He has no windscreen wipers, believe it or not.
Well, sometimes, when you get going fast enough, all the rain just beats itself right up off the windshield. One time when I was driving back to school, it was raining, doing about 75, 80 mile an hour. Don't even need a windshield wiper. You just put some Rain-X on the windshield.
Rain-X, exactly. I've used it before. I had windscreen wipers that broke on my car, and I buffed it up with Rain-X, and that beads off for sure. But anyway, we'll see. Now the Skyline is struggling as the track is starting to dry up a little bit, so that's interesting. It is a Skyline, right? I'm not going to be mistaken on that one.
What, the Nissan Skyline?
Yeah.
GTR.
GTR. Yeah. I think it's GTR Skyline. Either way,
it used
I might
to be
wrong.
Skyline. I don't know. Maybe it's like one of those, you got to go over that, but there's a ZR1 and a Z06 or whatever.
I still
Z51.
I didn't have this one, unfortunately, in my car garage. I had the R32.
You mean the racing version? Oh, okay.
I had the R32, yeah. No, but I tell you what, it's probably just as quick as this, minus about 20 seconds these days. But yeah, either way, I think that run might have very much been over there for the 81 car, because now as the track's starting to dry,
we're getting the sun out too. That's really going to help us here. So we'll see if we can kind of get some sort of an inversion on lap times. The Honda, the 22 Acura, put down a 2:42, so it's getting faster. Crucially, even the cars on wet tires are getting faster as well. The 44 car in the lead. Goals, he put down a 2:31. And how about Furhert too, in that 192 car? They just put down a 2:34. So business is picking up for all these cars. They're going quite a bit faster here. They
did, Austin, but it was a 2:34 with an invalidation. So that was an off-track excursion. 2:32.
How do you see that?
I in the other telemetry I have the special one. But yeah. Looking at it, average at the moment, I have to say, for most of the drivers, 2:32, so 2:40 for our 22 car. So not the best of lap. That was about 6 seconds slower, actually, than 7 seconds slower than a race leader.
But you know what? It's drying up just in time for him, I feel like. If he can get it to dry up right now, and it dries up by maybe about the 15 minutes before the hour mark, 3 hours, 15 minutes left in the race. If it dries up before then, I think he could easily retake the lead here.
How's that panning out for the pit stop strategy, of course, for the pit wall live timing?
Well, for him, he'd pretty much luck out and be able to come down pit road still a little bit earlier than everybody else. And for him, that basically they're going to stay right on their strategy. For everybody else, their most recent stint is not going to be as long as I'm sure they would hope it would, depending on how fast it dries. But a lot of these guys, they've only put like 10 laps on this newest set of tires. So maybe in 20 minutes we can do about another 10 laps or so. That might be 20. It'll work out pretty good, maybe for the Acura. But even they went pretty deep into that last pit cycle.
This is when you pay attention to math class, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen.
It put everybody in the race right on the same schedule as that 22 car.
Well, it has, hasn't it? Yes. Chat's gone quiet. No doubt they're soaked right now with what is just going on. What the we know is going on. And I honestly, I love my Nissan, the 81 car, but I don't think he's got a chance at the moment, unless there's a mistake from the Audi up the road.
Audi's just been really even here. I think the Audi 2 might have a little bit less aero on that car to make it a little bit more slippery down the straightaways here.
It's got more straight line speed than the Nissan. I know that for a fact. The Nissan can get up to the speed, but as soon as you get on that straightaway down, Camel Straight, just doesn't have the powerhouse to try to take anything. That's why I kind of thought, and again, not as a driver, but I thought the opportunity may have been earlier. Heavy braking into Lacombe when the conditions are wet, trusting in the Skyline to get it done. But I'm not driving the car, so don't quote me on that. He's going to make a run here now, but I don't think the Audi's got the straight line speed. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, looks like he's going to have a pretty good shot there around the outside, but not quite able to take advantage of it. He's just going to have to slot back in line. Maybe hope for another go around. He might be able to do something here to turn 10. We'll see how good his turn 9 is out of Lake Com. Oh, Benny Witt Looks like he's always caught back up to the rear end of
here we go.
Pavel Pushkarev.
The Yeet are hungry for the camera again, and guess what?
Yeah, last lap he was 9 seconds faster, so this should not be any sort of a battle at all. Thank you, Jack, for bringing this battle to us.
Jack just knows, like, where's the Yeet? But, you know, where's the action? Look for the Yeet car. Here we go.
Up over Rouge through Redion. Oh, he's going to have him here side by side as they go down the straightaway. I think at this point, yeah, oh, got really loose there on the outside of the track, trying to make sure he gave him enough room down the inside. Ralph's going to have this handily as they break into Lake Con right now, and he's going to have all the speed in the world through the center of the corner with these wet weather tires.
And how's that for the Yeet machine, my friend? Again, that 16 car.
Oh, phenomenal.
Where did they start? They're in podium positions currently in the moment. Where did they start?
Like 15th. They started 15th or something. Absolutely ridiculous, the kind of run they're having.
Unbelievable. And they are the only, like, misfield. Of course, the battle is between the Lexus and the Honda. And then there's basically an Aston Martin, domination between the rest of it. Just basically put these two cars between an Aston Martin party. It's been amazing. Absolutely. And I still wanted to see that 98 McLaren, of course. That would have been definitely in the mix. That would have, and we don't know how the McLaren would have handled that wet weather conditions too, and changeable, but unfortunately we don't get to see it. 98 car running a P18 a couple laps down from their technical issues. But well, it is what it is.
It's been about an hour and 10 minutes since we took our last break, so why don't we take one, albeit a quicker one, and then we'll be able to cover all the pit stops again and then take our regular one and be right back after that. How's that sound?
Perfecto.
All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes right after this. Don't go anywhere. We're here for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 9 hours of Spa. I'm Austin Belke alongside Dean Hompton in the booth. We've got our friend Jack Maloney in the production trailer. If you're just now joining us, we're about 5 hours and 45 minutes down into this 9-hour race, which means we've got just over 3¼ hours left before we see that checkered flag fall. We just had rain actually fall on the speedway a little bit ago. That shook up a lot of the running order. The 22 car that had been so dominant since just about hour 3 in the race fell all the way back right now, sitting in the 5th position because, of course, they did not put on wet weather tires. They've been out on racing slicks ever since the drop of the green flag, even through about that 45-minute rain period we just had. So they fell down the order, and now it's up to them to see how much further they can charge up before everybody comes down to get their change of tires in about 17 laps from now. Excuse me, not 17 laps, just a little bit under maybe 15 or so until that happens. So
yeah, we wanted rain. We were asking for rain, and it has been delivered. Rain actually came, believe it or not, to the rival split as well. So all the splits this evening, cash split, rival split, and the challenger split. And you can find all those splits by typing !command center into the Twitch chat. You got to find that one. But we got it. We had finally got it, and definitely has spiced those pit stop strategies up, hasn't it there, Austin, as you mentioned?
Yes, sir. It's really interesting, too, to see just how this entire thing is going to play out, to see these lap times kind of flipping and flopping back and forth. For the longest time, it looked like that 22 car was losing about 10 seconds per lap, but anymore, things are starting to get closer and closer to even. Back when things were completely dry, everybody was running on those racing slicks. They're putting down, on average, about 219, 220 for a lap time. Right now, the 22 car out on those racing slicks, 235. And everybody else on the weather tires, wet weather tires, I should say, about 2 minutes 27, 2 minutes 29, somewhere in there. So it's still better for right now to be on those wet weather tires, but you can see a dry line starting to come in on the right side of this track, and that's where you can see Benny Witt off on the left, our left, his right, try and go where it was still a little bit wet to try and keep some temperature out of those tires.
Heat Machine hungry for a little bit of camera action, as they've always been all season long. The track, the information I'm getting at the moment there, I went down there at the moment and I slid my hand across the bitumen, as you'd mentioned, and it's greasy. So that oil's come out of that surface of the track. And that's the reason why they are essentially, as you mentioned, about 10 seconds off the racing pace that they were doing in full dry conditions.
Yeah, well, it's still a little bit damp. I mean, you got to remember, with the thing about all that oil, it only stays right up on there when it first starts to rain, and then at that point, the rain basically washes all that oil off the track. So anymore, it's not necessarily the oil that they're having to deal with, it's all that wetness that's still on the track, because it's still a little bit damp. In ideal conditions, you want to use a wet tire when it's damp, and then as soon as it turns to a more drier than wet, then you switch to that racing slick.
I'm going to throw a little bit of trivia for you there, Austin. Who were the biggest team gainers during that change of conditions that we had just before?
I got to say that was the 16 car, but it's hard to say.
Heat Machine did make their way up into P3. It is hard to say. I'd say the 22 car probably suffered a little bit from that one, isn't it? You're watching right now, the Honda didn't quite handle that wet weather conditions as best as Lexus did.
No, and neither did that 889 car. I figured you asked me that trivia. I figured you knew which one did, so I was kind of
no, of course I didn't. That's why I asked you,
I feel
friend.
like it's that 16 car made out like a bandit more so than the rest of the field. But I tell you, the 22 car and the 889 cars, both of those machines lost a lot of time underneath those wet weather conditions.
I'm relying on the chat. They're all gone cold and quiet. Maybe they scattered from the rain shower that we had here in Spa. Remember Spa a couple of years ago was bucketing down and ripped half the track apart, and they had to resurface a lot of it during the off-season of Formula One.
And who can remember last year in Formula One? We had that 2-lap Grand Prix.
That wasn't last year, it was the year before? I can't remember now, either way.
I think, no, it was 2021, sorry.
Yeah. Spa producers, I'll tell you that right now. One of the biggest pile-up in Formula One history occurred in the La Source, so yeah, it's always there. He even had the great late Murray Walker going, I can't believe it. I'm not even going to quote Murray Walker because that would probably be an insult to his fantastic commentating of what's happened before. But we luckily never had to experience any of that here at the Challenger Split. because somehow, even in changeable conditions, a couple off-track excursions, but still, these drivers can handle anything thrown at them. Hopefully Austin can handle me throwing that question at him as well.
Yeah, get a good look at here at Andika Ramamalis, that 889 car. I see a bunch of cars now going down on the pit road. I feel like this is that inversion period where everybody kind of realizes it's better to be on those dry tires. And to be honest, looking here at the lap times, it does look like some of those cars that have been out there on wet tires are starting to feel the effects of maybe not so much having the optimal tire. And to be honest, they're all going to be able to see in their cars that, hey, my tires are just a little bit too hot to be out there in these conditions. So this might be where that 22 car comes right back in to a race in a place of their own. We'll have to see in a couple of seconds here just how much faster they can go. Wouldn't expect to see them down on pit road until just about the 2 hour 50-minute mark.
A race in a place on their own. I like it. Exactly. Good quoting there from Austin there. One of our fantastic casters, Jack, in the trailer. You keep putting Jack, but I'm going to put Jack back in the trailer, of course, at our broadcast trailer. Challenger split has heated up and cooled down. Heated up and cooled down. It's cooling down a little bit. Track temperature is 21. We are 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time here in Spa. We have essentially 3 hours remaining. Now, the drivers, of course, only had 6 hours to endure for the previous round, as my voice can't endure getting through those words, but back into the 9-hour endurance, and the pit stops are coming thick and fast.
Yeah, they sure are. I think a lot of these teams are starting to realize. We saw the 44 car come in. The 711 went down pit road a couple laps ago. All these teams now switching into their dry weather tires. You can see now 44 car still down on pit road. The Yeet machine has gone down into the pits as well. But meanwhile, Pavel Pushkarev still out there putting down some pretty darn fast lap times. Last time by, put down a 2:27, pretty much right on par with all the dry tire guys. So this is officially, I'm going to call it that inversion point of when you want to now be on the dry tires compared to wanting to be on the wets before.
He gets past the Yeet machine and gets past potentially, there it is, 44 machine. Overtake done. Fresh out of the gate.
Yeah, that's the old leader. That was the car that took over the lead because they bolted on the wet weather tires, passed that 22 car underneath the wet weather conditions and made off like bandits. But having since now come back down pit road, this will be the cycle out for the lead. But again, you kind of gotta wonder. This might set them up very well to again retake that lead back before they have to come down pit road and do those last pit stops in about 3 hours and 7 minutes time when the checkered flag falls.
And you got to be happy that the 889 car leading the championship is behind you. The 89 car is behind all the way down with their issues. So now is the time to maximize maximum risk, maximum reward in this championship to gain as many points as you can on your competitors. And driving to surviving, not a Netflix series, but he's going to drive to survive at the moment because the pressure's back on again here. 22 versus 44. Double the numbers, double the action.
Yeah, you talk about all the way down in the field to the 889. They're really only in 5th, but again, at this point, that's going to be about a point swing of like 10 or so. And when you're 80 points back behind that 889 machine, you're going to want all the points you can get in each and every single round because those guys are going to be hard to catch.
I'm kind of speechless at the moment because this is great. Every single time, isn't it? Every single time we come from a break, we come back into racing action here at the Challenger Split. And even if you throw a little bit, I mean, we're almost at that point where it got a little bit like, okay, we could turn into a podcast. We could talk about stuff for a while because the drivers are a little bit spread out. Bang! A shower comes down in Spa. And showers us with more entertainment here at the Challenger Split. And we're back for more racing entertainment because the track is now getting dry. And the drivers are now still sweaty, guaranteed that.
Oh, certainly. I imagine they were probably the sweatiest they were going to be all day long there when we were racing in the rain because that is the most tense you can be inside a race car. Looking at these two guys trying to trade right over here. Some moves down to the inside. You saw that 22 make a divisive move to the outside, force the 44 car down to the inside. They go through Le Source pretty evenly. We'll see if this 44 car can get a really good run here up the hill. Rouge, now up through Radion.
Oh, yeah, Jack, right on board. Here we go, no switchery. Money and Doe right on board because it's going to be side by side. Yeah, don't worry about that, Jack. Down, camel straight.
Look at all this overspeed he's going to get. What a huge run. You see that 22 car now tucked back to the inside. I don't think he's going to be able to fire and make it side by side as they go through Le Cam. Not quite close enough.
Job done, as I would say.
Yeah, this is incredible stuff, and I have to wonder right now if this is basically those new tires on that 44 car is what's giving them the advantage.
It's got to be. I think it got them well up at the temperature, of course. Nothing like a camel straight run to get those tires, because you get them through a rouge, of course. You go swinging left and swinging right at high temperature, high speeds. Will get the temperature in your tire very, very quickly. Suck it up, Buttercup, Mark Webber would say.
Yeah, about 10 minutes to go, maybe 14 until we see that 22 car have to come down pit road. Would not be too surprised if they came down in only about 5 minutes, so that might set them up pretty well for, again, like I said, about 3 hours time when that checkered flag falls. I wouldn't put it past this team to have a couple more tricks up their sleeve in terms of pit strategy. They've been some of the best at about orchestrating their pit stop strategy and having it work out in their favor by quite a large margin compared to what you'd think was going to happen.
Yeah, just when you go to Magic School, isn't it? And present it your tricks there. Ace, a 1 or 11. Williams came out. That driver swapped there for the 714 car. So at the moment there, Sarah will be driving that car there. Sarah Dove there for the United Sim team.
They put Dove in that machine. Now, I believe they're... Williams is all done in that machine. I think he's had his fair share of driving for today, so I don't intend to see him back out here, but we'll see what happens before the end of this race.
They're all going to do their even Steven stint, of course, so the maximum hours that you are allowed as a race driver into the rules.
Yeah, it's about 295 minutes, so just almost up to that 5-hour mark as your maximum drive time.
Making a run for P14 currently at the moment. There's action everywhere, always action. 45 car versus the 88 car. Right on cue, Jack's got it. Here we go.
Yeah, the sole Mercedes in the field trying to see if he can't hunt down there Tamik Moyhoon just up the road. Tamik's been really good about minding his P's and Q's, but I'm a big fan of this Mercedes car. I love how it drives. Absolutely love the way it sounds.
I love the way you sound P's and Q's, mate. There it is. Here we go.
Not quite able to get it done. Forced him a little bit wide there. I have to wonder if he's looking at trying to get offline, trying to cool those tires down just a little bit.
That is not traffic. That's the race leader.
Yeah, that's that 192 car. They still have yet to come down pit road. He's putting in 226s. These guys might be a touch faster than him.
Now you have to see, if you are the lead in the race at the moment, you don't want to be a part of this party. You're like, let him by.
If I'm in this,
he's got a 47-second gap, mate.
I'm asking my pit crew, I'm asking my team, hey, can I pit because I feel really slow in these old tires? I definitely don't want to be out here in this dry track with wet stuff right now. I want to come down pit road this time by. I do not want to let these guys get their lap back on track by virtue of being so slow, and there he is going down pit road.
Yeah, that was good. I think get out of that one, isn't it?
I think you need to. Not even just as like a self-preservation tactic, but really you're giving up at least about 4 seconds a lap by being on those wet weather tires.
And the risk, of course, of two battling drivers battling for P14, perhaps outbraking themselves and taking you out in an endurance race. You don't want to risk it for the biscuit like that at all.
Yeah, self-preservation got to be up there high on the list, and you got to worry about the time. Looking here, Matthew Royale, the 88 Mercedes, the lone Mercedes, trying to hunt down one of our many Aston Martins in the field.
Aston Martin has been the choice of car, but not in the wet weather conditions. Our race leader is boxing, so keep an eye on that as well. But they're keeping on this battle down the Camel Straight.
He'll hand the lead over the 44 car of Michael Moroz. They're doing pretty good. He just put down a 220, and the Acura just put down a 224. So business is picking up here. I'll be really interested to see just how big a lead this 44 car can get by the end of the stint. And that 22 machine still needs to come down pit road too before too long.
That is to look at that track map. That's going to be the indication of what is occurring as you're still watching the battle right now for P14 brewing on your screens. As you said, the Salt Mercedes banging out Aston Martin. And Matthew's trying to do everything he possibly can. I'm curious to ask Jack whether or not he's learned how to do a reverse parallel park for his driving exam. That's one of the toughest to do. Can you do a reverse? Put it this way. There, Austin. You want to do a reverse parallel park, learn it in New York, my friend, because those parking places are very hard. But can you do it?
Oh, can I do it or can Jack?
Yeah, well, both you first of all.
Oh, I can do it. Honestly, it's not that hard. You basically just got to go back to what your driving instructor told you. Basically, you pull up to the car in front of the spot you want to be in. Make sure it's right at about your rear window, the edge, the rear back end of the car you want to park behind. As soon as you get there, crank that wheel all the way to the right, back up until you're almost going to hit the curb. Straighten it back out, crank it all the way to the left, and then done. Easy. 2 maneuvers.
And reverse that one because, of course, the UK, they're driving the opposite side of the road, mate. So it'll be the same situation, but just exactly reverse what you said. Jack, there you go.
Look the other way, Jack.
I want to ask Jack, actually, whether or not he's done it.
Yeah, amen, dude. Amen.
Can you repeat what Jack just said to the stream?
He loves parallel parking. He's so good at it. It's easier than bay parking, which is where you got to pull in all parallel with each other. Or all perpendicular,
Jack?
I should say.
Is it as easy as overtaking around Spa? Well, that's the question.
I would say it's way easier.
Jack's just said overtaking at Spa is easier.
Yeah, well, he is a really fast driver, so, I'll be honest.
Oh, P4 battle brewing, big time. Here we go. Jackie could that one. There is our Vino Tinto car, and of course the 711 machine.
Yeah, Luca's been on rails, man. Ever since the rain came out, he's been super fast. Way faster than most of the competition. Absolutely just cutting them up. He's caught up to this 192 car. Both these guys, again, on those wet weather tires, but Luca's been doing a much better job at saving his stuff. Door gets opened by the 192, allows Luca to the inside. I like that. That was a wise move to kind of just let him get the inside. Maybe you can tuck him behind him.
I like it, but it's wheel-to-wheel racing. I don't think it's over just yet, my friend.
No,
I
definitely
don't think it's over just yet.
Side draft him here into Blanchemont. He's going to have the inside, a little bit of archy-barchy almost. Oh, man, that was a hip check. I'm not sure I like that hip check there, especially not if I'm Tommy. But you know what? What comes around goes around, my friend.
Where's Huey Lewis in the news? Hip to be squared. There we go. Hip to be squared into the bus stop chicane. Oh, here we go. I love it. Yeah,
Tommy
this is full
would be too surprised right now
action.
if Luca pulled away. Luca's been a lot faster, but Tommy, since he got past, he's been putting it to him. Really interesting. This is where we're going to tell which car is faster. Oh man, Luca.
Too wide.
I don't know if he intended to go that far. Maybe looking for that wet part of the track, but Tommy certainly did a much better apex there.
Pit Stop UK team always producing some action. Pit stop there for the 22 car. They'll be zooming on by, climbing their way up to Rouge. Here we go.
Tommy. That was not the Eau Rouge he wanted.
Well, it could be Radeon in the fence, so that's still a positive pro.
True. Could have been putting the fence in Radeon. He had to lift in Radeon a bit too.
Tell you what, Challenges Split is always keeping us entertained. If you're not entertained out there, you're not watching some motor racing presented by one of the best esports, the best esports platform on the planet. And hey, if you're bored with us for some reason, if you are bored with the Challenger Split, you got the Rival Split, you got the Cash Split, and you also have the Daytona on. So motor racing all around. 7-Eleven knows motor racing right now as they're trying to hold off the 192 car of the Vino Tinto machine, trying to make their way currently at the moment up into P2.
Yeah, doing a really good job of it as well. So if you look at the 192 car just on the rear end here, Luca Filippi, this is for the last 2 spots on the podium. Really good battle. These 2 cars have been stuck together since the drop of the green flag. I mean, you go all the way back to basically hour 1, and the roles were reversed. It was Luca trying to see if he couldn't get around this 192 car for the longest time in the race. So it's interesting to see how these things are playing out as well. Luca looks like he's just a hair faster right now.
You would think now, after 6 hours, that they've almost gone through, 6 grades of school. Studied each other, isn't it? They've gone through every single class over and over again, so they should know each other. Of course, the only difference is the drivers have switched to seats. So now, but then again, they're still spotting their teammates. They're still helping their teammates out, and the rivalry will still exist. And why not? It has to be a rivalry, mate, because there's points up for grabs, and there's HyperX gear up for grabs to win the championship.
Yeah, get your hands on some HyperX gear. The winner of the championship in all 3 of these splits gets 4 sets of HyperX headphones, and they're the good ones too. So it's definitely a lot on the line here. Not only is it the pride in saying that you got to win the championship, but boy, those HyperX headsets are pretty nice too. Would not be bad to get yourself and all your buddies on your team one of those before the season's out.
And you get to shout that out. You get to shout out, yes, 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 we've done it. In the HyperX headphones, you can hear it over and over again. And I'm sure they very much will. Because, you know, this is the best in the business here in the ACC League here for the Extreme Series. So, absolutely. And you know what? When you win a championship, you go on to the rivals and you can go on to the cash split. It's just going to go up and up for you. And I'll tell you what, even though you don't have to finish first at all, but 24 of the teams and the gladiators within the teams are going to be finishing racing. And that's what you love to see. And I like to see it. And it's kept us entertained so far, hasn't it there, Austin? 6 hours.
Yeah, it continues to amaze me just how long these guys could be in the cars and continue to race this close to one another. And look at these two cars, by the way. Neither one of them has damage whatsoever. The only kind of dirt you see on them is just from all the marbles on the track being kicked up at them. You see Luca going a little bit wide there. But hey, you're going to have that. Be really interested to see, too, here in a couple laps, which one of these guys blinks first in terms of, you know, pit position, because these guys are kind of had their stints offset again on those dry tires, but their pit sequence is a little bit knocked off from what it was earlier in the race.
I'll tell you what, they might have to be very careful about blinking, because guess who isn't lurking in the background? It's Benny in the Eat Machine. Say, battle, 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 guys. I'm about 1.2 seconds of change down the road there. We've had our little natural car wash of a show, and now the showdown is brewing. P2, P3, and now P4. Yeet Machine trying to climb their way up here.
Yeah, look at the Yeet Machine just behind these guys. What a run here for Whitty. I mean, Ralph did a great job to put this car in this position, but I'll tell you what, his teammates have been absolutely no slouches today. They've been picking up right where he left off, and this car started well outside the top 10, I think even outside the top 15. They qualified maybe 15th right on the dot, so they gained 12 positions, and they've been up here in this fight since, what, the 4-hour mark into this race. They had some setbacks in the early going, had a spin out, then a drive-through penalty, but other than that, they've been pretty darn flawless.
It's a run. I'll tell you what, right now, if I was a betting man and I, you know, gamble for fun for free, but even though this battle's brewing up the road there for P2 and P3, I would not be surprised if the Eat Machine steals a surprise a little bit later on. They've done it before. We've seen it. I think they're playing a clever game here. We'll see. But then again, you have to find out what's happening in P2 and P3 currently.
Yeah, and these guys got to be careful too, because if they're not, Ralph's teammate there, Benny, is going to be on them in an absolute heartbeat. If either one of these guys makes a mistake, just puts a wheel off in the wrong place, he's going to be there to capitalize, just like he was so long earlier on. And Dean, you know, we said it a couple times already. I'll say it again: the car that more often than not hangs back is usually the one coming out on top in these three wide situations.
Great casters think alike. You stole the words out of my mouth, my friend, because that may very well be the situation. Let's see if you can spoil the historical, what we've been talking about so far. But anyway, it's a three-way battle that quickly. It's a three-way battle. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Currently, don't worry about the 44 car. They're about 47 seconds to change up the road. But then again, we've seen that before from the 98 car. But for right now, this is the battle, and it's brewing thick and fast here in Spa.
Yeah, Brian, on board here, you can just listen to that motor. I mean, it sounds like a bunch of angry bees in there, but furious, ferocious, muscly bees. We were along here with Benny Witness, number 16 Lexus, the Yeet car, just riding on board with him, seeing if he can make any sort of a move. There's a lap car that's a 23 car on the outside. That's a Velikov. Watch these guys just kind of slithering their way through that fast right-left chicane and onto this front straightaway.
Exit speeds are key. Here we go.
Yeah, exit speeds are super important because it's what propels you all the way down the straightaway, especially for this one right here. This really, really slow right-hand to this hairpin of turn 1, and then it's basically almost flat out all the way from here up until you get to the end of the Kemmel Straight for a little bit of a courtesy, just a kind of a confidence lift here. Through a rouge, you're going to be flat out to right about here. They flip the throttle just a little bit to get the car to turn, and then back on it. 100% wide open throttle up until the braking point here, down for turn 7.
And Austin, should we tell them the rain's in 10 minutes?
I don't
No,
think
there's
now's
no
the
rain in
time.
10 minutes. Don't worry about that right now. The only rain right now will be who's going to rain their way through Lacombe. Who's going to rain their way 7 kilometers and change around one of the greatest motor racing tracks on the planet. And I'll tell you what, the battle for P2 and P3 is brewing. And lurking in the background, of course, is the Yeet Machine. Don't you look away. Don't you dare look away. It's VCO Sports time.
It's just so hard to time it out here, especially right in this section of the track when you basically have to wait and be very patient to get back on the throttle and make sure your steering inputs are good and all kind of narrowed down as well. You see Benny just kind of diving the car in there. I feel like it's a little bit understeery compared to what he'd like right now.
Austin, I think at the moment they're actually playing a little bit safer than what they were doing it earlier because they realize, hey, guys, we've grueled 6 hours into this race. We've got to cut about a handful, about 3 hours to go. There's no point in risking it for the biscuit this much, but we still want a motor race. So they're all being cautious. They're all allowing yourself each enough, a little bit of a space. But I'll tell you what, it's still the inevitable force meets the, what is it? The force, equal force meets the reaction. Yeah, you can tell me that one, Austin.
Sorry?
The inevitable force meets the opposite reaction. I don't know about science. That's something for the chat. Yeah.
Unstoppable force versus immovable object.
Thank you. Right on cue, mate. I thought we were on tune here for casting, you know.
We're pretty darn close, I would say. 2 hours, 48 minutes left here. The 44 machine, Michael Moreau's all the way up the road here, doing a fantastic job to hold on to that spot. Looks like Push Grab just came down pit road there 3 laps ago. He just started his freshest stint. We'll have to see how this works out for him. Again, they've been really good at pitting a lot more, I'm going to say, on a regiment than everybody else, and it works out in their favor because they get a couple laps of fresher tires than everybody else, and they can more often than not gain a couple positions each and every time they come down pit road.
I'm loving fresh boots. Everybody loves fresh boots. Let's see if we can ride currently on board with Tommy from our fantastic producer and listen to the revs, and rather than listen to us, let's listen to the motor racing here in Spa. Isn't that great driving? We're just paying attention to see if anybody in the chat's going to say, is there any audio? There is. It's car audio.
Yeah, right, Tommy. You can really just hear and sense the visceral sound that is emitted by the power plant of this car. Look up the road, though. Luca was all over the place in those slower corners, just trying to put the power down and get that car to rotate. I feel like he's really going to want a fresh set of boots here in a couple minutes, and I don't know if it's because the track is so cool. These cars weren't really set up for this, but look at this run that Tommy's going to get. He's going to take a peek to the outside. He fires it up there on the outside here for this right-hander at turn 19. Going to pull the old crossover for turn 20. Does he get him on the left or the right? Looks like he's going to go to the left. Now he's going to straighten it back out.
That's dangerous as well too, because he forced the 192 car, and if you wanted a pit stop, you cannot do it at that point.
If you're the 192 car, you have to think about that.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to think about either checking up earlier, making sure you're going to be on the right side of the track to make sure you can pit. That's why we saw that happen earlier. I believe that 23 Porsche fell victim to that with the Petro Brothers car, that 147.
You can't. It's very tricky. Of course, they went through all that in the driver's briefing. The dummies there, and you can't be playing games, of course, in an endurance race when it comes to pit lane entrance. Once again, camel straight, line of stand. Keep an eye out once again for the 16-car Yeet Machine hanging out back there, watching this one.
At least. I don't think he's quite close enough. Yeah, didn't want to fire it up the outside there. Oh, but look at how much he cut that corner. He gained a ton of time.
What do you do if you're in these positions, these drivers? What do you do if you're 192 car? What do you do if you're a 16
Ideally,
car?
if I'm the 192
yeah.
car, I wait until I just follow this guy, see if I can pressure him into making a mistake. If he opens the door for me to get on through, you have to jump at the opportunity. You can't sit there and kind of just him and haw on it. You have to do or die. It's that time of the race where it's getting down to it. You've been following this guy. He's been following you. You've been fighting all day long. Just go up there and snatch that position from him. Or if you can't do that, wait until a pit stop comes. Try to do the old undercut on him like he did to you a little bit earlier in the race.
And speaking of which, as well, the bubbly stuff's up for grabs for these drivers. The race leader at the moment is 40 seconds in change. And speaking of which, mate, you have that pit bull live timing. Can you let us know at the moment what that pit stop strategy is between these three battles that are occurring here between 711, 192, and 16 car? How are they on their pit stops?
Well, it's different for all three of these guys. It mostly just boils down to the fact these guys are usually pulling about 21 laps per 27, laps per green flag pit stop, so about 27 to 29. That 44 car, he last pitted about 10 laps ago, so he's still got about a good 18 laps left on his tires. For that 711 car, that leading one in this battle, as you can see, the 192 car looking down to the inside. Watch out for that yeet machine. They're almost 3 wide as they come out of turn 20.
Yeet has to commit right now into Lacombe. You can't be backing off right now. Get a little bit of a slipstream. Last late breakers. Talk to Danny Ricciardo about that one. Here we go. Rolling on by out of La Source. They survive. And now get ready for the roller coaster ride up to
which one of these guys is going to lift? Do either of them lift here for Eau Rouge? It looks like that 192 car just ever so slightly lifted. He's going to tuck back in behind, but you know what? He's still got that fighting spirit about him. After Luca got past him, he's still trying to find his way around Luca, so I'd be too surprised if he takes that same mentality to this number 16 yeet machine, and then if he can't get by him, makes another move on Luke. He's going to make that move down to the inside, looking for it. Almost tries to clear himself going to the corner, not quite close enough. Still, though, like his side, makes his way through there, clears himself back into that 4th position.
Switcheroo, 192, 16. 16 got ahead out of Rouge and back in 192. 711 still leading this pack battle. It's a showdown show in Spa, and why not? It's been fantastic. 43 seconds they are down the road there from our race leader, so they're not really biting too much into that time. And 31-second gap to the 714 car in P5. So action zone right here, right now. And right here. And if you want to hear it clearly, I'm hearing clearly. HyperX. Best headsets you can find on the planet.
Back to that pit strategy. 711 last came down pit road 13 laps ago. For that 192 car, it was 7 laps. For that 714, it was 9. Talking about that 16 machine, the Yeet car, they were last down on pit road about 10 laps ago. So pretty much the same strategy as the leader for Mr. Whitty.
Reading the chat at the moment, somebody is a gritty or referring to the only BMW, the 853 car, Lonely Racing P17. At the moment, we won't show those pictures at the moment, my friend, unfortunately, because it's not close enough, because this is where the battle is brewed in Spa, and will continue to brew, no doubt, for a few more laps and a few more hours, we hope, with 2 hours and 41 minutes remaining of our 9-hour endurance race.
Yeah, things are really coming down to it. Pay window is going to be open soon. Before you know it, that's where we're going to not only pay out points for this, but it's time to shake those virtual champagne bottles as well. See how the car's now heading back into La Source, trying to gear themselves up for a really good run here down this backstretch.
They're not champagne anymore, my friend. Sorry to spoil the surprise on that one. Because the Ferrari bubbly stuff that they do shake for the Formula 1 is not actually brewed in the Champagne region, so you can't call it champagne. Just call it bubbly stuff. There you go. Anyway, I'm not sure the drivers are worried about the bubbly stuff right now. They're worried about track position and tires, fuel, and all the other management. Sweat, essentially, is everybody. I guarantee you, every driver's worried about that right now.
Well, you're worried about sweating, but to be honest, you just got to make sure you got maybe like a Gatorade or a Powerade next to you. Try to drink that, try to recuperate some of those electrolytes. Looking at Oleg Urkalev, he's the driver that put this car on pole to start this race off. Looking to see if he can scythe up to the inside of this BMW. He did so well earlier on in the race, he got out to about a 35-second lead before he had that disconnection issue where he lost power. And forced to lose about 4 laps to the rest of the field for that team. So you hate to see that for this 98 bunch. They did such a phenomenal job at the beginning of this race, set on pole, and they've been really doing a good job all season, because if you look at the overall point standings, they're well within the top 5. Had a really good run this season.
Austin, his computer might have lost power, but that driver has not lost any power, making their way up into P17. Damage limitation, of course, but great job.
No, he hasn't lost any speed in the slightest. This car is still every bit as fast as it once was earlier on in this race. It's just a real shame for those guys. He's basically got 3 laps to make up before he can make up another position. It's going to be a while, but these guys are really stuck with it, and that's what championships are made of. Sometimes you have to have that never give up mentality.
And once again, you've cleared your calendar, right? So you said to everybody, your friends, your family, and all that sort of stuff, your calendar's cleared. Look, I am going to be spending 9 hours doing this race, right?
Oh,
with
yeah.
my team.
I mean,
so
you're not just going to get done and give up after that's happened.
No. So your schedule's cleared. So you might as well just continue, regardless of where you are. Just get it done. It's also practice. You're in race conditions. You're driving with people. Your tires are like this. Your temperature of the track is changing. You're in different time zones. We're getting into the 6 o'clock p.m. local time. So absolutely, I love to see it. And the drivers are all doing it here in the Challenger Split. They're all just still driving. It doesn't matter if you're last or first. You're still getting crucial experience that you need to get in. And any fastest race drivers on the planet will always tell you best way to get quicker is to practice.
Yeah, more seat time always helps you go faster. It doesn't matter what car or what track, the more seat time you can get, the faster you can go. And let's also remember, too, it's fun to drive race cars, right? It's fun to do this. We do this because it's fun. That's why we get into racing. It's also more fun to do this with your buddies and your pals to go out here and do an endurance race. That's why people sign up to do so many endurance races like a Le Mans or a Daytona or even the 24 Hours of Spa. People do this because it's fun. It's just fun to go drive a race car with your friends. Even if you have bad luck, you might get disconnected. Maybe you get crashed out. You lose a couple laps, you still, stick your head in the game and stay with it because it's a fun thing to do.
And Austin, yeah, on top of that, exactly. But you never practice it, right? I mean, I don't know how many people actually sit with their buddies and go, let's do 24 hours for a practice session. You never do it. You do a couple of laps, you do practicing in different conditions and stuff like that, but you never practice a 24-hour race. Not many people have the time to sit there and just go, we'll do a couple of 24-hour practice sessions and then we'll be ready for the 24-hour race. No, it doesn't work like that. So when you're in the race and you're doing it, you have the fun, as you mentioned. You just get it done. And it doesn't always work your way. If it does work your way all the time, you must be the luckiest charm there possibly is, because it never works even with the best drivers on the planet. Regardless of speed, it all comes down to what else is happening on the track with all the other drivers that are occurring on the track. We have 24 of them here. But of course, in the iRacing split that'll be occurring for the Daytona, there'll be more. And it's navigation, it's strategy, and it's tire management, fuel management, and everything else. So I don't think I need to teach everybody out there in the chat about how they are well aware of it. As Alex says, yeah, our race of the 88 has been not that great. It has not, but you are still running a P15. And I have to say, that is still a great result so far.
Yeah, well, let's remember, too, you don't practice for a 24-hour race. You practice to prepare for one. So you just go out there and put down laps. My team and I, when we get ready for some of these endurance races, a 24-hour race, it doesn't matter if it's 10 or 12 either. We'll go in there and we'll have a 2-hour practice session. You just basically run the car out of fuel. You come down pit road, and you run the car out of fuel. You see what the tires are, check how long it took you. That's all data, just to make sure you're aware of how the car is going to handle all the way throughout the stint. I mean, these guys, no doubt, have probably put in 10 or 20 hours of practice for these races, at least if not to develop a set. You're going to go out there and you're probably going to run an entire stint just to make sure you understand how the car is going to feel when you've got a full tank of fuel, when you've got a low tank of fuel, certain other track conditions like that, because these teams all build their sets from the ground up. You get a decent starting level from ACC if this will be a good setup, and you basically tweak that to say, I want more speed, I want more downforce, I dislike how it behaves in this corner, I dislike how it's understeering all over the place, and you fine-tune that to what you and your team want.
This is an interesting question because we're getting into a little bit of a podcast territory, but we're seeing the battle for P10 currently at the moment brewing. But going into this, and this is a question to you and everybody else in the chat. Now, Williams Esports, of course, have put a ton of money and effort into their, esports, which is fantastic. We'd like to see any major motor manufacturer and motor racing company putting money into, the future of motorsports, put it that way. And what I was really surprised with watching a couple of videos that is available online is they have physical coaches that come out. They have a coach that gets out there and gets the drivers, right, that aren't usually used to the physical workouts. And it's physical game, as you know, mental and physical when you're doing endurance racing and so forth. And they get out there and they get exercises. It's kind of like when you turn up to a job interview sometimes for some of the major companies, you have to go through these physical exercises to work with teammanship. I'm really struggling with my words, apologies, but balancing how everybody pans together, problem solving, physical exercises. They've done that, and I thought that was interesting because you don't see all this stuff in the background, but it is very important. Like, do your stretches, do your exercises, have a jog. I know a ton of drivers that actually they get out there before they go for a race or endurance race. They go have a jog, or they go walk around the block a couple of times, and then physically stretch, physically do all that sort of stuff, hydrate, make sure they got a good meal in their belly, ready to go. These are elements that are at play for esports, not just real sports, but esports, and I think Williams Esports are one of the one of those producers, one of those companies that are treating this sport very, very seriously. And it is a sport. It's an esport, but it's a sport.
Still looking at here, Tommy Esley. Yes, sir. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
I was going to say, still looking here at Tommy Esley in the 192 car, trying to see if he can hunt down Luca Filippi, but both these drivers have pulled away from that Eat machine of the 16 just behind him. They've been doing a really good job to, put their heads down and pull away. The track continues to get cooler and cooler compared to where it was earlier. It started off today, we were about, 25, 26 degree track temp. Right now it's dropped all the way down to 19 degrees Celsius. It's only going to continue to get darker and cooler here at the Belgian countryside because it's already almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon local time.
27, if I'm not mistaken, might have been peak, and now we're down to 19, which is the coolest track temperature we've had, even during the rain, which peaked around 2021. Now, as it cools down in the afternoon time, we're at almost 6 o'clock p.m. local time. Yeah, I mean, you and I are definitely going to be soaking in the spas later on, my friend, after this 9-hour race, but the drivers are going to be wanting to endure that one. As you mentioned, the battle's still brewing at the moment for P2. And let's see, is it going to be greedy for it?
Go for it. Here we go, bust outside. That's incredible stuff. It looks like he's going to have this move made. Almost clears him. He does clear him. That was a masterclass of getting through that chicane and passing your opponent there. That was awesome stuff there out of Tommy. See if Luca can return the favor.
As they make their way up through La Source.
He sent it up the inside. Look at the momentum he's going to have, though, around the outside. I'm surprised he made that stick just that well. He did a really good job there to pinch off Tommy to make sure that he could blunt that momentum that he'd get from the inside.
Watch out.
I think Tommy's going to have something for him up the hill. He might have this draft here. He's right on him.
Yeah, as well as Luca might get... No, Luca might get a tow from the traffic up the road, but they'll be approaching that traffic heavy into Lacombe.
Going to make a dive to the outside. We'll see if he can do it twice. Twice in the span of one lap. He's really going to pinch him there. Oh, my goodness. Almost no room was given. Almost no room was taken. They're still door to door. Not a single bit of argy-bargy out of either one of these guys right now. Looks like Tommy, once again, gets the advantage.
They'd be happy, I guess, to exchange postcards at the moment.
I think so, yeah. I think of the amount of times they flick stamps and send them.
I guarantee you right now, Austin, if we were to jump in the VC chat with them, both of those drivers and both of the teams would be like, we are having fun. I guarantee
it's fun
you
to race cars. It's just fun, I'm sure they both got pretty big smiles on their faces because you can tell. I mean, they're giving each other just the amount of room they need to make these passes. The kind of sportsmanship I'm seeing from this split, this series, has been unlike anything else.
And every time they do that, guess what? Benny sits in the background for the ED Sports going, all right, I'm back in it again. Welcome along to the party. Benny's been invited. So it's no longer a P2 and P3 party. It's a P2, P3, and P4 party.
Yeah, he left really quickly, but again, he's coming back into the party as it's just starting to get good again.
Oh, don't never send esports to a party inviting them, because they're going to turn up anyway. Here they go. Actually, do invite esports. They're a great team. In fact, everybody is a great team here. Great racing, as we like to see. Sorry, the 44 car, we're not going to show you for a while because you're about 36 seconds and change down the road, just like the 98 car that we had earlier. That's what you get for leading the race. That's your fault. That's a you problem, not us. But a you problem's going to turn into a podium. Traffic's coming up in play right now. Look at this, Austin.
Yeah, these guys have caught up to lap traffic. That first car they're going to have to pass, that's at number 23 Porsche, currently being piloted by Velikov. The car just up the road from that, I believe, is that 222 car, that Audi. Yes, it is. Right now being piloted by Andrew Richardson.
Did you call a driver a pilot? I like that anyway, like you said. Just continue it, but yeah, here we go, Camel Straight.
Yeah, Camel Straight, we'll see. I mean, these guys are all going to get a pretty good amount of draft. Oh, 267, drive-through penalty just popped up on the left-hand side of the screen. Unfortunate for them as you just barely see Tommy catching up to that lap car. We'll see if they make room for him. He goes wide. I love that move right there. It's definitely going to affect his race, but he's already well far back out of the battle. Currently just holding on to that top 20 position. He just moved over to absolutely not affect this race in the slightest. I absolutely love that from Velikov.
Too kind. Why would you do that? Also, a battle brewing between P10 and P11 again. Once again, that's a hot zone to P10. We can never get away from it. Jack can't get away from it.
As much as we've said there's a big battle brewing between that 192 and the 711 car, these guys have been locked together longer than I can remember having a call. This 267 car continues to catch and pull away from the 69 car, and they just keep flopping this 10th position back and forth. Jamie Shawn, that 69 car. And Jamie did such a phenomenal job last time we were out in Barcelona in those spec Porsches. He did so good just to get that drive-through penalty at some point during the race, and that really hurt him. Luckily, he didn't lose too many spots. He finished about the exact same spot he would have been in if he hadn't passed that car he was trying to get around. But that's just the way the game called it.
Sim.
Yeah,
Did
Sim.
you dare call this thing a game, my friend? Have you seen the amount of hours and rigs that people have anyway?
You can buy this on a console, though.
Yeah, we'll go on that one. P16, the Yeet Machine really is definitely hunting down that P3. And yeah, I was going to say something, and I just completely went mind-boggling on that one. But I'll get back to you on that one, Austin, as they're going to make their way through the bus stop chicane for what are we looking at? I don't even know how many laps we've done at the moment, mate. It's because it's a time race. You're not worried about laps. 130, 163, there you go.
Now the lap car just up ahead of all three of these drivers. I'll be curious to see when he wants to get out of the way, because I feel like it would have been a great opportunity for him to maybe just check up before they got to him there down the front stretch. But I think he's going to try to pull this train second, third, and fourth all the way through Eau Rouge, up Radeon, and then down the Camel Straight. He might end up backing out of the throttle here going down the straightaway. Maybe he'll go wide the same way that Velikov did one lap before.
You remember Yeet Machine did get past before, but then got re-overtaken. So is he happy to sit back? How was that pit stop strategy between them there, Austin? Can you give us a little bit of a recap there? And we know that not just you, but everybody else can get it there on the pit wall live timing. But when did these drivers at the moment, the ones we're focusing on, P2, P3, and P4, when did they all box what lap? Last?
Yeah, P2 in order 14 laps ago, 20 laps ago, 17 laps ago. So the first car that's going to have to come down pit road for right now is that 711 machine. Expect him to come down pit road in about 7 or 8 laps, depending on how things play out, depending on what they want to do as well. Wouldn't quite blame them if they wanted to try undercut the competition here by lap, maybe take advantage of those 4 fresh boots for just 1 hot second. Maybe they can gain about 1 second or 2 just by virtue of having fresh rubber underneath that car. But look at this Yeet Machine. Look at, oh man, Benny's going to try to think about making a move to the inside. Thinks better of it.
I think it's a dummy, mate. I think he's trying to throw him off as the drive-through penalty has been issued for the car, the 267 car that's in 11th place. That'll be dropping a few more places, but the battle's still brewing absolutely on the pitches. And Jack, mate, well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a driver's license. I think he gets A for his driver's license. He gets an A for his broadcasting license, that's for sure.
Luca Philippi was just under pressure there from Benny Witt and the Yeet Machine. We'll see if Witt can make any sort of a move here down the backstretch. So go through Blanchimont, now hard
Getting
braking
hungry.
into turn 19 and 20. Not quite close enough. Oh, he is.
Oh!
He thought he was. We'll see how
It's
wide
too
he goes,
deep.
though.
It's
yeah,
too deep.
Yeah, same thing we might have saw happen to that 16 car a little bit earlier in the race.
That's maybe a bit of frustration creeping in there. I don't quite sure. I thought the E team were very happy to sit back there and just watch that battle between P2 and P3. And
I think they were, but when you get so close
Yeah.
to passing Luca multiple times, you really just start chomping at the bit, and I feel like he just got a little bit overzealous trying to get on the brakes there. I'm really surprised, though, just how wide he went and how long it took him to get back up to speed. I feel like he's getting all the marbles on his tires. Just really need to scrub those things off before he just started hauling again.
I guarantee that Benny, that 3.3 second gap is going to bring that back in about a lap or so. Anyway, because of that very reason, the battle's brewing between P2 and P3 again. So we have our Vino Tinto versus our 711 machine, Pit Stop UK. You guys out there, you were shouting out Pit Stop UK before in the YouTube chat. I haven't heard much about that recently. Have you given up on your team? Have you given up on Luca? I hope not. So we haven't.
Looking here at the 777 car, Keenan Luang. It's 22nd place. This car has been really not handling to any of the team's liking at all. They've been having a lot of problems trying to get this thing back under control. They haven't had a problem in the longest time. I think this is more maybe to Keenan's liking, or they might have made some sort of a change to that car's setup underneath the last pit stop, because they've been quite a bit faster since they made that most recent change. Since they probably, I would imagine, either changed tire pressure, maybe a shock or one of the suspension pieces on that car, but certainly driving a lot better. You're going to see it go just a little bit wide there to allow the 714. Right now, that's Sarah Dove in that car.
Are you saying that the 777 car for the Audi is? You know why, my friend? Because they were just so great with the audiences turned up here in Spa that they pulled off many times in radio on there and signed some autographs. That's the reason why they're a little bit slow, mate. Nothing wrong with that. Fans
I like
first.
that idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea there, Dean. I think you're onto something.
Radeon and the 777 car have not agreed, but they're still in the race and they're still racing. And hopefully, and I pretty much guarantee you, they're definitely having some fun. So why not? We are having fun, and I not guarantee you, don't quote me on that, but pretty sure that most of the drivers are having a ton of fun. And we know the fun is at the P2 and P3 position as well, too, brewing up, because they've been almost inseparable, haven't they, for a majority of this race?
To be honest, too, Dean, looking at the amount of ballast that this 777 car is carrying with him today, it's a whopping 29 kilograms. That is the most I see, other than the 999, the Rocket Motorsport Porsche. They're using 30 kilograms today, so those two cars have the most ballast I'm seeing anybody take so far in this leg of the race. So I feel like that's probably a big reason why they're kind of struggling today.
Nothing gets past you, my friend. Good on you. You want to see one of the most technical, smartest, and entertaining broadcasters that there is on the planet here for VCO. Austin is your man. Mate, Detroit is the motor city. Well, Detroit obviously is the commentating city, isn't it?
I don't know. I feel like there's probably a bunch of different very good commentating cities. And when you're from Australia, it's got to be pretty good.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But each to their own, of course. But you guys are the birthplace of motor racing. We just copy you guys in the UK. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Austin, great job, mate. As I said, you're the technical man. You know what, Austin? You know what I'm going to throw at you right now because you're so great at doing it? Give us a recap so far of what's just occurred in the last, give or take 30, 40 minutes in this race.
Well, 30, 40 minutes. It basically, as the track has started to dry up, we saw a majority of the competition actually come down pit road to swap out their dry tires. If they weren't already on them, everybody in the field has pitted, though, and it's basically just kind of sorted out as you can see it is right now. That 22 car was practically cycled to the lead all the way ever since that last pit stop when they stuck resolutely to those slick tires even throughout the rain, but they had to pit basically about 5 minutes after everyone else had kind of relinquished that lead. So still interested to see how that's going to come back to them, though. But a larger review of the past 9 hours or so, this race, we're about 6 hours 40 minutes in, 2 hours 20 minutes left. You can see that up at the top of your screen. You can see how the shadows getting a lot longer as it's getting closer and closer to nighttime as the sun gets lower and lower to the ground. 6:01 p.m. here local time. The 98 car Oleg Urkalev qualified on the pole. They led every single lap to that team up until they got disconnected due to losing their power to their computer. So they disconnected, lost about 3 or 4 laps. And then we've had a multitude of drivers. We had the 714 come in. They led for about 15 minutes to a half hour. And they started in about outside the top 15. So they did a whale of a job to get themselves all the way up there. Led, like I said, for half an hour. And then they got into some big old scuffle with the rest of the podium about 2.5 hours in. That allowed for the 44 car that you're looking at right now, Mr. Michael Braz, to come through. He took the lead for a while until about another half hour later, that 22 machine, they're so accurate in the field, pit strategy paid off for them to perfection. They got out to about a 30-second lead before the rain came. We finally got some rain. We'd been asking for it ever since Monza when the other splits got it. We finally got some today for about a half an hour or so, maybe 15 minutes of actual downpourage. And then after that, this 44 car has continued to pull away. And we might see a battle with the 22 car later in the race, but that's an update of how we've got here, Dean.
Wow. Austin, I want to tap in that database in your brain, my friend. You've just recapped everything brilliantly. And I tell you what, my friend, I was just thinking right now, I would love Austin to cast me, wake up in the morning. He's like, and Biggles goes up. He turns off the alarm clock. He goes into the bathroom there. He's going to brush his teeth and maybe take a toilet break and a pit stop and blah, blah, blah. And let's see, obviously, Jack is one of our fantastic producers in the caravan, as you mentioned, just out on the track, the trailer. And I tell you what, if you want Jack to get his driver's license, mate, I bet you cast that one as Jack drives in the car there. The instructor's telling him to turn left and take the next exit to the right. Fantastic, Austin. I love it, mate. You are one of the best casters I've ever worked with. Keep up the amazing work.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. These races are a lot of fun. Mostly due to the fact you and Jack you guys some of the best in the business, and always happy to help out any situation I can. Even, all the boys behind the scenes, Mike Yow does a fantastic job as well.
267 car at the moment is getting very, very close on. I was going to say the hot spot at P10, but now it's P11 as the hot spot at the moment when Jack will switch over to that one in a second. And Jack certainly will. Oh, it looks like 214. The car has like a made a little momentum, so it's all switched up, switcheroo all over the place at the moment. But keep an eye on that 267 car because that's the traffic and that's the action.
Yeah, all in a row. Talk about this recovery. We continue to talk about this 118 car, currently driven by Cerny up through the field. Wrecked out twice, spun actually by himself in the early goings of this race. Was outside the top 20 for a while, and then he's been slowly but surely clawing his way back up through the field. Right as we ride on board right now with Linus Weiss in the 267 car. Just up the road is that Porsche I was talking about. The car ahead of these guys is the 147 of Sklopenberg. That is not for position. He's a lap ahead of these drivers, but just behind this 267 car, one car fiercely on his heels. That's a 214. Again, another lap behind. Another lap ahead. So we have one smaller battle for about 11th place in between a larger battle just up the road for what is 8th.
The purple machine up the road, as you can see, as we're riding on board with the Lexus, the 260. It's purple. It's purple. I was going to say it's like Prince purple, isn't it? Either way, but the car formerly known as Porsche, it's the car definitely known as Porsche. I've always wanted to ask this, and I'm going to ask it right now, real quick. Does that track map not look like a handgun for Spa?
Maybe like a Uzi.
Maybe an Uzi, yeah. Uzi. I mean. I've never heard anybody ever say that before in a car, so I'm asking the question because that's what I'm thinking. I speak what I think.
It looks more like maybe a soldering gun or a hot glue gun. Definitely more like a hot glue gun, but
never intended, of course. Oh, traffic
look
here.
At this move. The 267 up the outside of the 118. Think he's going to get it done. They're going to be dead even as they head down the front stretch. Look at it. He lost so much time. That allowed for the 214 car to make his way through. He's trying to get his way through to see if he can't pass this car just up the road, the 267. He's trying to put him another lap down, and then up the road from both these guys is the 147 car. That's for position for that Bentley.
I think the 18 got out of the way. 118 got out of the way, exactly. He says, look, I got no bullets. I'm not firing any on all cylinders in this one. I'm just going to sit back and watch everybody go all the way up through Eau Rouge and then deal with that situation later. Yeet Machine's gone around somewhere. Yeet Machine's gone slow. I just caught a yellow here, and as well as the 69 Machine's gone vote. 69 Machine's gone off the road. So, Jack, you got a lot of action to capture here for the Challenger split. What has just pole-shaped there in the last minito?
And did they come together, or was the 16 car?
Oh, I'm not quite 100% sure on that one, but tell you what, 2 cars in a matter of a space of 10, 20 seconds, something's going on, but they are still pulling in the right direction.
Yeah,
so.
the 16 car lost about 7 seconds that last lap due to some sort of an unforced error for them. So interesting to see Benny kind of make that error. But again, he's got a long way to go till he gets passed by the 714 car to relinquish the 4th spot. So he's just kind of got to mind his P's and Q's. And after that spin, you kind of got to reset yourself, get back into that mental area you were in just before, and start putting in those lap times again until you can come down pit road, get 4 fresh tires. I don't think he's got too much longer to be out there.
You're right. I'm going to give somebody a free set of HyperX headphones if you can accurately count how many times live Austin has mentioned P's and Q's. There you go. I will do it. I will do that. I will give that gift right now. If you, by the end of this broadcast, you tell me how many times that Austin has mentioned that, and I'll get you a HyperX headphones, courtesy of myself, Dean Biggles. There you go.
Man, those are nice ones too. That might put you out quite a bit of money.
Well, then again, I'm not telling you which ones I'm going to give you, but I'm going to give you some HyperX headphones. But there you go. Yeah,
they're all good though.
The 118 car, the Porsche, is still trying to deliver. I tell you what, the Porsche is a machine. It's a machine in the wet weather conditions. It was, as well as the Skyline. The BMW is still there. 98 car in P17. We know the Aston Martin struggle a little bit in the wet conditions. The Lexus is up the road right now. The hot zone, 10, 11, 12, has it been most of the race. 118 car. What do you think that Pascal can do?
Honestly, I was kind of surprised. I very much admire the move that Pascal made there when he allowed that 214 car to get around. And how about this? The 214 has actually made his way. Oh, and he just went into the pits. Okay, so 214 into the pits, but I was surprised that Pascal allowed for that 214 car to get around him, especially given the fact he's still trying to make his way back around that 267 machine.
Trying is, exactly.
He's got a long distance to make up too, and to be fair, I feel like Weiss is just a little bit faster than Pascal, but we'll have to see because these races, they sort of ebb and flow, and sometimes guys will seem like they're really fast behind you, but as soon as they get out front in clean air, they just kind of slow down. Some drivers just need that rabbit up the road to chase.
I want to keep the idea of the speed there for the Lexus. I think it might be a little bit more on the straight line speed. Now, I know for a fact that we all know for a fact that the Porsche is so quick in corners. This is a beast of a car. I mean, go back to the Porsche 911 and stuff like that. You can still have a Porsche 911 and still be one of the quickest cars on the planet. It's just always amazing. That car is just on rails. However, it does sacrifice some speed and so forth because you have the other beasts in town. The 267 car there of the Lexus may have advantages and disadvantages. We'll see whether or not Pascal can find a way around for P11.
Yeah, he's been behind. I mean, these guys have been locked in a battle for a while here. And to be honest, even this 118 bunch, even if they finish outside the top 10, they still have a lot to be proud of. But I'm sure they definitely want to get a shot at this top 10. I think it's in the cards for them. I think they're just going to have to make sure they tuck in behind this 267 and continue to keep their head down and keep doing what they've been doing since the drop of the green flag in terms of just, digging themselves up out of this hole. They've been doing a phenomenal job up until now. They just need to continue at it.
I'd use that traffic coming up their way right now. I would use that. Jack, can we go on board right now if we can, please, for the Porsche? I want to see how they're going to handle all this traffic coming the bus stop chicane. Now, getting in a good exit. Let's have a look. Hits the chicane left. Hits the chicane right, left. Sorry. There it is. Great exit speed. There's the car up the road, but the car up the road also has to deal with traffic up the road as they're going to make their way into La Source. And then will that car up the road there, the 267, get a tow?
A little bit late on the brakes, overshot, trying to get a good run here up the hill.
Yeah, here we go. Cost him a little bit of exit speed, but it tucked in behind.
It cost him time there, right? To the car ahead, but he's going to gain some speed here going down the back stretch, and I think goes for a little bit of a slide. That was huge. That was a huge save.
That'll be like, okay,
he was
sit back,
really
relax,
trying to get after it there.
And wait a couple more laps to build that one back up, because you remember, it takes you a couple laps to get there.
And now, who's this cat up the road here, Dean? That 214 car, that's for position now, too. Klaus back in the car. This thing just came down pit road. That's why you might be wondering, well, I thought he was a lap ahead. He will be after the pit stop cycle, but for right now, this is for position.
You hold them up? Yeah, exactly. You don't have to yield. The blue flags don't apply to you. Why would you yield anything at the moment? Because the longer you can hold a car up behind you, the more chances that it'll pan out later for you in about 2 hours and change. Klaus is going to be a little bit frustrated, but he has to be cool, calm, and collected with a 214 car to try to make his way past the Lexus and 267.
And, and understandably frustrated that pass got made on it, because he really technically isn't racing these guys for position. They're on a completely different pit stop strategy. He should be way further up the track, arguably 1 lap ahead of these guys, but you lose about 1 lap when you come down pit road. So that's just how the cookie crumbles when it comes down to it. And these guys are going to have to come down pit road in a good couple laps here. So Klaus will get this position back, but he still has to be careful that he doesn't put his nose somewhere it doesn't belong in terms of really trying to push the issue and get around this 267 car of Weiss.
Awesome. I think the reason why he's more panicking is because he wants to keep the clear of the 18 Porsche behind him and the 118. That's where his battle is. So he knows this. He wants to clear the car as quickly as possible so he can get a bit of a breather, but he's not be able to do it right now. And it's going to get frustrating. Even an off-track excursion there. Now down in the bus chain. Look at the fumbling. Look at the dots. There's lots of action here. It will be very frustrating. And now it builds the Porsche into play a little bit. The Porsche's probably dropped a little bit of time now. 2.5 seconds to change on the moment.
Porsche goes down pit road. That 118 car into the pits.
So now at the moment, Klaus can probably have a bit of a breather. Hopefully. Don't get too frustrated, Klaus, because those cars up the road there are not in your battle currently at the moment.
Well, he still has to get around this 267 car, and both these guys are going to have to pass that number 88 Mercedes that's just up the road. Luckily, he is a lap car, and he's a lap car based on pace alone, overall pace too, so he shouldn't be too hard for these guys to get around, but he certainly doesn't have to make it necessarily easy on them.
Is he a Sol Bentley in this race? I believe it is too, right?
Yes, Sol Bentley coming up on the Sol Mercedes, excuse me.
Yeah, you're right on that one. So a lot of Sol cars in here, apart from the Aston Martins. They're the ones that are everywhere.
Yeah, we've only got one Acura, one Mercedes, one BMW, and one Nissan.
We're still going to do a GoFundMe campaign there for Jack to get him an Aston Martin for his first car. Once Jack gets his license, Jack, you get license first, my friend, before you send you an Aston Martin. I'm not sure if the insurance company will even pay for him driving an Aston Martin for his first car. Either way, we'll see.
That's why
it's
we
not
pay
real.
the insurance
Messing around, guys. So
Jack, obviously.
Don't take that seriously. We're not actually going to. I don't have the resources to do that, and I think Jack needs to get one of those old beat up cars that we all start first driving with before you get
a little bit
luxury.
of argy-bargy there.
Yeah.
Trying the 214, trying to see if you can't get down to the inside of that 267. Thought better of it, but boy, that was a little bit of a kerfluffle. And look at all this extra acceleration he's got coming off the corner. Like this is when the 214 car. He's really got the tires up underneath of him.
Yes, now it's going to be creeping, and you got to be very cool, calm, and collective.
Oh,
and there it is.
Forced him wide there. Yeah.
Oh. But this is dangerous, my friend. It's dangerous when you're 2 hours and change left for this race, and you're not in this battle
I really
right
don't
now.
feel like Weiss appreciated how he was raced there, but it should just be down to this 214. Yeah, going to force him a little bit wide.
Austin's not over.
Yeah, they're still argy-bargying it into each other. 267 is going to try to make a lunge up the inside. Contact is made. Takes it for a spin.
Was gonna happen.
And then returns the favor. My goodness.
This is where the endurance frustration creeps in. They're not even battling for position at the moment. They're out of pit stops strategies, and that is just driver frustration from both the drivers, I have to say. Of course, it takes two to tango. And sometimes you just realize lifting off. There. I don't know, but then again, I'm not a race driver. They're the ones that have the adrenaline. They're the ones that are kicking their heart rate through the roof. So it is what it is, but that's called a motor race, as Mikey would say.
Yeah, they went auto racing, and we'll see what Linus can do here in the next couple laps before he's due to bring that car back down pit road. But you hate to see that for both cars because both of them lost a handful of time. So odds are that 118 is going to come out of the pits and be ahead of the 267. For the 214 car, he's going to be quite a further distance back behind that 147 once they make their next pit stop as well.
I guess that one's a little bit of camera time as well too, as Alexi in the chat there says, well, in the YouTube chat, well, huge mistake from us in the rain. So sad, but motivated. Now, Alexia, I believe you were in the... Oh, geez, I have to go back on that one. But
889, I think.
Yeah, 889. I think Alex, you can confirm that one. 889 car currently at the moment is running in P5, so not too bad, you'd have to say. Hey, no, you're in the top 10 in an endurance race. I take that any day of the week.
They're in the 98 car. 98 car, Alexi.
There you go. Thank you very much on that one. Any day of the week, perhaps we'll be coming close to the pit stop times as well, isn't it? Now, the fastest time still owns to the Honda, the 22 car. They're running in P6, and they're lapping in 2 minute 20, so good times. 2 minute 19s for P2 and P3. Everybody else is practically around the 220s and 221s so far, and the best times so far have been the 217s and 218s, but that track temperature is dropping 18 degrees, so their pace will drop off a little bit according to that.
Yeah. Oleg Ergelev, again, this was that pole-sitting car that led for the first 2 hours, basically every lap, had a commanding 40-second lead or so, and then got disconnected due to an electrical issue on his side of things. So you hate to see that for those guys because they're about 4 laps down now, even outside of the top 15, but they still, not giving up, trying to scrounge up all the points they can because those guys still in that overall points championship battle is this 98 F1 Memes Racing team. They're currently in the second position with 569 points. They have 9 points ahead of third place at Revolution Sim Racing car, the 44 machine, and then the 889 car with 639 points. So they've got a lot of points to make up before they can pass that 889. But again, it is not a sprint race; it's a marathon.
Exactly. And I never asked you. We don't really get a chance to talk too much about that there, Austin. But if you had to pick any of the cars now, visually either or as a race driver, which do you think if you had to choose? If you had to start this series right now and say, I'm going to choose a car, which would be the car you'd like to choose?
Ideally, I'd like to drive that Corvette GT3, but it's not quite out. The real anyways. One that kind of have that GTLM Frankenstein. I know. I'd probably choose a Mercedes.
All right.
What would you choose? I have to assume the Nissan.
You know what I'm going to choose. There's not even an answer to that one.
So the 44 car, the leader down on pit road, he's followed down there by the Yeet team. Benny Witt brought his car down. That, of course, relinquishes control of the lead over the 192 car, currently being driven by Tommy Azalin. So you like to call it that Vito Tinto car, dark red, wine red color. So interesting to see all those guys coming down at pit road, guys and girls rather. Jamie Shaw on pit road, as well as the Aston Martin there further down in the field. And then, of course, the Mercedes of Royal, the Audi of Anderson, and how about the 98 car, Yergelev, down on pit road, too?
Yeah, they're still on it. I like it. Now, they're obviously a little bit upset about the dilemmas that occur with technical issues, but I've been through that one before. He is in the pit road, as 69 cars in the pit road. All the twos in the clock, actually. It's been a while. We haven't spoken about all the twos, isn't it? But there's always a 2 in there. Even watching Tommy right now, he's got a 2 in there. There you go. Thank you very much. We got no 2s in the 889 car, but running in P3.
Yeah, Tommy's doing a really good job there. Did a fantastic job in that car. I think it's about time, and about 2 laps he'll have to hand that car over to his teammate, the next in line. Not quite sure who that'll be in a second, but looking at Andika Malina here in the 889 car, this team dominated, just absolutely schooled the field 2 weeks ago when we went to Barcelona, and they're doing a pretty good job at keeping up their podium run here. Only a handful of cars have been on the podium each and every round this championship season. These guys are looking to keep their momentum up there too. And how about that 714 car? They were doing a masterful job just kind of staying right in here. They qualified about 15th or so, and they've been right up in the mix of things since about the second hour and onward.
I like it because this is the opportunity you seize, isn't it? When 889 car is down in P3, and of course the 98 car is down in P17. This is when you get it. And then speaking of 714 car, they're in the pit road right now, making their mandatory pit stop. That means the 889 car will squeeze on by, but they will still have to make their pit stops.
Yeah, 889
nice
car.
And busy.
Last on pit road 25 laps ago, so I expect him to come down pit road in about 2 laps to match with everybody else. Everybody else is doing about 27 laps per stint, so they're going to come down in about 2 laps, I would say, as well as the 192, 889. Both those guys 2 laps to go. This is the point you're getting down into the nitty-gritty part of the race where you're just basically at this point anymore. It's less of a battle for some of these drivers, and it's more just running your race and trying to be as consistent as possible. Because while you're out here, it's really easy to push the car and use up the tires too fast, trying to extract lap time out of it. Well, you don't have to pass any lap cars or even be caught behind a slower car. But it's also easy too to not push enough because you want to save your tires. Because well, I'm not being forced. I have no dirty air. I'll just kind of ride around. You end up losing time. So it's really difficult to continue to push at that optimal level of making sure A, you extract lap times, but B, you don't extract too much grip out of the tires.
Well, they kind of tires are kind of important, remember, and this is one thing. If you actually go back and look at this, is a great thing. Now, I'm not going to promote too much about Top Gear, but Top Gear in the past, when they used to have the F1 drivers go out on that track, right? In I believe it's I'm not sure it's Silverstone, but it was one of those airport tracks, and they had to drive the same machine around the same track. There was some change of conditions sometimes, but they had to do it, right? And what got me at most is that Sebastian Vettel, it was on air, and I'm not sure if anybody else asked it, but he was like, okay, what can we change? The first thing he asked actually was like tire pressure. Can I change the tire pressure? That was the only thing that was at his disposal, right? Because the machine was all set up the same thing. It's just a regular street car. And he was asking about tire pressures. And that means, and there's obviously a crucial indication, that tires are one of the most important things, if not the most important thing you have at your disposal, regardless of the machine that's actually on top of them. They are there, and it was limited, so Sebastian could not adjust the tires. Then again, that's the first thing he wanted to do.
Yeah, well, the tire is the only spot that's basically the interface between the road and the car. And if you can deflate those tires a little bit, you widen out that contact patch. That's why even you see all these guys, especially in NASCAR too, Goodyear gives all the teams a recommended low tire pressure.
Don't
underinflate this less than that. Otherwise, they still push the boundaries.
Same thing in Formula One. I believe that they give them a limit on it. I mean, we don't go back to that kerfuffle that happened, obviously, in Indianapolis, where Michelin pulled out because of the couldn't guarantee the tire stuff, blah blah blah. However, that was the one thing that just I wanted to bring up about Sebastian Vettel, because it's not commonly shared. People always go, okay, look at drivers and go, well, he's quicker than this driver. This driver's quicker than this driver. But when they're in the same equipment, same machine, same track, in similar conditions, when drivers like that come up and go, well, what can I change? Because tire pressures and stuff like that. Any advantage, and it goes to me like, that's probably the reason why Sebastian Vettel had won championships before in the past, because he's trying to find every little eking moment out of a machine to get it done. And the best drivers in the world will always try to find a way, even though if you are on equal performance, to get it done. In this endurance race, as you know, the drivers have to use the same machine, so they have to balance it for all of your drivers, but they will be able to tweak a couple of those things. But just one thing that surprises me that people forget about, because they always think about names like, hey, Max Verstappen, he's quick, right? He's one of the quickest drivers on the planet. But how technical is Max Verstappen compared to other drivers? Like, if you put him on the same track, same equipment, same everything, it always comes down to that. But the good thing we've seen here in the Challenge is split so far is we've seen the differences between the different drivers, haven't we? We've seen performances there from the Eats machine. We've seen performance from the 711 machine, the 889 machine, the 192 machine. You probably wouldn't have predicted to be currently leading this race. It's always a surprise, and the teams are working brilliantly together to just channel that energy and focus and racing spirit together.
I'll tell you what, too, though, sometimes it's not just about if you gave everybody equal machinery. I'm sure Max Verstappen might win. He's probably the most talented driver on the planet. But if you gave all those drivers the ability to change the car, to set it up how they want, it's really hard to tell which one of those guys is smartest in terms of setting up the car just to their liking, so they can see how it depends for them. Pavel Pushkarev, the number 22 car, down pit road. This is interesting, too, that I feel like they've kind of just a little bit, 26 laps. 26
Both
laps.
Legion of Races, of course, our championship leaders are in and out of the pit road. No, they're actually going back down the pit road. I keep forgetting we're in a different pit road entrance here at Spa. Yeah, but we don't want to have them equal, of course. That's just a whole different ball game.
Meanwhile, Tommy Aslin
Yeah.
is rounding out through turn 16 right now. I expect for him to come down pit road right now. This is going to be really interesting. This should promote the 44 car back up to the lead, as well as Ryan Leach. I think this might put him up into second position, and that puts the Yeet car just about where we saw it before this entire pit stop sequence started. He should be about to fourth or fifth, floating around up there in that top five.
22 in the pit road at the moment there. Plezzy say 22 dangerous drivers. Unfortunately, we can't confirm that one or deny that up into the broadcast booth. You guys probably might know more or less on that one, but I don't get into the politics, of course. We're not going to do the Michael Massey of those scenarios. That'll be for the reports that'll be shared later on, of course, that the drivers and teams can be filing. What we've seen on camera so far during the whole race, I'd have to say it's clean racing, but then again, we didn't catch all the action that's happening behind the scenes. Back to real quick there. I don't want to just cover that before we move on after the pit stops. You're talking about the adjustments and changes of the car. Comparing F1 to IndyCar, for example, IndyCar a lot less tweaking of a car than the F1. If you had to choose between an F1 and IndyCar, what would you choose?
To race in, just as a one-off, or to take a lap in?
Racing, as in the balance of racing, let's say, for example.
I'd probably have to say IndyCar. I think it's a lot more just raw driver skill. I mean, those cars, they don't have ABS, they don't have traction control, they don't have power steering. It's more raw, in my opinion, but I am quite a fan of F1 as well.
Okay, fair enough. Yep. And by the way, there's no right or wrong answer to any of these questions. It's your personal preference. Pit stops are coming thick and fast. Our lead is in right now, 192 car.
Yeah, 192 car in for their latest stop. Interested to see, though, that 22 car had 26 laps on that latest stint for them. So we now look at the 889 car, leader of the points, dominant so much 2 weekends ago, last time out when we were in Barcelona. Right now being scored again. It's still, instead of that number 22 car, I was really looking to see them kind of just take advantage of that early pit stop opportunity, but it doesn't look like they've quite been able to do that so far yet, Dean.
44's jumped them. So they're leading as Dominic Goals is the Revolution Racing team in the lead of this race. But they're at the box, right? You can see them on the track map at the moment, making their way into Lacombe.
Well, Dean, now that everybody's taken their most recent pit stop, why don't you say we take one ourselves? We'll be back in a couple minutes. How's that sound?
Well, how's your Spanish? How's your French?
Very poor. Very also
anyway,
bad.
Yeah, let's take it. We're back in just a minute.
Welcome back to the Belgian countryside. We're here for the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 9 hours of Spa. Austin Belke, Dean Hampton, pleased to be with you. We've got our friend Jack Maloney in the director's chair, organizing all the camera work. We are 7 hours and 15 minutes into this 9-hour race. We've got about 1 3/4 hours left in this thing. The 98 of Oleg Urkelov qualified that thing on the pole and led every single lap until about 2 hours in. He lost power to his computer and disconnected due to a power outage. So after that, the 714 car, who started outside the top 10, was leading after that, strangely enough. And then he and the two other podium finishers, podium runners, I should say, at that point, got into a little bit of a kerfluffle. And at that point, the car at the back end of that, the 44 car, took over from there. And he's been out front for a while. He lost the lead for about an hour and a half there in the middle of the race when the 22 car took over and was absolutely flying until the rain came and washed everything off the track, including the 22 car multiple times, because they didn't pit when they pitted. They didn't change to those dry weather. They didn't change out of those dry weather tires, I should say. So after that, the 42 car has pretty much taken over the lead, and they haven't looked back since.
What has not been washed away there, Austin, thank you very much for the recap, is the fantastic racing that we're still going to continue to see at the moment. Battle for P13 and 12. Sorry, usually 10 and 11 and 12, but that's a little bit further up the road. As the Aston Martin's battling with the Porsche, not the sole Porsche, the 118 car, the other Porsche is down in P21. Exactly. No washing away the fun racing here in the Challenger Split.
Looking here at Florian Liebrecht in the number 33 car, this Aston Martin. Currently he's rolling around in 13th. He's got a ways to go just up the track, about 4 seconds or so until he catches up to that number 118 Porsche. That's that purple car just up the road. And boy, you know, I've said it a bunch of times today. I'm going to say it one more time, probably a couple more for the end here. They have been in the trenches all day, and they're looking for quite the recovery drive as of late.
Gotta be in the trenches and gotta be looking for the recovery drive. Oh, a drive-through penalty for the 23 car back in 21st place because they're doing these track extensions a little bit too much around here in Spa. The Monza 2.0 that we've been mentioning, but look at that in the mix right now. There is Florian, and
well, he's looking to make a pass here on the outside of Blanchimont. We'll see if he can get it done. He's got a lot of momentum. We'll see how far wide he gets forced out here by that 118 car. Not very wide at all. These two guys have been extremely nice to one another. I'm loving the camaraderie that we've seen in this entire split so far today. Move that 33 car now up into the 12th position. That relinquishes that 118 car back into 13th.
He talk about the nicety of like Ayrton Senna versus Alain Prost. Nice
no, definitely not. Not even close to that. Those guys were fierce enemies.
Yes. But they, you know what? They are fierce on track. But this is absolutely fantastic sportsmanship racing. We've seen all racing long, believe it or not, all racing long. 7 hours and 18 minutes. There it is.
Yeah, pretty far into this race so far, and it's been a lot of entertainment. There's been rare occurrences, I should say, where we don't have battles going on at the track, where cars aren't maybe separated by position, at least somewhere by more than 2 seconds. It's very few and far between that we don't have one of those going on. So thankfully for this race has been quite interesting. And of course, in the middle, we got what we wanted for pretty much since the drop of the green flag in Monza, when it was basically downpouring on the Challengers and Rival Split. We finally got some wetness in the form of rain of our own. Didn't last too long, but it certainly shook up this race.
I had to go shake Mike, of course, one of our fantastic producers here at VCO. I grabbed him, I shook it, and I was like, Mike, you've been sweating? Bang! I bring the rain from Mike. But then again, once again, there is a HyperX shout-out giveaway. That's from me personally, not from HyperX themselves that usually do give the giveaway. Giveaway from HyperX will be giving to the teams that win the championship series. However, I've said this multiple times, and nobody's even caught me out in this one, but by the end of the stream, you got to count how many P's and Q's that our fantastic caster of Austin has done. If you get it correct, I will send you a set of HyperX gear. I'll just give you a gift card. You can buy whatever you want, but there is what it is. And so far, Austin, I don't think they're paying attention.
Well, it's hard to say. I'm not sure. I was trying to think how many times I've said it myself. I'm not going to give the answer. I'm not trying to look for you to give away your money, but yeah. Oh, I'd be interested to hear what the tally is at the end of this.
I hope Jack's writing it down because I got something. Did drive through penalty course for the 23 car to serve soon. I think I'm
Ivan,
getting it right.
that's
You
been
know
out
what?
there
I'm
for
just
a
gonna
while.
give it to anybody that actually says it close enough to the number that I have actually written down.
Well, I haven't
It's
said
the
it
end
enough.
of the stream live. Not you can't come back later and rewatch it, and then count it exactly. Nuh-uh. Ain't gonna work. Look at my Nissan Skyline right now. That's my
Yeah, battle for
beautiful
position
Nissan
here.
Skyline.
H. Bibber just up the road. Going to be a drag race here into turn one. It looks like he's going to have the inside. I don't see too much of a fight here from Bibber in that 853 car. Looks like he's going to let your Nissan buddies right on through. Doesn't
Yeah,
look
you can
like he'll
outbrake
challenge
it in a
him.
heartbeat, and Nissan can outbrake a BMW, but the straight line speed, that's something else. I'm not. I'm
See
not
if he
really
gets him.
race
It looks
money.
like they're differing laps down, so I don't think that was quite for position there.
Either way, the BMW's going to come back there, and maybe a little bit of a mistake there. I'm not even going to pronounce that name. How do you even get through the driver in P19's name?
Raudis Laninen.
You're so good at this. I can't believe you get that
No,
one
that
through.
was wrong, but just
Are you
make it till
sure?
you make it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because you definitely got to slow it down to sound it out. If I had to, it'd be a Raud Sal Linen. Yeah, it was probably pretty good.
I think it'll pay off anyway. And well, the Skyline has paid off and got through there, but I think the straight line speed of the Skyline is definitely down a little bit. But the cornering speed is perfecto, outbraking everybody you can. That Nissan GT Skyline, the number 81 car, running P19 at the moment. What about the other action? A little bit closer, P12 and 13. It's about one and change, I'd have to say, between the Porsche, the 118 car, and the 33 car. We know the purple car is great livery, of course, so you can't miss that purple car from Pascal, can you?
No, you really can't. And this is that
drive
battle
through
that
for
we
the
looked
E
at.
team. Drive through for the E team.
Oh, Ralph Molansky got back in that car, and he's got a drive-through almost immediately.
How's that going to pan out? Now they have a 43-second gap to P5. That's not
I think
enough.
that's basically going to practically be diminished
Yeah.
by the time they get done serving that penalty. But back to that battle we were looking at there between the 13 and the 118. That was that battle that we came back to once we got back from break. That was the 33 car making his way around the 118, and he's since then pulled away by quite a large margin. So we'll see if Ralph brings that car down pit road. Looks like just going to serve that penalty as soon as possible. Trying to squeeze all the time out if he can as he tries to bring that car back down pit road. Make sure you get that thing on the speed limiter there, Ralphie.
Easier said than done.
And this is the point: you are not a happy camper if you're one of these race car drivers and you have to do a drive-through penalty.
I know, and the Eat Machine's been there. They are now serving that drive-through penalty, which means they're probably most likely going to lose that P5 and probably P6. I think they might be okay to come out ahead of the Honda in the 22 car, but that'll break up that pit strategy as we get into the dying stages of the race. 1 hour and 36 minutes remaining. Almost 7 p.m. local time here in Spa.
Yep, we're getting down to it. Points are going to be paid out pretty soon here, and you're going to have drivers spraying the bubbly out of those bubbly bottles. As you said, I don't know, it's champagne because debatable. But
Thank you.
The bubbly.
Thank you. Yep.
Anytime.
Yeah.
And Dika, though, this 889 crew doing a well of a job today. Definitely, I would have expected to see them further up the field. And to be fair to them, they were until we had that rain. Both this car and that 22 machine just behind them both stayed out. And when they did come down pit road, they did not elect to put on wet weather tires. That probably cost both these teams about 45 to 50 seconds over the course of the entire rain period. Haven't quite been able to recover.
I was going to ask you that, Austin, because you're reading my mind. What great mind, great casters think alike. Exactly what that little short rain show, which was about 15 minutes and change before the track was still damp, and then they got back to dry. How much has that influenced the teams? How the teams that are gained, the teams that are lost during that scenario?
Well, you look at it, and during the entirety of the time it was raining, we kind of had our eyes, at least one eye, in my opinion, was over on my timing and scoring screen. Sometimes, more than often than not, it was both of them. Looking at the lap times they were putting down, all the teams with the wet weather tires were right around that 2:37 mark, maybe up to 2:39. All the teams that came down pit road and did not change the wet weather tires, they're basically out there on those dry weather racing slicks. They were sometimes putting down like 246s up to 249s. So they were losing about a good 7 to 10 seconds per lap. And while you say that 22 car had about a 30-second lead in the dry. They came out off of pit road. They spun that car out a couple times. They made a couple of off-track excursions. And even when they weren't going off track, they were still losing about 10 seconds a lap just by trying to hold it on the track and not even going off and making any sort of a field trips or adventures at that point. So I would have to say we had about 6, 7, maybe 8 laps of good rain, maybe 10 laps of official wet weather driving. They probably lost anywhere, I'm going to say like 100 seconds, maybe north of a minute.
Because of the fact that they're not used to our rain. We've had that, obviously the other drivers in the other splits. Of course, you can get those other splits at the moment if you go over to your Twitch channel there and keep tuning in, obviously, on the YouTube. But Twitch will give you the multiple feeds coming up.
And sometimes too, Dean, it doesn't always just come down to not used to being driving in the wet weather. It just comes down to a split-second decision. You got a 50-50 chance, wet tires or dry tires. You just choose wrong, And those two teams, in my opinion, chose wrong because they lost a lot of time over the course of that run.
It was so difficult because the rain forecast that I got up here in the booth, I didn't share it with you, my friend. Sharing should be caring. I didn't. My apologies. But it was showing a window of about 15 minutes of rain. So you had to gamble on, do you elect to go to wet weather tires or do you stay out in slicks and lose that time? That was the key, isn't it, between the different teams? That is all panned out right now. That story is already ended.
You mentioned, 15 minutes of rain. That was 15 minutes of genuine water falling from the sky. But then even after that, the track doesn't turn to dry at the snap of a finger. It has to go through these periodic changes of all the cars basically form in a dry line by basically
cars going off. Sorry to cut you off on that one.
Go ahead.
Triple two cars had a little bit of a spinneroo back on track. Yeah, as Jack caught that one, but yeah, it was just a little bit of off-track moment. About 8 seconds change from the 98 car now. That may be able to yield that position. Sorry to cut you off on that one, my friend. Continue.
Oh, all good, brother. You see some action. You definitely do not hesitate to call that out. Looking at Oleg Urkulov here in this 98 machine, trying to see if he can't hunt down this 222 car. You can see the distance between the two of them on your screen right now. That 98 car, that's the red dot. And that 222 car, Dean, help me out here. I believe he is just now coming out of that lower section there, turn 16, I believe.
Yes, I know the corner names, but Blackmont, there it is, full speed Blackmont.
Yeah, Blackmont.
Yeah, Blackmont, there it is, Team WRT, and a bit of traffic behind.
But anyways, back to that, the track doesn't just dry instantly. You're going to have a dry line for a little bit, even then it takes time to work that in. And then before too long, then finally you'll want to be on that dry tire again. And I feel like that was about 10 laps of non-optimal driving for a dry weather tire. That's probably why they lost so much time. I'd say between 60 and 100 seconds.
If you want time on your side right now, Jack, our fantastic producer, might have to go to the battle between P4 and P5. That's 1.2 seconds and change. The 889 versus 714 car for crucial points paying positions here. And I want to keep on those time deltas and the traffic on the track map and all that jazz. It's all here. It's all here right now on Challenger Split. And what can they do about it? That's a second. So it's under a second. Here it is. It's brewing big time. The Legion of Racers, of course, leading the championship and perhaps trying to make their way up into P4 to gain some more crucial points in this championship hunt.
Yeah, the 889's on the prowl right now. He's on the hunt trying to see if he can't rip this position away from the 714 car. And this 714 bunch, I'll be honest, they are punching well above their weight class right now based on where they're positioned in the championship. But you know what? There's never a bad time to make a championship comeback as long as you can make your way up to the top before the end of the season. And that's what this team, I think, is planning to do before the end here, because they came into this race outside the top 10 in points, looking to break into that area right now with this strong, almost podium position race end right here. I feel like they've definitely got some top 5 speed in this 714.
Yeah, Nelson at the moment for the United Sim team has massive pressure there from our championship leaders. But then again, you do not have to yield, of course. Don't you get that out of your mind right now. As you said, they're punching above their weight. Absolutely. Do not punch below your weight too much. Do not allow them through that easy. You are in a battle, you're in a fight, you're in a crucial position. Of course, the Aston Martins are leading. All the top 5 cars are the Aston Martins at the moment. But then again, hold off if you can. The 889 car.
The one car, the 222 car went off again.
Yeah, there it is, back there a little bit further. But I
Yellow
want
dot,
to
bottom of the
keep an
screen,
eye
bottom
on
of the
this
track
one.
map. Oh, boy.
Absolutely. Because, come on, Nelson. I believe Nelson's been driving this car for a little bit of time right now in terms of the United Sim team. He probably will be in his last stint there before they get their last pit stop, because we're getting down to the 1 hour marker. And let's see, as you said, you're punching above your weight, my friend. At this point, you keep going. You keep going.
Yeah, there's no reason to let up right now, especially not when you've got this much pace in the car. And I don't know if this is them getting a unique setup, or maybe they had some sort of a driver change in these last couple races, but they are absolutely on fire right now, and a good job of it as well. I mean, this car was leading a little while ago as well, before they had a scuffle with this car in particular, and that's when the 44 car took the lead for that brief half hour before that 22 machine did. So again, they've been up here fighting for the race victory all day long.
Are you talking about a rematch in the arena again, isn't it? Round 2, ding ding.
Yeah, and let's remember too, these are the two cars that got together coming out of that hairpin as well. That was the 889 getting a little bit loose, and then the 714 kind of trying to come up and help to knock him around just a little bit, and then backed off to help let him save it.
Oh, the battle is brewing right now. And memories are there, isn't it? Revenge is sweet as served on a
you
cold
hear that
plate.
Jaws theme?
Let's see. Oh, 22 cars that made a mistake.
Oh,
22
no.
cars definitely made a mistake.
Yeah,
Big
that's
damage, I
already
think.
finally going in the right direction
Yeah.
again, but that is a heavy off for that car. Looks like they've lost the front end. No, it's still there. Heavily damaged, though.
We'll have to keep back to that battle between P4 and P5, because that is the battle, of course, that was brewing, isn't it? They've been in that boxing match before. You had a winner, you had a loser. Now returning to round 2 of that
Valerie
battle.
Sokolov, they're about to follow left out of the leader. You can see that triangle just down the Kemmel straight there. About to put this car lap down. That 44 is coming in hot. Back to this battle between 4th and 5th, between the 714 car of Bruggen and the 889 car of Milana.
Yes, Jack, our fantastic producer, can we ride on board with the 889 car and see how it feels to try to do something? Right on cue, here we go.
Yeah, this is through Blanchimont. Ready here, the high commitment corner. Very, very high speed all the way down to the inside, back up to the outside, barely dipping those right sides off the track. Heavy braking as soon as you get under that sign. That's when you got to be prepared. You'll see the concrete, the asphalt of the track gets a lot darker. That tells you when everybody else is braking. It's a good idea to at least start putting your left foot on the brake pedal right there.
Austin, track temperature 16 degrees now, the coldest it's ever been so far in this race as we're getting into the 7 p.m. local time. But don't worry about that. Don't tell the drivers of that leads to a race that says, hey, we want more points in our championship. And at the moment, the 714 car says, well, if you want points, come get them.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of defending. Not really going to pull over for this position. They don't have to. These cars are both fighting for points, both fighting for the same position on the track. We'll have to see how this plays out for them. Dean, I almost kind of wonder, now the track is continuing to get cooler and cooler. It continues to play into the hands of both these two cars, the 44 car especially, and that 192, and continues to fall further out of the hands of the 22 machine. So I almost kind of wonder if maybe their car was mostly set up for those hotter temperatures during the day.
I think you're right. Nothing gets past you, Austin. I didn't even think about that. Good call. I'm so involved in the battle, of course, between this position and Austin. There's a pit stop between 22 cars, so maybe those tires were a little bit too cold. But look at this battle brewing up. Austin, if you get a chance there to relay to us, when was the last pit stop for the 714 car and the 889 that we're watching the battle with?
714 was 14 laps ago, 889 was 12 laps ago, so both these drivers a little bit under halfway through their stints respectively.
And that's going to be tight as you're on the bubble, a 125 remaining, so there will be one more pit stop, or perhaps two. It's going to be crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they have only one more pit stop to make after this. They're about halfway through their stint. They can basically go an additional half an hour, both of them. That would put them right around that 55-minute mark, and from there they should be good to go all the way to the end.
A D car, if I pronounce that one correctly, is really trying to put some pressure on the back there. You'd have to say Nelson's doing a great job holding him off as much as the United Sim Racing team can. How long can you hold off? That'll be the question of the day here for the Challenger Split. Welcome along. It's great.
Looking to make a move here into turn 19.
No,
Not
you
quite
can't.
able to do
Oh,
it.
it gone too
Classic. That 714 car has gone a little bit wide there.
No.
Each and every lap, they've been having pressure from behind all day long. Looks like this 889 car is going to make its way through, and that's all you have to do. Sometimes you can just trick that guy ahead of you, and you go in a little bit deep into one of the corners. That's a 22 car down on pit road. Looks like this is a scheduled stop for them. Let's take a look. No, it is not. Something must have gone wrong on that car. Had to pit for damage.
True. And you're right, Legion of Racers hunted that car down there and forced them into a mistake. Heavy braking caused them to bus stop chicane, and that is the reason why champions are champions, isn't it, my friend? Or at least they're on their way to a championship by forcing cars into mistakes. But I tell you what, it's still pressure situation. It's a pressure cooker. They head up, and FC Nelson covered him. He said they're punching above their weight, and they're still punching above their weight, currently in P5.
Yeah, I mean, they qualified in about the 15th spot, so they've done a phenomenal job to gain 10 positions since the drop of this green flag. It's hard to believe it's already been 7.5 hours, just underneath 1.5 hour left before the end of this race. We see that checkered flag wave, and we'll see how many drivers, which 9 drivers get to pop the bottles on those champagnes, pop the tops, and spray each other as they pay out the points and come home on the podium. It's always a good pep in your step when you come off of a podium, or at least a good finish in the race before, especially gives you a big boost of confidence heading into that next week.
I like the pep and step. I like that one. Exactly. That's what you feel on the race control there, where if you're a race engineer engineering your drivers, pep and step would be the key you'd be giving them, wouldn't it? Come on, you can do it. They know exactly what they need to do.
Looking here at Valerie Sokol off that 22 car. They went 12 laps in between their most recent pit stop and the one before that, so definitely they got some damage, of course, going through a Rouge and up around Radillon. Fortune takes some damage repair. That car obviously not handling quite to their liking, so brought it down pit road and hopefully, at least for their sake, fix that thing up.
Looks a bit grubby, doesn't it? But that was in the chat before. Can you pronounce that? Alexi was saying that one. Can you pronounce the racing team? Because I can't.
Armamentario Emerald?
There it is. And Alexa was saying they're on all 3 splits, which is a cash split as well as the challenge split. That's at least what you told us. So, well, they're currently in this split, running in P10. They had the fastest
quite
lap.
a good job too. They were hauling the mail earlier on. I just feel like this car was A, set it for the hotter temperatures, and B, they just again made that wrong decision to come down pit road and not take those wet tires when it started to rain in the early goings, basically the midpoint of this race. So still, top 10 isn't bad, but boy, it looked like they were going to come away with the win quite handily compared to just how that 889 did the last time we were out in those Porsches up in Barcelona.
Austin, are you starved for a bit of Mercedes action? Because the only Mercedes action you're going to get right now is P14 and 13. Right on cue. That is the battle that's been brewing. 45 and 88 cars going for it tooth and nail. Lassie's in control of the 88 car. That is your Mercedes. That's the Rissy AMG racing team. These guys, I swear, they just give us challenges in the casting booth, but there we go.
Yeah, Fahad Ghafour up here in this number 45 car, currently in the 13th position, and trying to see how long he can stay ahead of this Mercedes AMG behind him. There's Mercedes. This has been pretty much where they've run just about all day. I think they started a little bit further down through the field. You can see him snaking around, trying to see if he can't get some sort of a draft. He's going to look up the inside, not quite close enough to make a lunge. But he forced him a little bit wide, forced him into a mistake, just the same as we saw with 2 other cars about a lap ago.
I was going to, you read my mind again. Stop stealing my lines there, Austin. Yeah, exactly. Bus stop chicane, braking too deep, and there it is. Deja vu.
Yeah, that's, you just got to mind your P's and Q's. I don't care if you're racing somebody into a corner. You need to check up. You need to hit your braking marker.
I've counted that one. If you want HyperX headphones right now, gifted by Dean Biggles, you've got to be listening and paying attention. It's pronounced Ars, says Alex. Did you hear that one? Ars.
What is that?
Oh, I think he's talking about the P13. So the 88 car. Lars is Ars. That's a rude thing to say in Australia. It's not one of those not.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's definitely.
There we go.
Oh, wow. I'm just going to throw that one out there. All right.
Anyway, we're just relaying what he was saying.
Weird because there's no R there, but good to know. I would much rather pronounce these names correctly, so thank you,
sir. Could you imagine
sir?
telling a par there are no R's?
Oh, I don't think they'd have any sort of vocabulary after that.
Alex is saying we were P5 quality and driving top 10, but PC crash. We knew about that one, my friend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're making me feel the pain from you when you keep reminding us about that one. PC crashes are a problem that you can't do too much about. But still in the race is good. He said he's driving it. Why are you driving and talking at the moment, Alex, the 88 car?
Hey, some people just have a little bit too much talent, but how about this 98 machine up into 15th position? Urkel have given this thing quite a good drive here. It looks like he's only about 50 seconds or so from making up another position. He's still got an hour and a half left.
And sorry, there is a football match going on just down the road from me. You might hear it on the microphone every once in a while. That's not the crowd cheering, of course. Well, maybe the crowd cheering here in Spa. Who are they cheering for would be the question. 44 car, 182, 711. They're all in the mix.
Maybe for the Belgian soccer team. Why not?
True.
How about the front of the field? It's still the
Argentina's
44
soccer
machine
team, and certainly not for the San Marino soccer team, I believe, which is the worst rating. Anyway, we won't go into soccer. We've had enough World Cup, but we have definitely not enough of the Challenger split here for the VCO Endurance Racing Series.
Yeah, it's a good thing, too. He's still got 1 hour and 18 minutes left. Just a rundown of the field so far. David Goals continues to lead the 44 car on lap 192, which is fitting because the car in second place right now is at 192, currently being piloted by Diakowski. Third place goes to Ryan Leach in that number 711 Aston Martin. Then you've got Andika Milana in the 889 car, current points leader of that car, followed by the 714, punching well above their weight class in terms of the championship standings here today. That's that bright red and white colored Aston Martin. Then Ralph Molansky, number 16 machine. He's had quite an up and down day himself. He's had like 2 drive-throughs. That car is spun out on 2 separate occasions. Then you've got Steiner in that 147 car, that Petrol Brothers machine. Klaus Nyring in the 214 car. Charlie Kent in that number 69 car. And then Valery Sokolov in that 22 machine. Really largely up and down race for that car as well. Qualified outside the top 10. Led for a large portion of the race. And now they're just basically right around, hanging just inside the top 10.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I wasn't paying attention. I'm just
which part,
teasing you there. It's like that interview, of course. It's like a short view to the past. If you probably may have heard that one before in the past.
Gentlemen, a short view to the past. Yeah.
Go. Continue.
Understand.
Continue.
Oh no, I can't.
How far can you go?
But regardless, Ryan Leach here, 711 car, making his way around some lap machinery there. Just behind him, that's another battle. That's a 267 car. There's the 45 just behind him. His car has done a really good job too. These guys as well started outside the top 10, and it was a slow drive for them up the road. But boy, Ryan Leach has been he's been doing a phenomenal job to drive this car and keep it clean all race as well. They've been doing a really good job to keep their noses out of trouble since the drop of the green flag.
Green, 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 go, go, go. Exactly. It's been green for many of the going 7 hours and 43 minutes at the moment. Brian, that's the spotlight. And Brian's in the 711 machine running in P3. Now he's 4.6 seconds down the road. Now he's plenty of time, you'd have to say, try to make that run on the 192 machine. Now, a little bit further up the road, the 44 machine might be a little bit out of reach for now, but lap times, well, 219.5, 219.8 for the 192 machine. So he's shaving 0.3 a lap off. That's all you need to be doing right now, and it's working.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious too. I think this 22 car, I've said it before, I'll say it again, they are masters of pit stop strategy. They just came down pit road again, but I don't think they came down pit road soon enough towards the end to make sure they don't have to stop again before the end of this race. They've got 3 laps on this stint, this current one, but I feel like they're still going to run out of that hour and 5 minutes time before they're going to have to come down pit road again before the end of the race. So, I thought about it for a second just to give an update on these group. They're still in 10th position and still going to have to pit one more time before the end of the race.
Box, box, box. That's what I say pit, because it can easily be mistaken from other words. So you usually say box, box, box 3 times, I believe is the key. So you don't mix someone up. It's like we would say, obviously, Jack 3 times. And Jack hears us the first time, doesn't it, when we talk about Jack? And Jack, good luck on your driving exam. We're going to get you an Aston Martin. Don't flip it upside down like you did last time in your first driving exam. But here we are, racing along here. And in the chat, come on, guys. We need you guys to be involved. Alex said he wasn't racing at the moment. There you go. And Mikhail said that's what he's talking about. All right, there we go. By the way, you guys still haven't got me any of those clues I'm giving away. Now, closest to guess, if not accurate, how many P's and Q's Austin has been giving you during the live stream. I don't think anybody wants HyperX headphones that I'll be gifting.
I'll probably wait until the end. You know, I give out the answer right now and I could say it again before the end of the race.
You don't know the answer, my friend. I've been writing it down.
I don't know the answer either. I don't even know how many more times I'll say it before the end, but I do know.
True.
I do know that everybody in this field right now is going to have to pit one more time before the end of this race here. So I'll be really interested to see when these cars decide to come down and take their last either tank of fuel or set of tires. That 44 car is going to have to come down pit road in about 6 laps here. That should put us well underneath that hour mark. But boy, if I was somebody like that, the 192 crew, that 711 bunch, if I were any of those guys, even that 889, I would come down as soon as I can make it to the end of the race without having to stop again. I don't know how it applies to, you know, if you come down pit road right at the hour and 5 minute mark, that's when your stint starts. I don't know how that works with the end, because technically, you know, this 9-hour race might last a little bit longer than 9 hours. Technically, the longest it could go is about 9 hours, 2 minutes, and maybe 20 seconds or something like that. So I don't know if that would still be some sort of a drive time infringement. But boy, right around that hour mark, I'd come down and try to take advantage of those 4 fresh tires.
Guys, you don't want to stretch it too long because Jack actually wants to get in the car and race some Daytona a little bit later. So, all right, let's wrap it up. But so let us know real quick there. What is the pit stop scenario for our top 3? When are they boxed? How far can they go for the final perhaps time they'll be visiting the pit road?
Yeah, so pit stops are about every 27 laps or so. So that 44 car, Goals is going to have to come down in about 6 laps himself. That 192 machine, he pitted 17 laps ago. It gives him about 10 more laps until he's due to come back down pit road. And for the 711 machine, he came down pit road last time was 24 laps ago. So about 3 more laps until he's due to come back down pit road. But all these guys, it's less about lap time. It's more about drive time. They're all just trying to get above that 60-minute window, but stay below that 65-minute one, because 60 minutes is good. Lots of even pit stops. You only have to make 8, but once you get above that 65 minutes, it's a drive time infringement. You can't really be having any of those.
I would say if anybody has ADD or any of that, and ADD is not a disability, it's an asset, as you can calculate right now, 7,001 meters as you get down to an hour and change of the race. I want to say somebody can actually mentally calculate how much distance that is during a race, considering the lap times they're doing. Yeah, there you go. Crunchy some numbers. You could be working for NASA for that one. See how it all pans out. 5.6 seconds. The 711 car is away from P2, so they're not really gaining. 4.8, maybe. We'll see the lap times to 19.62. Yeah, and the 192 cars responded.
Time.
Yeah, one is responding. But then again, maybe a little bit of traffic. There is traffic coming up in play. Not traffic you would expect, obviously, the Daytona 24. That'll be traffic heaven right there. Or hell, perhaps, depending on how you're going to be panning that one out. I heard, what I've heard so far from a lot of the drivers is meatball. That's pretty much the reference I've had from the first race of my show. Fun, of course. But then in meatball, because scenarios occur with the multi-classes, but nothing we need to worry about right now. We're all in the same class at school, and our school is Spa.
Yeah, that 889 car is actually putting down some of the fastest laps. The only person that put down a faster lap than them the last time by, if it wasn't that 22 machine of Sokolov with a 218.4, it was our leader with a 218.7. Otherwise, the 192 and 711, they're both in a 219. So this 889 car still has a decent amount of speed left up underneath the hood of that thing. They've got about 50 seconds before they catch up to the 711 machine.
As we get down to the hour mark, we have 1 hour and 10 minutes remaining. Driver of the day for everybody in the chat. Your driver and team of the day, let's say, because it's a team. It would be unfair to count just one driver. We'll also ask Jack, our producer. I'll ask you, Austin, and we'll ask Chad. who do you think your team of the day have been so far? You've got 10 minutes to think about that one. On the hour mark, we'll get back to your results on that.
I don't know. It's going to be hard to choose, especially before we realize who's going to do well in this race. Usually with F1, you have basically until about the last lap to vote. It's never over until it's over. We can ride on board with Ryan Leach here, and he could go up to pass everybody and be the driver of the day. But then in the very last lap, makes some sort of an unforced error and wrecks that car and loses the lead.
I'm counting it because they've done 8 hours. So you've done 8 hours of stint, regardless of what happens in the race. You're voting on your team performance for the 8 hours.
Okay, yeah, all right, I can do that.
Yeah. It would be unfair to go towards the end. If you make a maneuver and you win the race right in the dying seconds of the race, doesn't count out all the work that's been done by the teams before. See, it's not like a Formula 1 race where it's just a couple of hours. This is an endurance race. So we'll do it early. We'll spin things up here in the challenge split for VCO. We'll probably, hopefully, try to get our fantastic producer Jack a little laminated license in his pocket at some point in the future. We'll see. Maybe we'll probably put the pun out there. If Jack can do a lap around here in a GT3 car quicker than the fastest lap right now, which is the 22 car, Jack, if you beat it at 2 minutes 17.7 lap time, I will give you a license.
Are you? I don't even think you're qualified to, but maybe Jack could. I don't know. Hard to say. But oh wow, Jack has just actually said he raced here in the actual SRO Esports Spa 24-hour race in 2021. So he probably
Jack,
could beat that
and
time.
what time did you get then? 2:18.
Hey, that's honestly there's about a 70% chance he got faster than that time. So DNA, you gotta give him his license.
I granted you a license, my friend, because most of the drivers at the field right now, their best laps are 2:18s.
So Dean, should he cancel his appointment for next week?
Cancel it, mate. I'm giving it right now. I will FedEx it over to you. Well, DHL it over to you right now, my friend. Congratulations. You are a proud owner of a motor vehicle license. Just don't pick me up from the airport when I come, okay? I might be a little bit scared. But anyway, we're approaching to that 7-minute mark. We still have to hear from everybody out there in the chat. Who is your team of the day? Regardless of where they are, don't just go voting the teams that are in the top places because they're winning. I want to see teams from performances overall.
Still looking here at Ryan Leach in the 711 car. I got giant FLExTREME down the door, VCO on the back end, and HyperX on the front. He's doing a lot of justice to all the sponsors here today. This Pit Stop UK team, and they've been doing a wonderful job all season long. Really just quiet consistency. Up at the front of the field, it's still that 44 machine. On lap 197, about 1 hour and 6 minutes left to go in this race. Here's good old Dominic Gulls, that 44 car. This car has been extremely consistent all day long, and my mind goes back to just, when things were getting a little bit hairy at the front of the field, they backed off to let the two leaders at that time duke it out amongst themselves, and then came out the victor when those two cars came together on the front stretch out of that last corner.
13 making a mistake. 13 has made a mistake big time. Oh, gets back on track. I think that was out of the third sector. Leaders actually coming around further on that one, but yeah, so far so good. I was about to go over some trivia questions. Boxing at the moment for the 214 car, perhaps to the Bentley for the final time. Splash and dash. Will it be enough to go to the end? 1 hour and 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'll be really curious here. They're going to have to make sure they spend about 40-some seconds in the pits. But hey, this is exactly what I said I'd want to do here. You go ahead and get those 4 fresh tires bolted on there as soon as possible. Try to drive away from the field. You don't have to worry about not making it on gas as long as you pit right now. It's all about that drive time requirement.
I'd be a little bit skeptical if you had a Ferrari mechanic down there on the front right jack or whatever it was anyway. That's a little bit mean to throw that one in there, but you get the tires on and off. It'd be all good to go. Esports, of course, is a fantastic thing about it is that the crews are perfect every time. As long as you hit your box in time, that's going to be the key as well too, because you can make a mistake on that one.
You also, especially even some of these simulators, you have to be perfectly centered on your box, because the better position you are in the box, the faster the a random numerator gods will get you out of your pit box. So sometimes it's not just them being perfect; you have to do your job to get in that box right too.
Maybe we need to reevaluate Jack's license and then say, Jack, if you go in the pit stops, you could be in and out in a certain amount of time.
You already gave it to him. You can't renege on that. You can't just take it back. It's Indian giving. That's not allowed.
I want to give out some HyperX headphones, but nobody's giving me how many P's and Q's you've been P'ing and Qing so far during this race. So it doesn't seem like anybody wants some fantastic HyperX gear. And Mr. Leach for the 711 machines in the pit road.
Yeah, looking here at Ralph Belansky, these guys have been doing a phenomenal job to go ahead and, they've had some setbacks in this race. They did a great job to come from pretty deep in the field all the way up to the front. They were fighting for a podium for a while, but again, 2 drive-through penalties, that's the most out of any of our front runners. They've been having a hard time keeping this car on track and making sure they've been driving clean compared to everybody else. They've been in a couple scuffles. I feel like without all those, they probably find themselves maybe up at the podium still even right now, but still they've got a decent amount to be proud of, I'd say, Dean.
Picked to win the race. 44 car leading, 192 car. 44 car leading by 33 seconds. Pit stops coming their way. 192 car down the road there. Need to make a pit stop. We know the 711 machine is in right now. Be overtaken by the 889 car that needs to make a pit stop. The Aston Martin's, of course, Duo leading P125. And Alexis maybe needs to do something about this soon. The Yeet machine is now 2.7 seconds and change down the road there for the 714 car. So Yeet doing what Yeet does best, mate. Low fuel and old tires, just getting on with it as they generally do. But the pit stops are going to come into play right now for the final time, perhaps, of an endurance race for the 4th round.
Yeah, these guys were last on pit road about 14 laps ago, so I'd say they probably have about 13 laps left on this tank of fuel at least. They can always come down pit road a little bit sooner, like I was talking about, try to take advantage of those 4 fresh tires, but we'll see it. I feel like the position that these guys are in, for right now at least, you can gain a couple spots, 2 spots up the road, 3 seconds up the road is the 714 car, and then an additional 6 seconds up the road from that is the 889. So it's still not over for them. They can still maybe play some pit stop strategery and come out the better end here. Maybe even get up onto the podium here.
Podiums would be fantastic. A podium in an endurance race is just it's amazing. A podium in a regular 1 hour, 2 hour sprint race is just, yeah, it's great. But a podium in a 9 hour endurance race, it's not just you, but your whole team are just ecstatic, aren't they? Absolutely, because you're all sweaty, you're all stoked, and all the things happen. And plus, touch wood, you survived technical issues to get through that one. Keep an eye out for the Eat machine, but they are blisteringly quick right now. Last lap, 218.9, 219.3, a minimum moment there for the 88 car.
The wall, that's the 88 car of Lars Stretch. Heavy damage on the front end of that Mercedes, I believe. No. Yeah, the hood's cracked up about 6 or 8 inches there from the top of the front bumper.
Can they get in and out in time? That's going to cost them a bit of time. It's actually going to help, believe it or not, the McLaren driver of the team in 98 might actually gain a couple of places, considering they had that bad luck earlier. Further back up, the Eat machine is getting very, very, very close. They're down about 2 seconds and change right now. See how that lap time is going to compare. This is where the Eat machine showdown comes for the Lexus, right? When it's on low fuel and burnt tires, it's a blisteringly bullet.
Yeah, especially in the hands there of Ralph Belansky. He was blisteringly fast in the earlier goings of this race. We saw that was when he just climbed through the field, went up that mountain there of 10th, 8th, 5th, 6th, all the way up to that podium spot. So they've been doing a really good job to hold on to that position all day long. See Lars Stretch kind of wheeling this 88 car all the way around the track, just kind of in limp home mode. Wouldn't be too surprised if he brought that car down on pit road, because the way it looks, like, I can't imagine it's handling very well.
It's probably handling. I really don't want to do this to poor Jack. It's handling better than Jack's first driving exam, put it that way. Here we go. We're trying our best. 1.7 seconds gap is the gap between P4 and P5 currently at the moment. They are shaving some time. The Eat machine has now shaved half a second in half a lap.
Yeah, Ralph is putting in some good laps here. Maybe, Dean, you should knock on some wood or some glass or something. Do not jinx Dean. I don't know if you have a crystal ball over there. You can tell the future, but I think you might have just cursed him.
We'll see. We'll see. Commentators curse thick and fast at the moment, but remember, there's also commentating blessing that comes down to almost second.
Involving the 7-Eleven car. I wonder if we can get a look at them. I think they're okay, but it just came across the timing and scoring here on my computer.
Don't you look away from that yeet
He's
machine,
caught up
my
to
friend.
that 714 car, though, pretty well. They're just up the road 1.3 seconds away.
Yeah, this is it. The charge is on.
At 714 car, they can come down pit road whenever they want. If they want to run this thing out of fuel like they have been all day, they got 2 more laps before they need to come down pit road, but they can always pit right now.
Alex in the chat. Well, then, where are we on an in lap? Oh, you know when you're in your lap, my friend. I'm getting in now. Wish me luck. That's Alex in the chat. Well,
good luck, Alex. Godspeed.
Okay. Good luck. Exactly. This is the final time you'll be visiting pit road. And
Ralph
visiting pit road right now will be
down pit road.
Yeah.
You think he stays in this car, Dean?
I don't know. That's a good question. Ask Ralph. Let's go down to Ralph and ask him.
Yeah, let's see if we can't. Yeah, let's send our virtual Ted Kravitz down there to ask him. See another car just over the road. I think that's the 720 McLaren. You see the 714
send
car?
Jack down there, my friend, but unfortunately with his driving skills, he might crash into the pit lane entrance anyway. Poor Jack. All right.
714 car narrowly avoids being overtaken there by the Ralph Molansky and that Yeet machine. We'll see if these guys, I believe they should come down pit road this next time by.
Yeah, that's the battle. 714. They were half a second separated before pit road. Venture time. Lexus and Aston Martin. Aston Martin's have been dominating. The top 4 are Aston Martins. 714 car. Nelson, the United Sim team, well, he on his final driving stint. And he'll be driving the pants off that car right now, knowing exactly that their competitors here of the Yeet squad are in the pit road. So his team will be telling him right now, go, go, and did I mention go? Go. You have to go as quick as possible.
Yeah, this is when your team starts telling you, go ahead and push as hard as you want. As long as you can bring this car home in one piece, go ahead and give us all the lap time you possibly can. We want to make sure we stretch this gap. Just in case this other team is trying to undercut us. You see our leader, Dominic Goltz, now into pit road, that 44 machine.
Yep. Here it is. Final pit stop times for the final time we're going to get our round 4. Austin, I think do you think the driver's going to miss us? I don't think so. I think they're going to be perhaps not missing the... How many laps have they done around Spa at the moment? They have done...
201.
Yeah. You're going to go to sleep tonight, and you're going to be... tonight, whatever, you're going to be thinking of every single corner of Spa, left, right, left, right, left, right. You know, as a race driver, when you do go to sleep, you're still racing, aren't you, in your mind?
Oh, definitely. It doesn't matter what car, you go to bed thinking like, boy, I'm glad that's over. And sometimes you're elated it went so well. And sometimes you're kind of just, to be honest, in the dumps about how well it didn't go. Maybe you made a mistake. Maybe something happened that was out of your control. And it really just puts you on the back foot in terms of the early goings of this race. But you never know. The 714 car goes down pit road. So that should leave the 711 car now to take over that position unless they come down the pits as well. Looking still at Andika Milana.
Let's see how they pan out here. I think they did box, I'm not mistaken. They're full speed Blushmont. Pit stop UK team.
Stick with it. Here comes our leader, the 44 car out of pit road. They'll be just behind this 889, so the odds are going to probably lose the lead. That 192 car is still out there as well. Looking for them. That's a triangle on the right-hand side of the screen on that track map. Currently around, what is that, turned 15? Yeah, Campus Stavelo.
Got it. Yeah, practice your Francais. Here we go for the final time of our endurance race. We're down to 55 minutes to go. Pit Stop UK team are getting very, 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 very close. They might squeeze that P4, and they will. It's the worst thing, isn't it, sitting in pit road right now and hearing the car go boom past, going, oh, damn, that's a position lost. See how that pans out. 192 car leading, get to box. 889 car. You're going to have to give me those pit stop, pit wall live timing there, Austin, to keep up with what's happening.
Yeah, and to be honest, even you folks at home, if you want to know how Dean and I stay so abreast of what's going on out on the racetrack, you can always type in !live timing. That'll give you a link to pitwall.live. It's this awesome timing and scoring software. It's just web-based. You just go to it on your browser there. You don't even need to log in. You get all the features of the Pro version for free, thanks to the folks over at VCO and Low Fuel Motorsport for putting this together for the FLExTREME series. You get everything. It's so cool. You get a track map. You get to see all this wonderful information about different accidents, the times on the race, the lap times of everybody, even stint times. So definitely, please do check that out. You'll be happy you did.
You'll be happy with the Yeet machine, currently in P6 in the 16 machine. 1.2 seconds to change down the road. And down the road there from the 714 machine. Here we go. Race on and traffic on. And it's Spa. It produces. I love Camel Straight and I love Lacombe.
This is another view of that Yeet car just now tucked up behind that 714 machine. They could pit multiple laps apart, but it's still going to put them right back together once they join the racetrack once again. You see the McLaren just up the road. They'll have to battle with that. Look at this move to the inside. Goes Benny. This is going to be really close now. That 714, and Mark's going to have the inside right up here. Does he pull the old crosser over? Does Benny? He does, but doesn't quite get down enough to the inside. We'll see if he can push him here, force him into a mistake just up the road. Benny's looking to the inside. Not going to be able to make anything of it.
But I love it. It's the attempts. It's the pressure. Now they are on track. That's it. It should be a race to the end for these drivers. Should be no pit stops required. Yeah. So this is on. And did we not speak about this at the top of the hour? Didn't we there, Austin? Like, we knew that there was going to be wheel-to-wheel grinding racing to the dying stages of this race.
Yeah, well, I mean, we haven't ever not had it. These cars have been really close. Sometimes there have been a couple dull moments where these cars are separated by maybe about 5 or so seconds, but to be honest, everything always comes together at the end of each and every one of these stints. So we're going to see what Betty Witt here can do with Valery Sokolov behind. He's got a pretty decent gap behind him, does Benny. We'll see what he can do up ahead of that car, Mark Williams. Mark was super fast all day in the early goings of this race, so we'll see if he can tap into that potential, that raw speed he had earlier in this thing, or we'll see if Benny can maybe get this position. But right now they have to both get around. They're both following behind that 98 car. You might be wondering, he's a lap car. Did you get out of the way? Not really. No. This car qualified on pole and led for the first 2 hours until he lost electricity. Then he got disconnected. He lost a whopping 3 laps. So he's all the way down in 14th. He's recovered. This has been a mastery of a recovery drive. When he rejoined, he was outside the top 20.
Love it. I love it. Exactly. It's mastery. And who wants to step on the top stage in Hollywood, California for the Oscars? Because I tell you what, the movie script could not be any better. Who wants to be the best casting? Who wants to be the best director? Who wants to be the best race driver and then challenge the split? The Yeet machine versus the 714 machine. That's the battle. That's the script. That's the movie you signed up. You bought your tickets, okay? You're in the theater, and this is the showdown.
Pretty close here in terms of the on-track action. We'll see how much longer these guys can keep it up. We've only got 51 minutes remaining in this thing. We're going to stay with you here until each one of these drivers comes down pit road to take their final pit stop. You see right now the 889 car of Milana has come down pit road. That's, of course, given way to that 44 machine, so that thing is now back up inside of the top 2. I expect a 192 car to come down pit road this next time by, and after that, every single one of our top 10 competitors will have come down pit road for the final time in this 9-hour race at Spa.
I love it. Yeah, what a spanner in the mix at the moment. Those pit stops are definitely going to come and play, because then when those final pit stops are in, we now finally get an idea of what the times will be, what the drivers will also be aware of, what the times they can be, and what the times they can be to beat or perhaps be beaten is the key. But still, brewing the 1.1 second gap between P5 and P6. See, pit lane at the moment, the 711 car still in the pit road, now dropping to P4. Where are they? Where's the track map? Look at it. There's your red dot. Where's the 711 car?
Okay, at the 192, looks like he's going to go on to pit road this time by. We'll see if he indeed does slow down. Looks like he's gonna. Yeah, they're on pit road as well. So Alex Diakowski has brought that car down pit road for the very last time, and now we're looking here at the 44 machine. He will psycho to the lead once he goes around to the front stretch here. Again, you might think, well, it's a lot of distance to make up, but to be honest, this pit road is so long, and of course there's that giant kink, and these cars are pitting on the back side of this pit wall, so they have to go all the way down the front stretch on pit road and then finally pull into their pit box.
Yeah, the pit race horrendous. Kind of reminds me of Le Mans, of how long it is. But the battle's still brewing. P5, P6, as you can see. P2, P1's in the pit road. P1 is going to be dropping a little bit back. 44 car should be resuming the lead of this race. As you can see, all the triangles and dots and all that fancy jazz. And if you don't have that,
force that 777 car, the lap car around there to the side, it's going to make way for him. He's only got 2 more corners to go until he starts this next lap, and he should retake the lead here once he crosses over the start-finish line. He's going to make that hard right-hander here, La Source. Hard braking opportunity. Got to really crank the wheel, get back on the throttle, wide open all the way up the hill. He's going to pass that 192 car in just a couple seconds.
And the seconds that the 192 car will not want to be hearing the radio. There it is. Right on cue, my friend.
There. He takes the lead. You can see that dot turn into a triangle. He's now taking the lead. So it's all up to him for the rest of this thing. Don't expect he'll have to stop unless, of course, he gets a drive-through. But go ahead and, of course, knock on wood or glass. Unjinx yourself. Hopefully unjinx them as well. And with that, Dean, everybody's taking their last pit stop. Why don't you say, what do you say we take our last pit stop as well?
Why not? Let's do it, because it'll be the final time.
We'll be right back to finish up the 9 hours of Spa here for the VCO Virtual Competition Organization, 9 hours of Spa. Welcome back to the VCO FLExTREME Challengers Grid for the 9 hours of Spa. Austin Belke, Dean Hompton with you, with our buddy Jack Maloney in the camera booth. This race started off about 8 hours and 18 minutes ago. You can see at the top of your screen in the very middle, there's about 41 minutes left. This thing started with the 98 car, Verkalev, getting on pole. He led all the laps for the first 2 hours until his computer lost electricity. That forced him to disconnect. They lost about 4 laps. They've been trying to make it up the ground since then, currently riding around in the 14th position. Then the lead went to the 714 car. Really a miracle they even got up that high. They started just outside the top 15 there, so did a really good job to get up there to lead at the hour 2 mark. And then that car got caught up in a battle, a little bit of a kerfluffle as well, with the 2 cars it was fighting for those podium positions with. That allowed for that 44 car who was waiting in the weeds to get by until the hour 3 mark, when some brilliant pit strategy out of the 22 machine brought them up to the very front. They had a 30-second lead before we finally got the rain the other splits have had so much problems with, and that allowed that, basically forced the 22 car to stick on the dry tires, and that really knocked them out of competition, lost them about anywhere between 60 to 100 seconds. The same with that 889 machine. Both those cars did not elect to change to wet weather tires. Ever since then, the 44 car has been out front, pretty much leading the way these last couple hours.
And the 44 car is comfortably in a 30-something second gap, but the battles are resuming on there. The battle for P2 is resuming. 3.7 second gap there for the 711 machine, and that narrow 40 or so minutes and change to go to the race, which is plenty of time, of course. Battle for P4 is still brewing there. The 714 car wants to try to get past the 889 machine. They have a 2.4 second gap. And if they're not worried too much about that, a little bit further back is the Yeet machine in P6. 4 seconds and change. And if you're a little bit bored with all that dilemma, go back to P9, 8, and 9, because they're about 9 seconds between each other. And then, of course, the 98 machine you mentioned earlier, that should have really been up the top of the timesheet there with the 44 car. Well, they have the 88 car chasing them down for the sole Mercedes. And that is the scenario, isn't it, that's going on? I'll tell you what, we've seen it before in the Challenger split, and we're going to see it again. I'm expecting this is going to be a nail-biting finish.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to really come down to the end here to see which car has done the best job of strategizing, how much fuel they needed to put in, and how long that last pit stop needed to be before they come out here for the finish of the race. Still only 38 minutes to go left in this 9-hour competition, so really it always surprises me just how close all these battles for position are when we've been racing for literally 9 hours at this point, that we have gaps of less than 2 seconds between a couple different cars at once.
Austin, exactly. You're talking about 5 cars within a second or so of each other. 8 hours and 21 minutes down. We've heard this before. I was going to say, where have you heard this before? We've heard it before. Go back 3 rounds earlier. It occurred. And the closest battle, I say at the moment, 714 car. Now, Aston Martins have been kind of dominating this one, haven't they? All P1 to P5. So it's the same machine. The ballast weight is a little bit different, of course. The driver's a little bit different, and now the fatigue is also kicking in for some of the drivers. But 1.8 second gap. Fastest car on the track is Williams, and we're on board, well, watching Mr. Mike at the moment. They have the fastest lap, that is. Not the fastest car on the track at the moment, but they are the fastest car on the track at the moment, sorry. They just did a 2:17.9, so blisteringly quick at all. The leaders at the moment, Austin, are doing 2:19s.
Yeah, it still amazes me that even though this track has gone through, 10 plus degrees Celsius worth of temperature change, that these cars are still basically plummeting around here at the exact same speed that they have been all day. These guys really, I don't know how they're doing it, but they've continued to be right on the money each and every single lap here. There hasn't been a huge drop-off of performance aside from when the rain came, and then it's really hard to tell who's on those wet tires, who's on the dry tires, especially because things change so often. Yellow flag on the speedway for just a hot second. That gets cleared almost immediately.
777 car, my friend, getting in the action zone again. Yeah, track temperature you mentioned, 14 degrees now, the coldest it's been. Air temperature and track matched here in Spa.
Yeah, air temperature has dropped probably about 4 or 5 degrees since the beginning. Hasn't had quite as large a swing as that track temperature.
This is exciting, that battle. I'd have to say 714 car is really, Mike is going to put that pressure on. He's going to try to do something about that other Alfa Romeo up the road. Further back, you can see the battle P7. And that's, I'm not sure if the Honda has made a mistake or not for the 22 car, because they are essentially a lap down from a race leader, but 30 seconds of change up the road from their nearest competitor.
Yeah, Dean, if you remember, this was that one car, the 22. First off, they didn't change those wet weather tires. That cost them about 100 seconds, kicked them out of the league, basically put them back in around the 5th position. And then at some point, they had that, I don't know if it was a spin, some sort of accident for sure, though, up by Radeon actually, excuse me, and then they had to come back down pit road and pit about 12 laps later. So these guys have been certainly in the trenches all day on a recovery drive at the moment, so that's why they had that extra pit stop. They lost a lot of time in the rain and due to that spin out up Radeon, so I feel like that's why they're so far, basically almost 1 lap down to the leader.
Well, Austin, if you want a bit of radiation, right now, go to the heating machine of the 711. Now, within a second of P2, the 192 machine is up the road. That is crucial battle. That's crucial points in the championship. And it's crucial heat time, of course, because it's heating up. And if you want to pit radiation, as I mentioned, that's what it's all about. We've seen this unseparated for most of the races at 192 machine versus the 711. But Mr. Ryan Leach for the Pit Stop UK team says, I want P2.
Yeah, Jack, if we can get a look at the 711 car, he's trying to see if he can't wrestle this P2 position away from the 192 car just up the road. And these guys are going to have to be careful because just up ahead of him is a lap car. That's a 267 right now of Mr. Bourne. And Bourne is not fast. Or not slow, excuse me. He's not slow.
I don't think anybody's slow, really, in this whole series. But, of course, you're slower than at what you are at the right place at the right time, wrong place at the wrong time. Here we go, through Lacombe. This is close. It's 0.3 now. It's 8 hours and 25 minutes into this race, and believe it or not, they're now separated by 0.3 of a second there. We've seen this before, Austin. Deja vu. It's all over again.
Yeah. This is the exact same order they were in at about hour 1 of this 9-hour race, and it's hard to believe that was almost 8 hours ago, practically to the minute, that these cars were just the same way. That was a 192 car, just barely ahead of the 711 machine, and back then they were fighting for the 5th, 6th, and 7th with a couple other cars in there. So these two machines definitely been in the trenches. Not quite the same drivers. Ryan Leach is the same one, but definitely not Fierhart that was in that car earlier today.
Well, Fierhart's going to be fearing the pressure there. And obviously, as you mentioned there from Ryan, and doing a great job in the Vino Tinto 192 car up the road. A little bit of a lap traffic coming into play. This is going to be great. I expect this to continue now, Austin, for about I guarantee you, maybe no more than 33 minutes from now.
Yeah, Ryan's going to have to be really careful, though. We've seen him come into this position more than a couple times earlier today where he catches up to a car that's slower ahead of him, and then he basically just burns up his tires trying to see if he can't get around, trying to see if he can't make something work before the end here. So I think if you're Ryan Leach, you have to make a move, and if it doesn't work, you basically have to go back to Ryan about a half a second behind and see if you can't save those tires or force him into a dummy move like he did to that 192 right there and force him a little bit wide, a little bit deep into turn 19.
I would love to be the 711 car behind applying the pressure, because you've got 32 minutes to go. No more pit stops, no more exchanges of anything else. It's game on. The only thing that's going to come into play, of course, will be the lap traffic and the driver themselves and the tires and the fuel. But I would honestly, I would be the team that like to be applying the pressure. I would not want to be in the 192 car right now. I don't know, to feel the heat here in Spa. It's cooling down, of course, but the heat, of course, in the FLExTREME here for the Challenger Split is heating up. And I don't know. That's one for the chat, one for everybody else.
No, I do feel like it is. I think a little bit easier on your mind to be the chaser instead of the chasee, the hunter instead of the prey, because it's just a different mindset that you have to have. You have to be going out there and getting everything you can on the track and leaving nothing else out there. Whereas if you're the car in front, you have to be on the defensive. You got to keep your eyes not only out the windshield, but also have one eye up in your mirror to make sure you know where that guy behind you is going. I'm not saying mirror drive him. I'm just make sure that you don't put your car in a precarious position where he might maybe take both of you out instead of just the one of you.
And on top of that, Austin, as we get down to the nail biting time, there's also that battle that's brewing for P4 and P5.
Yeah, it looks like Mike Williams has caught it all the way up to the back of Indica Milana right now. So we've got two battles. We're basically spoiled for choice here with about a half hour left in this 9-hour endurance race.
All right, so 714 car, hold station for a minute with the cameras. Before the cameras, of course, for Jack, our fantastic producer. And we'll see whether or not Mr. Ryan can get a job done. Now, Ryan, you have basically about 30 seconds to a minute in camera time to get that job done. If not, we're going to go back to that battle behind you. So, all right, if you're listening, Pit Stop UK team, get it done. If you don't get it done, of course, it's perfectly fine for Well 92 car. They'll be happy with that.
And no harm, no foul. We can always come back to this battle a little bit later on, but please, for the love of mercy, do it while we've got
it's
the
going
camera
now.
on. No, he definitely heard that. He's looking down the inside.
Bust
oh,
up.
Not quite close enough.
Oof.
But you know what he did there, Dean? He forced him a little bit wide. That's going to tell him that if he does that again next time and doesn't quite overdrive the corner the same amount he did this time, he can get up alongside him and he might have a better opportunity of overtaking him into turn one.
I like that psychological game. It's about 2 minutes and change a lap. So give it 30 minutes to go. Do your math on that one. And I have a handful of those laps to continue to do that performance over and over and over again. And final time you want it to be over is overtaking into the final lap. That's the only one that really makes a difference. But Williams saw them make it. And Leach, I don't know where to look. It's a straight run down Camel Straight. There was an accident that's occurred through into Las, we didn't forget that, Rouge.
Rouge,
here we go.
Yep, 853 car. Ooh, door to door. Tried it up the outside, was just forced a little bit wide there by that 192 machine.
Still defending fantastic.
Was called.
Yes.
And how about this? He got a purple lap too by the 714 car just a little bit ago too.
They keep doing
this
it.
This is the car that wrecked
Williams.
in Eau Rouge. This is that BMW Stefan Blay, the 853 machine.
Now he has
back
a chance.
out there.
714 has a chance to do maybe something down the Camel Straight, of course. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a gas accelerator, pedal to the metal, flat, flat, flat. Can you do anything? Probably maybe a little bit too far back to do anything
yeah, I don't
right
think
now.
He's quite close enough. Definitely going to continue to hound him, though. That's what you have to do at this stage of the race. You know you're faster. You have to stay on him and just basically wait for an opportunity. Right now, as Aston Martins make up all 5 of the top 5 positions. The first non-Aston Martin is one of our 2 Lexuses in the field. That, of course, is Benny with the Yeet machine. And the behind them, the sole Acura in the field as well, Valery Sokolov.
I'll tell you what, Challenger Split are giving us a challenge at the moment of keeping both of those battles in play, aren't they? Battle for P2, battle for P4. It's all over the place. He's just saying, well, you know, ain't nothing but a hound dog, my friend. Well, you'd be crying all the time if you don't get that position gain. Here we go. Leach making a run into the bus stop chicane. Too far back, but setting a dummy.
Tell you what, though, Leach is on him like a tick on a hound dog for sure. He's all over that rear bumper of Furhard just up the road. He's on him. As soon as he makes a mistake, I feel like Ryan's going to have the opportunity to dive down to the inside. I wouldn't be too surprised here if he tries to sneak out either up the outside or break a little bit early, get that car rotated down and try to get a monster run here off of turn 1 and up the hill.
Got a monster exit. Exactly. Now you're going to be on the roller coaster right up through Rouge and you're going to be tucking right behind. Racing line. Fast in, fast out will be the key. And this could be very much a potential. This is very, if you're that close, you have to be making a run into Lacombe. If you don't smack into the back of the car, here they are already. DRS activation, it was F1, no DRS activation. Side by side, Lacombe, enjoy your Challenger Split series here in the final dying stages.
Yeah, Ryan Leach all the way up alongside him right now, forced to get a little bit argy-bargy, forcing that 192 car a little bit wide. Oh, he gets wide himself all the way to the wrong spot of the car.
He's in the fence.
Yeah, that was a hard lick for that
No!
7-Eleven machine.
That 34-second gap's going to be creeping at the moment as Williams, remember, for P4 and P5 are battling it out as we go back to that one. They're going to make their way up to Eau Rouge. Lessons learned, guys. Memo's being called. Lacombe is your enemy or your ally right now.
Yeah, I feel like that was just one driver giving him a little bit of argy-bargy and couldn't take any of it back. Held on a little bit stronger and just spun that 7-Eleven car around. So you hate to see that there for Ryan Leach.
You do. I was just wondering whether or not Ryan Leach dropped enough to bring the battle for P4 into play, which is the battles we're seeing in the pictures right now, which is certainly continuing, as we hope it would be continuing. Node Sim team of Mike trying to drive his way around the 889 car road.
Maybe, he's going to get him here. He's cleared himself. Yeah, look at that masterclass of him who just held that car resolutely down to the inside, pitched it. What does Martin Brundle always say? Hug that thing like your favorite grandma?
Yep, exactly. Hug it like your favorite grandma. That's your apex. I'll tell you what, the Eat machine, you got to remember, they're 5.9 seconds down the road. We've seen them when they are low tank of gas and burnt tires. They burn their way up there, so we'd be surprised that the Eat machine's in play. The 16 for running MP5, 6 at the moment. Yeah, don't count that out. They got 25 minutes to catch up to that party.
No, I wouldn't count them out because this last lap, they were about a whole half of a second faster than the car just up the road, that being the 714 car. And to be honest, even the car up above him, they both pulled the 219 flat that last time by. And I think right now, this 889 car, I think Andick has definitely hurt those tires right now on that machine.
Yeah, and there's another battle brewing for P13. That's the 98 car. Now we get to show them again. Unfortunately, we get to show them because they're leading the race for so long. The F1 Memes racing team. Now they're trying to make their way up into P13. Good recovery, you had to say. They dropped 4 laps, didn't they, after the electrical issues?
Yeah, they came back and they were in 20th position, so they haven't made up any laps on the leader overall. But boy, they sure have been picking up and putting down those other spots from 20th all the way up to 14th. So again, good job on them. It looks like they have about a 1 second, now a half a second gap up to Fick Moyhun in that number 45 Aston Martin car. So looks like we're going to have 3 battles on our hands.
Yeah, Jack, if you don't mind going over that one, the battle for P13, I think they may have it because they're just something. We know they have the pace, of course, because they're
miles ahead, faster than the rest of this field. I mean, there's no excuse for them to not be that much faster. I mean, they qualified on the pole for a reason, really.
I think Jack's just severely busy with the rival split that's going on as well.
Anyways, in just about 10 to 15 minutes time.
Oh, sorry, the battle for P13 and P4, it doesn't matter at the moment. They've just got it done, the 98 car. Yeah, it's all good,
my friend. See that 98 car around the outside there of the 45 of Moyhun, getting it done very neatly. Thank you so much, Jack, just in the nick of time.
Yeah, we're calling 8s and 9s, and there's 98, 8, 9, and all that jazz, but good job on that one. So there
overtake there. One more position as well, so 7 spots up the field from when they rejoined the race, and it's probably... really nothing to consolidate them or console them. But boy, this is the never give up attitude that you love to see in racing.
They're 3 laps down from the race leader. They were 4 laps before. They were really struggling. And this is the reason why we said before, guys, and then they said in chat, we are not giving up. And I love that attitude.
Never give up. Doing a great job of it, too. Just up the road, though, Jack, if we could go back to that 714 machine, maybe possibly even that Yeet car. I think the 889 is just in the thick of things. They just got passed by the 714 car. He's got a ways to go until he catches up to Ryan Leach, but that car might be a little bit damaged from that side-by-side contact we saw that shoved him into the outside wall just on the inside of Lake Com. So that car might definitely be hurting before the end of this race, but again, I don't think he'll be able to catch up to that 192 car. So Mike has a shot at the podium, but it's a long shot.
It's a long shot. Now, the Eat machine did invalidate their lap, even though they set a 219.3, which is the fastest lap of everybody else on the track. But then invalidating, so you got to be very careful of that little DT that'll be slapped next to your name, which is the
Mike Williams machine. Put down a 218.4, Dean. He is absolutely flying.
Yep, he's got 32-second gap putt, so you need to be flying right now. 22 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go until he gets up there. He's only got 22 minutes left to do it. Anyways, folks, if you're watching along on the Twitch Challengers stream, we thank you for that, watching so much. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, in just a couple minutes time, maybe about 10 or 12, we are going to go radio silent while we transition this broadcast up to the main split. You can stay here if you want to watch the Challenger split and not miss a moment of the action. But if you're wondering why we're going to go radio silent for just a couple minutes, that's what's going to happen. You can stay here to watch the rest of the action. After we get done on the main feed, we're going to come back here and wrap up. So don't go anywhere if you want to stay with this Challenger split broadcast and see how this race is going to unfold towards the end. And stay with us too as we wrap up and sign off.
Austin, don't go radio silence right now. Battle for P4 is still brewing. It's 1.7 seconds for the 889 machine in P5. Yeats got that down to 4.9. Battle for P8, 2.2 seconds between the 147 and the 214 machine. Further back, you have a battle for P13, the 98 car machine that just got past the 45 machine. See if they can come back on that one. But there it is. I'm really curious to see if the Yeet machine can just yeet their times. And they are yeeting them. 218.7 last lap.
Sokolov down the pit road, Dean.
Oh, wow.
22
You're
machine,
right.
the Acura. The sole Acura in the field has gone down pit road. Wonder if this is a schedule stop. Indeed it is. It's been 27 laps since they last went down pit road, getting pretty close to basically breaking that rule of the drive time requirement. These drivers are only allowed with a stint length of 65 minutes at a time.
Is that the
last and how about the 69 car? Charlie Dent's got himself a drive-through penalty, Dean.
Yeah, let's look at the gap. It should be okay. There's about a minute in change to the gap for the car behind, so should be in and out, saving that drive-through penalty. A little bit of naughty slap across the wrist. And but then again, yep. So anybody else you expecting in the top 6 right now to take a pit stop, or they're good to go to the end?
No. Everybody else in the top 6 is fine. This is why they had that big problem about that 22 car basically only having a 12-lap long stint. But again, circumstances out of their control, ended up getting into the outside wall through a Rouge and up Radeon. So they pretty much had to come down pit road and basically fix up that car before they could continue on.
Thank you very much for that. Alfa Romeo 1, Aston Martin 1, Aston Martin 2, Aston Martin 3, Aston Martin 4, Aston Martin 5, Lexus in P6. 1.7 second gap is the one of the closest battles on the track there for the battle for P4, as Williams is in control of that car. 218.8 last lap there for the 714 car, 218.3 for the 889 car. So gaining. Yeet machine. Oh, off-track excursion, I think, I'm sorry, when we were about that one, I was just out of the pit road. And, yep, there it is. So it's battling, it's brewing. 19 minutes now, 20 minutes. This will go very quickly there, Austin.
Yes, sir. The battle you're watching on screen right now, that 214, these were the guys that won in Austin, Texas at Circuit of the Americas. Bram Depardieu in that 214 car trying to see if he can't chase down that 147, the car currently being driven by Case Tanner, the Petrol Brothers machine.
Petrol's a good name to have for a car, isn't it? What powers it?
I think so, yeah. I'm digging this electric yellow on the rear end of this 147 car as well. Really like that shade.
It's the Electric Avenue. It's the Soul Bentley as well on the field.
Trying to see if he can't chase him down right now. He's been a little bit faster these last couple laps, but not quite fast enough to go ahead and just yoink this position out from under him. But boy, he continues to get closer and closer, as it were. This really coming down to the end here.
And Austin, remember, they didn't take any weight. They used it all up in the previous one.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly correct. Yeah, they basically took no weight in Austin, Texas. They took all the weight at Monza. They're back out here again with 0 kilograms of ballast.
They should have the speed down the main straightaway. Depends how they tweak that car. 1.1 seconds. I'm so used to Formula 1 in the DRS zone, but it doesn't really matter. Bump drafting works brilliantly here. See if that Bentley can...
So does slipstreaming. Yeah. It does a lot for you. I tell you what, though, Bram has brought that gap down by a couple of tenths a second. Right now, only about that 1.2. And this is right around that sweet spot of when you start to feel that draft on the car ahead. You start to feel it kind of pulling you down the straightaways just a little bit. So only from here on out, he's going to get closer and closer. And at this point, I mean, blood's in the water, but blood's really been in the water ever since you could see this car up the road.
Blood's been through our Rouge, my friend, the Red River. And blood's been around here for 8 hours and 42 minutes with 17 minutes to remain. So Yes, now you're thinking about, all right, we can't follow a car too much more longer. We now start to thinking about overtaking opportunities because, hey, P7 and P8, there's points differences between them, and that's the current positions they are at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see how much closer he can get. He's brought this gap now down to about just under 0.8 of a second. We'll see if he can get any closer here. Anymore, once you get inside that half a second distance, that's when you start to have that dirty air play tricks on you. It's a lot harder to steer the car around. It's a lot harder to go ahead and get these runs off the corner because you're constantly having to fight that tight condition. The car basically doesn't want to go into the corner and do what you want anymore.
The car has to agree. But then again, after 8 hours and 43 minutes, you should very much be well aware of your car. You've driven it. Your teammates have driven it. And, it's like taming the beast, isn't it? You've spent that much time. You know it. It should be connecting driver and car together right now. And just getting it done, timing the overtake. You got time on your side 16 minutes ago. No need for a late dive. If you are feeling you're the quicker car right now, if Bram does feel he's the quicker car for the NSN racing team, well, time your overtakes or either that or psychologically force your opponent up the road there for the 147 car into a mistake. That'll be another question to ask.
Yeah, and you kind of have to wonder, what can you do to force that guy up the road from you to a mistake? Maybe you just kind of dive out of line at the last second, make it look like you're going to charge him up the inside, go for a dive bomb, do something else, just basically get inside that guy's head, maybe towards the end of the straightaways, just kind of peek out, try to get some clean air around the nose of that car. It's just you basically filling up his rearview mirror to say, hey, don't make a mistake, because if you do, I'm right on your butt. I'm going to take this position if you continue to make any more mistakes. And this is just a masterclass of what you got to do when you followed a guy for a long time. You finally caught him. He's going to go for a look around the outside. He's going to give him that lane, the 147 car on the right, the 214 on the left. Both cars giving each other a ton of room as they go through Le Cam. Now down into turn 10, the fast right-hander at turn 9 for this 180-degree corner. Done, move, execute. Yeah. Perfect job there.
714 car's made a mistake as well too. Dropped the place of the A89 car. So that's a switcheroo for P4 and P5. Actually, Williams now dropping really close on the back there because of what just happened. That kerfuffle as we're watching.
The Yeet car has got through as well. Jack, if we could get a look at the 714 car live.
714's made a mistake now. Dropped 2 places. You don't want to see that, do you, with 14 minutes remaining in a 9-hour endurance race?
Not when you've had such a strong go of it as well. I mean, that car started in 15th. It's still going to be a gain, a net positive on the day for them. But, boy, this is going to be a big race, a big question of what would have been in this race if they would have just held on to those positions. And I can't help but wonder what might have caused that mistake.
You know, the sim team, they had the fastest lap, so they had the pace. But unfortunately, they have to make their way back up. They're 1.5 seconds and change now from the Yeet machine that's gone through. Yeet machine, I thought that they were starting to catch that pack, but they actually, believe it or not, were not lapping the same times that they've done before in the past. So now, if you were Mike, I would be like, all right, the Yeet machine is slower than us. So let's get on with it. Let's try to get damage limitation and get that position back, because they're still doing a great job for the United Sim Racing team.
At the same time, though, you've only got less than 15 minutes left in this race. You got to go out there, try to get all the time back you can, and then pull off that move. You've only got 15 minutes to do it. You're going to have to catch him a little bit faster than 1/10 of a second per lap. And I think right now, I don't think that Yeet car is fast in any slow in any regard.
No, I was looking at lap times because the Yeet machine usually does perform very well at the end of their stints, but they were not doing the usual Yeet performance. And they were probably about a second a lap slower.
Mid-219s, but that Mike car just up the road, I mean, granted, that last lap he pulled about a 229. That must have been a severe off-track, a 10-second loss of time. It has to be, mate.
Yeah, he dropped 2 places, so something went wrong there for Mike, unfortunately. But Mike, you're still in P6. Don't you count that out? P6 is crucial points here in an endurance championship. And I'm sure the team, you remember, Mike, you are representing your team here at United Sim Team. You are united, remember, as one. So you got to get your head down and get on with it. And remember, you can get the Yeet team up the road, the 16 car. You are about 1.8 seconds and change, and you have 12 minutes to do it. So it is very possible.
Yeah, it's not necessarily impossible, but it is quite improbable that you have to go out there and get that much time every single one of these laps before the end of the race. But it certainly would be more exciting if he were to get up there and at least rough him up a little bit, maybe just kind of race him hard for this last spot here.
He shaved a couple tenths. I think the Yeet machine is definitely struggling at the moment. Which is surprising once again, because the Yeet machine is just like powerhouse towards the end.
Well, it has been, but again, that's judging this based on a hotter track temperature basically all day long. We're sitting about here 13 degrees air lowest. Temp and track temp. That's the lowest it's been exactly all day long. I don't think this Yeet car was quite set up for these lower temperatures quite as much as these other machines like that 44 car. That thing has been on rails ever since the temperature started to drop.
This must be summer for you, Austin, because you'd be like, it should be negative 13 if you were on your neck of the woods, but it is what it is here in Spa. Austin's like, don't remind me. I know how cold it is
please
here.
don't. Yeah, it's about 1 or 2
He's got down to 1.4, mate, so Mike is on a mission.
Yeah, Mike is really getting after it. He's trying to come home at a top 5. And boy, you know, you might say if you're not a racing driver yourself, well, what's the difference between just 1 point? It's quite a big difference between getting to top 5 and not getting to top 5 , especially if you come home in the 6th position.
I think a little bit upset about making some sort of mistake. We didn't quite catch that on camera. I didn't capture it, and our fantastic producer Jack didn't capture it, and we had 2 cameras on that one. But don't worry about it. Mike doesn't need to worry about the cameras. He needs to worry about getting that 1.3 down to 1.2, which he has, down to 1, and then guess what? Make it a -1, Mike, and you maybe wake up past the Yeet machine.
Yeah, he gained a lot of time through that last sector. Now down to 1.2 seconds as he continues to reel them in. We'll see if he can get any closer here in the later goings of this race. Not too many other positions here quite as much up for grabs anymore. The 214 is still he continues to stretch his way away from the 147 machine. The 192 car and the 711 car are still separated by about 7 seconds, and the 889 car continues to pull away from the Ralph Malensky teammate car there, Benny Witt, in the Yeet machine.
Austin, I feel for the car in P16. It's the sole Lexus here. An Aston Martin.
There's another one here somewhere. A 267 car, 11th place.
Yeah, but the Aston Martins are P1 to P8 apart from the Lexus in P16, which is under a massive attack right now from Mike. So you got to hold in there for the Yeet machine. You're not only representing your car, your team, but you're also representing your manufacturer here.
Yeah,
if you get that Lexus in there.
Yeah, look at the left-hand side of the screen. There's 4 Aston Martins in the top 5, and then it's Lexus, Aston, Bentley, Aston, Acura, Aston, Lexus, Aston, McLaren, Aston, and then Mercedes. So, yeah, lots of one-offs up there.
That's why I'm saying the Lexus team needs to do something and hold off. And the Mike's he's hovering on the 1 second barrier. But the thing is, so traffic's coming into play. So the Yeet machine has to navigate, the 16 cars navigate all this traffic, as well as hopefully not look too much in your mirrors of the United Sim racing team. And Mike charging 2 for now. A little bit upset about some sort of mistake that they made earlier, but on the loud pedal, as loud as he possibly can, with 9 minutes remaining in this race.
Yeah, 9 minutes left in this 9-hour race here around the Belgian countryside. Looking here, this is a look at the number 23 of Alex Ivanov. He's trying to see if he can hunt down Budeman there in the 13 Audi just up the road. A handful of opposite lock there. This car definitely not quite handling to his liking. Oh, he goes wide. A little bit of loose condition. Watch out. That's the 88 Mercedes just barely going through. He's going to have to spin turn this around. And Jack, as always, with the great camera work, goes for another little bit of a spin as you see that 22 Acura just zoom on by of Sokolov.
The 222 car goes in. He should have a gap there, 17 seconds and change there from P20 to hold that one off. But holding off is what the Yeet machine needs to be doing. Down to 0.7 right now, 714. Trying their absolute best. Mike is trying to do absolutely he can right now to secure a top 5 for the Aston Martin team. And I'll tell you one more thing right now. The Yeet machine does not want to make that happen. 8 minutes and change. Can they hold off? We're going to find out.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. And like I said before, in that last battle we had going down the Kemmel Straight, once you get within that 1.2 second, 1 second barrier, you can start to sniff that draft. It isn't until you get up to about a half a second away you can start to feel the effects of that dirty air on the front end of your car. But to be honest, I think Mike Williams right now is faster enough than Benny just up the road. I don't think that dirty air should prove too much of a problem. We'll see if he can get that move done. This is where he got it done earlier. He just made that move down to the inside here on that 889 machine, I believe, and he just hooked it it right to the inside of that turn 10.
He had an off-track excursion doing it as well too, so we don't know how much on the bubble they're pushing those, because the old stop go or DT might be slapped next to your name, which is not what you want.
Yeah, one car just got one of those. That triple two car of Schroeder in 16th position has a stop go 30-second penalty.
Half a second, Austin. 8 hours and 52 minutes, and we're down a half a second separating P5 and P6.
Yeah, half a second. All that right now separates Mike Williams from the top 5. Should be the first of the season for this 714 United Sim bunch. Trying to see if they can't wrestle this spot away from that Yeet bunch. Yeet car has been wherever the camera goes, they go. I tell you what, excitement follows them, or they follow the excitement. I don't know which one it is, but you want to watch excitement, definitely keep your eyes locked on top of that number 16 machine.
I tell you, you're just camera hogs, aren't they? Anyway, they're camera hogs because their qualifying performance is always not the race performance. I guess they just love the camera, and why not? Something wrong
I tell
with that.
you, yeah, I don't know if it's not putting as much time into their qualifying setup. Maybe they're a lot better over the course of a long run rather than just 2, maybe 3 or 4 fast laps in qualifying. But I tell you what, this bunch does a phenomenal job to just mind their P's and Q's during the race, and more than that, they just continue to be right on the limit of grip and just pushing themselves to go faster and faster throughout the race. And they continue to do a good job, and sometimes it hurts them. They've had 2 drive-through penalties today. They've had a couple off-track excursions where they might have spun themselves out, braking a little bit too hard, trying to get the car turned and rotated through turn 19 and 20. But still great job on their part today.
You got to bleed just to know you're alive. Of course, one of those classic songs. You got to bleed to know you're alive. If you can survive through Eau Rouge, of course, make their way down the Camel Straight. Too far back, I have to say, for Mikey to get the job done. They had the fastest lap, believe it or not, so they will get that consolation prize. Unfortunately, we can't show you the 44 car way up the road. 41 seconds in play. This is the exciting moment. And Austin, you're going to have to get ready to recap all of this fantastic 8 hours, 9 hours almost, of this race soon.
Indeed, buddy. You wanted a photo finish here at the end. We might just get it between these 2 cars currently on your screen. Benny in the number 16 and Mark in the number 714. That red Aston versus this black, and I'm going to say violet Lexus.
Oh, here we go. You wanted it, you got it. It's action, action, action. If you don't get this one, of course, you have the rivals.
All right, we're going to go quickly for just radio silent here while we transition. If you want to watch the Challengers, stay right here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here. This is the Challenger split. Our version went green just about 8 hours and 55 minutes ago. It started off with the 98 car, the McLaren of Urkelev. He got the pole and led every single lap until he disconnected due to a power loss that handed him basically 3-lap down penalty. And then he handed the lead to the 714 car. That's one of the cars you see fighting for this battle on your screen. That's that red and white Aston Martin. He started outside the top 10. It was a real miracle he got to lead this race while he could, up until that 22 car came out. The sole Acura on the field, played pit strategy to absolute perfection, took over the lead until the rain came and washed that entire lead away, handed them basically a 100-second penalty because they did not pit for rain tires. They stuck it out there like Lando Norris and Sochi in 2021 and basically relegated themselves back. They fell all the way back to about 7th, now 9th position. But after that, it was the 44 car who played the rain tire selection to absolute perfection. They've been in the lead ever since then. He's had that car on absolute rails. Now Steinhauser in the car. The battle you're watching on the screen, this for the last spot in the top 5. Can Mike Williams complete the top 5 sweep by Aston Martin, Dean?
Making a little bit of a mistake, Mike, a couple of laps earlier, and now trying to make it back. Welcome along the Spa. Welcome along to the Challenger split. Of course, you have the rivals come up still to the final. They make their way across the cash split. Of course, we'll be switching back to that one. But yeah, this is Mikey's time to shine. He's got 3 minutes and change. We'll give you about 1 or 2 laps. Of course, Spa is 7,001 meters. He wants to be just 1 meter ahead of the car, doesn't he, to get that P5?
Yeah, certainly is. He's done a really good job to gain all that time he lost to this Yeet machine just up the road. Currently has the fastest lap time. That's why you see that purple sector, that purple box basically indicating his position right now, trying to see if he can't track down this Yeet machine. He's been faster for a while. It was the Yeet car that was putting down the fastest laps on the racetrack, hunting down some cars, and now the hunter has become the huntee, right now being stalked, preyed upon, might you say, by the 714 car of Mike Williams.
I'm living in a forest right now. I don't want Mike to be hunting me down right now. And I'm sure the Eat Machine does not want to have Mike hunting him down. But Mike now realizes, his team realizes it's a team effort. It's an endurance race. They're all sitting there. They're all watching. They're all hyped. They're down in the pit garages, ready to see whether or not he can get some more crucial points in this championship. Can he get it done? Everything else is secured, I have to say, locked in up the road. Let's say make mistakes. We're not going to commentate curse them, Austin. We're going to see whether or not the 16 car can hold the 714 and pit stops actually for the 214 Bentley. That's going to hurt them. They're going to drop some places to for now. But keep an eye on this battle. 2 minutes left. Where can Mike get the O-take done? OT. Not here in the bus stop.
No, not here in the bus stop. I think his best opportunity is to pass this number 16 car the same place he passed the 889 just a couple laps ago before he made that off-track excursion and lost those couple positions. That being down in turn 10, he just kept that thing right hooked down on the apex, hugged it like his favorite grandma, as one famous F1 commentator might say. He does a really good job to get that car rotated. Now he's got to put the throttle down wide open, almost all the way up the hill, through a Rouge, up through Radion, then down the Kemmel straight into Lake Com. Let's see how much closer he can get.
He's dropped it. He's dropped about half a second. That's not what you want to be doing, Mikey, right now with the dying stages of the race. So it might have been your final opportunity, as the camera will probably very much switch over to the 44 car we haven't seen for a little bit, because they're 40 seconds up the road leading this race and about to finish this race with a checkered flag before anybody else.
Yeah, they're going to cross the stripe right now. I believe this will be the white flag, Jack, or this will be the checkered. Should be coming to get this will be the checkered flag, so they're going to come across the stripe here and win. Checkered flag for the number 44 team from Revolution Sim Racing in the 9 hours of Spa. Congratulations to them. They did a phenomenal job. My mind goes back to when there was a 3-wide battle for the lead and the 2 leaders just up the road got together in front of him, and they just went way off to the side and took the lead and basically never looked back since then.
You never look back in the Challenger split, because they've been fantastic all race long. And finally, we did get cross fingers. We had a little bit of rain. So it goes to the rival split and the Challenger split. They have all the rain. We got a little bit of a showdown show, but there it is. And congratulations, of course, to the 192 car finishing in the 711 car. There it is. They did it, mate. They got themselves up into a podium spot, and the bubbly stuff is got to taste sweeter there.
Yeah, 192 car got across the start-finish line. Martin Feuerhardt, these guys have been on rails ever since they started today. They started at the back foot of the top 10 and just did a really good job being consistent, minded their P's and Q's to come away with the podium position here. And that 711, these two really just butted heads into Lake Com a couple laps ago, did an absolutely phenomenal job. So we still have a little bit of time there, doing a really good job. See the 711 car, they came together at Lake Com, spun that 711 car out. Boy, what could have been? Ryan Leach has got to be asking himself. He'd been following that dark red car pretty much all day long. Got a couple more cars here set to cross the finish line. 889 car just went over it. Did a really good job. They're the points leader, and boy, they're not quite on the top step of the podium, Dean, but again, a good points day for them. Definitely going to help in the championship standings.
It was, in the 98 car, unfortunately, if you just tuned in, they were leading this race, the McLaren, the Soul McLaren. A fantastic job. Leading. Of course, there's a little bit of a problem called electricity and computers. And therefore, they had to drop a lot of places to for now. And unfortunately, they did climb their way back up at P13, give it granted for that one. But good to see the spirit. And believe it or not, the spirit is everywhere here in the Challenger split, because drivers are still making their way across the line. That's what it's all about. And it's fantastic. If you want motor racing and coursing, you want to see endurance racing, VCO produces every single time.
Yeah, the 44 car going to come across the stripe line here to get the checkered flag. Congratulations to them. You can see the victory celebration commences. They did a phenomenal job all day long. Checkered flag right now in the 9-hour race for them. Called the end a little bit early there, just because it's 7 kilometers long, this track, but boy, nothing would stop them. They've been on rails since the beginning of this race all day long here, riding on board. Now looking here at Martin Feuerhardt, the 192 Aston Martin. These guys have just been on fire all day long. Not quite had the speed of the leaders, but they certainly can be very proud of the second place finish here, coming through turns 19 and 20. Hard left, hard right.
Yeah, I mean, the Aston Martins have proven to be the car here. I'm curious to see what's going to happen for the rest of the splits later on, how the gladiators have chosen their cars for their splits. Because I'll tell you what, right now, if you're in Challenger Series, the Aston Martin would be the car to be in.
All right, we'd like to thank the cash split. This has been Austin Belge, Dean Hampton, Jack Maloney. We're going to hand it back over to them. If you want to keep watching the Challenger split, if you're on the Twitch or YouTube page, stay right there. All right, so you just saw the wrapping up there. You're seeing more and more cars cross the start-finish line here. We're going to wait until everybody gets closer and closer here to the end of the race, and then we're going to go ahead and read through the final finishing order and then wrap things up. And Dean, that 44 car was pretty much on rails all day long. You're looking at the 714. Mike Williams tried to get as close as possible there to passing Ralph, but just not quite close enough in order to take the checkered flag there. But he'll come home in 6th position. Still a great day for them, really punching above their weight class here.
You're right, punching above your weight. I think that the weight being the shower that came into play, didn't it? Because that's what kind of switched to root that scenario there for the 44 car. Of course, you throw the mix of the 98 car that was there, 889 car, of course, in championship. That was easily leading the championship. Had to finish in P4. I'll tell you what, P4 is great. That's more points. But yeah, surprising there. 711 car, fantastic. 192 car. You wouldn't expect him to be up there like that. I have to say, a lot of drivers here in Spa were punching above their weight, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it was a phenomenally clean race all day long. Congratulations to our podium finishers and especially the race winners, that 44 machine. On behalf of myself, Austin Belge, my co-commentator Dean Hampton, of course, our fabulous director-producer Jack Maloney, and everyone else behind the scenes here at VCO FLExTREME, our Challengers Grid 9 Hours Race of Spa is officially over. Thank you so much for watching, and please join us next time, will you?